Chapter 1, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. Back again, this time with a different story, one that I am pretty excited about. It dug itself into my brain and wouldn't leave, so I put it on paper. Stronghammer will still be updated weekly, so don't worry about that. I don't plan on putting this on a schedule just yet, not until I get sufficiently ahead at least. As always, there will be an author's note at the bottom, so don't skip it. Disclaimer, I own nothing, literally nothing. Everyone in the Great Hall sat wide-eyed and slack-jawed as the Goblet of Fire spit out a fourth piece of parchment. Dumbledore plucked it out of the air, and at the same time, Ronald Bilious Weasley had 24 years' worth of memories shoved into his brain. Harry Potter. Dumbledore said, reading the name on the paper. The hall quieted immediately and all eyes were trained on the boy who lived. No one noticed the redhead who sat beside him with his head down. If they were able to see, they would notice that only the white of his eyes were showing. The rare few who could sense magic would have felt a dramatic spike in the direction of Harry Potter, the sort that normally resulted in accidental magic. They would toss it up to his reaction at hearing his name coming out of the Goblet of Fire, not knowing that it was actually the person to his right that was the cause of the chaotic magic. I didn't snap out of my trance until Harry was already walking to join the other champions. If anyone would have paid attention, they would have noticed a look of recognition followed by a myriad of emotions ranging from horror to excitement on my face. I tried to think about what just happened and found it hard to grasp. I just merged with another person from a completely different universe, or maybe dimension would be a better description. My name is Ron Bilious Weasley, but I have gone by another, in another life. I can't remember my name. My brain supplied after trying to remember for a few seconds. I can remember almost everything else, my sense of self, my personality, the faces of family and friends, grade school, college, adult life, love, loss, a whole other life of memories. But no names, only feelings. It was frustrating. I was brought out of my self-reflection by everyone getting up from their seats and heading towards the door. Can you believe the git? How did he do it? Glory hog. Everyone seemed to be talking about Harry's name coming out of the cup. How do you think he did it? I heard next to me as I was walking. Hermione. You think he did? I answered almost immediately. Her face scrunched up, obviously not considering the possibility that he hadn't. You don't think he did? She asked finally. No, I don't. The age line was drawn by Dumbledore himself. I said in response. Then how did his name come out of the cup? She supplied, immediately giving me a if you know so much look and tone. Maybe someone tricked the goblet into choose him as a fourth school, that seems the likeliest. The question isn't if he put his name in or not, the question is who would have wanted him to be chosen. I responded. Hermione looked at me as if I had grown a second head. Oops, I forgot to act like a bull-headed idiot. I thought. Oh well, too late now. Voldemort. Amongst others. I said as years of fanfiction and Dumbledore bashing influenced my thought process. Walking into the Gryffindor common room marked the end of the conversation as she went to gossip with the other girls in the house, no doubt to get others' opinions. I found a nice quiet corner to think, but it didn't last long because soon enough the man of the hour walked in and everyone screamed in celebration. When did everyone get butterbeer? I thought as everyone started partying. I even noticed glasses of fire whiskey in some of the older students' hands, the twins included. Harry walked around for a little and managed the questions about as normal as you would expect. Eventually he found me sitting alone at the top of the stairs, people watching, and approached. He didn't say anything as he sat next to me and completely blocked the way if anyone wanted to use the stairs. He didn't say anything, so I decided to start. Everyone thinks you did it. They celebrate, but not for you, I don't think. I didn't do it. He snapped. I didn't respond for a moment, instead I decided to finally meet his eyes and said. I know. He visibly sagged at that, obviously relieved that someone believed him. We sat there for a moment before I realized we had some essays that were due soon. I won't procrastinate in this life, not again. I thought as I remembered my past education. I'm not sure anyone from my old world would when it involves magic. Want to go work on our essays? I asked, completely serious. He laughed at first until he saw my face. You're serious? It was my turn to smile. No, I'm Ron. That was the start of his laughing fit that didn't end for a few minutes. It was obvious that he released a lot of the pent-up stress from the night. Sure, I need help on the transfiguration anyway. The night ended and we caught up on all of our assignments. I woke up the next day to the sound of Harry moaning something in his sleep while tossing and turning. Without thinking and half asleep, I grabbed my wand and cast a quick tempest. It was 6:45 in the morning. It was barely registered as I sat up completely alert with a couple of revelations. The first was the realization that I could use magic and did it so casually. The second was that casting the spell barely worked. It felt like I had to force my magic through the wand. The usual feeling of warmth that accompanies grabbing a compatible wand wasn't there, instead it felt cold. The merge. I thought to myself as I realized what had happened. My magic went through a drastic change, enough of a change to make my personality, soul, mind, everything incompatible with my wand. Well, that will have to be remedied. Oh wait, I'm poor, I could ask Harry for the money. No. The room of requirement might have some loose change laying around, hopefully at least 7 galleons. All of this went through my head as I started getting dressed and going through his normal routine. Unfortunately, today was a Tuesday, the 1st of November, and they still had classes, history of magic in the morning and potions in the evening. Maybe McGonagall will let me dip off to Diagon Alley before classes start, or maybe during break. First I need money. At the last thought he grabbed his books needed for the lessons that day and headed to the room of requirement to see if he could scrounge up some money. I didn't even bother being stealthy, instead deciding to run up the stairs to the 7th floor. Luckily the changing stairs took pity on me and I didn't have to wait that much. Okay, it's in the left corridor, right? And then across a portrait of trolls or something. Soon enough I saw the painting of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet. I turned around and saw the blank wall where I knew the room would appear at. Pace 3 times, picture clearly what you want, Aeon score. The door melted out of the wall as my needs were recognized and I rushed inside. As I entered the room, I realized I was inside of a typical Muggle vault and on a raised pedestal in the middle of the vault sat around 5 different pouches that no doubt held what I was looking for. I approached and realized that these were a type of moleskin pouch designed specifically for holding currency. I grabbed the one in the middle and poured it out. Isn't this supposed to be keyed into a wizard's magic? Oh, the enchantments have worn off. These pouches had obviously been lost at least a decade ago, as that was when enchantments normally started failing on cloth. Luckily the space enlargement charm lasts much longer, otherwise these may have been lost for good. The galleons seemed to keep falling and falling, there were no doubt 50 galleons coming out already. Soon it stopped and instead of counting I decided to pour out the rest of the pouches. I can't believe my luck. I thought as I finished counting out the galleons. 302 galleons, no more no less. Enough to afford school supplies and robes for the last few years of school if I stretched it out. Grabbing one of the pouches that looked the newest I deposited my stash into it, put it in a pocket in my robes that was specifically for money, and ran out the door and back down the stairs. It was 7:22 when I ran into the Great Hall and the students would be getting ready soon and heading down to breakfast soon. I found my target and ran straight up to her. "Professor, can I speak to you for a moment?" I said, taking in gulps of air. "Mr. Weasley, how can I help you?" She responded, looking me up and down suspiciously. We walked away from the professor's table before I answered so I could have some privacy. "I must have damaged my wand last night or something because it isn't working properly. I was wondering if you would let me use your Fleur to run to Diagon Alley before classes began." I asked sincerely as possible while also lying to her. "We are not allowed to just let students leave Hogwarts grounds, Mr. Weasley, you should know this by now." I visibly deflated at this. "We can, however, contact your parents and they can sign you out of class and take you." My face paled. "No." She looked at me sharply then. I continued before she could speak. "It's just that I don't want to bother them with this, you know that we're I looked around to make a show of it before leaning in, mumbling. "Poor." I paused a second and I could see her eyes soften, then I continued. "And I kind of asked Harry for his help, you see, and father wouldn't be happy about that," I said as I released eye contact and looked down to the ground like a scolded child. There was silence for a good 5 minutes and I had yet to look up at her. Whoever spoke first lost and I could tell she was having an internal battle. "I cannot let you go to Diagon Alley," she said finally. "Alone." And continued dramatically. I know she only did that to see the expression on my face go from disappointment to joy. "Go get a quick bite to eat, Mr. Weasley, I have classes this morning, but I can make arrangements to have you accompanied." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much," I said as I rushed off to the Gryffindor table and wolfed down a quick plate of sausage, eggs, bacon, and potatoes. I was done in less than 5 minutes. I walked over to the professor's table again. "Mr. Weasley, I have called in a favor from Professor Snape, he will accompany you to Diagon Alley. I trust you will be respectful," she told me as I approached. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Professor," I said respectfully to Snape. The entire table turned to look at me, most of their jaws were on the ground at my respectfulness towards him. Was I that bad? Stupid teenagers and their problems with authority. He didn't say anything, instead his eyes bore into mine. He turned around and started walking abruptly. "Follow me." I did as I was told and eventually I noticed the direction we were traveling, the dungeons. We continued on in silence and neither of us seemed to want to break it. We walked through a doorway that leads to a study with a fireplace on one end. 2 doors led to other sections of her quarters but they weren't visible from where he stood. "I assume you know how to use the Fleur?" I nodded in response. "Good." I didn't waste any more time and grabbed a handful of the Fleur powder and enunciated clearly. "Diagon Alley." I remember to keep my body relaxed and to just continue walking. My foot found the floor of the alley and I stepped out of the green fire, dusting off some of the soot. Snape was right behind me and we immediately set out, determined to make the trip faster. The alley was almost deserted, only workers and owners of the various shops could be seen setting up and getting ready for the day. Finally we arrived at the wand maker's shop. I tried to open it but it was locked. Not open yet. Luckily we could see Ollivander moving around behind the counter and he waved wand and the distinct sound of unlocking hit my ears. I tried again and the door gave way. I have some errands to run, I will meet you back here when I am done. The professor stated as I walked in. I was met with the smell of wand oil and fresh cut wood, along with a fair bit of pine. The shop was just as described in the books and I couldn't help but look around smiling at the shelves full of boxes that no doubt held wands in them. Ron Weasley, 14 willow and unicorn hair, slightly rigid. Brand new at the time of purchase no more than 2 years ago. Ollivander said as he took in my appearance. And now it is apparently incompatible with me. I answered trying to hurry the process along. Ah, that would be interesting. Could you show me? He asked. I did as I was told and drew my wand out of my robes. Once again the distant and cold feeling emanated from it, no sparks, no warmth, nothing. Very peculiar, may I? I handed him the wand for inspection and he took it from me, took one look at it and confirmed. Yes, this wand doesn't seem to like you at all. A complete mismatch, I will not pry Mr. Weasley but something must have happened. You need a new wand. No shit Sherlock. I said slightly hurt that the wand was acting that way. He wasted no time in going about his normal routine and started grabbing boxes from the shelves. Eventually he returned and started handing me wands. Here. Ebony and unicorn tail. As soon as I touched the wand I could tell it wasn't for me, I didn't even bother casting a spell before I handed it back. No. Maybe this one. He muttered in response. It continued this way for a good while before finally he pulled one off that looked finely made. It was a light-colored wood with a raised handle and a straight shaft shooting out of it. The handle had some black aesthetic rings etched into it, the shaft had an obviously edged black line swirling around the wand until it reached the tip. It was a beautifully crafted wand. The moment it made contact with my skin, something within me sang. It felt infinitely more compatible than my other wand ever did. My magic seemed to click and fall into place. Blackthorn and Phoenix Feather 14, very supple. A particularly fine-tuned and sentient wand wood coupled with the most picky of cores. Ollivander said as he looked me up and down, no doubt gaining insight into my personality through the wand. A powerful and versatile wand, you'll find that the wand won't truly bond to you until you pass through some hardship with it. Very interesting Mr. Weasley. Normally that would be 7 galleons, but since you have returned this one in such good shape, I will allow an exchange. Actually I was hoping I could keep it as a spare. I said digesting the information about my new wand. I was very tempted to ask him more about the wand but instead I pulled out 7 galleons and paid him. He handed me both of my wands and I turned to walk out but then remembered something important. Do you have any wand holsters? I said facing him again. A grin split his face. Yes, dragon skin I presume. He continued at my nod. I need 2. Another 8 galleons. This particular holster will fit itself to your wrist, hold it out for me. He motioned me as he returned with the holsters. It also has 2 wand slots in the one holster. I assume this other one is a gift. At my nod he continued. Repeat the process for whoever this one is for. I did as I was told and he dropped it onto my arm. It gripped my forearm fairly tight and then there was a crawling sensation as it adjusted and found its rightful place on my wrist. He then showed me how to sheath the wands and call them into my hand. It will take practice to make the process faster. I feel as if I need to warn you Mr. Weasley. That wand still has the trace. Thank you Mr. Ollivander. I'll have to find out a way to fix that. I thought as I turned around and walked out of the shop. Professor Snape was waiting for me outside. If we hurry, you can make it back before class. He was right, I ran into the classroom as soon as the lesson began. Snape didn't see any reason to give me a note so I had to run. The day went by extremely slow and he had all of his assignments completed by the end of the class and potions didn't even have an assignment. Fucking useless class, bloody Usel's class? Whatever, same thing, stupid dialects. I thought thinking about how boring history of magic is. Hermione was, no doubt, in the library doing her work while Harry and me headed back to the common room. It would take her a few hours to perfect her work and then she would prep for the next day. I had other plans for the afternoon but first I had to give Harry his present. He sat down to begin his assignments as I walked up to him. Hold out your arm for me. What? He eloquently responded. Your arm. Hold it out. I repeated. He finally did as I said and I pulled out the wand holster that I bought from Ollivander's. I pulled his sleeve back and dropped it onto his arm, where it adjusted to fit him. What is this? he asked. It's a wand holster, mainly used in dueling tournaments and by aurors. Makes easy access for your wand. I flicked my wrist as I finished and my wand found its way into my hand, faster than he could track. Wicked. Blackthorn wands are a very unusual wand, almost as rare as you see. In my experience, warriors bond with the wood more often than not. It is most peculiar that the wand will never truly bond with the wizard it has chosen unless they have passed through some hardship together. Aurors will tell me it's their first successful raid. Dueling champions say it's after their first title. Ordinary wizards or witches, well, typically after taking a life in a duel to the death. Some argue that if you stray from hardship and you own a blackthorn wand, it will arrange hardship for you, a warning for the owners of such powerful wands. Wand lore for the overly curious, Garrick Ollivander. Ron sighed as he finished reading the description of his new wand. We are going to get in a lot of trouble together, aren't we? I could have turned to the section about phoenix feather wands and their properties, but I already knew most of the information already. A part of me wondered if it was a feather from fox. Phoenix feathers are the pickiest wand cores to choose wizards. It was seen as a good omen to be chosen by one. I beg to differ, wouldn't you, Tom? They are also said to be extremely versatile in the types of magic they can cast, although fire came easiest than the other elemental spells. This type of wand core coupled with a blackthorn wood, well, it was a powerhouse. Blackthorn was notorious for the amount of power you could channel through it. Although I doubt it could stack up against the Elder Wand. My thoughts provided as I gazed down at my newest and possibly most prized possession. I was currently sitting in a very comfortable chair behind a desk that was just the perfect height for me to read and study. To my right was a wall with a beautifully designed window that overlooked the Great Lake and a lot of the land past Hogwarts, a spectacular view. Directly in front of me was a wall full of bookshelves packed tightly with books. To my left, the room elongated and formed what I would think a wizarding dueling room or rang would look like. There were multiple mannequins at varying distances. Behind me was another wall full of books. The room of requirement is amazing. I thought as I took in the sights of what I viewed as a perfect place to learn magic. Time to get to work. I looked down to the desk and saw a book without a cover. That wasn't there before. I thought as I opened it, A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned. It had no author that I could find. I decided to try the first chapter out to see what it was about, as if the title didn't give it away. Most make the common mistake of never revisiting the basics after finishing their basic education, content with what they have learned. First we should start with, forget everything you think you know about casting. You were taught the best ways to learn for a child. If you are reading this, then we will assume you are not. If you are, leave. Great way to start a book. I couldn't help but think. This is exactly what I need. Did the room adjust to my needs without me even trying? You were taught that verbal shouting and wand movements were necessary to enact your will upon the world. That is only partly true. It will undeniably help the average person. The sensible ones will realize that it is a foolish notion. The most famous wizards and witches of all time knew that it was unnecessary to yell at the top of their lungs, and once the reasoning behind wand movements are memorized, they too become unnecessary. Wand movements are what is most important if you want to build a solid foundation for truly marvelous casting, because they are rooted in arithmancy. The more the movement, the more specific the spell is, just like the longer the number, the more detailed it gets. Eventually your magic gets used to the way the spell affects the world, and this is how it becomes obsolete. Mastering these opening wand movements will make it infinitely easier for you to advance in the realm of casting. Holy shit, this is gold. I thought to myself as I immediately became engrossed in the book. The first 2 chapters covered basic wand movements and even had pictures with comments beneath them. The next few chapters were some advanced wand movements, while the rest of the book went into the mindset needed to cast in each of the main branches of magic: transfiguration, charms, curses, defense, etc. Then it had ways to practice everything to make it second nature. 3 hours later I had finished the book, but I knew that I wasn't done with it. I took a break to enjoy the sights and give my eyes the necessary time to readjust to the world, and panicked once I realized it was after 9 o'clock at night. Oh well, guess I'm staying here for tonight. No way I'm getting caught in the corridors and getting detention. Eventually I decided that I could stay up a little longer and memorized the list of the introductory wand movements for all the main branches of magic, and even going a little more advanced with transfiguration, easily the most interesting to me. It was what allowed Dumbledore to write his name in history as one of the most powerful wizards, next to Merlin, the Founding Four, and others. I wanted that. It was also, arguably, the most versatile branch of magic out there. It could attack, defend, be used for convenience, everything, and I would make it my bitch. Around 11 o'clock at night, I discovered that the room had switched everything around. Instead of a study, there was a bedroom with a bathroom that had a standing shower designed like one from my previous world. After a quick shower I melted into the bed, told the room to wake me at 7 and passed out. I fucking love this room. Chapter 2, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. Back again with another chapter for Voleur d'Aim. As always, there is an author's note at the end of the chapter. Thanks to everyone who favorited, followed, reviewed, and even those who gave it a read but didn't like it. I've decided to upload chapters every Thursday starting this one. Edit, shout out to Dieter17 for catching a plot hole. It has been removed and I don't want to spoil it, so go check out his review to see the details. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Another boring day in classes. I guess my interest in lectures is the same across dimensions. I thought to myself as I sat in the room of requirement finishing up my essay for charms. Care of magical creatures was held in the afternoon, but Hagrid didn't assign any work. It was after dinner, most of my classmates would be in their common rooms finishing up their homework also, but I was determined to get something done tonight. I want to write out all the books and all of the plot points I could remember so that I could start planning on what needed to change and what needed to stay the same. It would be a late night because tonight, astrology was held at 10 p.m. for 4th years, so I was stuck with plotting and practicing for a few hours before I had to attend. I finally put the finishing touches on the charms essay and another piece of parchment appeared. Once again, I fucking love this room. I started on my task of writing everything out and eventually I got through the end of this year and reviewed on what I knew. The good news is that we can stop Voldemort's resurrection from ever happening and stop the war from ever breaking out. How did he survive again? Something about a sharp pain racked my skull as I tried to remember how he survived. Panic overtook me and I continued my task of writing out the rest of the books. After I finished I found out some very interesting information. I had a gap missing in my memories, some of it being in the Half-Blood Prince, but a lot of the Deathly Hallows was blank. I couldn't remember why Dumbledore started pulling Harry into his office. I could remember most of Tom's backstory, but there were also missing pieces about the why Dumbledore was telling Harry all of this. Is it so he can know his enemy? Why didn't we go back to school in our 7th year? What were we hunting for? Fuck. Bloody fuck. I thought having a temper tantrum. What is happening? Pretty much all of the Order of the Phoenix was there, even the full prophecy. Whatever it is, someone or something doesn't want me knowing. My brain supplied. And it's obviously important, like literally the reason Voldemort was defeated important. I sat back and collapsed into the chair as I digested all of the information. There was no other option. I have to get more powerful for it not to matter. Blackthorn is a warrior's wand? That is what I'll become. A warrior capable of standing against Voldemort, and Dumbledore if necessary. Stupid fanfiction. I sat up after that revelation and brought the pen to paper, a basic plan. Train your ass off. Learn magic/dueling/everything. Get back into shape. Remove the trace. Moody. Stop Voldemort's resurrection. The Yule Ball. I could worry about everything else later, the plan could change, but that's what is immediately pressing. Wait, the Yule Ball? Bloody teenage hormones. I thought as I continued looking at the list, knowing that eventually it would get longer and more detailed. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all long-term goals. 5 can be solved almost immediately. I won't be taking anyone to the ball. There was a war going on inside of me, a moral war. I have lived over 38 years combined and all the people around me are teenagers. My mind didn't feel 38, in fact it felt somewhere between 19 and 22. I refused to enter into a relationship with anyone my age, it's as simple as that. As long as they're of adult age then that is a different story, but what adult would accompany a 14-year-old? In short, I will be going to the ball alone. With number 5 marked off of the list I can now concentrate on the rest. I had no clue about how to remove the trace from my wand. The room of requirement took that time to slam 2 books on the desk of the studies. Neither of them had names on the covers. Ah, Kai. I said aloud, not worried about a room reading my mind constantly. I flipped through the first few pages and it was a journal of sorts. Not wanting to waste any time, I started. The ministry approached me today. They asked me about ways to trace underage magic from young wizards and witches. I immediately denied them, but they have threatened my job here at the school. One of them is on the board. I have already thought of several ideas, but they will need to be tested. The journal continued a recap of the day, but nothing about the trace. I continued to turn the pages and skim for any information regarding it. Eventually I found it about halfway through the journal. I finally figured it out, a way to trace underage wizards. It has been a guilty pleasure of mine to figure out the magic of this magnitude, even if I don't like spying on children. I have enchanted a book. The book itself has been enchanted to have never-ending pages, to act as a sort of home base. This home base can have other things, anything would work, keyed into the enchantments. These keys will act as beacons. They are enchanted with a ward that is the most basic of detection wards. It will scan any wizard within its range to determine the age. If it finds your magic under 17 years old then it will mark you. So faint and so soft that it would take a ritual to detect it, but since those have been banned and information about them purged, no one will ever know how to take it off. The idea is to litter the magical outposts with these keys. Originally I thought we could dot the countryside with these keys, but there is the possibility of the muggles finding and moving them, so the magical places in the world will have to suffice, a brick in every building maybe? Anyway, every wizard or witch will need to visit Diagon Alleys and Hogsmeades of the world eventually. That is when they will be marked with the trace. Once marked, the key sends back the information of the wizard it's marked and logs it. Once the wizard uses magic, the book knows instantly. I do not feel good about this, but I do feel a slight sense of accomplishment. I have accumulated the best ways to counter the trace on the page following this one. Unfortunately, it will be the last entry. I will have to lose this journal. I'll have a house elf dispose of it. If anyone ever finds this, my apologies. Anonymous Professor of Hogwarts 1870. I couldn't believe how lucky I was. Holy fucking shit. Summed up my reaction to figuring out how exactly the trace in the Harry Potter world was implemented and who did it. It made sense too. Why wouldn't the ministry approach a professor to carry out this task? Professors at Hogwarts were some of the most accomplished in their fields. It was most likely the charms or arithmancy professor of the time. A part of me wanted to research it to find out, but it also didn't matter at all. I flipped the page and saw the ways the author had to counter the trace. The first was the easiest way to counter the trace. It was an enchantment that was supposed to be cast on a piece of jewelry or something that I would wear every day. The best part was that you could also cast other enchantments on top of it and it would cooperate. My mind was already racing with the possibilities. The second was a little bit harder. It was purely theoretical. It proposed a ritual that was designed to conceal your magic from others. The way the professor worded it was to ward your own magic from others. It didn't actually give any instructions on the ritual. My eyes fell on one of the other books that occupied the desk, the second that fell when the journal was provided by the room of requirement. Setting the journal aside, I grabbed the book and once again there was no title to it. I opened the front page and was met with a fairly basic title. Rowena Ravenclaw's Collection of Rituals. I read aloud. I think I experienced a mind orgasm at the discovery that this was one of the legendary founders. I carefully opened the book to the first page. If you have managed to open the book to this page, then congratulations, you have been deemed worthy of the knowledge. This is an accumulation of all of the rituals that I have managed to gain access to in my travels. The creators, or at the very least the owners of the rituals, have all added the theory and mindset behind the ritual as well as what it is supposed to accomplish. Anything past page 174 is theory about possible rituals that have not been completed. Try at own risk. Rowena Ravenclaw. I looked up from the book as my mind melted to mush at everything the world was supplying me with right now. My luck couldn't get any better. My head shot up, a flick of the wrist and my wand was in my hand. Tempus. 9:56 o'clock at night. 5 minutes to make it to the astronomy tower. Fuck. I yelled as I scrambled to put everything up and realized I would have to run to make it. I woke up in the dorm to the sound of the 7:30 bell signaling breakfast was starting. It was the latest I had slept since the merge. No one was up and ready yet. Oh yeah, we're all teenagers. I got up and quickly went through my morning routine, which only consisted of showering, brushing my teeth, and dressing. My hair was still an ugly red waterfall falling down to my shoulders. I haven't decided on what to do with it yet. After everything was finished, I decided to take a good look at my appearance. Freckles dotted my pale skin. I was clean shaven but my hair fell down to my shoulders just like in the movies. However, I did not look like Rupert Grint. I had some baby fat clinging onto my cheeks and jaw while my cheekbones weren't as defined as in my last life. A longer than average nose poked out of my face, but that was familiar. All in all, I wasn't the most handsome face in the school, nor was I the ugliest. One thing's for sure, I looked completely different than in my last life. I miss my high and sharp cheekbones, and my fit body. I hate the American culture for making me so fucking vain. On the bright side, I am already taller at 14 than I was fully matured in my last life, standing at about 5'7". I knew that I would eventually stand at about 6 feet even if the books were to be believed. I decided to end that line of thinking and got dressed. Soon enough I was walking down to breakfast with Harry enjoying the silence, that is until Hermione joined up with us. "Hello boys, have you finished your essays for Transfiguration and Defense?" Hermione asked as we walked into the Great Hall. I didn't answer at first, instead I steered us to the Gryffindor table. I forgot she normally proofreads our essays. Yeah, we finished it after the announcements of the champions. I stated after we sat down. I started piling my plate full of meats and vegetables, avoiding anything with carbs and ignoring the sugary jams. Orange juice filled my glacé instead of chocolate milk. It was time to start eating healthily again. I would need it for the workouts I was about to start again. It's going to be fun starting over. Well, let's see it then. Hermione demanded after a few moments. I obliged and offered the parchment over to her. Harry did the same. I focused completely on my task of eating enough food to satisfy an elephant, although I did it with much more class than I used to. It took her a couple of minutes to read over mine, but at the end she scrunched her brow and mouthed something to herself. Then she set mine to the side and looked over Harry's. Her frown became even more pronounced. "Ron, who wrote this?" she asked, holding my paper up. I did, why? I answered truthfully. It's really, really good. Thanks. I said, grabbing it back from her and neatly placing it in my bag. She looked at me suspiciously but didn't say anything. Instead she turned her attention to Harry, who was on the opposite side of her, and went over his. My attention was suddenly grabbed when the hall quieted. I looked around to figure out the disturbance and found that almost all of the male population of the hall was staring at the entrance with glassy eyes. Fleur Delacour was walking in with her posse to start their breakfast. They normally don't eat here, must be low on supplies or something. I thought before remembering an important detail. Or broadcasting themselves as available for the ball, trying to catch a date. Either way it doesn't matter to me. Oh, that reminds me. Harry. I called to him from across Hermione. My raised voice carried across the hall and a certain silver-haired girl whipped her head this way, although I didn't see it. What? He said with a mouth full of biscuits. Don't let me forget to tell you something when we're in private. I said a bit quieter than earlier, thinking about the first task. It took us another 15 minutes before we walked out, but as that was happening I noticed a certain Vila looking our direction. Naturally our eyes met, and using the experience of a 24-year-old bachelor, I didn't break eye contact, neither did she. Women don't want meek men. I thought as I held her gaze. Gryffindor courage combined with years of studying psychology kicked in. Then a thought popped up in my mind, that I would later realized was hormone-driven. What if no one warns her about the dragons? And that is why I broke off from the other two of my party members and walked over to her, eye contact the whole time. I leaned down and tapped my ear to let her know of my intentions. She moved her head to the side as I whispered in her ear. It was low enough that no one else could hear but us two. Her face was stony, no visible reaction besides furrowing her brows. I didn't wait for a response and turned around to join my friends. Wait. She said, and I turned back to face her. What is your name? She asked in her sexy accent. Hook, line, sinker. Ron Weasley. I enunciated as properly as possible to make sure she caught it. I turned to my friends once again to join them and noticed that almost the entirety of the Great Hall was listening and watching me. I took one look at the crowd and then walked out. What was that, mate? Harry asked as we made it into the hall. I told her what I'm about to tell you. I said as I pulled the two close, made sure no one was around, and whispered. The first task is dragons, Harry. A few words about how Charlie sent me a note about the dragons solidified my knowing of the task, and Harry never asked again. The next week flew by in a blur and I established a routine. Every morning I would wake up at 7 a.m. and then I would drag Harry to breakfast where we would eat and review the previous classwork before we would turn it in. Then we would go to class, and in the breaks we would hang out with Hermione and the rest of our classmates and also finish some assignments. At the end of the day we would eat dinner together around 6 and then we would all vanish to go do our own things. I went to the room of requirement, Hermione went to the library. Harry spent most of his time at the library stubbornly refusing help from us, determined to figure out the tasks alone. I wasn't sure why, but the only thing I could think about was the propaganda Malfoy and the Slytherins were spreading about how he needed me and Hermione to bail him out of everything. None of it was true. Obviously we all brought something to the table, but I think it hit him hard. I knew he would come up with a shitty plan, but everything would be alright, at least I hoped so. I was too busy catching up on previous year's magic, which I finally did in under a week. I could cast the entire first 3 years' worth of magic silently, although it took some concentration and wasn't seamless yet. I was quite proud of the fact that I mastered 3 years of work in a week. It helped that I had already done it before and I approached it with the mindset of an adult with a little help from a very good book. My left hand had a new addition, a basic silver ring adorned my index finger. The ring was enchanted to interrupt any type of tracking charms placed on my magic. It was actually a well-known enchantment that used to be commonplace for the children of prominent families, more specifically the heir and the heir rings. It is most likely still a part of the enchantments on the heir rings, but considering no one wore them anymore, they were useless. Even the Weasley family heir ring was lost, possibly pawned, a long time ago. A quick thought in the room had provided multiple rings with which to cast the spell. The spell needed to cast the enchantment was actually fairly simple, there weren't any complex wand movements and the mindset was easy to grasp. It only took me 4 tries to successfully cast it. At least I think it was successful, we'll find out this summer I guess. My research into rituals was also fruitful. I already had a few planned, but only one could be done with my current funds and I haven't decided on which one to do yet. The ingredients were quite expensive. The theory behind the rituals also put them into a new light. They weren't dark, nor did they even require any blood. None of my blood at least. Most of them were just ways to make what potions can do, permanent. Although there were a few that I knew a potion couldn't achieve, like the one that I was leaning towards performing immediately. It didn't have a name, but it was one that Rowena, Salazar, and Helga had done. It basically enhances your mind slightly, nothing drastic. It takes away anything that you didn't want, absent-mindedness, ADHD, things like that. A way to improve the foundations of your mind and make you more focused is the best description I can think of. The ritual is supposed to be performed before any type of occlumency is learned. It's a very subtle way of increasing your intelligence. After occlumency is mastered, your memory is boosted and it stacks on the ritual. If occlumency was mastered beforehand, the effects would be lessened. It's very hard for me to explain, but the way that I understand it goes like this. Occlumency is the art of organizing your mind, but the kicker is that magic is supposed to be circulated to the mind while doing this. Magic helps the electrical currents of the neurons in the mind solidify and not stray often. The ritual does the same thing, but when occlumency is already known, the electrical currents in the neurons are already solidified by magic and don't want to change to the way the ritual wants it. But if you do the ritual first and then build upon that foundation, it would take you farther. I would need this if I was going to go toe-to-toe with Tom. Something in the back of my mind told me that Voldemort already performed that ritual on himself also. There were a lot of small rituals that focused on little things like fixing eyesight or changing hair color. The heavy hitters were designed to improve the functions of the body, mind, or magic while leaving everything else intact. They were very detailed. In theory, there was nothing you couldn't achieve with rituals as long as you had the supplies needed and the power to make the change. Astrology was also a major factor in the success of the ritual. Some required there to be a new moon, some a waxing gibbous, etc. I had already priced out the first ritual and what the ingredients cost, and it would set me back 100 galleons, almost a third of what I found in the room of requirements. It turns the twins were very knowledgeable on the prices of supplies. It made sense really, they were constantly brewing or making things for their pranks. I always wondered where the money they made from running a gambling ring went to. That is why he was hunting down Harry 2 weeks before the first task. Finally he found him in a nice isolated corner of the library. He never even looked at me until I plopped down beside him, only then did his emerald orbs meet my sky blue. "What's up, mate?" I asked casually. "Oh, just getting over my latest panic attack." "You?" he casually said back. I couldn't help but laugh. I wanted to tell him that muggles did that without a looming task hanging over their heads, but I didn't. "I have a way to help you and take your mind off of the task, come on," I said as I stood up. "I can't, Ron. Get up, or I'll drag you out of here. We both know you're not actually reading that book," I said as I grabbed his arm and lifted him up. It took him a minute to put all of the books back in the library, but soon enough we were wandering the halls. It didn't take us long to get to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and Harry soon found out why we were here. "We're going exploring," I said as I raised my arms up dramatically. "You want to go into the chamber?" Harry said and gave me the "are you stupid" look. "Yab," I said, giving him the same look back. "Now open it." He didn't argue, instead he concentrated on the snake emblem before speaking. I have heard him speak Parseltongue before, but I could definitely understand how people got creeped out by it. Soon enough the entrance was revealed, and before he could jump in I decided to test a theory of all fanfictions. Ask for stairs, see if it works. Another hissing sound and the stone moved again as stairs appeared before us. "How did you know about that?" he said, shocked. I honestly didn't expect that to work. Nothing else was said between us as I went down first. There were quite a lot of stairs, but eventually we made it to the bottom and continued on. Neither of us said anything until we came to the place where Lockhart tried to obliviate us. "Good memories," I said aloud as we saw the spot. "Yeah, but wasn't this caved in the last time we were here?" he responded, ignoring my comment. "Oh yeah," I said eloquently as I whipped out my wand as prepared myself to run into someone or something. He was right, there should be rocks littered around this area. I cleaned out a path for Harry and Ginny in second year, but it was only enough for someone to squeeze through, not spotless like it was now. Harry did the same after he noticed me. "Nice," I said, noticing his flawless flick of the wrist. I only got a nod in return. "Maybe the chamber is warded to fix itself," I continued. He didn't respond immediately, but eventually croaked out, "Doubt it." We continued walking and didn't speak until we came upon the chamber. I hadn't actually seen the basilisk before, and let me tell you, it was fucking huge. It also hasn't decayed at all since the last time they were down here. Is fanfiction always right? What the fuck, that's like 3 in a row. Dumbledore better not be evil, I thought as I took in the sight of the beast. It hasn't decayed at all. Incredible, I said, not even paying attention to Harry. The body has got to be worth a fortune, I said, planting the seed in his head. Really? He asked as he approached the beast. The venom is the deadliest in the world, right? And the hide is extremely magic resistant, not to mention the rarity. You could name your price, I finished. How would we harvest it? He asked, obviously interested. You could probably hire Gringotts to do it. They would take a cut, but they also have the contacts to sell it. Better than letting it rot here, I told him, taking a gamble on another fanfiction trope. When did he become fond of long silences? I thought as he ignored me. Let's take a look around, you didn't have the chance to explore last time, right? I continued. No, but I don't see any doorways either. Maybe try hissing again. I said jokingly. Finally he started laughing and then he started speaking in Parcel tongue again, but this time it was much longer. Speak to me, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four? I guessed randomly in my head. The mouth of the statue at the end of the chamber opened up with the sound of stone on stone grinding. We both approached it and looked inside. There was no hidden study, only a pipe that descended. I flicked my wand in a basic motion and a light appeared at the end of it and lowered. Harry looked at me shocked. You did that without the incantation? He asked. Yes. It's only a first-year spell, you could probably do it on the first try. I said as my concentration broke and the light hovered. I couldn't see anything other than pipes. The deeper it got, eventually it got useless. Ron, look at this. Harry said from around the back side of the statue. I walked around to look at what he was talking about, and on the side of the statue there was a snake emblem, the same as on the front of the entrance to the chamber. Say whatever you say in the girls' bathroom, maybe it's the same password. I said, taking a guess. Sure enough, another set of stairs rose from the ground. They twisted in the same way that Dumbledore's gargoyle did. I could tell from the depth of the statue that the stairs ran along the opposite side of the pipes. We squeezed beside each other on the stairs as he hissed another command and it lowered us down further into the chamber. My wand was trained and ready as we descended, and soon enough we were met with the sight of a study. The lanterns on the walls immediately lit up. Proximity wards are still active, that means others could be too. I said, warning Harry of the danger. I walked forward first and took in the sight of the room. Immediately when you stepped out of the staircase, there was a table with a few chairs around it, 4 to be exact. Further into the room seemed to be designed similar to what Dumbledore's office was in the movies. There were 2 staircases that ran alongside the walls and led to a raised office. Along the walls were bookshelves filled with perfectly intact books. The middle of the room was decorated with another statue instead of a desk like in the headmaster's office. The statue was of an extremely beautiful witch and was standing as if casting a spell, her robes billowed around her. It was an amazing sculpture. Harry and I silently moved through the room and we both crept up both of the staircases and paused before we entered the study. I counted down from 3 with my fingers and we jumped out prepared to curse the first person we saw. No one. We found a marvelous mahogany desk with a very comfortable looking chair behind it. Behind that was a wall that had multiple windows on it depicting the Great Lake from the depths. Fish swam along it frequently. More books filled the shelves in the walls. We both relaxed and put away our wands. What is this place? Harry asked as we looked around. He grabbed the nearest book off the shelves and stuck his head in it. If I were to guess, this is the real Chamber of Secrets. I answered, walking around. Natural Magic Theory by, no author. Harry read aloud from the book. What is natural magic? I was quick to look in all of the corners for more symbols of snakes and didn't find a single one. Good, I can't take another hidden room. I'm starting to hate my knowledge of tropes. I honestly have no idea, maybe how magic appears in nature. I said in response. I continued after I pulled a book off of a shelf and opened it. This is a perfect place to practice magic, for you. I answered as I pulled a book off of the shelves and opened it. Why only for me? Harry asked as he appeared in my line of sight again. Because these books are blank. I said as I looked up and met Harry's gaze. A frown broke across his face as he walked over to me. It didn't take him long to open the book and reply. No, they aren't. A look of realization appeared on my face, mirroring my mind. You can read them. Yet, you can't. Is it the connection with Voldemort that Dumbledore spoke about many times? Or maybe because of his heritage with the Peverils, it was definitely mentioned that he was distantly related to Voldemort, who was the heir of Slytherin. No, they must be enchanted to only let Parcel Tongues read them. I lied, unable to think of a way to justify my knowledge of the bloodlines. It might be the truth. I could tell that he really didn't know what to say to that. He had a look of guilt on his face, so I decided to put that to rest. It's all right, mate, you have your hidden room, and I've got mine. I said with a grin. Chapter 3, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 3. Hey everyone. This chapter picks up right where the other left. Thanks to everyone who showed the story love. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Harry looked around the room of requirement in wonder. It was the next day after we discovered the hidden study in the Chamber of Secrets. We were already done with classes and our assignments for the day. It turns into whatever you want? He asked. Yes, but it does have rules. For example, it has to follow Gamp's laws, meaning it can't provide food for you. I'm not sure if the books it provides are from everywhere in Hogwarts or just ones left in the Room of Forgotten Things. The same with the objects. I answered and then decided to continue before he could ask. However, I'm pretty sure that it's linked to at least the library. There is no way the selection is this diverse just from people losing stuff around the school. I wonder if I could get the books from Dumbledore's office. I thought while making sure the room didn't act on the question. Wow! This is incredible! He said. Yet, we'll have to compare the rooms after you've gotten used to the chamber. I said, making a few assumptions. If that really is the study of Salazar Slytherin, should I even learn anything from there? Wasn't he evil? Harry said after a second. Those are the rumors, we don't know that for sure. I said, and then quieted, thinking about how to approach the subject. One thing that I have learned since I started coming here and learning is that magic isn't black and white like everyone thinks. Sure, there are some spells that are definitely dark, but you could easily lift someone in the air with the levitation spell and drop them, causing them harm or even killing them, right? Well, yeah, I guess. Then that means that it is up to the person casting the spell to determine what is right and wrong. Knowledge is only half the battle, intent is the other half. I finally finished trying to subtly change the way he thought about the chamber. The knowledge in there is too valuable, it could give him insights to Tom. I'll stop him if he goes down the wrong path. I justified to myself. His mind seemed to be working miles a minute. We've all got light and dark in us. What matters is the part we choose to act on. That's who we really are. He whispered finally. I smiled as I recognized the quote from what Sirius told him in second year. What if you find something that helps you with the tasks? We need every advantage we can get. I continued, pretending like I didn't hear him. We continued to talk for a little while longer about nothing important. He still refused to let me help him with the tasks, and if I'm being honest, I had no idea how to fight a dragon. The 2 weeks leading up to the first task flew by, and I was amazed at the progress I was moving within my studies. I made it to the end of the year in Transfiguration, and I was starting charms soon. I expected the progress to be much slower, but to be fair, it was mainly because there wasn't a lot of spells taught during Transfiguration. Most of the information covered is theoretical, and they spend almost the whole year perfecting cross-species switches and the vanishing charm. Both of which I could perform silently and with minimal wand movement. Not only have I gotten through the textbook, but I have mastered the material. I was making good progress, and if I continued on this same pace, then I would be halfway through the next year by the time spring came around. In my mind, it wasn't enough. I was making good progress but not great, and that is why I sent out the owl to order my ingredients for the ritual. If everything went well and the order came in soon enough, then I would complete the ritual on Saturday, December 17th, about 3 weeks out. That was when the full moon would come out. That would give me the following Sunday to recover. Supposedly it takes a lot out of you and it's best to sleep the effects off. It set me back quite a bit with my funds, and I still didn't know how to go about making any more money. Harry hadn't been back down to the chamber to my knowledge, and my subtle manipulation into having him harvest the basilisk and give me some of the funds hadn't gone anywhere. I had a plan for that, however, and it would be a better solution for all. I just had to get him to agree to it. I broke out of my thoughts when Hermione plopped down beside me. We were sitting in the student section of the stands waiting on the first task to start. They haven't unveiled the dragons yet, but I knew Cedric would be the first to go. I hadn't talked to anyone since sitting down. All I could think about was how I let Harry prepare for the task alone and he might get killed. Under my robes I gripped my wand tight as the familiar warmth brought me some comfort. I tried to distract myself by looking around and saw multiple aurors stationed around the stands, along with the dragon tamers. I could even see my brother closer to the gate where the dragons would be brought in. Eventually the tamers brought in the eggs and placed them strategically in the nest. Next the massive beasts were brought in, stunned. Charlie was actually the one to cast the spell to awaken the Swedish short snout. It jumped up suddenly and looked around to all the people in the stands. The cannon took that moment to sound, and it drew the attention of the dragon. Before it could act, Cedric walked out into the arena to the sound of the announcer's call of his name. As soon as it noticed him, it placed its body in between him and the eggs. Cedric wasted no time in transfiguring a rock into a dog that ran around the fields, taking the attention of the beast. Cedric creeped up the rocks and had his wand trained on the dog. He must have had it charmed to wait until the right moment, because all it was doing was buying time. Soon enough he found his moment, and the dog strayed very close to the dragon. It gave chase immediately, intent on eliminating the threat. Cedric moved immediately and sprinted the rest of the distance to the eggs. He doesn't hesitate, I'll give him that. There is a reason he was chosen, I guess. I thought as I saw him go for it. I knew what was happening, and even I couldn't help but wince when the dragon noticed his mad dash, turned around, and sprayed magical fire in his direction. He dove to the ground dramatically, but it helped him avoid most of the flames. The next thing the crowd saw was him racing towards the dragon tamers, one hand clutching a golden egg, and the other holding the right side of his face. It wasn't on fire, but you could definitely tell that some areas had second-degree burns, but no doubt they had the appropriate potions on hand to deal with the damage. His handsome face would live to see another day. The tournament didn't delay at all, as the short snout was stunned by no less than 15 spells. It fell and was carried off immediately by magic. The other was already heading inside the arena, and another egg was placed in the nest. Soon the dragon was woken by the handlers. The announcer was on top of the game as he yelled out. And the champion of bows batons, Fleur Delacour. Then a cannonball. The Vila walked out and just like Cedric her wand was in the air almost immediately. Don't give yourself a chance to freeze, good tactic. To the average student it would look like she was waving her wand frantically, but I could tell she was in complete control of the movements and even recognized most of them and their purpose. I couldn't hear what she was saying from where I was, but immediately a haze settled over the dragon's eyes. It seemed to understand what was happening and shook its head dramatically, trying to stay awake and protect its eggs. Fleur showed no outward reaction besides continuing the incantation. I was looking on very interested as the wand movements restarted and eventually I could see the pattern. She was repeating it over and over. No doubt it was draining her magic like crazy. I knew I would have trouble casting at the pace she was going. She's powerful. My mind supplied. And absolutely gorgeous. The hormones added. The dragon didn't do much more thrashing, instead it just slowly lowered its head to the ground and closed its eyes. She stopped casting after confirming that it was indeed asleep. It looked like it was just in time too, because I could see a wobble in her legs as she started to the nest. I looked away in amazement at the display in casting but snapped my head back when I heard a gasp from the crowd. The dragon apparently snorted in its sleep and cinched her skirt. I laughed. I forgot about that. I thought with a smile. How can you laugh at something like that, Ronald? Oh, Hermione is mad. Sorry, just remembered a joke. At a time like this. She huffed. She must be nervous for Harry. I thought. Our interaction distracted me long enough that I jumped when the cannon went off and Victor was announced. He used the same tactics that he did in the books and the first spell out of his wand was sent towards the eyes. He missed his first few casts but on the 5th try he hit. Honestly it was more luck than anything, and the dragon flailed around roaring and blind. The dragon started thrashing about as Crumb approached and before he could get there all of the eggs were knocked around and destroyed. Except the golden egg, of course. It must have had some strong enchantments on it because it still looked flawless when he picked it up and walked it out. The dragon was stunned by the handlers and went down with a whining sound. I actually felt bad for the Chinese fireball. A creature of the skies and magic didn't deserve blindness. No doubt she would have to be put down. So majestic, but I wouldn't want to meet her in a dark alley. Eventually the Hungarian horntail was brought out after her eggs were placed in the nest. Immediately you could tell that this was a different breed. Her eyes danced around the arena, a challenge to anyone who would dare try and touch her eggs. Dangerous. My mind supplied as I took in the sight of an apex predator. My wand was now in my hand out in the open without me realizing it. I was actually prepared to cast at any moment even though my mind wasn't sure which spell it would be. The cannon went off and in stepped the boy who lived. He instantly dove behind a rock as the horntail shot a jet of flame at him. Everyone could see him waving his wand toward the sky from behind the rock. Summoning his firebolt. Almost immediately after that first spell he came around from behind the rock and cast a simple shield to absorb some of the fire as he moved around the arena. I forgot he knew the shield charm this early. I hadn't gotten that far ahead yet. I have to start dueling, or at least practicing some chain combinations. I thought as I watched Harry dance around the arena. I was starting to get worried that he didn't cast the summoning charm right, but soon enough his firebolt came soaring through the skies and he jumped on it in mid-air. It was surprisingly graceful too. Soon enough he outflew the dragon and acquired the egg, a bit faster than the other champions did. Hermione and I got up and started making our way to the healer's tent to congratulate Harry. I was just happy that I hadn't changed the plot too much to get him killed. Barty must have given him some advice again. The tent was a short distance away so it wasn't a far walk. We saw Harry outside the tent and walked right up to him. Hermione didn't even say anything, instead she hugged him. Brilliant display of flying. I said enthusiastically as I slapped him on the back. Thanks, play to your strengths yet? He said in response. I nodded in response and the two of them started talking about the spells he used. That was the first time Hermione had seen a shield charm apparently. Right as we turned to walk back towards the castle to celebrate I saw a flash of silver out of the corner of my eye. Fleur. She didn't seem shocked to see me, in fact she smirked slightly and walked over to us. I was about to speak when she broke into my personal space and whispered in my ear. Thank you. I could only stare off into space as I was left with the tingling sensation of a hand on my arm from where she grabbed me and the smell of vanilla. She did that on purpose, payback from last time? The game has begun. I broke my trance, turned back to find my friends staring at the interaction and said. Time to celebrate. And celebrate we did. I thought as I looked at the runic array at my feet. The ingredients for the ritual arrived a week ago, all I was waiting for was the perfect lunar cycle, which was today. The ingredients consisted of a lot of the same plants that were found in potions that affected the mind. Everything from the wit sharpening potion, a few from the memory potion, and even a key ingredient to Verita serum. The most important was a plant that only grew along the Nile in Egypt. It was said to be the main dish of sphinxes, which made sense considering their rumored intelligence. They were all laid out in a heptagon pattern with ritual chalk connecting them in completely straight lines, the type only possible with magic. Each ingredient was placed in the corners of the heptagon. The ritual book didn't have too much to go on with theory, but I have figured out that arithmancy is a huge part of the equation. It was a big ritual, so the number 7 could be found throughout the equation, the heptagon being the most obvious. Apparently every single ritual either had 3 or 7 ingredients, with the book only theorizing on rituals of 7 sevens, 3 threes, 7 threes, or 3 sevens. No one was crazy enough to try it, there were too many things that could go wrong. At least I knew that this particular ritual was already successful with some of the most influential wizards and witches of all time. I started to undress. Any extra magical items inside the heptagon could possibly interfere with the ritual, so everything came off. Soon I was alone inside the circle with my clothes neatly folded up on the side of the room. I was starting to shake, I was so nervous. Gryffindor courage, let's go, you can do this. I repeated the mantra over and over in my mind, and eventually my eyes hardened and I channeled my magic into the heptagon. The chalk caught fire at the first ingredient and started to spread immediately, and my mind focused on what I was trying to accomplish. The book never stated that it was necessary, but intent was always the most important aspect of magic after all. There was a slight tingling in my skull, but it didn't hurt, that is until the fire reached the second ingredient. Then there was a dull pounding as a headache formed behind my eyes. The third ingredient didn't increase the pain, all it did was throw my equilibrium off and the room spun. Eventually that stopped and the world righted itself when the fire reached the fourth ingredient. That is when the real pain started. It felt like a hot coal was dropped into the middle of the brain, and it slowly started to spread to the other parts of my mind, matching the speed of the fire. The fifth ingredient did the opposite, the fire started at the outside of my brain and moved inwards. The sixth ingredient spread that fire throughout the rest of my body, presumably to include the other neurons in the process. The fire moved agonizingly slowly between that and the last ingredient. Is someone screaming? Thankfully the final ingredient was almost instantaneous. It felt like a bolt of lightning ran through the entire length of my body. My muscles clenched like I just grabbed a power line and then released a second later. I couldn't move for what felt like hours. In reality it was only a couple of minutes. When I did, I realized that I was in the fetal position with my head in my hands when before I had been lying on my back. The screaming from earlier was most likely me. I stood up and could barely control my limbs as I stumbled over to the bed and collapsed, falling asleep almost instantly. I woke up to the sound of an alarm, the dull ache that ran through my nerves after the ritual was gone. I sat up and looked around. The room was exactly like it was when I went to sleep. The ritual chalk was black as night instead of white, signaling that the ritual was complete. My clothes sat neatly folded in a pile and my wand holster, with both my wands sheathed, rested on top. I moved to get out of the bed, and as I pulled up the covers to exit I noticed a change already. My limbs seemed to move exactly where I wanted them to. I never even realized I wasn't moving optimally until now. Side effect of the ritual, improved hand-eye coordination. The book never mentioned this change, but it isn't unwelcome. I continued moving and discovered that it extended to the rest of my body also, a sense of grace that wasn't there before. Will it still be here after I finish growing? I couldn't help but wonder. I got dressed swiftly and looked outside the window of the room that was always present when I made the rooms. The view is just too good. About noon? Hopefully I only slept through the night and not into the next week. I continued out of the room of requirement and headed down to the Great Hall. My stomach growled on the way down, signaling how hungry I am. I found Harry at the Gryffindor table and sat down to join him. Where have you been? He asked in between chews. At the room, I had an important project. I said, deciding not to lie but not wanting to tell him either. My plate kept getting higher as I piled food on it. Is today Sunday? I asked before he could continue. Yes. Are you all right, mate? He said, looking at me like I was crazy. We continued eating for a bit, and after I finished I decided to tease him a bit. Found a date to the ball yet? He only groaned in response. I laughed loudly. Ever since McGonagall told them about the ball he had been running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I told you to ask Hermione. She'll say yes, if she doesn't already have a date. I said, trying to get him a pity date. A part of me felt weird proposing it, considering in another timeline, universe, dimension, we would have kids together. The other part wasn't attracted to her at all because of the age difference that didn't actually exist. This is all so confusing, but the heart wants what it wants. Excuse me. I heard from behind me. Is that why the hall got quiet? I turned to face her as I wiped my mouth and hands with a napkin. The smell of vanilla wafted around her. Fleur. She wasn't wearing her school uniform, instead some casual clothes that showed off her curves perfectly. Hello. I responded as I noticed who it was, trying to ignore the raging hormones in the back of my mind. Real smooth Casanova. I was wondering if I could speak to you for a moment outside. She asked. Her accent has gotten better. I noted in the back of my mind. Sure. I said and stood up. I'm done eating anyway. As we walked out of the hall I noted that I was slightly taller than her. My eyes came to the top of her forehead. And then they fell down to another place for a moment. my blush could probably be seen by everyone. Especially since they're still staring. It was true, most of the male population was still staring at Fleur as we walked out, even some girls. She continued walking as we left the Great Hall and I increased my pace to catch up to her side. What did you want to talk to me about? Do you have a date for the Yule Ball? She asked in the same tone as someone who asked for you to pass the salt. No, I was planning on going alone. I answered quickly and honestly as my mind blanked at the question. Why is she asking me that? My mind supplied never even considering the most obvious answer. She stopped at my answer and turned to me, we locked eyes as I did the same. Good, you can take me then, I am in need of a date and I'm tired of waiting on you to ask me. Her accent really has improved. I couldn't help but think, instead of actually processing what she was telling me. Waiting on me to ask her. What? I did the only thing any 14-year-old male could in the situation. Okay. She smiled then, obviously happy at my reaction. Good, I'll be wearing silver. And then she was gone. My eyes were trained on the spot she previously occupied until my body caught up with my thoughts and I turned to her retreating figure. Her perfect hips swayed slightly more than before. Chapter 4, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. Sorry I am so late posting this today, work went later than usual. Important, story will be posted on Sundays starting 8/25. This is a much easier schedule for me. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Ron stood there panting and looked at the scene in front of him. Training dummies lay destroyed around the room, an effect of his anger. The ground was charred black and smoking in some places, a result of throwing blasting curses and the weak fire spells he knew. How could I be so stupid? I thought as I collapsed into the chair the room provided for me. This whole time I never even considered how my actions could affect the future of my family. Bill and Fleur would sometime meet next year or so and then within a year after that, they would marry. Both would survive the war and then they would have 3 children together. Now because of his actions that may never happen. Now Bill and Fleur may never find love, and their children might not exist. All because I wanted to flirt with an attractive girl to feed my ego. Even if nothing happened between us after the ball then maybe she denies Bill later because she feels bad about us going to the ball. Or maybe Bill never approaches her because he will inevitably find out who my date is. I never expected it to be anything, the flirting wasn't supposed to lead to anything. Now we are set to go to the ball together in 6 days' time. There was no way I could back out either, I already sent off my dimensions and an order of dress robes to match her dress. It was the day after she asked me and during breakfast, my owl returned from Madame Malkin's and inside was a ruler that took my dimensions and recorded them on a piece of paper. I sent the owl back almost immediately to make sure the robes were done in time. Then later during the day in class, my mind was preoccupied with the details of the ball, more specifically, my date. Divination was boring as always and my mind drifted to the future, then I connected the dots. I came to the room almost immediately after and trashed it. It's possible she's not really interested, I could just be the only option. I thought trying to calm down. I don't even remember who she took during the books. The worst detail of it all was that I was really looking forward to the ball. I learned a few lessons over the week leading up to the ball. The first was that Harry still didn't have a date and there were only 2 days left. The second, I was an idiot who didn't think about the repercussions of his actions. The third is that Fleur is really hard to find if you didn't know where to look, I still hadn't found her to talk about the details of the ball. The fourth was that it was getting profoundly easier to focus as the days passed. Casting was becoming so much easier and more fluid. It was like I was wading through water before the ritual and now every motion was faster, more precise. The changes in performance of my mind is difficult to explain. Before I had to actually try to memorize something, mainly by connecting it to something I was interested in and then trying to use the information over and over to truly learn it. Now the steps in between are unnecessary, I read the information and could apply it to what I already learned instantly. Before, it was like there was a house that represented my mind and there was a door between the relevant information and I had to open it before the cooperated. Now there was only a huge auditorium encompassing the whole of my mind and the information flowed seamlessly. This didn't apply to the memories of my other life, it was as if they were pushed to a corner of my mind. However, since the personality of my other life was still merged the Ron of this world, nothing really changed. It actually explained why it was so hard to think about the changes he was making to the future. In the end it was hard for me to care. Logically I knew that the moment we merged, the future was going to change and I wouldn't be able to control all of it. The guilt of what I had done to Bill and Fleur's future was washed away with the fact that whoever or whatever brought me here was to blame for the changes. I was thrown into this body, this mind, to change things. I am not to blame for the far-reaching consequences. I thought. Plus she's the one who asked me to the ball. I finished as I stopped my daily run. Christmas holidays was currently going on and most of the population had left to go home for the breaks, everyone besides the champions. It was highly recommended they stay on campus to prepare for the Yule Ball. I spent the last few days since accepting Fleur's proposal practicing as much magic as possible. The daily routine that I established had been changed and upgraded since the ritual. At meals I would eat a high protein and low carbs. After classes I would eat then head straight to the room where I would study new magic for 2 hours before I would work out, both magical and physical, for the rest of the night. For the first 2 hours I would focus on finishing any assignments and the curriculum of the school years to make sure that I kept up with my studies. I was progressing extremely fast ever since the ritual, like insanely fast. Most of the time I would finish with time to spare and then I would research dueling and read on the theory of future years. The physical workouts were purely calisthenics, dueling did require a lot of movement after all. I didn't need a lot of strength, magic could move any obstacle I needed, so why do I need to be able to lift a lot? I would focus on body weight workouts while also incorporating a lot of cardio. I have been running a mile a day for the past week and already my young body was adapting quickly. Next week I would bump it up to 2 miles and then start improving the pace and times at which I ran. This would be done 4 times a week. After I did the physical workouts, I practiced dueling. I spent the first few days researching dueling styles and tactics before just learning spells. All the books I found about the subject said to start learning how to chain spells together, ones that the wand movements could lead into the other. Then practice until they became second nature. There were some beginner chains that were in the books but they lacked power and would only work against people not prepared for a fight. I had already mastered those. A chain of 5 spells sent one after another with no pauses. I could most likely beat everyone in my year with that chain alone. Too bad I wouldn't be dueling 14-year-olds in the future, I needed to be able to take down Death Eaters. People who were said to be on par with an Auror. That was what led me to finally opening a book the room provided after I finished A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned. There was nothing on the outside to notify this book being the sequel. On the inside the format was the same as the first book and the title read The Road to Legendary Casting. I wasted no time in turning to the first page of the first chapter. Have you ever wondered why it is that people feel the need to point their wand at their target but never actually aim with it? If you were to test the trajectory of how spells are cast, then you would find that the data would not represent where the magic actually ended up at. We are taught at a young age that intent is the most important aspect of magic, not the direction the wand is pointing. The ones who know this typically stumble across it on their way to greatness. This is the exact way my partner and I discovered this neat trick. He has now become infinitely pleased with fooling the masses. We are fascinated on wand lore and one day we asked ourselves, how could people wield staves in the same manner that wands are used? There are some still preserved in museums around the world after all. How would it work? Then we asked another important question, would you have to point it? I will stop dancing around the subject. Channeling magic through the wand is the one and only necessary part of casting. The most accomplished researchers raise their hand without the wand showing and candles around the room catch flame, the spectators are in awe of wandless magic. Preposterous, simply put, it is an illusion. Wizards may only accomplish the most basic of things without a wand. Lighting 50 candles in a room with conjuration is next to impossible for one without a wand. Wizards need a foci for intense magic, always have and always will. While they raise their left hand, the right wrist is in contact of the wand in their wands, and they channel their magic through their foci, whether they know it or not, and then they enact their will upon the world. We have speculated that most who accomplish these feats never even realize it. Their minds subconsciously recognize their hand as nothing more than an impromptu wand, but the magic reaches out to what it is most familiar with, the actual wand. The subconscious tricks the mind in many other areas already, why wouldn't it when it comes to magic? When you learn to trick your subconscious, that is when legendary casting begins. Fucking hell. I thought as I grasped the concepts. It explained so much, why a wrist holster? Why not a belt? Simply put, because it's harder to channel your magic through the middle of the body, the mind thinks it's easier to channel it through the wrist, so it is. Why did the most accomplished casters wear long sleeve robes? Everyone knows that the trend started with the founding four. Holy shit! Grindelwald was notorious for waving his left hand in conjunction with his wand hand. During the duel with Dumbledore it was said that shields were conjured and spells were fired near simultaneously, everyone thought it was pure speed but instead it was the epitome of skill. They truly were firing multiple spells at the same time, just from different parts of their body. I continued reading and discovered that the book was even shorter than the last, that was literally the only text that was about theory, the rest of the book described practices to help you trick your subconscious. Finally as I got to the last page there was an author with a little note at the end. I would recommend mastering Occlumency before even attempting this level of casting. The strain on the mind might be too much. Gellert Grindelwald. I didn't sleep that night. Christmas Day eventually arrived. I had only gotten 3 people presents, Harry, Hermione, and Fleur. Harry's present was very simple. It was a ring that had the same enchantment on it as mine did, allowing him to use magic outside of Hogwarts. I was hoping to help him avoid the trial before next year. Hermione's was a book from the room of requirement called Arithmancy Through the Ages. Fleur's was a simple necklace. A silver chain with a small sapphire attached that was left in Hogwarts sometime in the past. The room really was a blessing to a boy from a poor family. None of them got me any, but that was okay. Children weren't supposed to get each other presents, and since I didn't consider myself a child, well then it was perfectly okay. I received my customary knit sweater from my mother and that was it, which was perfectly okay with me. I spent the whole day with the two of them relaxing and playing chess. We all went our separate ways to get dressed and meet up with our dates. I can't wait for them to see who I'm going with. My thoughts provided. I hadn't told anyone of what Fleur asked me a week ago. Eventually I was completely dressed in brand new dress robes. They were a bit different from Harry's in the movies. The outer robe was black and didn't puff out like his did, instead it was fairly tight-fitting. Underneath it I wore a white long-sleeved dress shirt with a black vest that had silver accents in it. The pants, shoes, and belt were a simple black. A black and silver striped bow tie sat perfectly tight on my neck. I was ready 2 hours beforehand and I decided that a slightly different look was needed for my hair. It is a formal even after all. I thought, trying to rack my brains for what could be done with it. Eventually I decided, and the room provided a book for making the changes. It was a simple spell that pulled the hair back tight and tied off a low bun, with the hair on the back of my head flowing down my neck. It was a very stylish man bun. If Fleur didn't like it then I would just wear it normally. With everything in order I left the room and headed downstairs. I eventually caught up to her and we decided to just meet up with the other champions and join each other there. I was always early everywhere I went in my other life and tonight was no different. I quickly found Professor McGonagall by herself waiting for the champions to arrive. There were already a small amount of people in the hall eating. "Mr. Weasley, how can I help you?" she asked when she noticed me approaching. "Are you waiting for the champions, Professor?" "I am, they should be here shortly, you should head inside." Her response was quick. "I agreed to meet with my date here," she said. "You told her to find you before we sat down." I replied carefully, not saying my date's name aloud, testing to see if she'd figure it out. She just stared at me for a moment before it clicked. "Ah, well then you are welcome to wait with me." I didn't say anything, so she made conversation. "You know you will have to open the ball with the first dance, correct?" At my nod she continued. "Yet you didn't come to the rehearsal dance. Do you know how to dance?" I smiled, remembering my past life. "I'm sure I'll manage, Professor." "Well, if you dance half as well as you perform in classes nowadays you'll do more than manage," she responded, looking at me from the corner of her eye, no doubt wanting to know my reaction. "What do you mean, Professor?" I asked curiously. "Don't think your drastic increase in grades hasn't drawn any attention from the staff, we discuss these things frequently, you know. Did you know you haven't gotten below exceeds expectations on any assignments since the beginning of November?" she said, fully facing me now with a stern expression. "She thinks I'm cheating." I could see it on her face. "Yet, I decided to take my studies more seriously this year," I replied honestly. She would freak if she knew that I was on the 6th year curriculum for Transfiguration. Luckily our conversation was interrupted by Harry arriving. "Ron? What are you doing here? You're not a champion?" he asked with Pavarti on his hip. "Just helping Professor sort you all out before everything starts," I said, giving McGonagall a look so that she wouldn't ruin the surprise. After that, Krum and Hermione arrived together at the same time as Cedric and Cho. The look on Harry's face at seeing how beautiful Hermione looked was hilarious. I told him he should have asked her. I lifted my head and saw an image that deserved to be memorialized on a portrait the size of the Great Hall. Fleur was stunning. Her silver dress was slightly different than the one she wore in the movies. The straps were slightly thicker and were on both sides of her shoulders. The length was a little shorter than depicted and it was much tighter on her than the other. It looked painted onto her perfect body. Her hair was done up elegantly in a bun that was just perfect. Her legs ran for miles and were perfectly toned. Her breasts sat perfectly in her dress and showed just the right amount of cleavage. Right above that rested the necklace that I gifted her this morning, and it just seemed to complete the outfit. I couldn't even tell if she was wearing makeup. No wonder girls are always jealous of Velas. They are goddesses. I walked over to her before she could join us completely and she held out her hand in a very traditional manner. A smirk on her face told me she thought this funny. I obliged and embraced it with my own, brought it up to my lips and placed a chaste kiss on it. "You look stunning," I managed to get out. "Thank you. You dress up well," she said with running her eyes over my form and my tight-fitting outfit. "You changed your hair," she said with a raised eyebrow. "I like it." "Thanks. Shall we?" I asked as I offered my arm to her. We walked arm in arm up to the rest of the champions and the look on Harry and Hermione's would forever be burned in my memory. Professor McGonagall didn't waste any time. "Now that you are all here, you can go inside and enjoy dinner. Remember, when the band starts playing, the 8 of you will dance first, and then others will join after that." She didn't wait for us, instead she went inside and sat at one of the tables filled with professors and other important people. All of us decided to sit at the same table so that we could join the dance at the same time. That and we were all familiar with each other. Once we were settled and eating, I decided to get to know my date a little more. I see you got my present this morning. It's beautiful, and matched my dress. She answered. I feel bad because I didn't get you anything. Don't. I didn't expect anything, it's the giving that counts, right? But still. She responded slightly down. I decided to change the subject to brighten her mood. Have you figured out the clue to the second task? Her mood shifted to slightly down to pleased. Yes, but I won't tell you what it is. She teased. I already know. Harry hasn't figured it out yet. I whispered so that he wouldn't hear us from the other side of the table. Why don't you tell him then? She asked skeptically. I will eventually, but he's got some time before the second task. I want to see if he can figure it out himself. I responded truthfully. She gave me a look that said she didn't believe me and I was trying to trick her. So to prove it I responded. Mermish. Then I tapped my glass of water. Her eyes widened. How do you know Mermish? She asked. I laughed, realizing my mistake. I don't actually, I just know the sound it makes above water. The night continued like that as we made small talk and got to know one another. Eventually the awkwardness left and we were making jokes. Then she returned with glasses of wine that I know must have come from a flask from somewhere. It was after our second glass that Dumbledore got everyone's attention and the tables were cleared as the Weird Sisters took to the stage. Before they began I offered my hand to a red-faced Fleur. Too much wine. May I have this dance? I asked seriously. She took it and I led her to the floor. I grabbed her confidently but didn't let my hands wander as the band started. My body remembered the steps from my last life as I led her across the dance floor. The night continued like that, I couldn't count how many times we danced. It was refreshing. Dancing was something that I enjoyed and was good at in my last life. I even got to dance with Hermione and some of the older Gryffindor's girls while Fleur didn't dance with anyone else. Even Harry was enjoying himself and not sulking in the corner like in the books. He couldn't dance to save his life but at least he was having fun. After another dance with someone whose name I never caught, I noticed Fleur had 3 older students around her vying for her attention. I felt guilty for leaving her alone and decided to rescue her. I walked in the middle of their little circle, right up to Fleur and grabbed her hand. She followed without complaint to an abandoned table off to the side. Sorry for leaving you alone. It's okay, you are a good dancer and everyone can tell. I think they just wanted someone who didn't step on their toes. She responded, making me laugh. She's actually pretty funny. Does that happen a lot? I said, pointing to the 3 boys from earlier. Unfortunately, it's the allure. She responded. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I asked as completely forgetting about her heritage as a Vila. Can we leave? I don't feel like dealing with that anymore. She said, showing some vulnerability. Yeah, I'll walk you back. I said as I got up and threw my outer robe over my shoulder. It had come off earlier in the night. I was afraid you couldn't dance. She said as we walked in the direction of the Bosbaton rooms. I was obviously wrong. We both laughed at the end of the sentence. Along the way she took a detour and walked in the direction of the Black Lake. She was wearing my robe because of the cold. I am not tired. I don't want the night to end. She continued. I didn't say anything for a minute, pondering if I should show her the room of requirement. What's the worst that could happen? Well, follow me then. To go where? She asked, giving me an odd look. You'll love it, I promise. I said. But it's kind of a secret. She gave me a skeptical look then. I promise I am not going to murder you. I said jokingly. That earned me a laugh as she answered. Okay, Ron Weasley, show me this secret. After quite the walk we made it to the 7th floor. Surprisingly we didn't run into anyone the entire time, the sounds from the Great Hall could still be heard. There weren't any patrols because of the ball. They've got to wrap up soon, it's past midnight. Are you sure you aren't going to kill me? She asked as I walked up to the blank wall. Yes, this is going to sound crazy but walk back and forth in front of this wall 3 times and think of the place that you want. I said. She tilted her head and gave me a "are you crazy" look. Okay. She did as I asked and stopped after the 3rd time, then the door melted out of the wall just like it always did and her face morphed from disbelief into shock. I didn't say anything, instead I walked up and gestured her forward. We entered the room together and what I found was a room, from what I guessed it was her room at Bosbatons. The view from the window showed a chateau with gorgeous lawns and mountains rising around it. She muttered something in French that I didn't catch as we stepped into the room. What is this place? She asked with nothing but joy in her face. No one knows the official name, and I think I am one of the only people alive that know of its existence. I call it the room of requirement, it arranges itself based on what you want. I answered. She didn't say anything, instead she closed the distance between us and jumped into my arms, giving me a hug. "This is exactly what I needed," she murmured into my neck. Neither of us moved to break the hug, and eventually the room picked up on her intentions. "At least I think it's hers." A very slow musical tone started from somewhere in the room and I started moving immediately. There were no fancy movements, just two people enjoying the other's presence. "You're homesick?" I asked. "Yes, this is my room at Beaux Batons," she answered immediately. I didn't respond. Instead we danced until the music stopped. "Can it change while we're in here?" she asked as we separate. "Try." Soon enough the room shifted and we were in a bigger room. She seemed satisfied at the progress and then concentrated again. "This is amazing. Let me have control," I said once I realized that my wants weren't being responded to. She closed her eyes and concentrated, and I did the same. The room shifted around us again and my normal room with a few changes greeted us. The window overlooking the Great Lake had a half moon reflected off the surface. The chimney had firewood in it and warmth filled the room. It had no practice range, instead another window overlooked the Hogwarts grounds. Instead of an office desk and chair, a single table with two chairs appeared with a candle in the middle of the small table. "Very romantic," she said in response to the scene. "But I can do better." The two chairs and table turned into a love seat, barely big enough for both of us to sit in. Two wine glasses sat on a table beside it. Glasses? How did she take back control of the room? She moved to the seat before me and grabbed the glasses as she produced the flask from somewhere in her dress and poured the wine in it. She plopped down and took her feet off while patting the space next to her, implying for me to sit next to her. I obeyed and threw my arm over the side of her head and grabbed her shoulder as she leaned onto my chest. We both sat in silence and drank about a half of a glass before I started talking. "Why me?" I asked. She shifted slightly and threw one of her legs over mine as the chair reclined and we got more comfortable. "You remember when you asked me if what those boys were doing happens a lot?" she said as I started massaging her scalp. "Yes, you said it was the allure," I answered truthfully as I continued to play with her hair. "You don't feel it, do you?" she asked as she sat up and looked at me. I tried to feel around me magically and couldn't tell any difference. "No. Do you mind if I try?" she asked. "Go ahead," I responded. Then her features shifted slightly and her eyes became more pronounced as her face elongated slightly. I still didn't feel any type of compulsion, instead I focused on memorizing her transformation. Her face gained some scales along the skin as she took it even further. Some would say that Vila got unattractive as they showed them their other form, but I couldn't deny that even seeing her like this was shocking, but it didn't change my view of her. I saw angry Vila at the Quidditch World Cup after all. Then faster than when she first shifted, she was back to normal. "You didn't do anything. You don't feel it at all." "I think I feel a little bit, but not enough to influence any thoughts about you," I answered. Her eyebrows came together in a V as she thought about what I said. Abruptly she downed the rest of the glass of wine and set it on the table next to the chair. Then she turned, grabbed my face and planted a kiss on my lips. I froze, obviously not expecting the kiss. Eventually I came to my senses as I returned the kiss and intensified it. The hand that was playing with her hair earlier went to her neck as instinct took over. She was talented, but I eventually won the battle our tongues were engaged in. We separated after a few more intense kisses. She continued to look down at me and I could tell her lips would be bruised in the morning from how puffy they were. She bit her lip and then set her head back down on her chest. I honestly didn't know what to think about what just happened, so I went back to playing with her hair. Neither of us spoke for a long time and eventually I felt her breathing even out as soft snores filled the air. A blanket fell across us as the room fell back into my will and I realized I doomed myself to a dead arm in an awkward moment in the morning. Worth it, was the last thought that crossed my mind as I drifted off to sleep. A/N, way a-a-a-ot. And that is the end of the Yule Ball, folks. What did you think about it? What does everyone think about the romance? I personally think I am terrible at writing it, but I'd like to know what everyone else thinks. Pretty sure a Fleur POV will be necessary in the future to explain her side of things. Does that sound like a good idea? When I was writing this chapter I couldn't help but feel like this whole Fleur thing was writing itself. It just made sense to me. It feels a little fast, but really their first interaction was a month beforehand, plenty of time for Fleur to decide to ask Ron to the ball. Plus the heart wants what the heart wants. Plus teenagers make stupid decisions all the time, hormones. What about the magical theory from earlier in the chapter? I think it fits, but I want to know what everyone else thinks. Tell me in the reviews. Chapter 5, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 5. Hello everyone. Important, updates will now be Sundays for this story. A brief Fleur POV to start the chapter, we'll eventually switch back to Ron, so don't worry. I asked and you all responded with a yes to the Fleur POV, let me know how I did. I think these little snippets into her mind will be what I incorporate from her and maybe a few other characters in the future. Tell me what you think about that format in the reviews. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Fleur awoke to the sun's rays shining through the windows. Her neck ached and her lips were swollen as her head lifted from its position. It took her a moment to realize what happened the night before. She could remember it all clearly, how they had left the ball early because she was uncomfortable, their walk through the grounds outside, and then their romantic finish to the night. I fell asleep on his chest. The way he kissed her, easily more skilled than any other. She didn't have but 2 others to compare it to, but he outstripped them by light years. I didn't even know who he was a month before. The cute redhead attached to her competition's hip. And then he told her what the first task was, before even her headmistress had. No doubt the other red-headed dragon handler was the reason for his knowledge. Now she was confused. She had never been attracted to any of the boys at Beauxbatons, especially none that were younger than her. But here she was, trying to wade through foreign feelings for a boy 3 years her junior. He doesn't feel my allure, was one of the first thoughts she ever had about the boy. She still remembered the way the great hall hushed as her and her friends walked in, all the boys staring. Then out of nowhere a voice carried across the room. Harry. Her head whipped around to the voice and found that he and his friend weren't affected at all by the passive allure. He wasn't the first one she had ever come across, but normally they were powerful and learned wizards. He was just a schoolboy, yet he didn't feel even the slightest touch, even the Aurors felt it a little. It shouldn't have bothered her so much, but as they ate breakfast she kept catching his eye from across the room before she would look away shyly. He just stared like he had no shame. It wasn't even the normal glassy eye stare either, it was an intense gaze. Then he stood up and walked straight to her, keeping eye contact the whole time, and leaned in. The first task, dragons. Then he walked away without any warning, or cheesy pick-up line. He never tried to gain her attention once. Wait. Her voice spoke without her realizing. What is your name? Ron Weasley. He said, and the name burned itself into her memory. The next time she saw him was a month later at the entrance of the medical tent after her task. She was walking with her family as they congratulated her on her performance. She saw him talking with the Potter boy and had a mischievous thought, a way to pay him back for the last time in the hall. He got the best of her last time, but not this one. She walked straight up to him and took it a step further. She grabbed his wand arm as she leaned in and put her lips right next to his ear, then only whispered. Thanks. Then abruptly left, not giving him a chance to respond. Let's celebrate. She heard as she rejoined her family. It was her father's eyes that told her that she may have not won that battle like she thought she did. She'd had to answer questions about a boy for the first time in her life. After that she would see him in the Great Hall as she started taking her dinners with the rest of the schools. Never did he approach her, not even after the Yule Ball was announced. She had denied countless of suitable dates waiting on him. She knew he was interested, his eyes always found hers, and then he would smirk like he knew something everyone else didn't. She got tired of waiting. Fleur Delacour doesn't wait on others, she gets what she wants. And why shouldn't she? Top of her class since her start at Beauxbatons, chosen representative of the school in a legendary tournament against the country's best, and a beautiful woman on top of that. So why did she ask him to leave his friends so she could ask him? So I wouldn't get rejected in front of everyone. Her mind supplied. She didn't have to worry about that as he accepted. She definitely won that interaction. His face was priceless, obviously not expecting her to ask him. It actually made sense why he didn't ask her. What normal 14-year-old had a chance with a beautiful woman older than him? But he's not a normal 14-year-old, he feels even older than me. And then there was the fact that he didn't react to the full amount of her allure, nor did he even flinch at the sight of her transformation. He just stared with his intense eyes. Eyes that were so light blue they seemed almost white. A complete different shade than her deep blue eyes. A spike of pain pierced her head as the sun interrupted her thinking, a result from the wine the night before. She decided to stop thinking and enjoy the moment as the room responded to her wishes. Blinds covered the window, throwing the room back into darkness as the seat they were on turned into a bed and she laid her head back on his chest. Pillows surrounded them and he adjusted to them as his arm dropped to her waist and pulled her closer in his sleep. I woke up to a room that was so dark it was almost pitch black, and I couldn't feel his left arm. The scent of vanilla clung to me as I lifted me head and realized where he was. We fell asleep. Weren't we in a chair and not a bed? My faithful wand shot into his right hand as he cast a quick tempest quietly. It was nearly 11 in the morning the day after the Yule Ball. It's a good thing it's the winter break or I would have slept in. I thought as I pondered the pros and cons to waking my beautiful date up. I quickly cast a spell to clean my mouth and teeth as I waited for my morning problem to calm himself. Once I had control over my own body again, the shades flew open under my command as I took control of the room. Immediately a groan filled the air as she snuggled her head deeper into my side. 5 minutes de plus, she said. I didn't say anything, instead I took in the undeniably cute scene without complaint. She shot up as she realized the position she was in. We met eyes. Good morning. I said, deciding to start. You're cruel. She said, shielding her eyes. I shook my arm out, trying to get blood flow back to the appendage before I responded. At least I make a good pillow. I said teasingly. She wasn't embarrassed at all, no blush or anything. And a good kisser too. She responded as she stretched out the kinks from the romantic but undeniably uncomfortable position. I just smiled and took in the sight of her form still in her dress, although much more wrinkled than last night. She decided that it was a good time to lean in again. Our lips met more tenderly than last night. Instead of raw passion, it was caring. It's 11. Do you have anywhere to be? I asked, distracting us. She seemed to panic for a second before calming. My portrait is at noon today. She answered. You better go get ready then. I said as I got out of the bed. Do you remember how to get down? I asked. We are at the top, yes? Just go down. She answered as she got out of the bed. I only nodded and followed her as she moved to the door in the room. Would you like an escort? I asked. No offense, but I don't want people to see me like this. She said with an apologetic face. I don't blame you, but there's bound to be students down there. I'm not sure you'll be able to avoid being seen. I responded, not offended at all at her suggestion. It was better for both of us if students didn't gossip. She only smiled in response and raised her wand to the tip of her head. She sent me a wink as it connected with her scalp, and suddenly she was invisible. Disillusionment charm. I thought as she cast the spell. The door opened, but before the ripples in the air left, I felt her hand grab my neck, and then her lips were on mine for a brief moment. I will see you soon, yes. She said. Of course. I responded. Then she was gone. As soon as I showered and changed into normal robes, I went down to the Great Hall to grab lunch before continuing my training. I found Harry and Hermione having a conversation with Draco and his goons. As soon as I walked up, Draco handed them a copy of the Daily Prophet. What's it about? I asked as I made my presence known. Draco turned to me, and as soon as he noticed it was me, his face turned into a frown. It was the same face he made when he was about to spit out something racist. Your half-breed friend Hagrid has been outed as a giant and has fled the school. Watch your mouth, Draco. I said as my face hardened. He smiled wickedly. And why should I? Oh yeah, you have a taste for half-breeds, don't you? He goaded. Leave, before I ruin that pretty face that your mother gave you. I said, threatening him and using a classic of schoolyard taunts, yo mama jokes. Harry and Hermione both laughed at the comment. Draco and his goons, whose names were escaping me, turned their bodies aggressively and fully giving me their attention. My wand found its way into my hand almost subconsciously, and my magic rolled beneath my skin, ready to be unleashed. Neither of us moved as they took notice of my quick draw. Instead, Malfoy did exactly what I expected of him. My father will hear of this. I actually laughed as I heard this. It's even more ridiculous than the movies. Great job, mate. Harry said as I sat down and started filling my plate. He's a twat. I said in response. Language, Ronald. Hermione said scandalously. Even Harry looked at me weirdly for my language. How was everyone's night last night? I asked, wondering what they got up to. Went back down to the chamber again about when you and Fleur left. He said as if he had something to tell me. Again? Hermione asked, obviously not knowing of our trip. Yeah, we went down there and found a hidden study designed almost exactly like Dumbledore's office. There was a library and a desk and everything. Harry answered. Find anything interesting? I asked, deciding to ignore her for now. Yeah, there are even some books on Parseltongue spells, most of them are healing, which I don't understand. He said. Well, the snake has always been a symbol for healing in the past. Hermione supplied for us. Did you do anything about the basilisk corpse? I asked. Not yet, the goblins said they could only help in the selling of the different parts of the corpse, not the actual harvesting of it. In fact, they offered to buy the whole lot if I could preserve everything properly. He finished. Did they give you a figure? I asked pryingly before I could stop myself. Sorry, that's a bit personal, you don't have to tell me. No, it's fine, I was going to tell you anyway. They said 200,000 galleons. He whispered the last part. Hermione's jaw dropped and I stopped mid-bite of a piece of chicken. What? Well, they said it was only an estimation based on the rough description I gave. Harry cut in before we could start firing off questions. So we need to learn how to harvest a basilisk. I said, wrapping my mind around the large sum. It would transfer into roughly $1 million. I had no clue about pounds since my last life was American and wizards didn't care about Muggle currency. I was going based off of the value of gold. You want to? He asked, confused. You don't? Hermione and I asked at the same time. Well, I kind of gave up on it since I don't know where to start. Plus I have no time with the tournament and everything I have going on. Harry said seriously. Mate, I don't think you understand how much money that is being wasted. I said in response. Yeah Harry, that is a lot of money. Hermione chipped in. Well I don't really need money. Gringotts also sent me my yearly audit of my bank accounts, since I am technically an adult for the duration of the tournament. The Potters are very well off. He said eventually. He seemed guilty at telling me, no doubt thinking that I would be jealous. The old Ron certainly would have, but I was no longer the old Ron. That's good news. I said excitedly. Thank Merlin James didn't bankrupt the Potters like in so many fanfictions I used to read. His face changed from apprehensive to happy when he reacted to my response. I guess we could just go destroy the corpse then yet. I said as we all finished our lunch. Well, why don't you just do it Ron? Harry said after thinking it over. You said it yourself, it would be a terrible waste of money and well, you and your family could really use it. My heart leaped with joy as the conversation finally led the direction that I wanted it to go. After the joy, the guilt set in. I felt an immense amount of guilt pull on my conscience at the realization of what I was doing. I decided to back out before I could go any further. I would love to, but I have no right. You killed the basilisk, it should be yours. I finished, my conscience winning the battle going on inside my brain. Just split it. Hermione supplied. At our questioning looks she continued. It's Harry's by right but Ron would do all the work of harvesting it. This way you work for it and Harry still gets his cut. She continued as if we were both completely void of intelligence. I looked at Harry after she finished. Works for me. I said with a grin. Deal. I'll mail them to see if they can supply the containers. Harry said thinking ahead. We finished eating in relative silence. Before I got up to leave, I took pity on Harry because he obviously hadn't figured out the clue to the second task. Harry, did you know that when Mermishes spoke above water, it sounds like screeching? But when it's submerged in water, it's really beautiful. I said. His face took on a look of confusion. What are? He started before it clicked. The egg. He finally said looking at me. I gave him a wink before I walked out of the Great Hall. When I got back to the room after the events of the day I finally started on a subject that I had been waiting a long time to try my hand at. Occlumency. I sat down at the desk and a copy of Guide to Advance Occlumency by Maxwell Barnett landed on the desk. I read through it quite quickly and it didn't say anything that I didn't already know from the books and movies. The most common practice is to clear one's mind when they feel an intruder. It described the advanced method of trying to trick your intruder by giving them false feelings also, but it wasn't what I was looking for. I closed the book and set it down when the room took pity on me and another tome dropped out of the sky. This book was much smaller and, just like the other books that had helped me so much, didn't have a name on the outside of it. I flipped to the first page and the title read The Mind Palace by Gellert Grindelwald. This was the first book of his that actually had his name under the title. That brought up the memory from the last time he was brought a mind-boggling discovery on casting. Will this be much of the same? It was well known that Grindelwald published many papers and held many masteries. He is hailed as one of the most learned wizards of all time, along with being one of the most dangerous Dark Lords of all time. I personally don't trust what the history books say. I think he is way more dangerous than Voldemort ever was or will be. Grindelwald was in no way a nice man, he was a dragon amongst sheep. He killed and manipulated the world into the only known wizarding world war, while also instigating the second Muggle equivalent. But at the end of the day he failed. His campaign would never have succeeded regardless of if Dumbledore stepped in. Dumbledore only sped up the process in the duel that is hailed as the greatest wizarding duel ever. Voldemort was a glorified terrorist but he was a smart terrorist. The reason why Voldemort is considered more dangerous is because he got closer to succeeding in taking over, he won over most of the people in charge, and killed those he couldn't. He understood how to control the masses with the media, he just put too much stock in prophecy. He was also one of the best duelers to ever live. Dumbledore in his prime was said to have complete mastery over the environment around him through transfigurations, giving him a defense that was supposedly unbreachable. Grindelwald was said to be the fastest caster of all time while having absolute control over the elements, completely offensive in nature. Two extremely differing dueling styles. Voldemort seemed to focus solely on the dark arts, throwing around axe and other extremely taxing spells without difficulty. This is probably why he's hailed as the most dangerous Dark Lord of all time, indiscriminate killing and obviously dark spells. Grindelwald almost never used the killing curse in duels, he preferred to destroy them with skill and not overwhelming power. Everyone considered Dumbledore to be too much of a match for Voldemort even in his old age, but Dumbledore barely defeated Grindelwald in his prime. This is the reason I consider Grindelwald more dangerous than Voldemort. I've done a lot of thinking on whether or not I should be learning from such a notorious Dark Lord. My final decision was that I would continue to do so with the confidence that I could not be corrupted through a book. I am too mentally mature to think about world domination or making Muggles our slaves. It is up to the person to determine what he does with the knowledge, it is not the knowledge that makes him do it. Summed it up pretty well. With my mind made up, I turned to the first page and began reading. The mind arts are some of the most advanced pieces of magic that can be practiced. Legilimency, the art of penetrating another mind, and Occlumency, the art of organizing and defending your mind. Occlumency is without a doubt the most important of the two branches. The art of organizing your thoughts has also become a sort of stepping stone for the most influential wizards and witches of all time. The list of notable true masters of the mind's arts are Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Merlin himself, etc. The list could go on and on. While Legilimency's use is unquestionable, it does not boost memory in the user, nor does it improve speeds in which the user thinks. Occlumency, in my opinion, is what truly has helped me become as respected as I am. There are different levels to the art. The most basic is just the clearing of your mind when you feel an intrusion and provides almost no benefit beyond the most basic of defenses. The next level allows one to project false images at an attacker and is no doubt useful. The truth is that most practitioners stop here and do not continue to master the art. These are just the requirements needed to even begin the true art of organizing your mind and enter one's mind palace. The mind palace is truly one of the most marvelous pieces of magic wizards ever stumbled on. There is no recorded history of its discovery, it is shrouded in even more mystery than the Deathly Hallows. Fortunately, we do know how to enter our mind palace. It requires a simple ritual, more specifically a blood ritual. These types of rituals have been banned for as long as anyone can remember, and for good reason. Luckily this ritual requires only your blood and nothing else, drawn in a specific symbol with your magic acting as the fuel, as muggles like to say. Once this is done, then you will be transported to your mind, your soul, whatever you wish to call it. Once inside, you will have the opportunity to organize your very being. I will not go into any more details on the subject, not until you master the basics of Occlumency. The book will show you the necessary exercises to master your emotions and deceive Legilimens. After you have completed and mastered the basics, return to the book, you will find the following pages have changed. The ritual and further instructions will show itself to you once it deems you worthy. This book has been my finest work of enchantment. I would not try to dismantle the enchantments, you are not ready for the secrets that lay deeper inside. Gellert Grindelwald. I set the book down as I pondered the information. No one or nothing I've read has ever mentioned a ritual or a mind palace before when referring Occlumency. I flipped the pages to check the enchantments and to see if anything more about the ritual appeared. Nothing, only exercises on disciplining the mind. My list of things removed 2 points and now 2 more were added. Add harvesting spells and materials and basic Occlumency. Continue training your ass off. Learn magic/dueling/everything. Get back into shape. Occlumency. Money/basilisk harvest. Moody. Stop Voldemort's resurrection. Well then, I have work to do. Chapter 6, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 6. Guys, I'm so sorry. I've been on vacation and I was under the impression that I would have at least some service to log in and post the chapter, but I was obviously wrong. This is my bad. Anyway, on to the next chapter. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Classes started the next week after the Yule Ball and almost all of my free time went into learning how to harvest magical creatures and practicing Occlumency. I was making very good progress on both aspects. I had been so focused that I had barely had time to respond to Fla's letters, and we definitely hadn't seen each other since the morning after the ball. Hedwig really was enjoying the workouts and treats. It took a while for me to really notice the effects of the ritual, but now that classes started again, it was obvious. I had to study less and less, especially if I paid attention in class and the material was interesting. Homework was done almost without researching, I was so far ahead that the assignments wrote themselves. I read most chapters once and the information just stuck, and when it came time to use it, it was readily available. My grades were constantly getting better. I still wasn't top of the class, but that was because I didn't spend the time to actually try. Most of my free time went into getting ahead and practicing magic. It honestly didn't even matter until O.W.ls anyway, so I didn't care that much about the top spot. That wasn't even the best part of the effects either. The aspect that really improved was the speed at which spells were cast. My mind was very fast to switch between the spells, and my new hand-eye coordination meant that wand movements were precise with hardly any deviation. The wand movements become ingrained after a few tries of casting a spell. Most spells I only had to try once to get to work properly and then a few more tries to get them to cast silently. I was starting to get into the really useful spells for dueling, although only the shield charm had been completely mastered. My thoughts were broken as the training dummy across from me reformed itself after its destruction at my latest spell. I readied myself to perform the spell again. My right arm drew back around my left shoulder and upon passing my head, fire sprouted from the tip. I swung my wand back down in a whipping motion, the fire from the tip of my wand expanded and formed into a whip and it flew through the air. As soon as it reached its destination, it snapped and sliced into and through the chest of the training dummy. The dummy reformed again and I sent a basic knockback jinx followed by a bombarda at the ground which caused debris to shoot into and around the dummy. Before the debris could even land they were transfigured into 20 arrows and summoned back towards me. Most of them found their way into the dummy and the ones that didn't were continuing towards me. Before they could reach me and pierce me, they were transfigured again into a wooden shield which levitated and circled around me, ready to intercept any axe thrown my way. Everything was done silently and within 10 seconds. It was a basic routine I developed to practice control over some of the basic spells while also getting used to incorporating transfiguration into my dueling style. I was shooting for a combination of Dumbledore and Grindelwald but I doubt I would reach their level anytime soon if at all. Their raw knowledge and experience is just too much. I cast a quick tempest and turned around. Harry and I were supposed to meet at the front gate of Hogwarts. It was the 8th of January and the containers to hold the harvested basilisk were set to arrive via Port Kayat. Harry ordered them and even fronted the cost of the containers when Gringotts said that there would not be a fee for using their materials. They were planning on buying everything from us anyway. The galleons earned would go into a shared vault for Harry and me to share. Normally Gringotts wouldn't do any transactions with minors but since Harry was technically an adult for the duration of the tournament, they couldn't say no, or at least they didn't want to say no. After everything would be transferred, Harry would retain ownership of the vault and give me free rein to come and go as I please. The paperwork is still being drawn up for when he is a minor again, to make the vault a trust for both of us with no limitations on how much we can withdraw. Basically we agreed to give Gringotts another 1,000 galleons to make it so no adult could seize control over the vault once Harry was a minor again. I just had to trust him not to spend any of my share and he had to trust me not to spend any of his share. We were both okay with the details considering we are best friends. I broke out of my thoughts as I noticed Harry and Professor McGonagall waiting for me at the gate. A quick tempest told me that we had another 3 minutes until the materials arrived. "Hello Professor," I said as I walked up to the two. "I didn't expect you here," I said with a look towards Harry. "Yes, well imagine the headmaster's surprise when he got a letter from Gringotts about your arrangements," she said. "These things have to be approved. Wow, we never even thought about getting permission," I thought as I realized our mistake. "Luckily Albus has a particular soft spot for you too," she continued as we didn't respond. "If it were up to me." Just then a goblin of no particular importance appeared with a bag in his hand. "Mr. Potter, here are the materials. This Port Kayat is set to activate in exactly 1 week at the same time. If you finish earlier than that, then you may say this phrase and it will activate it on command." He handed the bag and a piece of paper to Harry, and then he was gone. "Well okay then," I supplied. "Now why you two would need containers normally used to house harvested dragons, Albus didn't tell me but please don't cause any trouble with this," she said as her face softened. We started walking back into the castle in silence. Once we arrived at the stairs we noticed there was a certain someone waiting on us. Albus fucking Dumbledore stood there with a twinkle in his eye and a slight smirk on his face. He didn't say anything at first, then he turned around and walked towards the stairs, who were oddly not moving, and told us. "Come along then." We followed dumbly as McGonagall broke off to go be stern somewhere. "Headmaster, where are we going?" Harry asked. "No, don't tell me yet, I want to see if I can figure it out where it is," Dumbledore said out of the blue. I just followed wondering how he figured out we were going down to the chamber. I guess it's not really all that hard to figure it out. Why else would we need harvesting containers? Didn't Harry tell him where the chamber was already? I thought as I watched the eccentric old man lead us to the second floor. "Let's see," all the children were petrified on the second floor. He continued as we stopped off at the second floor. He turned and immediately started walking the correct direction. And when the chamber was opened for the first time, a student died in a certain bathroom. "Ah, here we are," he kept muttering to himself as he arrived at the bathroom. "Oh, hello Professor," we heard as moaning Myrtle flew out of one of the stalls. "Harry," she continued as she waved and somehow got a blush as a ghost. "It's Headmaster now Myrtle. How are you?" Dumbledore replied. How am I? I'm dead." Myrtle answered as he upset her and she flew back into the stall. "Now Harry, have I guessed correctly?" he continued as if the interaction had never happened. "What the fuck is happening right now? Can we get out of showing him?" Harry continued to just stare at the headmaster as if he was a lunatic. Eventually, instead of answering, he hissed out a command at the sink. "Apparently not. Not like we have anything to hide really," I thought as my panic started to die down. The ornate sink moved in the same way it always did except this time, stairs automatically appeared. "Oh my, quite dramatic," he murmured. "Shall we?" he asked turning back to us. "Headmaster, has anyone told you that you are certifiably insane?" I said as I walked past him and down the stairs, with Harry right on my heels. "Yes, quite a few times Mr. Weasley," was all the response I got. We continued into the chamber and once again the headmaster wouldn't shut up, Might I also say, I wasn't aware you could dance so well. I had a lot of practice. I said honestly. Yes, on the 7th floor perhaps. He continued while I had an inner panic attack. Having the paintings spy on me, headmaster. I asked, deducing how he knew of my activities. Harry looked extremely uncomfortable with the conversation. Is he going to make me stop using the room? I find that they just report anything they find interesting. I normally have to ask to get any truly good information. He continued, and I couldn't help but feel interrogated. Am I to assume whatever it is you are doing up there is also to thank for the improved performance in your classes? I didn't answer, instead I just turned to look at him as he pulled information out of me without even trying. Am I in trouble, headmaster? I asked, deciding to get to the point. For bettering yourself? No, my boy, quite the opposite. I am encouraging you to continue. He said bluntly as we arrived to our destination and the basilisk came into view. I looked towards the headmaster to see the reaction on his face. Gone was twinkly-eyed grandfather persona. In its place stood one of the most powerful wizards to ever live. The elder wand was in his hand quicker than I had seen anyone draw. Harry, my boy, tell me that is not the basilisk you had to face. Dumbledore said. Does he really not know of what happened down here? I thought to myself as I took in his reaction. He's realizing that Harry is only alive based on pure luck. I told you it was big. Harry said in response. I don't think you two understand the danger you were in that night. Dumbledore continued. His wand was no longer in his hand. We definitely didn't, I am not sure that I do now either. Harry responded. How do you plan on harvesting it? Dumbledore asked him. I decided to cut in since I had done all of the research. Well, the only valuable parts, that the wizarding world knows of, is the skin, the eyes, and the venom. I paused before continuing. But since it doesn't have its eyes, courtesy of Fox, all we have to do is skin it and extract the venom. Both are fairly easy to do if only time-consuming. I didn't answer, instead I walked over to Harry and got the bag that was no doubt expanded on the inside to hold all the materials. Would it be possible to acquire some of its blood? For alchemic purposes? Dumbledore asked as he revealed the true reason why he accompanied us down here. My eyes widened and I paused what I was doing before I got an idea. For the right price. I said completely seriously. Harry turned to me in shock. Ron. Of course. Dumbledore cut in, interrupting Harry as the twinkle returned to his eyes. It can't be too much, considering it is useless right now. We don't even know its uses yet or if it has any at all. Absolutely, that is why I said, pointing at us, would only ask for a promise of a future favor. One that comes with no questions asked. I have the right to refuse if it is too drastic. Anything within reason, you have my word on. Deal. You can have it all. I answered as I began levitating the huge containers designed to hold the skin. There were at least 10 of them in the bag. There were also countless amounts of vials for the venom. Finally, after getting it all out and setting it up, I walked down to the tail of the basilisk. If I was going to mess up, it would be at the smallest part of the skin. Taking a moment to think, I started stripping down to just my pants, didn't want to mess up the school robes after all. When I was done, I noticed Dumbledore eyeing the wand holster on my wrist with interest, and I realized he could see both of my wands. Deciding that there was nothing I could do about it, I drew my main wand and approached the beast. I also grabbed the tape measure that the goblins supplied, but I have absolutely no knowledge of why they sent it. My questions were answered as it shot out of my hand and drew itself out about 8 feet and landed on the basilisk. Well, that makes this easier. At my mental command, a shimmer of air appeared around the tip of my wand. It's a spell that is used for surgery most of the time. It creates an extremely sharp knife at the end of it. The practical aspects of it went beyond just surgery obviously, but it was mostly used for precision. Then I got to work. I cut along the edges of the tape measure very slowly. The skin actually provided a fair amount of resistance, so sawing motions were necessary during some parts. I found that the first time I cut it was too shallow and didn't actually reach the muscle, so I had to start over. The ethereal knife grew in length out of my wand and I started again. Once the hide was sufficiently cut, the tape measure moved to the next dimensions. Luckily it was a Sunday and barely noon, because it took me 6 straight hours of cutting to get to the neck. Harry and the headmaster were talking about nothing the whole time and watching me from comfortable seats. The headmaster conjured up. After a sufficient amount of skin was taken off, the headmaster decided to start collecting his samples of blood. He was obviously expecting us to let him take the blood when he came down, because he had vials ready to go hidden somewhere in his robes. He drained the beast way before I was finished and began levitating the hide into the bins for me. It was obvious to me that the headmaster wouldn't leave us alone while we did it, so I mostly ignored the two of them while I worked. The venom was the easiest to extract actually. The goblins provided a tool that is normally used on Occlumency to extract their venom. All I had to do was penetrate the sack and fill up vials. After everything was said and done, I sat down, exhausted from the day's work. It was mentally draining to keep the spell up the whole time and also controlling it to make sure it went deep enough. That was impressive wand work, Mr. Weasley. I noticed that you have begun doing everything silently. Dumbledore said, and I sensed a question in there somewhere. Yes sir, everything I know I can do silently. I told him honestly since he was so helpful earlier. Interesting, it wouldn't be a stretch to assume you are ahead in your studies then either. He continued. I only nodded at him. I am about halfway through next year in all of the wand classes. I answered, seeing no reason not to tell him since it was only the three of us down here. It was all true too, the ritual had unbelievable boons. Now that everything came easier, the school material was breezed through. Occlumency was the only thing proving it all difficult, and I was becoming better and better at controlling my emotions and making my mind blank. Seriously? Harry asked skeptically. I decided to get dressed as they asked me questions. I only nodded in response to Harry's question. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. Dumbledore said as he pointed to his conjured chair from earlier. Could you vanish this for me? Silently, of course. My wand was back in my hand immediately and I vanished it with a quick motion silently. I sheathed my wand smoothly as soon as I finished the spell. Harry's jaw was on the floor and Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling like mad. Very impressive, Mr. Weasley. Your academic improvement has been noted amongst the staff, but nothing has led us to believe this level of proficiency. Dumbledore said. I didn't know what to say. It's not enough. I thought as I remember who I was going up against in the future. Will we need the body for anything else, Headmaster, Harry? I asked, not wanting it to start decaying and stinking up the chamber, while also directing the conversation in another way. The look in the headmaster's eye let me know that it wasn't the last I would hear of it. Harry was the one to answer. No, I've already got a souvenir, don't need any more. He said, pointing to the scar on his arm. Would you do the honors then, Headmaster? I asked. He was obviously in a good mood after the day's events, and in an impressive display on wand work, a ring of fire appeared and approached the head of the snake first. I expected it to slow down and not do a good job of burning the corpse, but it went unhindered down the full length of the beast, and soon enough there was nothing left but ash. A flick of the elder wand and the ash was promptly vanished. In order to rise out of the ashes, the phoenix first must burn. I quoted as I stood up and grabbed the bag containing the remains of the basilisk. Very poetic, Mr. Weasley. Now, would you like to deliver the package now or later? He asked. I looked to Harry, who shrugged. Might as well get it over with. The three of us continued in silence as we walked out of the chamber and towards the main gate. Once we arrived, I wasted no time in beginning. Grab hold, I said, and Harry drew the piece of paper out of his robes. Once all three of us grabbed the rope that doubled as the porte-carte, Harry spoke the words. Vault 301. The headmaster and I landed on our feet on the pristine marble floors of the bank. Harry was sprawled out under us. He's still terrible at magical travel. Name. A goblin from the archway barked before we could react. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, we have. I started before being interrupted. Follow me, he said before I could continue explaining what we were doing. All three of us moved towards the entrance as we obeyed him. Only the account holders. He barked out once more. Dumbledore just turned and sat down on one of the many benches on the wall and pulled out a book from nowhere. Soon enough we were led to Griffook's office, as he was Harry's account manager and got assigned the new account by default. Mr. Potter, sign here, here, and here. Mr. Weasley, sign here, here, and here. Excellent, here is the key to your vaults. The money will be transferred after we do an appraisal of the goods you have delivered to us. As we discussed, 200,000 galleons will be transferred if we are satisfied. Good day. It took us less than 5 minutes before we were back on Hogwarts grounds and walking through the front gate. A productive day, wouldn't you say? Dumbledore said as we began walking inside. That's one way of putting it, I thought as we reached the Great Hall. Mr. Weasley, would you mind staying behind for a moment? Dumbledore asked as we were about to part ways. Yes, sir. I answered, not letting my irritation show at being denied food and sleep. It will be quick, I promise, he said in response. Maybe my irritation did show. What is his headmaster? I asked when Harry parted from us and headed to the Gryffindor table. He produced a book from his robes, a very familiar book, one without a title or name on the front of it. The Mind Palace. My memory supplied as I recognized it as the book I had been studying every day since its discovery. My face must have shown my thoughts because Dumbledore spoke. Ah, so it is you, he said. Panic gripped me for the second time today. My thoughts raced as I realized where the room had been getting the books from. Yes, was my only response. How? While you displayed casting beyond your years today, you are no match for the wards around these books, he asked, eyeing me without his grandfather persona. No one can hear us right now, they will only hear whispering, he added as he noticed I was looking around us at the students walking around us. I made the decision that honesty was the best course of action when dealing with the situation. There is a room on the 7th floor, I call it the room of requirement. There is no door, it appears when you are in need of it. I hadn't figured out where the books it supplies come from, but now I theorize that it is from anywhere within Hogwarts. I answered. Realization dawned on his eyes as he heard my explanation. Have you read any of the other books from this author? Yes, 2 more. A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned and The Road to Legendary Casting. I heeded all of the warnings, I promise, and I haven't performed the ritual. I continued to tell him the truth. His body seemed to sag, whether in relief or from something else I couldn't tell. He looked like he aged another 20 years as sadness gripped his eyes. We will talk more of this later, promise me you will be careful with this information. I promise. Good. Was his only response as he put a hand on my head and moved to enter the hall, looking every bit of his age. Dumbledore is fucking scary. Chapter 7, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 7. Hello everyone. This chapter is on time, nothing like last week. Let's see if I can keep this schedule or not. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom, let's talk. Disclaimer, I own nothing. It took Dumbledore another month and a half to summon me for our discussion over the books. It's the 23rd of February and I suspect he only did it because he was also going to ask me to let myself be put in a stasis at the bottom of the Black Lake for the task tomorrow. I still wasn't sure on whether or not I was comfortable with it. I already had dinner for the night and I assumed I wouldn't be coming back to the dorms until after the task tomorrow, so I only had my wand and clothes on me. Best to be prepared, just in case. Sherbert Lemon. I spoke standing in front of the gargoyle. Stairs rose out of the ground exactly like the hidden study in the Chamber of Secrets. I hopped on knowing what to expect. When I stepped into the room I was met with the faces of the previous headmasters and headmistresses lining the walls, most of whom were asleep. A few of them turned their eyes towards me and followed my path through the office. Mr. Weasley, thank you for joining me. Dumbledore said as he was shuffling some papers on his desk. Headmaster. I said with a nod as I sat down in the chair opposite from him. First off, let me say that I'm sorry for the other day. I understand that I could have come across as hostile. Dumbledore said, locking eyes with me. It is understandable. That man is not known for good deeds. I answered, playing the part of a good student who knows nothing of his headmaster's past. Why do you have them? If you don't mind me asking. I asked before he could continue. His eyes went from apologetic to wistful. Ah well, that is a story for another time. I called you here for a couple of reasons. One is to say that I trust you with the knowledge in the books. The other is to ask you for help in the second task. He finished. My face broke into a smile without me even thinking about it. That's great, Headmaster, those books have helped me tremendously with magic. I said honestly. I imagine so, they contain very obscure theories on magic. We didn't discover them until we were much older than you. He said deliberately. We? I asked with a surprised face. I am such a good actor. He didn't skip a beat, no doubt he wanted to plant seeds for me coming to him for advice in the future. Yes, but that is a part of that story. Maybe I'll tell you one day. I couldn't answer because he started speaking again. Now the second task is tomorrow. Has Harry figured it out? Yes sir, he has to retrieve something from the Black Lake is what we've guessed. There is a colony of mer people living there, right? I said truthfully. Yes, there are, the biggest colony in the country actually. They are surprisingly numerous across the world. He answered. Am I going to be what Harry needs to retrieve, Headmaster? I said, speeding the conversation along. Something along those lines. Dumbledore answered swiftly. I want to keep my wand on me, in case something happens. I told him, not hearing what he said, my mind too busy trying to get its way. You will be in stasis underwater, there is really no danger. He told me in response to my demand. I don't like being helpless, Professor, I want my wand. I told him once again, leaving no room for argument. Of course, what wizard wouldn't? I must warn you, it could interfere with the spell. Wizards have been known to break out of the stasis unconsciously, any random spikes in magic could affect it and you'd wake up underwater. We both know that magic is profoundly increased when a wand is near. He answered with a wink. I took a moment to think over that information. I wasn't really worried about it, honestly. I expected to wake up when I broke over water, not before. He did wield the Elder Wand after all. I nodded in response. Very well, are you prepared? He said as he pondered the answer. As I'll leave. His wand flung into his hand and a red light soared my way faster than I could react. Bloody hell, he's fast. I woke up to air slapping me in the face. Cold. My eyes snapped open and my wand flew into my hand at the same time. I realized after a second that I was in water and everything came back to me. The end of the second task. I thought as I started swimming towards the floating stands. I made it 2 strokes before I realized I didn't see Harry around me. That's weird. I thought, trying to remember if it was canon or not. I saw a flight of red light rise from the water and I reacted immediately while the crowd cheered. I ducked my head beneath the water to see what was going on. Around 30 or 40 feet below me, Fleur floated waving her wand at what looked to be like a swarm of Grindylows. Where is Harry? I thought as another red light shot from her wand and a Grindylow stopped moving, stunned. She's being overwhelmed. I thought as I realized she would be overtook soon. I was running out of oxygen but refused to leave until I knew she was safe and I could see Harry. Making the decision, my head breached the water and I took a big gulp of air and silently cast the bubble head charm, a simple spell from the 6th year charm materia, then I plunged my head back into the lake. Instead of seeing Fleur first I noticed Cedric and Crumb further in the depths trading spells in an obvious duel, still no sign of Harry. Cho was floating behind Cedric and Hermione was doing the same behind Crumb. Time seemed to slow for a moment as Crumb was hit with a spell that sent him careening deeper into the lake. Cedric then turned, grabbed Cho and started working his way up to the surface. He stopped suddenly when he noticed Fleur and I could see his wand arm starting to move. I reacted faster and my magic plunged deep into the water, feeling extremely slow in the new element. My magic latched onto my target and I pulled. Fleur was pulled back and brought my direction through the water just as a red spell was about to connect with her. My water whip continued reeling her in and soon enough she arrived. I started to turn around when I saw another red light streak through the water. I would have been hit if it weren't for the slower speed spells moved through water in. I reacted without thinking and a bright silver shield appeared in front of me and Fleur. Oh this motherfucker! I thought as I locked eyes with Cedric and he grinned, a thought and my shield dissipated. Oh it's fucking on! None of my spell chains applied to the situation so I improvised. A severing charm leapt from my wand, it was followed by a disarming charm and then finally a stunner followed as the last spell. The first was absorbed by his shield but I purposely sent 3 red-colored spells at him. The second spell was also absorbed but I think it was by accident because his shield fell directly after it. He was hit right in the chest with the stunner as it followed directly behind my second spell and I was actually shocked at the ease with which the duel was won. That's it. I thought before I realized the first spell I sent towards him. Then I was hit with worry because my first charm could have done serious harm if it hit, like death if it was the right spot. Luckily I could see his bubble head charm still in place and my worries eased. Fleur grabbed my arm and pulled me out of my thoughts. I turned to look at her and she just smiled. Her eyes darted to my mouth and I could tell she wanted to kiss me but it would pop our bubble head charms. Instead I winked and she pointed up towards the surface. I nodded and we ascended, apparently I sunk a good 10 feet during the happenings of the duel. We broke the water and I cancelled my charm as we swam over to the floating stands. Harry should still get the points, even if I can't see him. I thought as I arrived at my destination. Then I grabbed onto the ledge and pulled myself up, and was met with the face of Harry Potter. Ginny was standing beside him under a blanket. Wait what? I felt a warmth wash over me as I looked towards the direction the magic came from. Dumbledore winked at me as he turned back to the lake. Wait, was Fleur the one who was supposed to rescue me and not Harry? I thought and I remembered what Dumbledore had said the night before. Am I going to be what Harry needs to retrieve Headmaster? I said, speeding the conversation along. Something along those lines. Dumbledore answered swiftly. It hit me like a truck, I was always going to be what she needed to retrieve. Better me be put in danger than her sister. I thought as I deduced the reason. Even if they claimed we were completely safe, well anything could happen in this tournament. Fleur jumped into my arms and suddenly I was once again covered in freezing water. I didn't complain, in fact, my body reacted and my arms circled around her waist. My mind couldn't help but wonder where the normal smell of vanilla that normally accompanied her was, then I realized she had been submerged the last hour so it was expected. Thank you. She said in my ear as she clung onto me. My pleasure. I said as we separated. I noticed she was looking past me towards where the families were. Go, we'll talk later. I hadn't seen her since the Yule Ball and the letters were a poor way of communicating. I wanted nothing more than to take up her time but her family was waiting patiently for her. Just then a hush ran through the whole crowd and I turned to see what was going on. 2 bodies had just breached the surface. Cho was coherent and awake while Cedric was still out like a lamp from my stunner. Cho panicked at first but Dumbledore's wand blurred and Cedric was levitated out of the water onto the stage next to me. His eyes were closed but I could tell he was breathing. Instinct took over and I cast a quick reviving spell. It took hold extremely fast since my magic was the one that caused the forced sleep anyway. He bolted upright and I noticed he still had his wand in his hand as he looked around. He eventually saw the situation he was in and lowered his hand. Just then Crumb appeared from the depths with Hermione in tow. They were helped on the stage quickly and soon we were all conversing. The judges were huddled together in their box as they discussed the scores. I was off in a corner with Harry as he recalled his journey through the depths. Fleur and I got there at the same time. I wasn't sure of who I needed to get because obviously everyone that was there is important to me. Ginny blushed during this part of his story. But Fleur knew exactly who she needed and grabbed you, Ron, fairly quickly before being attacked by some Grindylows. That's when I realized that we all had one person to retrieve and that I should try and beat her back to be the first one to return. Krum showed up and snatched Hermione quick before Cedric engaged him in a duel, not sure why. Krum didn't even see him. Took a nasty spell too. Harry continued telling his story. He was obviously recovering from the adrenaline in his system because his speech pattern was a little off. This is when we began to duel. I thought as he told his story. Then I grabbed Ginny and made off while nobody was looking. Snuck right past you and Fleur, mate. What happened when I left? He asked as he finished his story. We dueled. Cedric said, coming over to our group. And I lost. He finished looking me in the eyes. We have never had a conversation before. I realized as I took in the sight of the handsome Hufflepuff. Got a lucky shot in. I said, trying to keep the attention off of me. Lucky shot, mate? I recognized that first spell, nothing nice. Never saw the second two though. Cedric said in response to my failed deflection. I didn't want to interfere, but well, you started it. I said, grinning at the end of my sentence. No hard feelings, I'll just have to work extra hard to make up for the loss in points. Cedric answered just as the points were revealed on a magical scoreboard of sorts. Yet, still one more challenge. Good luck, mate. I told him as I looked at the scoreboard. Harry scored 45, Fleur scored 43, Krum scored 40, and Cedric scored 25. I couldn't help but ponder on the effects of the merge as I saw the scores and how they differed from the books. My presence is causing ripples. I thought, pondering on the events of the day. Dear Ron. Your mother and I just got the results from your end of the semester tests. Congratulations. We are so happy you are finally taking your studies seriously, and just in time for your O.W.Ls next year. We know how hard it has been for you, your brothers leave big shoes to fill, and we thought you wouldn't rise to the challenge. I couldn't be happier about you proving us wrong. I never realized how little your mother and me encouraged you to succeed. I am ashamed to admit it, son, it'll change, that I promise. On a happier note, I hear you've been getting to know some of the international students, wink. I know a bit of French myself, if you get what I mean. Love. Your father, Arthur. P.S. Sorry it took so long to write, I didn't know how to start. Definitely not gonna cry, damn it. Damn teenage hormones. I thought as I finished reading the letter the morning after the second task. I decided to reply to him immediately before opening the next letter. It was nothing special, just thanking him for the kind words and promising to do better from now on. I picked some food out of the breakfast plates and started stacking them on my plate. I haven't eaten yet because I suddenly lost my appetite after the letter, still a little choked up. It took me a few moments to calm down before I opened the next letter, who I expected to be from my mother. Dear Ron. Oh, we are so proud of your scores. I knew you had it in you. Minerva has been worried and asking questions about you, but I told her not to worry, you were just coming into your own. Now, what is this I hear about your date to the Yule Ball? We'll speak on it more in person, but I will tell you this, be careful. The Weasleys may not be as respected and prominent as they once were, but we are still one of the sacred 28. Don't let her take advantage of you, I don't want to see my baby hurt. Love. Mom. P.S. Your father doesn't know any French, don't listen to him. I laughed at the last part. I ignored her warning for the most part. It was natural for her to think Fleur had less than honest intentions. In her mind it must look very odd. A 17-year-old Triwizard champion Vila taking her 14-year-old son. A son who, until recently, had really nothing going for him besides being the best friend of the boy who lived. It made sense, if you didn't know the new me. Of course, this is not how I looked at the situation, I'm not some insecure 14-year-old. Mentally, I've lived 38 years. That doesn't translate into me being 38, in fact I feel more immature than my other life, it's comparable to my college years, maybe 20 or 21. I don't have the time nor patience to not be comfortable in my own skin anymore. I had already lived through that period of my life and am definitely not going back to that anxiety-filled pit again. I don't worry too much about the age difference, I had dated and had flings with older women in my past life, even if I couldn't remember their names or faces. People will always talk from the outside, regardless of if it's age, looks, money, etc. People love a good story, but they love seeing other people fail even more. They love to pick apart why someone may not make it, and when they're right, they say I called it, when they're wrong they mentally praise the couple and they say I always knew you would make it. It took me a long time to realize that in my last life. I know my worth, I know who I am, and I know what I can provide. Fuck what anyone has to say about it. I thought as I finished writing a short thank you and basic letter back to my mother. It is the day after the second task and I just finished up eating breakfast. It was a Saturday, so the students were very slow to get to breakfast, especially after all the partying the night before. Luckily I could hold my liquor just as well as my last life, if not better because of my younger body, and I wasn't affected. I sent my letter off with Pig, the owl gifted to me by Sirius last year, because I didn't trust that old thing that delivered my parents' letters. Suddenly I noticed Fleur enter, and before I could get her attention, a bag was set down beside me and one of my best friends plopped down beside it. Ron. Hermione said, staring at me. Hermione. I said back, giving her my attention. You're up early. She said simply, still staring at me. I suppose. This is the normal time I wake up. I said with a confused look on my face. Normal? I remember you sleeping till nearly lunch every Saturday, until this year. She said suspiciously. I decided to make some changes recently. I said, holding her gaze. Is there anything you would like to say? I continued, trying to get to the point. She obviously needed something. She didn't answer for a moment, instead her hard gaze softened before replying. You've changed. Her voice was very soft, sad even. I was actually shocked into silence when she said that. My mouth opened to respond and closed immediately. I repeated the process a few times, trying to answer. Yes, yes I have. I answered, my mood suddenly changing. I stood up, uncomfortable with the situation. I need to get out of here. I thought as my legs took me to the door of the Great Hall. I just walked. It must look terrible from her perspective. I thought as I considered why she approached me. We used to be very close, after that whole debacle with me making her cry in first year, then the troll. Our adventures throughout the school years almost guaranteed we would be close. I will freely admit that she is the reason I got half-decent grades up until this year. We helped Harry retrieve the Philosopher's Stone in first year. All the nights spent in the library in second year, trying to crack the Chamber of Secrets. The scare with Professor Lupin and Sirius. She helped me with my grades throughout all of these times. Then this year I suddenly disappear every night, my grades skyrocket, and she doesn't even know about how much my casting has improved. Is it even something I should worry about? Why do I feel so guilty? My thoughts continued to swirl as I contemplated the problem before me. I'm not the same person. I concluded as I came to the same conclusion Hermione had not a few moments ago in the Great Hall. People come into your life and sometimes they stay and sometimes you drift apart. It seems that Hermione will be one that will slowly drift away. There just isn't much we can relate on anymore. My thoughts calmed as I came to the conclusion that it was a natural thing that happens. I stopped walking and noticed I was in front of the room of requirement. No door appeared. Have I really walked all the way up here? I thought. My thoughts were interrupted by footsteps from the corridor and my wand leapt into my hand. A flash of silver and I recognized who it was. My wand slid back into my holster. Fleur. I said, surprised. She continued walking my direction and didn't say anything. We locked eyes and I held the gaze as she closed the distance between us. She stopped right in front of me, very much in my personal space. Her hands found their way around my neck and pulled me down. Soft lips enveloped mine as my hands found her waist. We stayed like that for a few moments before she eventually pulled away. That's for your help yesterday. Chapter 8, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 8. Hey everyone. Thanks to everyone for the support y'all have shown. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Thanks for your help yesterday. My response was another kiss, a little more heated than the previous one. When we parted I noticed that I must have grown another inch because I definitely wasn't looking at the top of her head the last time we were together. She must have noticed it also. You've grown. Puberty. I said with a shrug of my shoulders. Thank you for that, I really needed it. I said, talking about the kiss. You left breakfast in a hurry, I think everyone saw me leave after you too. She said in response. Well, in that case, wanna make a quick trip to Hogsmeade? I asked her. Her face seemed shocked that I asked. Did you just ask me out on a date? She responded. Before I could respond, she continued. Yes, of course. It's about time you asked. Well then. I said, extending my arm out to her. Shall we? We. She responded, linking our arms together, and we started walking down the hallway to the stairs. You're not worried about what people will say? I asked her, thinking of the rumors that will swirl because she's going on a date with a 14-year-old. People have always talked about me, regardless of if it's true or not. Only this time it will be. She said, appeasing my worries. We continued walking and didn't say anything until we were outside on the path towards Hogsmeade. My family heard about us going to the Yule Ball. I said out of the blue, my mind taking me to the letters I received earlier. What did they say? She asked curiously. They were worried. They don't understand what a beautiful, powerful witch would want with a 14-year-old. I replied honestly, while also hoping to get a feel of how she felt about the relationship. What did you tell them? She asked, not taking the conversation the way I wanted it to go. I ignored it altogether. I know my worth, I know who I am, even if they don't see it yet. I answered, mirroring my thoughts this morning. Good. she said. We fell into another comfortable silence, just enjoying the walk. You are not like any 14-year-old I have ever met. She started out of nowhere. You have presence. Plus I get this feeling that you are older than me, it is very odd. She continued. In the middle of her explanation I was suddenly reminded of what was happening. I was letting other people's doubts and insecurities bring up the same insecurities I used to have. Before the merge I was a very insecure person, now it was coming back out. Fuck that. My Gryffindorish nature did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed her and kissed her, in the middle of the path on the way to Hogsmeade, with a few students around us. Sorry, I was feeling insecure and did the only thing I could to get me out of that mindset. I told her. She locked eyes with me and sent me an absolutely smoldering look, one that woke something within me. I didn't mind. She said, breathing heavily. She likes spontaneous kisses, noted. I thought to myself. Plus in 10 years, no one will even care about the age difference. I said out loud as I mentally put a lock on the conversation of our age difference. Where would you like to go? The pub where all the students go, the other shadier pub owned by Dumbledore's brother, or the sweets store? I asked. Sweet shop. She asked, intrigued but not making the decision. Sweet shop it is. I answered and she laughed. The day continued that way. We must have went into every shop in Hogsmeade. Eventually the sun started to set and we decided that food was a priority, considering that neither of us had eaten lunch. We found our way into the shady building owned by Aberforth, the Hogshead Inn. Fleur appreciates a good adventure. I thought as I added it to my mental notepad of her likes and dislikes. Currently it consisted of random kisses, physical contact, laughing sweets, herself, and adventure. The building was just as dirty as described in the books. I never understood why nearly every building was falling apart at the seams in the movies and books. Was it because of the age of the buildings? The building techniques? The materials used? I will figure this out eventually. In fact, when I went to the bar I had to break out some of Molly Weasley's cleaning spells on the glass before he poured us 2 butterbeers. He didn't even bat an eye at the casual way I cast the spells. In fact, he seemed used to the behavior. Wizards are so weird. I changed my mind. I'm not eating here. Fleur said as I set our glasses down, her nose pointed towards the air. Okay then, we'll just finish this drink and go. So are you tired of people asking you what you plan on doing after school yet? I asked as I set her glass down. I am not sure. I have been offered a part-time position at Gringotts Bank in Diagon Alley, but I am not sure if I'll accept or not. It would be a good way to improve my English, which I'm not sure that I need anymore. She finished thoughtfully. I would like to pursue a mastery in enchanting eventually. I am pretty gifted with it. I don't worry too much, not to sound arrogant, but I am extremely gifted in certain areas of magic. She concluded. Yeah, you put a fucking dragon to sleep with enchanting. Pretty good is right. Have you thought about it yet? She asked me. Yeah, actually, I'd like to eventually teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Before that I'll have to get my mastery in it. Maybe transfiguration also? Maybe take a crack at getting electronics to work around magic. Maybe lead a cultural revolution? Who knows? I said, thinking of everything to come while slightly joking. She stared at me for a second before she busted out laughing. Ambition is attractive to women, you know. She said after a moment. Really? I said and looked around. Do you see any? I received a swat on my arm in response. You don't think I am a woman? She asked with a sultry look and a raised eyebrow. My brain short-circuited at the direction it thought the conversation was going. Stupid hormones. I didn't answer, instead I just matched her gaze. Did you know that there is a secret passageway back to the castle in this very pub? I asked, changing the subject and giving my hormones a break. She smiled but seemed a little disappointed our game didn't go any farther. Oh? Tell me more. She said sarcastically. Do you remember the room? I asked, recalling the Yule Ball. How could I forget? I was wooed by a boy 3 years younger than me in that room. She responded playfully. She has a great personality. I thought as she kept teasing me. It should lead us back there. I said in response. Should? She asked. Well, I haven't tried it yet. Are you trying to get me alone, Ron Weasley? She said, leaning forward very seductively. I was tired of being cowed by her game, so I decided to be a little bold. I leaned towards her also, grabbed her cheeks with my right hand, pushed them together to make her lips more kissable. She was already leaning in with one hand on the arm that grabbed her, pulling her towards me. Then right before we were about to make contact I pulled away and stood up. Well, would you like to see it? I asked as I extended my hand. Her breathing was heavy, her eyes screamed sexual tension and her lips were pouty. Her eyes narrowed and then became resolved. She took my hand and I led her up the stairs and started looking for the portrait of Ariana Dumbledore. It was easily found considering it was as tall as I was. Hello Ariana, Could I have passage? I asked. Ariana giggled in her painting and held up 3 fingers. Fleur got the message and started pacing back and forth. The painting swung outwards and a tunnel appeared. Wow, that actually worked. I said aloud. Fleur looked back towards me with a weird look on her face. You didn't expect it to? Well, it was 50-50. I responded. We entered and walked a surprisingly short distance until we reached the room that Fleur dreamed up. It was the exact same room that she showed me the last time we were here together, her room at Beauxbatons, surrounded by mountains. I have missed this, she said as she plopped down on her bed. I found my way over to the seat looking out at the Beauxbatons grounds. I always enjoyed a good view. And the room knows it. I thought as a window appeared above my head to show the night sky in all its glory. Beauxbatons must not have much light pollution. My brain supplied taking in the view and tracing the constellations. Beautiful. I heard Fleur whisper in my ear. After I realized that she was allowing me a small amount of control over the room, the chair I was sitting on widened and turned into a love seat with a coffee table appearing in front of it. I felt her sit next to me before I looked at her. Dobby. I said a little louder than normal. Soon enough the small elf popped into the room. Mr. Weasley's? What can Dobby do for the friend of the great Harry Potter? He said as he noticed us sitting there. We were a little late for dinner today. I was wondering if you would make us something. I asked politely. Of course. Anything for the friend of the great Harry Potter. Oh, Master Potter's friends are so nice to Dobby. He confirmed with the last part being mumbled to himself but loud enough for us to hear. He popped away after that to retrieve the food. So Hogwarts does have house elves. Fleur said just as a plate of sandwiches and 2 butterbeers popped on the table. What else does Mr. Weasley need of Dobby? He asked as he appeared beside me. Excited little bugger, isn't he? I couldn't help but think. Nothing, thanks. I said as I reached into my purse and gave him a little tip. He grabbed the sickle with wide eyes and trembling hands. I thoroughly enjoyed watching him freak out over it. Mr. Weasley can call Dobby whenever he wants. Dobby said as he popped away to do whatever house elves do. Fleur didn't say anything about the interaction, but I did notice her look at me strangely before her hunger kicked in. No words were spoken as we devoured the sandwiches. The food didn't last long and soon we were stretched out on her bed staring at the stars again. We made little comments here and there about the constellations and how beautiful they were, but for the most part we just enjoyed each other's presence. I have to get back, Fleur said later on in the night. Our position had changed to me flat on my back and her laying on my chest. A quick tempest told me what time it was. Wow, it's 9:45. I said out loud while we shuffled off of the bed and towards the door. Do you want me to walk you? I asked as we stopped before the door. I am capable of taking care of myself. Just because you outdueled Hogwarts champion doesn't mean you can keep up with me, she said haughtily. Hum. I hummed as the tip of my wand touched her head. She slowly disappeared before my eyes, showcasing my progress with the spell. I could tell she was moving around trying to look for distortions in the spell, but they were minor, signaling a mastery over the spell. You learned it that fast? No, you mastered it, she said, obviously impressed. You so sure I couldn't take you? I asked. I don't know how she got so good at kissing me while invisible, but that is exactly what she did in response. You cannot take me just yet, she said in a sultry voice while rubbing her body against mine. For what felt like the 100th time that day, her teasing short-circuited my brain and I didn't know how to respond. I was always best as the aggressor. I'm supposed to be the one making her speechless, not the other way around. Her laugh echoed in the room as she slipped out and into the 7th floor corridor. Apparition is an important step to one's growth as a wizard. It also happens to be one of the most useful pieces of magic one can learn. It is very dangerous unless practiced properly. That is why I recommend short distances at first, and a partner to put back together any pieces that fall off. With that being said, there are many ways one can actually apparate. The most common technique is described as disappearing from one location and appearing in another. Hence the names disapparition and apparition. This is also the method that will be taught in this book. The instructions are simple. Picture where you want to go, picture where you want all of you to appear, and then will it. Some say that imagining your magic spinning will help, along with actually spinning your body. It is true that it is one way to trick your mind into focusing on the magic, but a simpler way is to just, will it. Of course there is no author, I thought as I put down the worn leather-bound book. Well, no time like the present. My mind willed the room to allow me a space that wasn't warded. I wasn't even sure it would work in the room, but I would try. Some might say that I was an idiot for trying it first in the room, but I didn't really feel like running outside of the wards just to try it, which is what I will do if it doesn't work. I pictured the spot 10 feet from me, grabbed my magic, and willed myself to appear in the spot. Pop. The noise was the start of a feeling that is hard to describe. In the end, Harry described it perfectly in the books. It felt like I was being squeezed through space and time through a small tube. I landed on my feet, my bare feet, as in naked. Well, I guess I need to focus on bringing my clothes with me too, I thought as I took in my state of undress. Well, at least I still have all my body parts. I went about getting dressed again as I became determined to master the magic. I wonder if it will let me apparate out of Hogwarts. As it turned out, you couldn't, but the good news is that I now know where the ward lines end around the school. The months leading up to the third task were very productive. I turned 15, I mastered apparating, I mastered the disillusionment charm, I was getting closer to mastering the basics of occlumency, my repertoire of spells grew tremendously and I got almost all O's on the classes I cared about, while still scoring high enough on the others to be happy about. I also snuck out one night and took the night bus to Little Hangleton. It was very small, so it was easy to find the graveyard and the headstone. My mastery of apparition and disillusionment was welcome, it was vital to my plans of ending the war before it even began. So far it was a fairly straightforward plan. Sneak off during the third task with use of the disillusionment charm, a spell I had been casting for the better part of 4 months leading up to the task. I am actually pretty confident that I was one of the most proficient users of the spell alive. Then once I am outside of the ward lines, apparate outside the cemetery where Voldemort is supposed to be resurrected in and wait for Pettigrew and Baby Voldy to show up. Take them both by surprise and well, end the war before it could even start, save countless amounts of lives, go on about my new life. I hoped it would be that easy. No plan ever survives first contact with the enemy, I thought as I sat down in the stands waiting for the champions to be brought out. The hedges of the maze stood in front of us, tall and unwelcoming. They would face many difficult challenges inside. I always wondered why people even showed up to the tasks, it was literally a waiting game. The spectators couldn't see a thing that was going to happen in the maze, just like they couldn't see into the Black Lake to watch the second task. The first task was understandable, who wouldn't want to see 4 wizards go up against a dragon? Plus you could actually see the action taking place. I guess not everyone knows what the tasks entail either. I thought in response to my own questions. They're probably hoping it's something they can watch. My thoughts were interrupted by the 4 champions arriving and getting in their positions. I caught Harry's eye and gave him a nod that he returned. Fleur noticed it and sent me a wink, a smile was all I gave in response. I didn't hear any of the words Dumbledore said before Harry was led into the maze, my heart was pounding in my chest, drowning out all other signs. I stood up as Fleur disappeared next into the maze. Ron, where are you going? Hermione asked in response. I'll be right back, just going to the restroom. Might mingle a little too, I said, walking away before she could respond. I got behind the stands pretty soon and made sure no one was around to see me before I cast the charm to make myself invisible. Technically I could have apparated right then and there considering we were outside of the wards. Instead I started walking towards the forest, a place where no one could hear. I was a good 200 yards from the stands when I finally decided I had made it far enough. Suddenly I felt a wave of magic wash over me, luckily my wand was already in my hand. A silver shield sprung up in front of me towards the destination the wave of magic came from, and just in time too. A red spell connected with my shield, a spell I recognized as a stunner. From the direction it came, Mad Eye shimmered into view as he lowered his disillusionment charm. Mine was already broken by my shield charm. Good reactions, boy. Moody said, his eye wasn't wondering, instead it was locked onto me. Come on, Dumbledore told me to come retrieve you. He lied. We both know that he didn't, you can drop the disguise, Junior. I responded, calling him out on the lie. His face hardened, before he smiled, something I hadn't seen him do in all the time he had been teaching us. How could I forget about him? I thought as I realized my stupidity. We both looked to the maze as red sparks flew out of the middle of it. Someone is already eliminated. I have to hurry. That is interesting. Yes, the Dark Lord will praise me when I bring him the head of the best friend of Harry Potter. He said as he raised his wand. I wasted no time in drawing my wand back and casting a fire whip that would have separated his wand arm from his shoulder. He deflected it away with a swipe of his wand, but I was already moving into my next spell. A bombardo was sent his way, right at his feet. He reacted quickly and put up a shield which was perfect for what I wanted. The debris from the spell flew behind him and were quickly transfigured into 3 arrows, which I willed to fire back at his person. He saw my wand moving and reacted instinctively, ducking and rolling on the ground. Only one of my arrows landed and managed to pierce his thigh. I drew first blood, but his experience won out and he shot up from the ground with the tip of his wand glowing green. Avada Kedavra! He shouted as a green light burst from his wand. I had already reacted and conjured a silver shield, the same type that Voldemort will go on to conjure against Dumbledore in the Ministry Atrium. A loud gong echoed throughout the trees as the spell was blocked. I mentally sharpened the edge and banished the shield in his direction. It shot over his head, but the distraction was perfect for me because I sent a stunner right after it. It connected with Moody and he dropped like a sack. I approached and noticed that it wasn't even Mad Eye Moody anymore, the polyjuice had apparently worn off in the duel because Barty Crouch Jr.'s body laid before me, unmoving. I grabbed the wand out of his hands and stored it in my robes, not sure if it was the real Mad Eyes or not. I transfigured a chair and bound his body to it with conjured ropes. "Fuck, Harry," I said out loud when I was done. "Am I too late?" I thought as I noticed there were no more spells lighting up the inside of the maze. I made sure the bindings were still in place, concentrated, and then the world twisted. Chapter 9, The Goblet of Fire, Chapter 9. Hello everyone. Here is the latest chapter, it picks up immediately where we left off last chapter. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Let's talk. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I appeared outside the cemetery and immediately cast the disillusionment charm. I couldn't run or the spell wouldn't hold, so I started quickly walking, going at the fastest pace possible to keep the charm up. I rounded a particularly large tomb and then I could see them. Fuck. Pettigrew was clutching at his new stump of an arm and a pale skeletal figure was strutting around in front of a group of robed figures. I'm too late, I thought as I took in the sight of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. I started moving slower, knowing that he would recognize the shimmer of a fast-moving disillusionment charm. My mind was racing at a fast pace, trying to make something of the situation. I could try and catch him off guard and just kill him. I'm not even sure I can cast the killing curse, and that's the only thing that is fast enough to work, I thought. I continued to get closer as I was thinking and saw the body of Cedric Diggory laying unnaturally still, not breathing. No, I thought, taking in the sight before me. I was around 30 yards from Voldemort himself and I could finally see him as he turned around. His face was pale and stretched thin over his bones, his eyes were red, and his nose was non-existent. He is an abomination, I couldn't help but think. My mind continued to race a mile a minute as I took in the sight, looking for a way to salvage the situation. I kept creeping closer and closer, and eventually I was standing off to the side of the Death Eaters, at an angle to strike at Voldemort if I needed to, while also staying out of the path of any spells that may be flung. I can't do anything, I have to wait it out, I thought as I came to the conclusion to not act. If I see it go bad, then I'll intervene, I thought as I tuned into the conversation. Apparently I had been lost in my thoughts because Pettigrew was undoing the bonds on Harry and gave him his wand back. You've been taught how to duel, Harry Potter? We bow to each other, Harry. Come, the niceties must be observed, Dumbledore would like you to show manners, bow to death, Harry. Voldemort said as his wand flickered and a word was whispered across the wind. Harry obeyed and his upper body lurched forward into a bow, before he snapped back upright and brought his wand up. Very good, and now you face me like a man, straight-backed and proud, the way your father died. He took in a breath before he finished. And now, we duel. A cruciatus curse flew through the air and connected with Harry. His screams echoed across the cemetery. I looked away, unable to stomach how much of a coward I was for not stopping him. My eyes locked onto Peter, admiring his hand with awe, and immediately I came up with a plan. I won't. I barely heard Harry shrug off Voldemort's imperious. Instead, I began moving again, slowly. I had to get to the opposite side where I had a good view of Pettigrew. I saw Harry dive behind a headstone. I didn't hear any of the dialogue, instead I was focusing myself for what I was about to do. Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. The red and green beams of light connected and immediately turned into a pure gold color. Priori Incantatum, I thought, taking in the rare phenomenon. The Death Eaters were scrambling around, yelling to their master for instructions. Do nothing, Voldemort yelled to them, obviously interested in the new development. They obeyed him, but all of them had their wands in their hands. Wisps of grey smoke broke out from their wands and started forming into shapes that I knew would be the distraction for Harry to get out of here. I mentally started preparing myself. It felt like an eternity before I heard the words. Now. The golden light ripped apart and Harry took off in the opposite direction as me, towards Cedric's body. My disillusionment fell off of me in response to my wishes. Stun him, I heard Voldemort shout as soon as I acted. I took aim and sent a stunner, followed by a summoning charm. The red light flew true and hit Pettigrew in the back, and soon his body was sent hurtling through the air towards me. Time seemed to slow down because when Pettigrew was about halfway through the air, I saw Voldemort turn to me, no doubt feeling the magic. His eyes widened and his wand rose. I sent him a smirk right before Pettigrew touched my outstretched hand. Then the world twisted. I landed in a heap, with Peter's fat frame landing on top of me. I heaved, trying to get the air back into my lungs. After I successfully caught my breath, I began to look around for my other prisoner. At the same time, a scream rang out from the stadium. Harry is back. Impressive. Although he always was an idiot, I heard Barty say from the exact spot I left him. My wand was up and pointed at him before I realized he was still in the chair, bound. I was actually surprised he hadn't managed to escape. Impressive magic. I thought for sure I would be able to escape, but the chair wouldn't tip over, and I'm pretty sure my left arm is dislocated. Wouldn't mind letting me out, would ye? Barty said in response to my questioning gaze. He was right, it looked like the ropes had dug in very tight and were still squeezing. I guess my magic reacted to my will, and I didn't want him to move. Maybe I wanted to hurt him too? I didn't want to let him out, but I didn't want him to suffer needlessly, so stunned him once again. I need to think. There were still cries coming from the stadium, although there were quieting once everyone realized that there was a dead boy laying before them. I couldn't save him. My brain supplied as it continued to run through appropriate scenarios to get out of this mess. Worst comes to worst. I do still have a favor I can call in from Dumbledore. Eventually I came up with a decent plan, one that hinged on Harry not being present for it. I stunned my 2 prisoners once more for good measure, then I bound and disillusioned Pettigrew behind a tree in case the magic wore out and started sprinting towards the stands. As I got there I noticed Harry being escorted away by Snape. Dumbledore was talking to Fudge about the incident, no doubt. Professor. Headmaster. I yelled as I sprinted up, getting everyone's attention. Professor Moody attacked me, and then it wasn't Professor Moody, and then I reacted and now he isn't moving. I started yelling distraughtly. My acting really is superb. Off to the side, I noticed Harry turn toward me, but Snape kept leading him away. Dumbledore was the first to react, as usual. Calm down, Mr. Weasley. Where is he? He responded without the usual twinkle in his eye and the Elder Wand in hand. This way. I said, waving my arm and leading him and a few other wizards towards the site of our duel. Aurors? It didn't take long to arrive on the scene, and I thanked my guardian angel for them both still being stunned and bound. Barty. I heard Fudge mutter as he took in the sight of the unconscious wizard. The body took all of the attention off of me, and somewhere in the back of my mind I was alerted to the ring on my finger, the one that was supposedly illegal for a minor to possess. I waited for everyone to put their full attention on the body before slipping it off my finger and into my robes. He's still breathing. I heard one of the other wizards tell everyone. But he's pretty banged up. You did this, kid? A tall black man turned to me and asked. Like I said, I just reacted. I didn't hurt him, did I? I said, putting on my distressed 15-year-old face. He'll live. Was all I got in response. Ron, come on. The Aurors will take care of Mr. Crouch. Let's attend to Mr. Potter. Dumbledore said from beside me, placing a hand on my shoulder. I looked up at him and made the faintest nod and trace of my eyes to where the body of Pettigrew laid, invisible. He met my eyes and suddenly I could feel something touching my mind. I compiled and sent him images of exactly what I wanted him to know, then I cleared my mind, as my Occlumency lessons had been teaching me. To any outsider, it would appear as if his face didn't move at all, but his eyes told a completely different story. It wasn't a disappointed or even a surprised stare, but an almost accusatory one instead. Pop. I heard from behind us, the Aurors had taken the body back to wherever they take prisoners. Azkaban. My mind supplied. Minister, I must see Ron back to his family. We will meet to talk in the morning. Dumbledore half asked, half told Fudge. What? We must talk about this at once. Fudge responded, no doubt wondering about his position as minister. My first priority is to my students. I'm sure you can understand, I'm afraid I must insist. He said with a tone of finality. Fudge gave me a look, one of rage, turned and disapparated. Dumbledore was moving instantly. He rounded the tree quickly. A wave of his wand and Pettigrew appeared for a moment and then turned invisible again. Grab my hand. He stated, and I wasted no time in complying. A flash of flame and the feeling of being misplaced in space and time was the only thing I felt for a moment. I landed on my feet in the middle of Dumbledore's office. I looked around and most of the artifacts were still in the same place. Ron? Harry asked from his seat in the room. Snape was in the corner looking at his forearm and tracing the lines on the now obvious dark mark. There was a shaggy black dog sitting next to Harry also. Serious? Dumbledore slowly moved over to his seat and sat down. He melted in the seat as he released a very large breath of air. It lasted for a second before he straightened up and turned towards Harry. What happened? Dumbledore spoke. Snape's head whipped around at the noise and became very engrossed in the conversation. He's back, Voldemort is back! Harry exclaimed. How? Tell me everything, my boy, start from the beginning. Dumbledore replied. Harry obliged him, starting from when he went in the maze. He told them how he used the Point Me spell to help guide him through the maze, how he ran into Cedric, and faced the Sphinx, and how they touched the cup together. Didn't Barty help Harry throughout the maze? He couldn't have had time, did he, imperious someone? I realized he wouldn't have enough time with dueling me. I was interrupted by Dumbledore. And you, Mr. Weasley? What really happened? Is Harry done already? I thought in response. I was sitting in the stands next to Hermione, when someone tried to cast the Imperius on me. I quickly made an excuse to get away from the rest of the students, because I wasn't sure if the culprit would try again. I should have gotten a professor, but I decided to lure them away from my classmates and deal with it myself. It was Professor Moody. He cast something that I could feel, not sure what it was, but after that a stunner came flying through the air, but I was prepared. I paused a second to collect my thoughts and recall the duel. I blocked it and I was interrupted before I could continue. You blocked it. The familiar drawl of Snape met my ears. Yes sir, the Protego charm. I answered respectfully. And then he said back to me. He must not have expected me to block it because he only sent the one spell. I attacked him with a disarming and stunning spell. He blocked the first and the second hit. Then when I walk over to him, it wasn't Professor Moody at all, but that man that you saw, Headmaster. I finished nodding to him. And Pettigrew. Dumbledore cut in. He operate next to us, and I just reacted and stunned him. Maybe he was sent to check on that other guy. What was his name? I asked. Barty Crouch Jr., a notorious Death Eater. He was supposed to be in Azkaban. Dumbledore answered me. Maybe Voldemort. They both flinched at the name. Sent him to check up on Barty? I asked. A sound theory. Was the only response I got. It's good, right? This is serious freedom. I said, happy at the development. Everyone seemed relatively surprised I said that to them. Then Dumbledore's face split into a smile. Let me make a flow call. Finally. I thought as I spotted the familiar distortion of air that signaled the disillusionment charm. You look beautiful. I said to the shimmering air. You haven't even seen me yet. The familiar voice of Fleur sounded out as the charm dropped. Mine dropped at the same time and I was on her in no time. It was the first time I had initiated any kiss or physical affection. Normally she is the aggressor. Hello to you too. She greeted playfully. Sorry, I was worried about you. I responded honestly. Her eyes narrowed at me in the night. I am not some flower that will wilt and die without a fight. I may not be a prodigious dueler like you, but I can hold my own. She said, getting her point across. I know, I can't help it. I gathered myself. Okay, pull yourself together, she's okay, enough vulnerability. I told myself, straightening up and hardening myself a little. I have good news. She said after a little bit of just embracing each other. Oh. Gringotts offered me a position this summer, and I accepted. Oh. I thought as my stomach dropped. That's supposed to be good news. That's also where she will meet my brother. My traitorous thoughts supplied. I'll be closer to you. She elaborated. Obviously my thoughts had leaked onto my face. I quickly smiled at her to show I was happy. That is good news. I supplied while beating back my insecurities screaming at me from the back of my mind. I gave her another kiss. I have something for you. Oh, is that what I keep feeling in your robes? She said with a smile. I have a lot of things I want to give you in these robes, but this is what I mean. I said, pulling out a journal. I was rewarded with a smile and a confused look. Thanks. I think. It has a twin, anything you write in here will be transferred to mine. It also has a charm to ring whenever someone has written in it, that can be linked to a piece of jewelry, if you aren't always near it to hear it chime. I said as I held up my own copy of the journal. She snatched her copy out of my hand and then jumped into my arms again. Our lips met again, but not like the times before. Before it was passionate, not this time. It was primal, raw, and an extreme turn-on. My body reacted, and my right hand dropped and grabbed a handful of her perfect ass while my left wrapped itself around the back of her neck to deepen it. She absolutely melted at the attention. Her moan brought me back to reality and I decided to end our little display before we went too far on the lawn of Hogwarts. What are you doing to me, Ron Weasley? A rhetorical question, obviously. I didn't respond and she didn't want me to. My parents have figured it out. She continued after I didn't answer. I don't think they think it's you, but it'll be easy to figure out. They'll want to meet you soon. I actually smiled at that. Those meetings always made memories, whether good or bad. Okay, when? I don't know. I have never brought a boy home. She replied honestly. My parents have no idea. I haven't seen them since the start of the term. I responded. They will find out quick this summer. I continued. I felt her smile against my chest. We'll schedule our meetups in the journal. Okay. I should be getting back, they'll be looking for me. Fleur told me, her body tightened its hold on me. We'll see each other soon. Mom, Dad, it's good to see you. I said, looking at my parents who I hadn't seen since the beginning of the school year. Molly embraced me first and then Dad. Oh Ron, we are so proud of you. Thanks Mum. Couldn't slack off for forever, right? I said, earning chuckles. Don't forget us Ronnykins, you think you can ignore us for the whole year and get away with it? The twins sounded out from behind me. Shit. Chapter 10, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. Another chapter ready to go for you. Let me know what you think. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I woke quickly, the smell of bacon and the sound of yelling. So much orange. I thought as I took in the sight of my room on the 5th floor of the burrow. Without hesitation my wand fell into my hand and I checked my ring to make sure it was still on my left index finger. Once I confirmed that yes it was, my wand cut through the air. All of the posters on the wall seemed to shudder before peeling off of the walls and flying towards me before hovering in the air. Another flick and they were all vanished. The only things that still sported the ugly orange color was the sheets and part of the comforter on the bed. My wand absolutely vibrated in my hands, purring at being used again. Ever since the events at the end of the third task, it had been more eager than ever to channel my magic. The book was right about Blackthorn, you need to pass through hardship together to truly bond with it. I thought remembering the excerpt from the book I had read earlier in 4th year. Interesting. I concluded returning to my room. I didn't feel like going through this cleaning process the night before, I was too tired after staying up late catching up with the rest of the family. I feel lucky I wasn't woken by the smell of a dung bomb, or by some other sticky substance courtesy of the twins' pranks. They haven't started yet. Or they're going to torture me by never actually pulling a prank but making me think they would, therefore driving me mad. I shook my head and focused on what I was doing, getting ready for the day. It took me no time and with a few waves of my wand, my mouth was cleaned more efficiently than a toothbrush ever could. I started my descent down the stairs. The twins were already downstairs, Percy was either downstairs or at work and Ginny's door was closed, telling me everything I needed to know. Mum was running around the kitchen preparing breakfast for the family and the twins were annoying her from the dinner table in their pajamas. No doubt the yelling from earlier was them operating in and startling her. Good morning. I rang out to announce my presence. Morning Ron, want a plate? I have some bacon and biscuits ready, jam? Yeah. She replied fixing a plate together without hearing a response. Sounds wonderful, Mum. I replied sitting down next to the twins. Fred, George. I said with a nod to each of them. Ronnie Ekins. They said in unison with a devilish smile on their face. Mum, any word on Sirius trial? I asked her as she set my plate down in front of me. They approved the emergency trial last night, it will be today, sometime in the afternoon, according to the paper, at least. She replied. Before I could ask about when Harry would be allowed to move in, the sound of apparition met my ears from outside the house. My wand flew into my hand on instinct and I was lucky everyone's head turned to miss the action. Bill didn't even bother knocking, instead he just walked in, as is his right. I always considered him Molly's favorite son, although the twins might be tied with him. Bill. Mum said as she squeezed his neck. When did you get in? She asked. He's been out of the country most likely. I thought at their interaction. Late last night actually, crashed at a mate's place. Didn't want to bother you. He said with his roguish smile and his earring dangling from his ear. You know it would be no bother young man. You're always welcome in this house. Molly replied, setting a plate down in front of him. How long are you in? She asked. A long time I imagine, with the order being reformed and all. He said casually. Molly stopped what she was doing completely, the dish she was cleaning fell into the sink and clanging against another. Another second and she picked it back up, to furiously scrub on it. I glanced at my eldest brother from the corner of my eye. He kept his gaze on her, testing to see how she would react to the news. Obviously she had been kept out of the decision to include him in the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's band of vigilantes. Don't speak of that in front of the children. She replied simply. He turned to face me and gave me a wink. And you, I thought you would be taking your summer in France. He said with a laugh. Traitor. I thought as he brought up the subject I knew Molly would latch onto. He knew it too, to deflect the attention on someone besides himself. I laughed with him despite the situation, it was kind of funny. Ronald. Have you been seeing that villa? And there it is. I thought getting angry. I quickly shut that lid because my anger wouldn't help in this situation. Occlumency lessons are paying off. Yes. I said simply, deciding to tell the truth. I thought my letter would have made it clear about my feelings on the subject. She said quickly. Mum, to be perfectly honest with you. I couldn't care less what you or anyone else think of my relationship. I said simply, once again being perfectly honest with her. I drew the gaze of everyone that time, and once again Molly stopped cleaning the dishes at the disrespect. I wince a little. I could have said that better. I realized. Bill's eyes flickered from mine to the stairs behind me, where our father, Arthur, stood. Great, here it comes. No one said anything. He walked forward, obviously smoldering inside. Outside. He said simply to me. I wasted absolutely no time in standing up, completely cool and following him. I may have been a little disrespectful, but I stand by what I said. The worst thing about all of this is that it will be viewed as teenage rebellion. I thought as we finally breached the door. He was still facing away from me when his wand flipped up and I tried my best not to react, but mine flew into my hand also. I knew he was only casting the silencing spell he always cast whenever we were in trouble and were about to get a tongue lashing, but my wand was just so eager to unleash my will. The spell took hold around us and almost immediately I could feel it drop. I turned to look at why that was and I could see Bill had moved closer to the window and tapped his earring with his wand. Fucking cure breakers. I couldn't help but think. Arthur didn't even seem to notice it drop. Dad can't feel magic? My wand whipped and I set up my own privacy spell, a fairly powerful one if I do say so myself. I kept my eye on Bill and I saw his eyes widen before locking eyes with me. I sent him a wink just as he had to me earlier. He smiled before he turned back towards the house, hopefully to mind his own business. Arthur still hadn't begun to speak or even turn around, so I decided to speak first. I agree. I said simply. He turned to me at that. Agree to what? He responded. That was fairly disrespectful. I could have said it better. I told him. Yes, you could have. Don't think I didn't hear what she said either. I told her it wouldn't go like she wanted. I'll talk to her later. He said, getting his thoughts in the air. Oh, so he is mad at the situation in general, not just what was said. I don't need the hostility, father, I need your support. Once it becomes public knowledge, everyone else will handle the hostility. I told him. We just want what's best for you. I'm not sure if I agree with your mother, but she has a point. He responded. I know, and if I make a mistake then that's fine. But it's my mistake to make. I continued. I am fairly certain that I am not making a mistake, by the way. I added in there at the end when I finished rambling. He looked me up and down then, and his eyes softened. My boy is becoming a man. He said as he embraced me in a hug. I'm almost as tall as him. I thought in the middle of the hug. I have something to show you, Dad. I said, letting him go. It's at Gringotts. I finished. Well, I am off today and tomorrow. We could go after breakfast yet. Sure. Name? Ronald Weasley. I answered the yelling goblin in front of me. Key. I handed it over like the good little wizard the goblin thought I was. Follow me. I went first and then Molly and Arthur. We were led into a cart and I realized that it was the first time I had been to the vault now belonging to Harry and I. Soon we were led to the vault and the goblin stayed at the cart as I led them to the vault door. The key was accepted and the vault door slid open. I stepped back to let them get a good view of the pile of galleons that lay in the middle of the floor. What is this, Ron? They asked me. This is a vault that Harry and I share. I told them. The total is 200,000 galleons, split in half between the two of us. I paused, letting them take in the amount. In second year, Harry killed the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. That is where it stayed until we went back down there last year. I had an idea, what if we tried to harvest it and sell the materials? Well, it turns out that Gringotts is more than willing to be the middleman between the sellers and buyers. I earned my half by actually doing the harvesting of the basilisk. I skinned it and I collected the venom. Gringotts sold it all for us. Now we are 200,000 galleons richer. Well, a little less than that. I finished. Neither said anything for a while. Eventually it was Arthur that spoke up. We will give it back. He said after he digested it all. You have no say in it. Neither of you do. I told them. I hated doing it to them, but I knew they would react this way. We aren't a charity case, Ron, we are giving it back. He shouted. It was one of the only times I have heard him actually raise his voice. A year ago I would have cowed before him, but, well, things have changed. He didn't give me the money, I earned it. He was going to have it destroyed, and then no one would have benefited from it at all. I answered his raised voice with one of my own. I don't give a damn. Give me the key. He demanded. You don't have the authority. Harry was emancipated for the duration of the tournament. My name is on this vault, legally. Even if you tried to take this to court, Harry is no longer an adult. You would never win, at least not in time for it to matter. Mine and Ginny's tuition has been paid for in full for the rest of our years at Hogwarts. I said, holding up a piece of paper. I received confirmation from Hogwarts yesterday. I continued as I handed him the piece of paper. He took it and read it. He had to have read it 20 times beginning to finish before he let it fall between his fingers. The whole time Molly had been watching us interact, a dumbstruck look on her face. You always were good at chess. My father said, not looking at me. Instead he was trying to calm himself down, pacing all over the room. I didn't want to do it this way. But I knew how you would react, Dad. I pleaded to him. You would have never agreed to it. He started laughing. He laughed for a good minute before he abruptly stopped. He turned and walked up to me. For a second, it looked like we were about to scrap it out, like muggles. He just put his hand on my head, looked me in the eyes, and then walked past me. He continued until he got into the cart, Molly right on his heels. She was oddly quiet this whole time. This is going to take forever to get over, I thought as I looked back on how events played out. That could have gone better. Had he spoken to you yet? The elegant writing of Fleur read in my journal. Not yet, Mum barely speaks to me, only when it's necessary. I wrote to her. He'll come around eventually, he's just mad how I did it, behind his back, without his consent. He's not actually mad about the act, in fact I'm sure he's happy about it. Fleur had been my confidant through this whole debacle with my family. I am slowly becoming the black sheep, or maybe I am already the black sheep. I thought. Bill and the twins were the only two of my siblings who would speak to me. Ginny was determined to follow our parents' instructions, Percy never talked to me much anyway. I think you're right, it'll get better. Papa doesn't like me being this far from home. I think he is just missing me. Mom understands and keeps him in check. Fleur replied. I could hear her laughing at the end of the sentence. I glanced at the clock on the wall. I have to go, I am meeting with Sirius and Harry today. And you have to get back to work. I told her. Sad face, she had been going crazy with the smiley faces and winking faces since I showed her. Now it looks like the sad face will be her signature. I'll talk to you later. I told her. Smiley face, I rolled my eyes at that and put the journal in my robes before heading downstairs. I'm heading over to Sirius. I told my mother. I didn't get an answer. Instead I just grabbed the Fleur powder. 12 Grimmauld Place. I stepped out of the green flame without stumbling at all. I hate you. I heard Harry say as he let his jealousy at my superior Fleur traveling skills. Good to see you too, mate. Don't forget about me. A shaggy-haired man said as he rounded the corner into the family room of the house. It's good to see you too, Sirius. I told him. Thanks for letting me come over. After everything you've done for me. You're welcome here anytime, kid. He said with a wink. Now if you don't mind, I have a date with a pretty witch. The mind healer doesn't count as a date, Sirius. Harry said, stopping him in his tracks. That's what you think. He said with a grin as he threw in some Fleur powder. Saint Mungo's. Then he was gone. I stood there for a moment looking around at the state of the house, it seemed better taken care of than described in the books and movies. How did you really capture Pettigrew? Harry asked. I turned to look at him with a confused look, not confused at the question, just confused he would lead with that. Oh shit. It's time for that conversation already. The words flew out of my mouth. How did you figure it out? I asked him. I saw you, right before I grabbed the cup. He answered. I thought it was a hallucination at first. Then you showed up with Dumbledore and his body was on the ground. Why didn't you say something then? I asked him, curious. I'm not sure, you had to have a reason, right? Oh, I have one for sure. I said as I drew my wand. I cast the most overpowered privacy spell in the history of privacy spells. We are in the place that was the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters, Dumbledore might have bugged the place for all I knew. But I can't tell you yet. I told him. What do you mean you can't tell me, I'm your best mate? He exclaimed. I know. But your thoughts are unprotected, any decent wizard could take this information from your mind. That's why, if you want to know what really happened that night, you'll have to learn Occlumency. I told him. Occlumency? He asked. Technically it's the art of organizing your mind. It lets you do much more than that though. I told him. How do you do it? Is it a spell? He asked. No, there are a few ways you can do it. We will do it a few ways. First we will get you to where you can clear your mind, this requires meditation, then we will try to breach each other's defenses with spell, this will allow us to master Occlumency much faster. I explained to him. And then you'll tell me everything? He asked. And then I'll tell you everything. I confirmed. He got this look on his face then. I need your help. He said seriously. I was actually confused to what he meant. With what? I asked. You've become powerful, Ron, I want that. Against Voldemort, he toyed with me, Ron. I stood no chance, I accepted I was going to die. Then by some fluke of magic, I was saved. Never again, I never want to be weak again. He answered. He was obviously still traumatized by the event and I could understand it, he saw Cedric get killed. My fault. I met his eyes and I could tell he was serious. Okay. It'll be hard, and you'll have to work your ass off, but we can do that. I told him. Deal. Bill POV. I looked at the latest item the goblins wanted him to figure out, the ring will become something mundane by the time I am done with it. A flash of silver caught my eye. The new girl? I thought to myself, watching her walk back to her desk. I stood up on a whim. I need some entertainment. I don't think management would be too happy about that. I said, noticing her attention on the journal in front of her. She didn't jump as I expected, instead she replied almost automatically. Yes, I know. I'm already done with my daily assignments. She said in defense. Relax, I won't tell MRS. I asked, extending my hand. Fleur Delacour. She said, shaking my hand. The girl Ron took to the ball, and is now seeing. Well done, little brother. I couldn't help but admire his tastes. Well, that ruins my fun now, doesn't it? Bill Weasley. I said back. Her eyes brightened at the revelation. I know a Weasley. She said playfully. Intimately, if the family rumors are to be believed. I couldn't help but tease her a little. Oh, he talks about me. She said, suddenly much more interested in the conversation. Something like that. So when are you going to come see the family? I asked. Her eyes turned a little fiery then. When Avila is allowed in the house, I suppose. She replied sharply. Feisty. Mum is going to love this one. Heard about that, did you? I asked. He didn't want to tell me. I practically forced it out of him. She said as she calmed down. I'm surprised you're even talking to me then. I said honestly. Only because you still talk to him. She said as she turned away. No secrets between these two, hey. I'll talk to the others. It's about time this was all resolved. I told her. Honestly, I've let it go on for too long. She didn't respond, instead she stood up and left. Ron POV. I smiled as I read the very long essay of Fleur rambling about my family and the audacity of my brother to bring up when she was going to meet the family. I didn't have the time to send a full response, so instead I wrote a simple note. Let me respond to this in a little while. I am a little busy. I am currently in the dueling room of Grimmauld Place, a room that was previously very dusty, until I got a hold of it. It's a simply designed room, mats covered the floor and in the corners stood some old dummies. This might be the place where Bellatrix learned and practiced all of her deadly spells. I shook my head to focus and my wand flicked as I cast a Renervate on Harry. Sweat ran down his body after our succession of duels that all ended the same way, him stunned on the ground. He sat up and looked around, then he hung his head. Again? He asked. Don't get down on yourself, I've been practicing nearly every day for the last year, it's only natural that I would win these duels. I told him. His expression changed. But why? Why have you been practicing? Have you mastered Occlumency? I asked him, not needing an answer. Because if you have, then I can tell you. He didn't answer at all, instead he changed the subject. Are we going again? He asked. No, now we will study. And you get to start with this. I told him, handing him a small leather book, one without a title and author on the cover. He opened the front page and read the title. A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned. Chapter 11, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. Another chapter coming your way. I know I have said this a lot recently, but I am really enjoying writing these stories because I feel like I have got my style of writing lined out. Of course I still have a lot to improve upon, won't deny that, but I am pleased with my progress. Anyway, on to the story. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. It's not the wand movements that are most important, Harry. I told Harry for what felt like the 100th time since he read A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned. You keep saying that, but I don't understand. He responded as he had for the last 60 times. What are you focusing on? I asked simply, finally deciding to give him a little more help. I'm focusing on the proper wand movement while introducing my will on the world. Harry exclaimed, obviously frustrated. Okay, that is the basic, and I mean most basic explanation of what I do also. So let's try something else. I told him, realizing he wouldn't be able to learn like I learn. What do you normally focus on when casting spells? The emotion behind them. Harry told me. Really? I asked, confused. I guess it makes sense that people would learn things differently. But you normally do the wand motions perfectly in class, you don't focus on them. No, I memorize them before casting the spell, so that I can focus on the emotion and visualizing the spell. He responded. Oh, actually we're not so different at all. I realized as he told me his explanation. Well, this should be easy then, the book has all the basic wand motions for nearly every spell, memorize them and start focusing on the emotion then. I told him simply. What do you think about? Harry asked me curiously. Well, a lot of the same, really. I already know the wand movements, but to be honest I don't use any but the opening movement anymore. I told him truthfully. Then I focus on enacting my will on the world, the emotion just kind of fills itself in for me. Oh, We are the same then. Wait, you barely do the opening wand movements? Harry asked confused. Yes, technically, neither the movements or the pronunciation matter if your magic knows what it needs to do, but that comes with time. So let's focus on this for now. I told him as I turned around and walked towards the desk to continue studying the 7th material books from the Black Library. It's still hard to believe Sirius gave us free reign of the Black Library, not to mention everything else. Harry said as he saw the direction I was headed. I hate to say it, but I'm not sure he would deny us anything, as long as we asked and spent time with him. I responded honestly. Sirius spent most of his days at the hospital, whether it was with a mind healer, or a physical therapist. I also discovered that if I, or Harry, asked him for anything he would say yes almost immediately. Flashback. Hey Sirius! Harry and I called as he stepped through the flue. He jumped a little because of our greeting. Both of us were waiting for him to return home in the family room downstairs. He came home around 4:15 like clockwork. Hey guys, what's up? Girl trouble. Sirius responded almost immediately. My mind shifted to Fleur at the mention of girl but quickly righted itself as I remembered we were fine. Absolutely not, we just had a few questions. I told him. Alright, hit me with them. The Blacks are a really old family, right? Like really old? I asked curiously. Yep, easily one of the oldest. We were prominent before the Sacred 28 were even formed. Why? Sirius responded. Well then that would mean you would have quite the extensive library, right? Harry cut in, and I was thankful for it. It would be better if he asked. Yes, Pronglet, and I can say with confidence that it is the most extensive of all of the magical families in Britain. Hogwarts exceeds it in book number, but I would argue we have the most rare and obscure books. I would stack it against any private collection of magical knowledge anywhere in the world, except some of the older Italian families. Sirius replied without thinking, the words just flying out. Really? I asked, curious about the Italian comment. Italian? Yeah, that's where we perfected wands after all, it makes sense that they would have more grimoires. Sirius continued. I didn't respond, instead I processed the knowledge. Hey, you learn something new every day. Do you think we could, maybe? Harry asked with an expression that was meant to be cute on his face. Apparently it worked because Sirius was quick to respond, as always. Of course, follow me. And he started walking towards the stairs. We went up 2 flights of stairs before he stopped. This is the entrance to my father's study, took me forever to get the bollocks to clean it out. He still thinks of it as his father's study. Our fathers will always have a place in our hearts, good or bad, I suppose. I thought as he opened the door and walked in. You know this is your study now. I told him as I looked around the room. It was the stereotypical old rich white man study. All of the walls were filled with bookshelves and a well-made, obviously expensive mahogany desk sat with an equally ornate chair behind it. Yeah, I know. It's hard to break the habit, you know. Sirius asked in response. Anyway, I'll need to give you both access to the library. He paused after he said that as if he had forgotten something. He did. Well, it'll cost you a few drops of blood. Long story short, the best wards are blood-based. Sirius spit out through his mouth faster than most people could even talk. That's no problem. I told him, alleviating his fears of us branding him a dark wizard. I'm much closer to dark than Sirius ever will be. I thought to myself, pondering on the war to come and the lengths I am willing to go. Great. Sirius told me as he drew his wand and drew intricate circles on the desk in the study. Soon after he was finished, a single needle poked itself out of the desk. It was easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. I went first, but instead of doing things his way, my wand found its way into my hand. Sirius' eyes tracked the movement easily and his eyes narrowed slightly. An ethereal blade, an inch long, appeared on the end of my wand. It was the same spell I used to skin the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Impressive draw. He commented as I pressed the blade lightly on the skin of my left pointer finger. It actually has a bit of weight to it. I didn't expect to feel it. I thought to myself as I felt the ethereal blade cut the finger. Drops of blood came immediately and I let it drop onto the needle. I'm not going to prick my finger on the same needle that Bellatrix might have. Who knows what I'd catch? A soft glow encompassed the needle, and when it was done I could feel a shift in the house. Sirius? Yes. Sirius answered of me. Did you just key me into the wardstone? I asked as if he was an idiot. Families treasured the protection of their familial homes. It showed he was either extremely trusting or extremely stupid. Yes, I did. You two are here every day, most of the time without me being here. It only makes sense that you should have some control over the wards. Some are extremely offensive in nature and would be extremely helpful in a fight. He answered me seriously, no pun intended. He's probably been planning to do this for a while. I realized. I gestured for Harry to come over to the desk as I processed the monumental trust Sirius placed in us, teenagers. That actually reminds me. Sirius said as I made the cut on Harry's finger. We are going to be hosting guests at the beginning of the month. Dumbledore has decided to reinstate the Order of the Phoenix, and this will be its headquarters. He told us. Why the fuck is he telling us, teenagers again, all this? I thought as I pondered whether or not serious mind healing sessions were getting to him. Order of the Phoenix? Harry asked him. Oh yeah, we're not supposed to know about it. I can write it off as being a poorly kept secret in the last war, I suppose. I thought as I came to a realization about my foreknowledge. It's a group of people dedicated to stopping Voldemort at all costs, Dumbledore's answer to the Death Eaters. Everyone is in a position of power in the wizarding world, you'll be able to meet all of the guests. Sirius told him, literally spilling his guts about the organization. No secrets with Big Mouth here, hey? That seems like it might be need to know, knowledge, Sirius. I said honestly flabbergasted. That's what I said. He exclaimed in response. Now I'm really fucking confused. I thought feeling a headache coming on. Then it clicked. Dumbledore told him to tell us. Yes, he did. He seems to trust you both. I didn't take much convincing. Your mother, however, well, let's just say she isn't too happy. Did I say that out loud? I wondered as I concentrated on my occlumency, not feeling any type of probes, or attacks, nothing. I guess I did say it out loud. Oh god, Molly is going to be livid for a while. Even if we weren't on the best of terms, I was still her baby boy. Well, I appreciate the trust, I suppose. Anyway, to access the library, all you have to do is touch the spine of this book. Sirius said as he pointed towards, and then touched the spine of a book with the title of Tudor's Purr. Immediately, a section of the bookshelf started shifting, and eventually, melted inwards to reveal a library. This is the most glorious thing I've ever seen. I thought as we walked into the library proper. Every bookshelf was made of the same perfectly polished wood, not a blemish on them. There was a piece of sliding glass in front of all of the books, also perfectly polished. There were a few desks with comfortable-looking seats behind them. I was in awe of the room. The different floors are all labeled into the different branches of magic, the 6th floor and up is where all of the nastiest surprises are. You will come to me before trying to take any of the books out on these floors, do we understand each other? Sirius told us as he gave us our undivided attention and his eyes turned sterner than I had ever seen them. Yes sir. Harry and I replied at the same time. Good, a lot of them are cursed and need the head of the family's magic to even be removed from the shelf. He continued. Understood. I told him. Good, now you two can raid it later, let's go eat. Oh, and don't show any of our guests the library, yet. Flashback end. I shook my head as I recalled the memory, the book in my hands hadn't even been opened yet. A red light flew through the room, followed by Harry's excitement. Yes. I smiled as I realized that he had just cast his first spell without the incantation. Dueling Essentials 101. Expelliarmus, no. I thought as I read through the table of contents. Deflecting? I pondered as I flipped through the pages to the correct pages. Deflecting is the art of redirecting your opponent's spells away from your body. It is derived from the simple protego, or shield charm. The concept is simple, instead of a big bulky shield in front of you, blocking your view, you cast a much more localized version and use it to bat the spell away. No incantation is recommended, since mastery of the shield charm is necessary. All that is needed is for you to change the way you think. Abu. I stopped reading right there, I knew enough about the spell already that I was confident I could cast it. My wand leapt into my hand and purred in content at being wielded with intent. I focused my mind and will and whipped my wand through the air, sure enough a small silver shield formed at the end of my wand, ready to defend its master. Another red spell flew in front of me and I got an idea. Practice makes perfect. Harry, cast that at me. I stood by the marble steps that led into the only known wizarding bank, wearing black hair and brown eyes instead of my typical red and blue. I wasn't that worried about someone seeing me with Fleur, I was worried about someone seeing her with me, and putting her in danger. It was a basic disguise, but I had realized long ago that people are rarely aware of their surroundings. Speaking of. I thought as a flash of silver and the scent of vanilla invaded my senses. She walked right past me. Excuse me, miss. I said loud enough for her to hear. She turned around quickly, looking annoyed at being interrupted before her face morphed into a type of confusion. Do I know? She stopped herself as she recognized me and immediately ran my direction. I caught her in a hug when she got close enough, she was holding on like our lives depended on it. I missed you too. I managed to get out. I've grown another inch. I couldn't help but notice as I felt her form beneath me. She let go and stepped back, and then hit me on the arm. It's about time you came to see me. I've been in the country for a whole month. I smiled sheepishly. I couldn't get away from the adults. I offered weakly. Her eyes turned fiery and then mischievous. I suppose it is an alright excuse, but I am feeling a little hungry. Well played. I thought to myself. I can fix that. I said as I offered her my arm. Well then lead on, handsome. Fleur told me as she grabbed my arm and then moved her hand down to grasp mine. I couldn't help but blush at her compliment. We'll be able to see each other a lot more often. I'll have a lot more freedom in the next month until school starts again. I thought she would be happy, but instead she frowned. I'll only have a month with you. She pouted. I couldn't help but laugh before I swept her up into a kiss. I'll come visit on the weekends, I promise. I guess that will be all right then. She said, melting from the kiss. I realized we were standing in front of one of the many restaurants in Diagon Alley. Shall we? I asked as I opened the door for her and let her lead me into the restaurant. It was a simple establishment, with tables filling the room and booths lining the walls. There was also a fairly popular bar. I could have sworn I saw a head of pink hair and aura robe sitting at it as we were led to a table. Tonk's normal hangout? I pondered. What can I get you to? I vaguely heard the waitress say. I'll get my normal. Fleur said without picking up a menu. Sure thing. The unnamed waitress said. And what about you, hun? I blew off the hun without even thinking about it. Waitresses are the same in all dimensions apparently. I'll just take some fish and chips. I said without thinking about it. She ran off with a nod to put our orders in. Hun. Fleur said with a raised eyebrow and her glass of water to her lips. All I could do was shake my head and laugh. She just wants a good tip is all. I responded. Oh. She said seductively. I can relate. I almost spit my water all over her at that as I laughed and choked at the same time. It came out as a wheeze. Fleur loved my reaction because her melodic laugh rang through the restaurant. The rest of the lunch went about the same pace as we ate. We couldn't help but flirt and tease the whole time, but eventually she had to get back to work. That's what brought us to walking back towards Gringotts. I was approached about a position the other day. Fleur said after our conversation died out and we were just walking hand in hand. Oh? What position? I asked. It's a governmental position. She answered vaguely. Is it a good one? I asked curious. Yes, and it can be quite dangerous. Her voice was fairly low now. I let go of her hand and palmed my wand as I cast a quick privacy spell. Unspeakable. I asked her quietly. She stopped moving and looked up at me. How did you guess? She asked with a pout, obviously wanting to keep it a secret a little longer. That's one of the only reasons I can think that would require you being so secretive. I said truthfully. A lucky guess. In France. She shook her head. Here. I was actually a little confused at that because of all of the prejudice against her in the government. It all hit me then. This was always the reason she came here, Gringotts was just the middleman. Testing her prowess, and of course, she passed with flying colors. Oh, this was always the plan then? I asked her. She looked extremely scared but nodded anyway. What's wrong? I asked, noticing her mood. I lied to you. She said as if the words would make me run away in anger. I smiled at her. I have also withheld some things from her, like the fact that I am two souls merged into one, and that I am probably just as advanced in magic as she is. I couldn't help but think. Yes, but we barely knew each other when we talked about this a couple months ago. I said, telling her how I genuinely felt about the situation, not mad at all. I haven't told you everything about me either, and that's okay. I haven't lied, per se, but I have withheld some things. You're not mad? She asked hopefully. I decided that there was a line that needed to be drawn then and there in our relationship. I am not happy that you lied, but I understand why you did it. With that being said, if we are going to continue doing what we're doing. I continued awkwardly at the last part. Then there cannot be any lies. If you can't tell me something, then just tell me that you can't tell me and I'll accept it. I'll try and do the same to you. Deal. She said almost immediately, and then she kissed me. When do you start? I asked after we pulled away. In 2 years, there is some obscure magic that I have to master in the meantime, and those are only prerequisites to some of the harder stuff. She replied. What kind of obscure magic? I asked curiously. Can't tell. She responded with a little too much happiness. Occlumency has to be one of them. I thought aloud. Advanced arithmancy and runes has to be another. Enchanting is going to help you a lot. Warding, curse breaking. I finished with a question. She stood there looking like I had just stolen her favorite toy. How did you guess all of that? Lucky guess. I responded with a shit-eating grin before continuing. I hate you. Good news, I can help with some of those. I walked through the Fleur and into 12 Grimmauld Place and was immediately met with multiple wands pointed my way. Instinct kicked in and my own wand rose to defend myself. Ron. Sirius said from out of my line of sight. The glamours. I realized that I still had black hair and brown eyes. A flick of my wrist and the illusion fell. Sorry, I forgot they were still up. I told the room of hostels. Now that I had time to look, I could see Bill off to my right, in a corner of the room. He never had his wand out. Mad-Eye and two other Aurors, one was obviously Tonks, stood in the hallway heading to the kitchen. Molly and Arthur had their wands trained on me and were closest to the Fleur when I stepped through. Dumbledore chose that moment to reveal himself from the kitchen, where the order meeting would apparently take place. I forgot everyone was moving in today. I thought to myself as I took in the curious eyes in the room. I think that everyone can put their wands away now. Dumbledore said, breaking the tension in the room. I sheathed my own as everyone else did the same. The three Aurors soon connected the dots as to my identity, and their apprehensive looks were replaced with respect. Arthur and Molly just walked past me towards the stairs, to get settled in, I suppose. Good. Now the meeting is over, you will all be informed as to the date and time of the next. Dumbledore continued talking without a care in the world for the previous situation. He started moving my direction. As always, good wand work, Mr. Weasley. He complimented. Thanks, Headmaster. I was wondering if I could speak to you for a moment, regarding the next term. I asked since I conveniently ran into him. Of course, can it be quick? He asked and waved his hand. I felt the magic go up more than anything. Privacy ward. I realized. Well, I'll make it quick. I want to take my O.W.Ls early. I told him simply. He didn't seem surprised by the request at all, instead he answered a little too quickly. How early? He asked. As soon as possible. If the correct paperwork were to be filed quickly and without error, an exam could be arranged for the end of the first term. Dumbledore said with double the amount of twinkle in his eyes. Do I need my parents' approval? I asked, genuinely wanting to know if I was going to run into a roadblock early on. No, just the headmaster's approval. More twinkling. What do I need to do? The twinkle grew to be unbearable then. Chapter 12, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 3. Hello everyone. We got the most reviews on any chapter last week, close to 40. You all are the motivation to my writing, thank you so much. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I stood in the dueling room of the ancient and noble House of Black, alone and staring at a shape on the ground. Harry was studying in the library, trying to get his magical knowledge to match his enemies. He won't succeed as he is, but neither would I have, a year ago. I told myself as I continued my train of thought. Before the merge, I was useless, and a bad friend. Now? Well, now I'm without a doubt the most powerful and knowledgeable student in Hogwarts, and I'm a much better friend. That leads me to my next thought. Harry needs the rituals, maybe more than I do. I have known this for a while now, ever since the start of our studying and training together. He just can't keep up, he takes to magic like I did, before the ritual. The motivation for us is similar, but my abilities outstrip his by a mile. He can memorize the material just like I did, maybe better than I did, but I understand and learn the material faster, so much faster. It's the reason why I wasn't only focusing on the curriculum of Hogwarts anymore. I was already on the 7th year material, and it still isn't a true challenge. A lot of my time is focused on refining my dueling, and teaching Harry. That is the reason that I stood in front of a heptagon drawn by ritual chalk, with the same ingredients placed at the exact same location as the first ritual I performed almost a year ago. The lunar cycle is the exact same as that day also, just like the book requires. Now all I need is a willing body. I thought about my most recent memory of Fleur's lips on mine. I grabbed the emotion and brought it to the front of my mind, basking in the happiness. Then my wand moved. Expecto Patronum. I spoke quietly. Light burst from the tip of my wand as I willed the spell into existence, my happiness as the fuel. The light coalesced into a form most would see as menacing, to me it was beautiful. At first glance, one might mistake the shape of light for a leopard, but they would be wrong. In the wizarding world, there is a breed of feline that is feared universally. It has spots like a leopard, but a mane of what looks to be spikes wrapped around its head. A Nunda stalked around the room, one of the most dangerous creatures in the world, a wizard killer, but now its purpose is to pass a message a few floors below me. It shot out of the room and down the stairs. Still can't believe my patroness is a Nundu. It makes sense, I suppose. If Dumbledore is a phoenix, and Voldemort is a basilisk, I can take on the role of a Nundu. My mind supplied as I stood in the room, waiting for Harry to come distract me from my thoughts. Once you can cast a corporeal patroness, it's just a shift in the mind to have it send a particular message to who you want. That is not to say that it was an easy task to perfect the ancient piece of magic. In fact, it is the most difficult spell I have ever encountered. I have grown accustomed to casting spells on the first or second try, very rarely do I need a third. In fact, it only takes me an hour at most to master most spells soundlessly. It took me 2 weeks to perfect the patroness charm. I could get a silver mist of light within the first day, but the corporeal form didn't come to me until yesterday. Luckily, my mind grasped the requirements afterwards and I find it easier and easier to draw out the necessary emotion to cast it. No doubt, Occlumency helped in that area. Speaking of, I wonder if the book would judge me worthy of the Mind Palace yet. I thought to myself just as Harry walked in the room. You're lucky I just got back to the library, or your mother would have seen your little display of magic outside of school. Harry started immediately as he crossed the threshold and closed the door. But a corporeal nundu as a patroness? That's wicked, mate. Shit. I forgot about being underage. Oh well. I thought as I noticed something different in the way Harry walked. He walked with his chin up, chest out, proud, and more confident in his abilities. Dueling with him almost every day has done wonders for him. His new robes fit his form perfectly, as mine do, courtesy of Sirius loving us like his children. The summer months have been kind to us both, if you don't count my family shunning me for almost the whole duration. Harry hasn't cut his hair in preparation for 5th year like in the movies, instead he keeps it just long enough to tie up into a man bun, proudly showing off the scar that made him the boy who lived. I'm pretty sure Sirius had a lot to do with this also, but we haven't spoken about who taught him how to spell his hair that way, so I really can't say for sure. As for me, well, I decided I didn't like the long hair. Now my ginger red hair sits in a faux hawk that won't be popular in the wizarding world for another 40 years probably, but I don't care, Fleur approves. My robes now consist of colors that work well with my ginger genetics, greens, purples, blues, and of course, reds, mostly reds. In short, Sirius has turned us into complete tools, and strangely enough, neither of us have complained. What's this? Harry asks as he notices the ritual array on the ground. This is what I called you up here for. I told him as I sat down at the desk in the corner of the room. I have some things to admit. I continued. He just stood there looking at me, waiting for me to explain. Last year, the room revealed so much to me, it changed everything. I was looking for ways to better myself, thinking really, like I always do. I paused as he walked over to me and sat down across the table. He could sense that it would be a long conversation. I was sitting down like this when it dropped a book out of thin air. It was written by Rowena Ravenclaw. He leaned onto the table at this, way more interested. Sometime in her life she began collecting rituals, to change the body and mind, really for anything. There are hundreds of them in the book. Harry continued to stare at me, as if he was trying to unlock a puzzle with only his eyes. I found one, that she claimed to have performed herself, her along with the founders and countless other prominent wizards and witches through time. This is the ritual. Harry interrupted me before I could continue. Yes. What does it do? Well, all of the ingredients around the heptagon are common in a lot of potions regarding the mind, the wit sharpening, memory potion, and others. I said, pointing to the array. So it makes you smarter? More intelligent? He pieced together. I don't think so, for me it was like unlocking my mind. Suddenly I could remember, I could learn, and I could use information faster than ever. It's almost impossible to explain. I told him, trying to gather some sort of explanation from my mind. It just enhances your mental performance. It won't make you a genius, but if you put in the work it will guide you along the path of genius. I finally finished. So this is how you've gotten so much better, more powerful? Harry asked me with a hunger in his eyes. No, I worked my ass off to get this far, but this certainly speeds up the process. I answered truthfully. It wouldn't give you the key to greatness, but it would show you the door. So when do I get to do it? Harry asked suddenly, not even taking time to think. I blanked at his fast response. Don't you want to think about it? I responded with a question quickly. Why? You're proof it works yet? Yes, it has helped me wonders. I told him honestly. So let's do it. Harry said, standing up and walking over to the array on the ground. How does it work? Do I just walk in? He asked, staring at it. First, take all your clothes and jewelry off. I said seriously. He stared at me for a second. He must think I'm fucking with him. Harry looked like he was in a daze, or a flashback, for a second before he started moving. First the shirt, then the pants, then the socks, and finally his pasty pale ass shined out in front of me. I looked away and refused to make eye contact. With my peripherals, I could see that he was covering himself up with his arms as much as he could. He was about to step in when I caught him. Jewelry, hair tie, wand holster, any magical items can interfere with the ritual, and we don't want that. Right, sorry. He said as he took all of the things I listed for him off. Good, now the next bit is simple. Step into the circle, prepare yourself for a smidge of pain, and channel magic, the rest happens naturally. Oh, and focus on bettering yourself mentally. I listed the next steps off for him. He stood there for a moment, still staring at the chalk and, in typical Gryffindor fashion, stepped inside without a word. He looked extremely nervous. Or maybe he is just cold. I thought, getting distracted by Harry's shivering. He locked eyes with me inside the circle. I winked at him and he had the smarts to sit down before starting the ritual. We broke eye contact when he closed his eyes, after he gained all of his courage. And then it started. There was no warning, no outside signs of the ritual beginning beside Harry going completely still. It was hard to tell if he was still breathing or not. Eventually the chalk began to slowly turn black as it rotated around the heptagon. My eyes found his scar and I got a bad feeling in my gut, the feeling you get when you know something is about to go horribly wrong. I couldn't place why I felt this way. Every time I tried to grab the knowledge, it pulled away from me. Just as the ritual was about to end, it happened. The chalk suddenly stopped an inch from finishing. Overwhelming heat filled the air, emanating from the ritual, and my wand found its way into my hand, but I didn't cast anything at Harry. My gut was right. I thought as I noticed the divergence from my own ritual. Harry's head twitched and his hair moved to reveal his scar. It was raw, open even, but no blood ran out. His mouth slowly opened and I knew that if he had control over his vocal cords, he would be screaming. I reacted and cast a silencing charm, in case he decided to cry out, followed by a variant of the locking charm on the door. My mind grasped the wards of the house, courtesy of Sirius, and willed them to not let anyone in or let anyone hear what was happening. I cancelled my original silencing charm and looked back towards the ritual. His mouth was closed this time and a bright red light mixed with black shined out from his scar. It looked like the black was looking to escape the scar and the red was holding back somehow. The wisps of color swirled around each other until the red finally got a hold of the black and they were both absorbed back into the scar. The chalk on the ground finally completed the heptagon and turned black. Harry toppled from his upright position and fell to the floor, breathing harder than I had ever seen him. His eyes looked around frantically as he scrambled out of the ritual chalk. He looked like an animal backed into a corner. "Harry!" I shouted to get his attention and moved towards him. The only reason I hadn't beforehand was fear of interrupting the ritual even more. I reached down and grabbed him by the neck, ignoring his state of undress. He recognized me easily once I did that, our eyes meeting. He took a few calming deep breaths before he spoke. "You said a smidge of pain," he whispered quietly as I let him go now that he had his bearings. "It was uncomfortable, but it wasn't, whatever the fuck that was," I exclaimed, pointing to him and the remains of the ritual chalk. "That was comparable to the Cruciatus curse, Ron." He breathed out again. "That's got to be an exaggeration," I thought, looking at him. He was still heaving air into his lungs. I reached down and touched his scar, feeling it for a fever, like Molly used to do us when we were little. Nothing. Nothing to indicate that red and black light even happened. I deduced, feeling his head. "Do I say something about it? That has to be why it was so painful. Do you feel any different? Mentally?" I asked him as I stood back up and walked towards his clothes, determined to get him dressed and in bed. "Yes, the ritual worked for sure," Harry answered, looking 1,000 times better than 10 seconds ago. "You were right, it's like I was underwater and moved so slowly, and now I can zip around on my firebolt in the air." Odd way of putting it, I thought to myself. Harry was grinning ear to ear, the pain of the ritual forgotten. I was more worried than ever. Hermione arrived the next day, and distracted Harry and I from our studies, thankfully. I am still worried about any side effects of the ritual. I'm even more worried about the nagging feeling in the back of my skull that told me I am forgetting something every time I think about it. All I can do is wait and hope he is okay. I caught a glimpse of Red in the kitchen. "Bill." I excused myself as I got up from the table and walked towards the direction of the kitchen. Bill met me in the hall. He only went to grab a snack apparently. "Little brother," he said, nodding to me as he walked by. "Bill." I called out to get his attention. He stopped at the stairs and looked back at me. "I was wondering if you could do me a favor." "Depends on the favor, troublemaker," he said, rhyming horribly. "I was wondering if I could tag along next time you deal with any wards at work, or elsewhere." I added that last part, hinting at the order. "And why should I? It's terribly dangerous work, you know," Bill responded, taking a bit out of his sandwich. "Because you care for his safety, and the best way to learn how to break or crack wards is hands-on experience," I responded honestly, telling him of my desire to learn. His playful attitude dropped for a moment as he looked me over. I swear his eyes seemed more sad than anything. "Why would you need to learn that?" he finally asked me. "Because I may need to get out of a tough spot one day," I said, vaguely knowing that I would be in countless tough spots. He turned his back to me and started up the stairs again. "I'll think about it." That could have gone better, I thought as I too turned around and walked towards the kitchen, his idea of a snack appealing to me. I walked in and immediately broke into a silencing charm. Sound greeted me. It's gone on long enough. Molly said to my father in a corner of the kitchen. Neither of them noticed me and I didn't announce my presence. He betrayed our trust. Arthur said back with just as much hostility. He only did it because he knew we would say no. Mom replied to Arthur before quieting. He only wanted to help. Well, that's true enough. I said loud enough for both of them to hear, tired of eavesdropping. Both of their heads snapped my direction and they each had different reactions. Molly's face softened, almost happy I heard them. Arthur's broke eye contact and hung his head, looking down in shame or anger I couldn't tell. What are you hoping to accomplish with all of this, father? I asked, genuinely curious as to what he wanted. To teach you a lesson in life. He responded after rubbing his eyes a little. And what lesson is that? Money isn't everything in life, Ron. He answered quietly. I know that already. I said truthfully. Really? Because the boy I raised was taught not to take advantage of his friends, Merlin, you practically stole that money from Harry. Arthur said quickly, he had been thinking about this for a while apparently. I didn't steal anything, Harry was going to throw it away, he mentioned burning it down to ash. Imagine all of those resources, things that we could learn from such a beast, maybe a cure for the poison gets developed now, maybe we learn a little more about magical resistance because of its hide, maybe your son gets a little financial stability for a few years, would that be so bad? I responded by taking a rational approach to the argument. And we had just as much of a right to the basilisk as Harry, Ginny is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. I just capitalized on the opportunity. You may be content with a simple life, but I am not. I told him as my voice raised slightly, emotions getting the better of me. I looked away and my proficiency in Occlumency helped me in calming down before he spoke again. I just don't want you to lose sight of what's important in life, son. Arthur told me and then gestured to himself and Molly. Family. You have no idea who I am doing all of this for, do you? I thought to myself. All the months training, and studying so that I can protect the ones I love, so that I don't have to bury a brother and watch another wither away in grief. Of course I can't say all of that to him, because Fred will not die in a few years unless it's by accident trying to invent a new prank. Arthur took my silence as acceptance apparently because he spoke before I could. You can have this victory, Ron, I just want my family back. Well, that is a complete 180 from where we were just at. I would like to have a normal conversation with my dad sometimes too. There is a war coming, and, well, I didn't have the heart to imply I might die in the coming conflict, so instead I just trailed off. Yet, I know, son. Just promise me you won't go spending all that money until you're an adult, yet. He asked me. Of course, it was a one-time thing. I lied. I only felt slightly guilty since I could be considered an adult if you tilted your head and squinted. Good. You hungry? Starving. Chapter 13, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. Chapter length is back to normal, little bit more than normal, but that is okay. Thanks to all of you. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Platform 9/3/4. The sign read as I walked through the barrier that separated the non-magical and magical train stations. The platform has long been considered one of the finest examples of arithmancy and spatial enlargement charms. I wore fashionable robes of black and red. An aura-level basilisk skin wand holster fits snugly on my right arm under the sleeves of my robes. 2 wands rest inside, I only trust one of them. The other is to get me out of trouble, for when trouble, inevitably, finds me this year. My chest is inside my left pocket, shrunk and feather-light. Inside, there are books people would kill to have, and there are books I would give away for free if I could. For example, our newest Dada book. It's bloody useless. I couldn't help but think. Harry walks beside me, a good 3 inches taller than he was 2 months ago, courtesy of the nutrition potion Sirius and him shared. I have no idea what's under his robes, and I don't want to know. Sorry about your cousin, mate. I spoke now that we were alone and away from the rest of our entourage. He didn't say anything at first, he seemed surprised that I would mention it. Got what he deserved. He was just a child. I couldn't help but think. Now he is a vegetable, thanks to a couple of Dementors. I honestly didn't think the Dementor attack would happen once I changed the events of the summer. I was under the impression that because everyone knew the boy who lived moved in with his godfather, no one would bother wasting an attack that wouldn't succeed. I was wrong. My mind supplied. It was a successful attack on the boy who lived, a message sent. Keep your mouth shut if I interpret it correctly. He's still family. I croaked out. That what you think about Percy? His cheekily replied. Ha, yes actually. He may be an idiot, but he's family. We settled into silence as the rest of my family caught up with Sirius and Hermione. You all behave yourselves at school this year yet? Arthur told us as they approached. Sirius stood behind him comically shaking his head no and pretending to puke before Dad saw our eyes and whipped around. Sirius never missed a beat and stopped before he could see him. Yes, don't get into any trouble, mind Snivellis and Minerva. He spoke with an unnaturally straight face. Smiles broke our faces, even Hermione's at his antics. We'll miss you. I told them as I turned around, in a hurry to get away from their suffocating presences. I love my family. But a part of me wants my own independence while corresponding with them about 3 times a week, maybe. So a whole summer of some one of them breathing down my neck wears on my nerves. Gotta be teenage rebellion. I thought to myself. Try not to run, Ronnykins. I heard from my shoulder. Fred. I greeted my brother. I reached the train without looking behind me the whole time. I crossed the threshold right behind Harry, letting him take the lead to find us a compartment. I'm not Fred. He responded too quickly. MMMMHMMM. I replied, not believing him one bit. You've become no fun, Ronnykins. George said from my other ear. I expected both of them to keep teasing me, but when I looked back, they had both disappeared somewhere, which made me slightly sad about the way that I have been treating them lately. I shook off the guilt I felt with a reminder of how high the stakes are this year. Fortune favors the bold. This one work? Harry asked, finding an empty compartment near the middle of the train. Yeah, for sure. I told him as I stepped to the side to let Hermione in first. She must have been behind the twins. I thought as she walked past me. Thanks. She muttered, surprised at my manners. I smiled at her and I immediately felt another wave of guilt, similar to how I felt with the twins. I should probably take more of an effort for the people that love me. We all took our seats in the compartment. I sit next to Hermione to let Harry have the other side to himself. Did you both finish your summer assignments? Hermione asked us as both Harry and me pulled out a book from our robes, intent on reading the time away. Yes, around the 3rd day into the summer actually. I responded truthfully. I can't stand to let work build up. I thought to myself, remembering my past life. It's odd too, because I used to be a notorious procrastinator in school in my last life, but the workforce beat that out of me fairly quick. Yes, would you look it over for me? Harry asked her. I watched as her face brightened, like a light coming from a dark tunnel. It was in that moment that I realized she must think she is losing us as friends. I decided I was tired of pushing people away. We may never be what we were or what we were supposed to be, but that doesn't mean I have to cut her off. Of course. Hermione responded. Mine too. I asked her curiously. I would love to, Ronald. She said with a wide smile. It took us a moment to dig the homework out of our trunks, but once we did, she pored over our work hungrily. I didn't notice that she picked up Harry's homework first because of the book in my hands, a particularly helpful tome about dueling tactics that involve incorporating the elements. It was a very old book, written by a wizard lost to time. Apparently he was some legendary dueler at the time. It was his life's work, and Sirius let me take it to school with me. It apparently was a prerequisite to his real book, at least that's what was mentioned in the book. I wasn't even sure the sequel was in the Black Library. It took Hermione a couple hours to finish the homework. It was significantly more work than the previous years, to help us prepare for our owl year. So when I looked up from my book, I didn't expect all of my work to lay neatly stacked off to the side, with no marks on it, no comments on them at all. The two of them were too busy going over Harry's work, going over the things he could have mentioned, the theory he could have included. Eventually they stopped and I looked to her with a look that said, do your worst. Ron, do you mind if I use an example similar to yours for McGonagall's question about switching spells? I never thought about questioning the mass of the objects you wanted to switch. Hermione asked me. Oh, so she did already read mine. I thought, realizing I must have not noticed it, as I was engrossed in my book. Yes, sure. Did you have any advice on where I can improve? I asked, trying to get to the point. She glowered at me then, much to my surprise. No, there wasn't even any grammatical mistakes I could see. Not to mention the theories that you threw around. Do all of those actually exist? Hermione finished with a question. Yes, some of them are from 6th and 7th year material, and the others wouldn't be found in the school textbooks. I answered truthfully. 6th and 7th year? You're using 7th year material to research 5th year homework? Doesn't that kind of defeat the point? She asked, confused. Harry felt the need to answer for me because he spoke before I could. Not to research, Hermione. He's on the 7th year material. The way he said it was so casual, not even looking up from his book. I shot him a look. That's not information I want spreading. I thought, and my look must have said the same thing because Harry's head shot up once he realized what he said. Sorry, mate. Just slipped. Harry said before I could say anything. I turned my gaze back to Hermione to see what her reaction might be. She wasn't looking at either of us, instead she seemed off in a daze. Then it was like a switch flipped. 7th year. She almost whispered. 7th year. She said, standing up then. You're on 7th year material, Is that what you were doing all last year? And this summer? Harry cut in once again from the side. I shot him a look of absolute murder. If he speaks about my abilities like that again, I might curse him. I thought to myself. When were you going to tell me? She asked, hurt more than angry. I thought about lying, I really did, but I decided that wasn't the avenue to take today. I wasn't, at least not anytime soon. Maybe after the war. I responded. The war? What war? She shouted then. Oh shit, did I just say that? It can be played off easily. I thought to myself about my slip-up. There is a war coming, Hermione. My wand shot into my hand and I waved it, casting the same charm I used to keep Bill out of the conversation with my father. We all know Voldemort is back, Hermione. What happens next? She put the pieces together, and intellectually we all knew that this would be the outcome of the recent developments of the previous year. But it was just now hitting her what is to come. We were all quiet for a moment as she processed what she was hearing. I shot a look to Harry and noticed that his eyes were on her and not his book, worry and something else in his eyes. Why you then? Even if there is a war, we'll be at Hogwarts protected by Dumbledore. The Aurors will fight the war. She deduced from that brilliant mind. A fair assumption, but wrong nonetheless. Oh, what the ritual would do to her, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of us. I couldn't help but think to myself at her already impressive intellect. I wish that were the case, but we're best friends of the boy who lived, and he damn sure isn't going to stay out of the war. I said, continuing before she could respond. And Dumbledore is over 100 years old, more than likely, he won't survive this war. I tell her finally. She shot Harry a look. I wasn't sure if it was because of his silence in defending Dumbledore or because she knew I was right about him joining the war eventually. Not to mention, nearly my whole family is in the order. I refuse to lose any of them. I said aloud to everyone when they said nothing. She never even looked at me, instead she kept staring at Harry. He met her gaze calmly, much more calmly than he would have just 2 months ago. And you? It's plain enough to see that you agree? Are you preparing for war also? Hermione asked with a bit of bite in her tone. Absolutely. Harry responded without pause, his tone didn't waver, he is committed. He's happy with his new power. I thought to myself, observing the two of them. Too happy? She threw her hands up in the air at the situation. Then they came back down and she rested her face in them, upset. Then her head shot up. That's what you two have been doing all summer. How far along are you then? She asked, pointing towards him. We both caught her real question. How advanced are you? I just started, but I'm about halfway through this year in all the wand subjects. Harry told her. He had been following the same route in his studies that I did. He is almost completely uninterested in the other subjects that don't require a wand. It made sense, it was always his strong point. But your homework had as many holes in it than last year. She said. I held a hand up to him, so that he didn't tell her about the ritual. He got the idea too because he nodded to me. That was before I started. He responded. It was true, of course. He completed the homework at the Dursleys before Sirius had been released to go home. It had been a way to distract his mind from the stress of not knowing how Sirius was doing. Around a month before his ritual and a week before he decided to take things seriously and ask me for help. His progress has been scary the past few weeks, not outstripping my own but scary nonetheless. A bell sounded throughout the train, signaling it was time for the prefects and the head boy and girl to meet for the year. Harry and Hermione both got up, Harry to get dressed and Hermione to reach into her bag for her prefect badge. This was a small change from canon that could have huge impacts. Harry got the prefect badge instead of me. The day our letter came in the mail, no one was surprised at the outcome except for me. I was not disappointed, in fact I was relieved. It gives me more freedom to do the things that I need to do this year, and I think Dumbledore knew that also. I know that McGonagall is the one who appoints the badges, but I also know that it wasn't her decision this year. Mainly because of the anonymous message I had at the bottom of my Hogwarts letter. There was no author, it read. He needs the responsibility. And I couldn't agree more with the old wizard. It was the same reasoning he probably used in canon, that Ron needed to grow in maturity to help the boy who lived. Now it is Harry who needs responsibility help him mature. I also think it's because he has had word of Harry's improvement over the summer. He's preparing him for a leadership. I'm sure in his mind, it makes Harry a greater sacrifice. Manipulative old fucker. I was actually surprised that the bell came so late, we were already a couple hours in the train ride. Harry and Hermione left without saying anything else about our discussion. Instead Harry acted like nothing had happened and Hermione was thinking. See you in a bit. The rest of the train ride was awkward when it wasn't Harry and Hermione's turn for patrols. Eventually it ended, though I was by myself, so I stayed reading until everyone else had been escorted off. I hopped out of my seat to follow the last body off of the train, noticing it was the head boy of our year. he had a glazed look on his face as he passed by. I moved to follow, but a flash of black caught the corner of my eye as I exited my compartment. My curiosity got the better of me and I made a decision. My wand touched the tip of my head as I disillusioned myself. Then I moved the direction of the other body I saw. I moved slowly and quietly until I heard the voices. Your father's name? An unfamiliar voice said. I am not responsible for his mistakes. Another more familiar voice sounded out. Not? I thought, recognizing the voice. It's your burden to bear all the same. Do this and you'll earn your freedom. The unfamiliar voice said. I'll never be free. Not, shouted at the other. Watch your tone. There was silence then. I assumed they were having a stare down. I couldn't risk moving into the light and them see any shiver of the air. So I waited and listened. You have your orders. And then there was a body moving. He wore the black and silver robes of Slytherin. A 7th year. I noticed as he walked past me, took a left, and walked towards the castle. Not didn't move and neither did I wanted to see if I could get any more information. I wasn't wrong, I heard sniffling and I could tell he was crying. I continued to wait, letting him have his moment. I thought about leaving him on his own, but I just couldn't stomach leaving him here, alone. It's obvious Voldemort has given him a task. I thought, dissecting the conversation. And if he is doing it for freedom, then he must not believe in the cause, or at the very least not want to be a Death Eater. I continued to ponder my options while he sobbed in the compartment. Why am I here, if not to help? I finally decided. I stepped into the doorway and sure enough it was Theodore Nott. He didn't see any distortions in the air because of his feet pulled up to his chin and his head down. I made my presence known by dispelling the charm. I sat there for a moment before he recognized me, ready to defend myself if he reacted poorly. He slowly pulled himself together and unwrapped his limbs. He wasn't as tall as I was, but taller than Harry, and skinny, very skinny. He obviously didn't eat much. His head shot up when he noticed the body, next his wand shot into his hand much of the same way mine did. Relatively fast draw. I commented to myself. He didn't cast anything, but I could tell he thought about it. I decided to break the tension before he did something stupid. You all right? He ignored my question. How much did you hear? Not asked. You have your orders. I said simply. Relief flooded through him when I said that, happy that I didn't know anything direct. Voldemort has a task for you. I asked, deciding to be blunt. And you don't like it? He flinched at the name. That's none of your business, Weasley. Not responded. I have a feeling it will be. I can protect you, from him. I told him. He laughed at that. I didn't. I kept a cold gaze on him the entire time, trying to demonstrate that I was serious. No one can. That's simply not true. Sometime soon, I will get a message to you, and then I will prove to you that I can. Understood? I finished with a question. Wah? I interrupted him. I can give you your freedom. Then I walked out. I missed the sorting. I thought to myself, noticing that our conversation took significantly longer than I thought. Umbridge was in the middle of her speech when I opened the door to the Great Hall. Her words died at the interruption. I found my seat next to Harry with all eyes on me. Hem. And then I tuned her out. She will not torture anyone this year. I will not allow it. I told myself, trying to contain my anger at her future actions. Where have you been, mate? Harry whispered beside me. I'll tell you later. We need to have a talk somewhere private tomorrow, this year will be huge. I told him. Luckily the pink toad finished her speech and food was brought out for us to eat. I caught Dumbledore's eye multiple times during the night, trying to get an audience. I succeeded on the third try, with multiple nods of my head, very indiscreet stuff. He finished his dinner and leaned to whisper something in McGonagall's ear and walked behind the professor's table and disappeared. I took it as my cue and got up with a goodbye to Harry and Hermione and left the Great Hall, heading in the direction of the headmaster's office. Soon enough I was there, and without the need of a password, the staircase started spinning. I hopped on it like the few times I had been here before. I rose into the legendary man office and was surprised to find him already waiting on me. I was sure I would beat him back. You were very discreet in your attempts to speak to me, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore joked from behind his desk. Your last letter said we would need to talk at the beginning of term. I responded. I believe I meant sometime after the feast, or perhaps the next day. Semantics. I said, waving my hand in the air. He grinned at that. Yes, well, this works all the same. He looked away from me after he told me that. I have something for you. He said, pointing to the papers on the desk. I need you to sign here saying you understand the ramifications of taking your owls early. And here acknowledging the time and date. I silently whooped for joy. This meant that the paperwork had gone through the proper channels and was approved by everyone. All I had to do was sign the legal stuff, and take the tests during Yule break. It's great having Albus Dumbledore in your corner. I walked up to his desk and signed everything with the quill he had waiting for me. I must admit that I need something in return, Mr. Weasley. He started. I was actually surprised at that. Oh. Yes, I'm afraid that I have enemies closing in on the school, enemies on all sides. Dumbledore looked 300 years old when he said that. So, much of the same. I replied cheekily. He ignored my humor that time as he stood up and walked around to pet Fox. I have much to do still, my friend. That wasn't for me, obviously. Then he addressed me. Umbridge will attempt to remove me from my post this year, and she has the backing of the Ministry, she might succeed. I also have Voldemort and the Order to take care of, the school will need someone to protect it. I fear the staff are too reliant on their positions to help. Meaning he needs them here as spies. And they are the best in their fields, he still wants us to get a good education. Can't have them oppose the Ministry and get the boot for it. I need someone with the spine to do what is necessary. Someone not afraid of the powers that be. He said that last part with a pointed look in my direction. Why not Harry? I asked. He gets enough bad press with the media, it's part of the reason why I made him prefect over you. People need to see him doing things inside the law, he needs validity. More for the adults out there in the world, than the children. And I don't. I said to myself than anyone else. Well, that is a lot of pressure. I thought, digesting his words. But it doesn't change anything. It's a good thing I already thought of this then, headmaster. I told him before he could continue. He just looked at me, waiting for me to finish. I want to start a defense group. A defense group? He asked with a tilt of his head and twinkle in his eye, not at all believing that it would be a defense group. What would be the focus? I knew better than to lie, so I told the truth. To prepare them for the war to come. Neither of us spoke then. Instead, he stared at me, and stared at me, and stared at me. I met his eyes with my own during the whole process, confident in my ability to defend my mind from any probes. None came. The twinkle in his eye was gone, he was thinking. You want to create an army? He asked. He was obviously trying to come to terms that I had already considered or had prepared myself to do just what he was asking. No, no. The main focus of the group is to get everyone 4th year and up to be able to survive the war. The younger years can come, but I won't be able to do much with them, their magic is too early in its development. That is the main focus, I promise. I answered. And the other purpose? Unity, I want to invite everyone, not just Gryffindor, I don't care if their father is a Death Eater, I don't care if they have the mark. I want to create camaraderie between people of our ages that will last for the rest of our lives. I gambled telling him my whole plan, but I know he has good intentions and he can see the benefit. You want to try and save some of the children from the sins of their father? Show them a better way? But you would risk showing your talents to do it. Tom will know of your abilities, your advancements, immediately, and not just yours, he will know Harry's too. He will take measures against you. Are you prepared for that? Dumbledore asked me, but he knew that I have been thinking this over. There was always going to be a time when I would step onto the battlefield, this just prepares everyone else around me a little more. I said in response. Your family, Fleur? He asked then, searching for a weakness in my plans. So he knows about her. I thought and remembered that my family knew, and so did the Order. But Voldy doesn't, and won't for a while. She wouldn't let me hide her away if I tried. Plus, she is a capable witch. He smiled at that, but he didn't look convinced. That's all good and well. But why? I don't intend to let your classmates ever see the war, they will be safe here. He told me. We both know he is too much for you. I said simply, and he flinched. It's another reason why you are putting Harry as prefect, getting him used to the responsibility of keeping everyone in line, letting other people see him in a position of authority. You're grooming him to lead if you fall. He actually smiled then, not a grin like normal and no twinkling. He actually smiled like he had been caught red-handed. Why come to me and not McGonagall? Dumbledore asked me then. Your stamp of approval is much harder to remove than hers. I answered. His eyes twinkled then before he replied. Oh, this will be fun. Chapter 14, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 5. Hey everyone. Enjoy the chapter. I feel like I need to remind everyone that I post a new chapter every Sunday. I've gotten some reviews about it and I feel like it needs to be said again. Anyway, there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. 2 days until classes start. I browsed my curriculum list the day after we arrived at Hogwarts for our 5th year. September 1st, 1995 fell on a Friday. Not sure if it was the same in my original world, I was only about 4 months old at the time. Breakfast was a simple affair this morning, I was literally the only student up and about at 7:30 in the morning. Everyone else was too tired from the train ride home and the activities of last night, so they must have slept in. Or they're just teenagers. My mind supplied as the most obvious answer. McGonagall must be used to my normal early morning routines from last year because she had my classes ready for me when I got here this morning. How will it work after I take my owls early? Will I continue to stay in 5th year classes? I couldn't help but think as I looked at the schedule. It seemed like I take all of my classes in the day back to back with hardly any breaks, but when there are breaks, they're definitely longer than they used to be. Some days it favored the morning and others it favored the afternoon. Probably to help us out. Long uninterrupted breaks are best. I decided that my questions needed to be answered, so I finished up my breakfast and headed back towards the professor's table. McGonagall was there, creating neat stacks of curriculum by year. Professor. I started to get her attention. Yes, Mr. Weasley. She answered, looking up from the table. How will it work after I take my owls? Will I just hop into the 6th year classes, or? I asked. She stopped what she was doing and her face twisted into confusion. Before she could open her mouth and answer, I decided to clear things up a bit. Clearly she didn't know that I am taking my owls early. You do know that I am taking my owls during Yule this year, right? I asked her, already knowing the answer but pushing the conversation the way that I wanted it to go. She didn't actually react to that statement like I thought she would. She answered with a stare and a flat. No, I did not know that. She answered. I just nodded to her then and turned around to walk out. Why wouldn't Dumbledore tell her? Wonder what she would say to me taking the arithmancy owl? Mr. Weasley. She called to get my attention. I obeyed and turned around, meeting her eyes. I am not done with you. She wagged a finger and pointed to the floor before her. Explain. Well, I had a talk with Dumbledore this summer about it and he approved. So we submitted the paperwork, everything went smoothly and I even signed the legal stuff last night after the feast. I finished with a look on my face that must have shown my worries, because she noticed. Don't worry, it's fine, it just would have been nice to know, as your head of house. She told me, rubbing her eyes. Assuming everything goes smoothly, meaning you pass and do well in all of the subjects, then technically you wouldn't have to attend any classes the second half of the school year. Now, one thing I think the headmaster and I would agree on is that you should be pushed a little. So, yes, you'll be dumped into the 6th year class in January. No, you don't have a choice. When she finished, her attention focused on finishing the sorting of the curriculums. Thank you, Professor. I said, turning around and heading towards the entrance of the Great Hall. I was once again interrupted by a fluttering of wings and the sight of Pidgeon flapping his way towards me with a letter in his clutches. I held out my arm for him to land on and moved to swipe some bacon from the table. He landed softly because of his small stature and accepted the treat with a hoot and an extended leg. I grabbed it swiftly and he took off as I continued my journey to the room of requirement. My feet walked the familiar path without me even thinking about it as I opened the letter and began to read. Ron. Still want to learn a little about warding? Next Saturday, 8 a.m., meet at Gringotts. Ask for me when you arrive. Your most handsome brother Bill. I laughed a bit at the end of the letter and mentally planned on being there. I didn't have a way to send him confirmation, since Pidgeon already flew off. I could use Hedwig, I guess. Oh wait. I thought as I remembered the journal hidden away in my robes. I paced 3 times in front of the room of requirement and pulled out the trusty journal. I opened it to the front page and couldn't help but smile at the words that graced my eyes. I miss you. I read in the neat perfect handwriting of Fleur. The timestamp told me it was 2 a.m., which is weird because she normally has no trouble going to sleep around 11 every night. I walked into the room and once again a smile blossomed across my face as I took in my normal studying room with the great windows on one side, providing one of the best views I've ever seen. I couldn't help but notice that on the table there stood a new picture frame that I wasn't familiar with. I walked around to see what graced the inside of it and there she was. A picture of Fleur the day of the Yule Ball, in her silver dress and smiling at me. This room is too perceptive. I thought to myself. I miss you too. I wrote back to her and sat down at the desk I was so familiar with. I pulled out another book from my robes, A Beginner's Guide to Casting for the Learned, and set it on the table. It disappeared as I made my desire for it to be put back where I got it from known. Then I thought about the specific book I wanted to look at now that I was back in the castle. The book dropped onto the table, and I was slightly surprised. I half expected for Dumbledore to hide it off of Hogwarts so I couldn't get a hold of it. The Mind Palace. I thought to myself, taking a look at the book. A vibration ran across the desk, breaking my concentration from the book and bringing it to the journal. Sad face, she wrote, and I couldn't help but laugh because I knew that meant that it was too early, and now she was rolling over, leaving the journal open with the pen in it, completely forgetting about it as she tried to go back to sleep. Wake up and give me attention. I wrote to her, knowing her reaction. Sorry, too busy sleeping. Came her cheeky reply that made literally zero sense. We have a date next Saturday. I told her, not even bother disputing the validity of her claims of sleep. What if I have plans? She wrote back and I frowned in response. JK, what are we doing? She asked and I laughed again for what felt like the 50th time during this conversation before I replied. We're gonna go learn about wards and ward breaking with Bill. Sound fun? I asked knowing she'd be happy with learning more about magic. I doubt there is much your brother could teach me about warding, but ward breaking? Very fun. She replied. I knew that she might already know more about ward breaking than I do, but she would come with me just to spend the day with me, regardless of what we did. That thought made me giddy inside. Good, now you can go back to sleep. Oh, and can you tell Bill that we're coming when you see him Monday? I finally finished taking pity on her. Yes. Good night, I'll TTYL. She replied and I couldn't help but think that teaching her about all of the SMS language was my best idea since entering this world. I set the book down and picked up the Mind Palace in a burst of bravery. I flipped through the familiar pages until I got to the end. Nothing. I'm still not ready. I thought to myself confused. I had been practicing nearly every day for a while now. I know for a fact that I could detect and ward off even the most skilled legilimens of the world. What am I missing? Monday came soon enough and with it the start of the school year. I had history of magic to start the day off and I was so happy that I skipped it, with plans to skip every class from now on. Potions came after that until lunch, and then divination until a double dada to end the day. I didn't attend divination either. So it left me with a break before dada. That left me with more time to study and plan every Monday morning, since I wouldn't be attending history of magic, a little against the terror of this year, Umbridge. I made a post that would go up in all of the popular hallways and would sit on each table in the Great Hall for dinner Monday night. The post would detail the new group that welcomed everyone of all houses and years, to practice magic and help each other throughout the year. Then I made little notes that were small, easy to slide into the students' robes without anyone noticing. The note would detail the true reasoning behind the group, to help everyone with Dada this year, since we would have an incompetent teacher. I didn't put anything in it about my motivations of creating unity and developing friendships between houses, more specifically Slytherin, to try and cut out Voldemort's influence in the school. Nor did I mention that it was because a war is coming and they need to be able to protect themselves. I had a lot of fun looking up and mastering a particular spell that allowed me to stick the posting to surfaces, and make it fairly durable. No one would be able to take it down by hand, it would require magic and some know-how to remove them. The spell was designed with this exact purpose in mind. I also have a lot of ideas of how to use it to combat bigotry and all of the nonsense of the Daily Prophet. Some type of media of my own to spread the truth. I'll need someone to write counter articles though, I don't have the time. I thought as I finished up my potions essay that was assigned earlier in the morning. I gathered up my materials and headed in the direction of the Dada classroom. I wanted to catch Harry before he could enter. I waited patiently for him, even as most of the other students entered the classroom. He was towards the back, as usual, and I grabbed him as he walked by. Wondered where you were, mate? Harry said as noticed me. Skipping 2 classes on the first day? Bold. You won't see me in either of those classes a lot this year. I told him honestly but didn't let him respond because we didn't have long. I need you to get detention for at least one night, Harry. I requested. I thought you told me to lay low this year. He asked, bringing up what we talked about in the summer. It seemed like a good plan at the time, but we couldn't take a passive approach with the types of enemies we have. Fortune favors the bold. I thought. Change of plans, we're going to make a splash this year. I told him, which was a complete 180 of our previous plan. I got approval from Dumbledore. I added at the end so he wouldn't question it too much. I told him to lay low in the summer, build his power in secret, but I told him that because I couldn't mention anything about my future knowledge, his occlumency is just not where it needs to be. So I couldn't tell him about Umbridge either, nor about her teaching methods. He has no idea about the defense group yet, nor does he know how bad this class is about to go. He didn't respond immediately, thinking about what I asked before he responded. Okay, I'll do it. I nodded and we walked into the room and took our seats that Hermione saved us, just as the last bell rang. There was obviously some awkward silences before we sat down, but with the bell, Umbridge decided to speak. Well, good afternoon. She started. Mumbles was all she got in response. I stayed quiet. Tut, that won't do, now, will it? I should like you, please, to reply good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. My mouth moved but no sound came out. It's just as bad as the books, no worse. I thought as she continued, and I did my best to tune it out. I did notice everyone put up their wands and bring out quills though. I continued to tune her out, instead I started to notice everyone else's expressions. Confusion, anger, a smile? Oh, Malfoy understands. I thought, taking in the faces around the room. The board then changed as her same message in the books appeared on the blackboard. Then everyone started writing and I just stared at the board for a moment before pretending to write everything down. In reality I wrote fuck you, fuck you, fuck you over and over. Yes, Professor Umbridge. The class rang out and she started speaking again. Everyone's head dropped as they began to read and Hermione's hand shot up, determination written all over her face. I laughed internally about the spectacle that was about to happen. Everyone looked back at Hermione now and I realized that I had already missed part of the conversation. Using defensive spells. Umbridge parroted Hermione and I tuned into the convo. Why, I can't imagine any situation arising in my classroom that would require you to use a defensive spell, Miss Granger. You surely aren't expecting to be attacked during class. In the books, it was I that spoke next but Harry beat me to it. So you don't want us to actually use magic? He said without a hand raised. Students raise their hands when they wish to speak in my class, Mr. Potter. Umbridge spoke. I grabbed Hermione's hand to stop it from shooting up knowing Harry was making his move. She gave me a look and I shook my head in response. No one noticed, everyone was too focused on Harry's hand rising, dropping the sleeve a little and showing off his wand holster. That's perfect. I thought to myself. People will notice, and it will spread. It will add to his credibility. He made no move to drop his hand or hide his holster, although he did make a face realizing he just showed it off. Umbridge stared at it long and hard. In the books this is when everyone else started talking out of turn but it was different now. A different boy who lived had his hand up now, and no one interrupted their stare off. Harry got tired of waiting. Why won't we be using any defensive spells, Professor? Oddly enough, she didn't correct him for speaking out of turn. But she did respond in much the same manner as the books again. Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Potter? She asked without the use of MR. No. He answered and was about to respond before Umbridge cut him off. Well then, I'm afraid you are not qualified to question the ministry's teaching methods. Wizards much older and cleverer than you have devised our new program of study. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way. Sounds useless. Harry interrupted then and finally she trilled like the books. Hand, Mr. Potter. Then everyone had their hands in the air, and the discussion continued like the books. People would put their hands up and ask a question. Umbridge would interrupt and give an answer. Someone would speak out of turn and then a student would talk without their hands up and she would trill something like your hand is not up. I once again tuned the conversation out until Harry spoke again. And what good's theory going to be in the real world? Harry said with his hand in the air. This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world. She answered. So we can't be prepared for what's coming? Harry asked and I knew he was about to do what I asked and make a splash. There is nothing coming, Mr. Potter. Umbridge told him. War is coming. I interrupted without my hand in the air and she did not correct me. We made eye contact and her eyes just narrowed at me. And Voldemort. Harry spoke before she could. The whole class gasped and Neville fell out of his chair. I cackled inside at the reactions. 10 points from Gryffindor. Umbridge spoke but no one seemed to care, everyone just stared at Harry, who still had his hand up. Now let me make a few things quite plain. She started before standing up from behind her desk. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. Wasn't dead but yet, he's back. Harry spoke interrupting her. Harry is getting angry but he isn't nearly as angry as described in the books. He's calculated. Mr. Potter, don't make matters worse for yourself. As I was saying, you've been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. Umbridge told us and expected Harry to begin shouting but he didn't. Are you sure? Harry asked. I can prove it, you know. Nonsense, Mr. Potter. No need to lie to impress your classmates. If you continue you will earn yourself a detention. She responded after a moment of hesitation. How could he prove it? I thought before I realized. He can't, but he doesn't have to, people will think he can regardless. He's starting to understand, he's starting to play the game his enemies play. The ritual has done a lot for him. I crossed wands with him after he killed Cedric Diggory, Professor. He is back. Harry almost whispered the end and that was finally enough for Umbridge. Detention, Mr. Potter. Tomorrow evening. 5 o'clock. My office. I repeat, this is a lie. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard. If you are still worried, by all means come and see me outside class hours. If someone is alarming you with fiss about reborn dark wizards, I would like to hear about it. I am here to help I am. Umbridge screamed but was interrupted again. Yes. If you are worried, go to the professor who teaches you nothing. Ask her to save you as his Death Eaters walk over the corpses of your friends. Harry shouted as he stood up. Wake up, the ministry sends us this toad to teach us to protect ourselves. Then he did something that I would have never expected. He drew his wand fast, almost as fast as I, and pointed it towards the teacher. Stupefy. He spoke and made the wand motions. I expected a red light to come out of his wand and hit her, but nothing came out. It's a demonstration, he's making a point. I thought, realizing what he was doing. I looked at Umbridge and she was terrified. She hadn't even drawn her wand, and everyone noticed. Silence. Then Harry spoke again before Umbridge reacted and kicked him out. She didn't even have time to draw her wand, and this is who they send to teach us defense? Does the ministry want us dead? He said, pointing to her shocked face but talking to the classroom. She snapped out of her dazed state, then screaming. Everyone out. Class dismissed. I want a page on the first chapter of the book by Friday. Mr. Potter, come with me. She started around her desk to him and he sheathed his wand with a smile on his face. Of course, Professor. Harry said cheekily. I got up to follow, but I did it discreetly. Hermione looked at me with her jaw literally on the floor, as did the rest of the class. Ron, what just happened? She asked me. That, Hermione, is Harry making a splash. I said with a laugh. I strode through the hallways with purpose towards the common room, looking for a certain duo of redheads. I got there quickly and spoke the password to let me inside. Luckily they were both sitting at a table doing homework or something. I crossed over to them quickly before I sat down opposite them, a grin on my face. Ronnykins has this weird look on his face, Gred. George told his twin when he noticed me. Is it? Fred said before they both simultaneously said. Mischief. They echoed. Definitely my favorite brothers, and I need your help. Favorite? George started. Brothers. Fred finished. That is too kind, truly. What is it you have in mind? I smiled before I slammed down a stack full of papers. They took one look at the cover of it before smiling widely. Oh, you have to tell us the story behind this, Ronnykins. Later that night, everyone would leave the Great Hall after dinner and head towards their dorms for the night. Every 10 feet on the way to each common room they would see a piece of paper stuck to the wall. The piece of paper had a few words, but the main attraction is a wizarding picture that would replay the same scene over and over again. Harry with his wand pointed at Umbridge, and her helpless with her face a perfect picture of a horrified victim. At the bottom of the photo the word stupefy would appear as he flicked his wand. Underneath it all, there was a simple question. Is this who the ministry sends to teach US defense? Chapter 15, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 6. Hello everyone. Back again with the latest chapter. We kick it off with Harry's detention, and that's all you're getting from me. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Rated M for a reason. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Come in. A high-pitched whiny voice called from behind the door. Harry looked back to me, or where he knew I was waiting behind him in his invisibility cloak. I held Creevy's camera in my left hand while I clasped the cloak closed with my right. I could have gotten away with the disillusionment, but I didn't want to risk her seeing me or having wards to alert her. Plus Harry practically shoved the famous Hallow in my hand. We entered the room and immediately I was assaulted by the color pink. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I thought to myself as I stayed behind Harry as he walked in. It's unnecessary, but I couldn't help it. Mr. Potter, have a seat. Umbridge said from behind her desk. She had a ridiculous smile on her face. No doubt, the prospect of torturing the boy who lived turns her on, fucking bitch. Maybe my hatred of her from my past life is affecting my judgment, but I can't help but hate her. Harry did as she asked and sat in the front seat, closest to her, just like we discussed. She got up once he did and reached into her drawer. She pulled out a stack of paper, and on top say an unassuming quill. I knew better. A blood quill, deemed illegal unless by permit or by binding lawful documents by the ministry, after the turn of the 20th century. I thought to myself, remembering the legal document Fleur owed me before this year started. She walked over to Harry's desk and I moved, silenced, to behind her desk and off to the left, for a better picture. All Harry had to do was write a single line on the paper where the camera could see his blood on his hand and we would have her. She'll be taken out of the game before she can even start. I thought, remembering the plan we concocted. You'll be writing lines, Mr. Potter. She started and Harry interrupted. Is that all? He asked with a healthy dose of sass. She didn't react then, but I could see her smile become slightly tighter before continuing. I don't know how you got out of expulsion, for attacking a professor, but it doesn't matter. One more thing, the ministry will change by the end of the year. She told him, baiting him. He didn't bite on the bait, instead he kept his sassy tone before replying. Dumbledore has a soft spot for me, didn't you know? No headmaster in their right mind would expel the boy who lived, other schools would grovel at my feet to have the opportunity after all. Harry smirked at her the entire time he spoke. I'm impressed. My mind supplied as I processed his words. Let her think you're just as arrogant as everyone says you are, control your image. When the time is right, show your power, make them wonder how they could have gotten it so wrong. She turned around with an ever brighter smile on her face, convinced that Harry needs the punishment he is about to endure. She sat back down behind her desk when Harry spoke again. Plus, Harry continued, and I silently cast a disillusionment on myself under the cloak. Neither of us think I attacked you, Professor. I simply showed my classmates how incompetent you are, nothing more, nothing less. He hissed Professor, using his parcel tongue abilities to get the word out. I took the cloak off slowly and laid it on the floor, then I waited for her reaction. She did nothing to indicate that I could be seen by the visible eye or by her wards, so my left hand, the one holding the camera, slowly rose to capture the scene. I must have made a distortion in the air because Harry's eyes shifted slightly before reaching down and grabbing the quill. We'll see what the minister thinks about the situation, Mr. Potter. Not even you can get away with attacking me. You'll be made an example of eventually. For now, I want you to write, I am harmless over and over until I tell you to stop. Umbridge spoke, and I swore her face was about to split in half because of her smile. No doubt, she thought herself clever for coming up with the phrase that he would scar into his own skin. A way to get back at him for his demonstration in class, and also to oppose the propaganda that still clung to the tables in the Great Hall and the hallways. I'm glad I get to ruin your fun, Dolores. Harry smiled at her order, seeing the situation for what it was for. He's starting to see the game. I thought as I prepared myself to take the picture. I put the camera up to my eye. Of course, Professor. Harry hissed out again. Umbridge faltered at that, her eyebrows scrunched at his happiness. Her face corrected itself quickly. Harry put the quill on the page and drew it down sharply. He made no sound as the skin on his hand split open to mirror the page. A flash lit the room as I stepped towards her. My disillusionment charm and silencing charm dropped at the same time in accordance with my will. I drew my wand immediately as my left hand held onto the camera. Stupefy! Umbridge shouted in reflex when she heard my footsteps. She only half turned in her seat. I knew the attack was coming, so I quickly batted the spell into the wall of the castle. A second after that, Dolores had an ethereal blade resting on her skin, that extended from the tip of my wand to her neck, right where the jugular is. No one spoke, but I did notice Harry was standing and had his wand in his hand, a reaction from her spell. I held out the camera for him to take, and he wasted no time in retrieving it from my hand. I then reached forward and snatched Umbridge's wand from her still outstretched hand. She hadn't moved since she realized what was resting on her neck. The wood felt dead, defeated. My own wand vibrated happily. Normally wizards and witches rest the tip of their wand on the skin of their enemies when they get the drop on them, but I am not stupid. It's ridiculously easy to catch that wizard or witch off guard and engage in physical confrontation, something that would distract a lot of people from casting any spells. My way of doing things is much more efficient, one slip of the hand and you'd be dead in minutes. I dropped the spell as I back away from her. I called my magic from beneath my skin and my wand sang as my will channeled through its familiar wood. My hand flicked her direction. The world reacted immediately and Dolores was bound in ropes that held her feet, hands, and throat to her chair. I expected you to be screaming at me by now, Professor. I said, handing Harry her wand and grabbing the camera from him in return. Mr. Weasley, you have no idea what you've done, do you? Umbridge asked. I know exactly what I have done. I told her as I removed the film from the camera, expertly. A result of playing with the thing and figuring it out no more than 30 minutes prior. My wand rose again and I momentarily relished the power that it gave me as I once again cast a spell through it. The film in my hand rose into the air and stopped a few feet from me. With my wand still outstretched to it, I unrolled it a little with a deviation of the levitation spell. The enlargement charm made the film bigger for the whole room to see. The severing charm cut the end of the film that held the picture of Harry holding a blood quill, doing lines for our defense against the dark arts professor. I casually flicked my wand again and the film slowly developed in front of our eyes. First it formed into a single piece of paper, then ink formed on top of that, and finally color was added to form the whole picture. All caused by a spell that could be found in the library for me, the room of requirement held the knowledge I required, right beside the variation of the sticking charm that I utilized so brilliantly, yesterday. There is a surprising amount of publication spells in the library, and by extension, the roar. If Colin Creevey can do it, then so can I. I thought to myself as the spell finished. My wand dropped but the paper stayed in the air, fluttering slightly because of my will. I'll repeat, I know exactly what I have done, swine. I snarled the last word out. Do you? My wand rose again when I realized I hadn't made sure no one would hear us. I love magic. I told myself as I felt the overpowered spell meant to make eavesdropping our conversation impossible take effect. I finally turned back to Umbridge and she was not smiling at all. Instead her face showed confusion with a hint of amazement. Her lip trembled as she thought through everything. She's slowly figuring out that I have her backed into a corner. Harry stood off to the side, twirling her wand between his fingers. You subjected the boy who lived to torture, with an object that the ministry, your employer, deemed illegal in 1902. All for him playing a harmless prank on you in class. He's just lashing out, you know. He watched a good friend get killed right in front of his eyes last year. Poor kid was just trying to cope in his own way. And you tortured him. I told her in a tone that one would take if they were discussing the issue over tea. Harry stopped twirling the wand at the reminder of Cedric's death for a moment before continuing. His eyes never left her form, and I could swear that he was trying his best impression of a basilisk. At least that's what the Daily Prophet will say once they see this. Tisk, tisk, Dolores, what will this do to Fudge? I asked her, guiding her along the path I wanted her to see. He might even be kicked out of office. The public will think he stepped down, but we will know, won't we? She didn't answer. She was too shocked to do anything apparently, so I waited. I waited for her to speak, so that I could be sure she would understand the next part. It was you. You put up that propaganda against me. Umbridge spat out eventually. I smiled, feeling like an evil villain, relishing in his victory. I did. Harry played his role perfectly. I answered. You planned all of this? Why? What did I do to you? She yelled the last bit. I didn't answer, and neither did Harry. I'm ruined. She said aloud again. Yes, you are. I paused. You were planning on making children torture themselves in detention for you. My wand is still visible as I start to yell. And then you would slowly start to try and kick Dumbledore out of the school, the one person protecting us from Voldemort. I couldn't let that happen, Dolores, surely you understand. Do you know what happens next? I asked her as she started sobbing. I hate ugly criers. She didn't respond, so I walked over to her and grabbed her by the hair, forcing her to look in my eyes. Do you know what happens next? I yelled the question. No. She managed to get out in between her sobs. I let go of her hair and it slumped, only held up by the ropes digging into her skin. I bent down in front of her before I spoke. Nothing. Her head rose slowly once I said that, and she looked into my eyes, happy. Nothing. She parroted back to me. That's correct, Dolores. Nothing. You'll do your job, you'll teach defense however you want to. Detentions will be sent to Filch, McGonagall, or another professor, anyone but you. No one will serve detention with you, do you understand? I said the last part with a slam of my hand on the desk to grab her attention. Do you understand? She jumped when I did that and stammered out her response. Yes. Yes. I understand, detentions with anyone but me. Good. If you do that, then this. I said, pointing to the picture floating in the middle of the room. Doesn't get out, no one has to know. We all go about our happy lives, yet. She nodded once again. Good. I told her as I walked out of the room, grabbing the camera and motioning for Harry to follow. He did, but right before we passed the threshold and passed into the hallway, he dropped her wand on the ground. Oops. Harry said with a laugh as we walked into the hallway. I looked at him and realized that this is a completely different person than what he would have been if I hadn't merged with Ron Weasley. Serious, the mind ritual, me, and everything else has had a tremendous effect on him. You're bloody mad. No, brilliant, mate. Harry exclaimed as his steps caught up to mine and we walked side by side down the hallway. I handed Harry the camera once more and he took it without question. Then I waved my wand over the paper and a duplicate appeared. I grabbed a letter out of my robes and folded it up along with the original picture of Harry. I need you to send this out for me. I told him, handing him the letter. I could have done it myself, but I knew that Pigwidgeon wasn't in the owlry. Why are you sending this to Fleur? He asked, looking at the name on the letter. Because that is the only thing that will keep Umbridge in line this year. What do you think her next move is? I asked in response. She'll try to destroy the evidence. But you made a copy, what does it matter? Harry asked, finding a hole in my plan, or at least he thought he did. Fair question. I thought before answering. Any copies made with the spell that I just used can be destroyed, if you can get your hands on the original. Half a day's worth of research would tell anyone that, and I bet she'll figure it out soon. I answered before continuing to explain it better. That's why magical books are still done by printing press, or by hand in some cases. Authors don't want their works to be copied willy-nilly, after all. That's exactly what happened before someone came up with the potion to destroy every copy of a piece of paper that was created magically. Technically she could get a copy and use the potion, but it would only destroy everything made after that copy, following. I asked him, realizing that my words were getting a little hard to follow. He nodded confidently and I continued. So I'm sending the original somewhere she'll never get it. And every copy will be made from this copy, so even if she gets this one, I can have Fleur send me another copy. Do you copy? I added a joke there at the end. 10-4. Harry said in response to my corny joke. Good, now I have a question for you. I said as we walked along the corridors to our destination. How have you been feeling since the ritual? I whispered that last bit. He seemed surprised at the question but recovered quickly. Great, fantastic actually. I gave him a bland look. And? He smiled at that. Well, magic has been so much easier and fun lately. I'm enjoying my time spent behind books, and casting the magic afterwards. I smiled too, because I understand exactly what he's talking about. Then I elaborated a little on the question. That's good. What about your magic? Has anything changed? What about your mind or your interests? I asked the last part without a smile. Yeah, a lot. It's a lot easier to pick up on the theory of pretty much everything. That's normal, I'm the same way. And I find myself wanting to change things in my life. I guess it's a lot of the same with my magic. Defense was always my specialty, but now it seems like offensive spells are much easier to learn and more powerful. He continued talking about it as we walked on, but I couldn't shake the bad feeling that I was getting. The weirdest part was that my eyes kept getting drawn to a single spot the entire conversation. His lightning bolt-shaped scar. I arrived to the Diagon Alley apparition point with a crack that signified me bending space to my desires. I still haven't perfected it. I thought hearing the audible pop that apparition made until mastery, where it would become silent. I shoved that thought to the back of my mind as I began walking towards Gringotts to meet up with Fleur and Bill. It is fairly early on a Saturday, so there isn't a lot of people walking the streets. It didn't take me long to find myself before the steps of the Goblin Nation. The air on the right side of the steps shimmered and my wand found its way into my hand on reflex alone. It wasn't needed as the person dropped the disillusionment charm immediately and latched themselves onto me in a hug. Vanilla assaulted my nose and platinum blonde filled my vision as Fleur tried to smother me with her body. Hello to you two. I told her, finally embracing her. Hello. She mumbled from my neck. I brought her face back towards mine and our lips danced with each other. It might have been a little inappropriate for public, and on the front steps of her employer, but we didn't care. She responded with equal passion and I had to pull away eventually. She disagreed with her teeth biting my bottom lip. I've missed you too, love. I told her with a smile. She also smiled but couldn't take her eyes off my lips. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. I heard from behind Fleur. Bill stood at the top of the steps. Guess I was too distracted. I thought, berating myself at being caught off guard. Enjoy the show, big brother. I spoke since it was obvious Fleur wouldn't, considering she hadn't let go of me yet. Gotta love a little clinginess. I thought, reaching my hand down and squeezing her perfect rear. She squeaked then and finally let go of me with a pout. Bill and I just met eye contact and smiled at each other at the display. I would rather watch goblins copulate, little brother. He jabbed back at me. I couldn't help but laugh at that one. I decided to change the topic and move on to why we were actually meeting. So, where are we off to? A nice little cottage down the road. He said as he offered his hands to us. Fleur glared at him and grabbed my arm as I reached out to grab his arm. The world twisted as I embraced the side-along apparition. Internally I was slightly impressed at Bill's confidence in taking the two of us with him. It becomes exponentially harder to apparate the more people are added. All three of us landed gracefully on a beachhead. The sun beating down on the sand did make the transition harder considering the change in the brightness of the landscape. I turned around to see exactly where it was that we were at and could immediately tell that we were a good distance from civilization. The sand met a stony cliffside that I could see was at least 60 feet above us. The ocean lapped at the shores and there were no landmarkers anywhere in the water, nor were there boats. A nice little cottage, hey? I said after I got done looking around. A memory hit me then, a memory of Dumbledore and Harry searching a cave for something relating to Voldemort, but I couldn't remember what they were searching for. I did remember the dangers that lay within, however. Bill, tell me we're not looking for a cave. I said to him. I'm afraid I can't do that. He responded with a grin. I flicked my wrist and drew my wand, prepared for the worst as he started walking towards the cliffside. Dumbledore had reasons for calling me back home, little brother. Bill told me and I looked back to Fleur, more to make sure that she was alright considering how quiet she is being. What reasons? I practically demanded. He's searching for something, along the coasts. Says it's crucial in defeating you-know-who. My position in Gringotts gives me access to information that is needed for this particular mission. And also to keep an eye on you. You have drawn the eyes of some powerful people, Ron. He told me as he kept walking to the cliff face. I followed, making sure I kept my body in front of Fliz in case something happened. How does Gringotts have information that is crucial? I asked, not interested in the last part of his sentence. I knew all along I would gather attention if I strove to reach the top. Gringotts has intertwined themselves with the Ministry. They hold most, if not all of the legal documentation of properties in their archives. Dumbledore is trying to follow a paper trail to a specific point in Voldemort's past. He thinks he bought some properties under a false name some years ago. I'm scouring through the information, Sometimes that means seeing the property for myself. Bill told us as we followed him to a small alcove hidden along the wall. The hole is no bigger than a doorway you would find in your normal home. It was something that you wouldn't see if you weren't specifically looking for it, a great hiding spot. It just so happens that this one is warded. Bill said as he presented us the cave entrance. Don't worry, it's been abandoned for over 40 years. Shouldn't run into anyone. Why do places like this exist? I asked naively. Anything really. It can be to live in privacy, to hide something, to hide someone. This time it was Fleur that answered as she ran her wand on the air in front of the cave. Bill took notice of her actions. I always heard Vila were sensitive to magic. He spoke watching her. I started to notice it too, her wand traced through the air and there were slight distortions following its path. Not all of us are, but some are born with the talent. Others grow upon that talent. She added that last part for our benefit. I guess that means she is fairly sensitive to it. I thought watching her. My own wand rose and I drew my magic to the surface of my skin and into the wand but not casting any magic, trying to replicate what she was doing. I stepped closer to the distortions but not through it. Bill and Fleur watched me closely. My wand met resistance and I could feel it. It was that feeling of when your ear popped, suddenly you could hear different. That's the best I can describe it. Then I listened to what the magic was trying to tell me. I didn't have to try hard. The sound-cancelling barrier was apparent, as was the one-way light-cancelling barrier. It was directed towards the inside of the cave, so that no sound or light spilled onto the beach. The other part of the ward felt like a muggle-repelling ward, but I wasn't sure. I voiced my theories and I heard them both intake air and then Fleur laughed. Of course you would get it on your first try. She said. What was supposed to happen? Was I right? I asked. Yes, you are correct. Nothing should have happened, you shouldn't have been able to find them. Your wand wouldn't have made them react at all. She answered. I frowned at that, confused before I remembered the most important rule of magic. It's all about intent. A snort from Bill was the only response I got. He mumbled something about child prodigies but I ignored him. Technically this isn't my first try. I said turning back towards them. I'm kind of keyed into the wards of Black Family House. I told them realizing how ridiculous it sounded. They are, much stronger than these and much easier to feel. Bill was the one who laughed then. Serious, I have no words. He said dumbfounded at the information. That still doesn't explain it. Fleur stated after his exclamation. You're supposed to feel those wards, these. She said pointing towards the cave. You aren't. It seems you have some talent. I didn't actually believe her about that. Might be because I do nothing but eat, sleep and breathe magic. I thought. After she finished speaking, she walked forward into the cave. I just watched her wanting to stop her in case of hostile wards. Then I realized that it has been abandoned for a long time, that and Bill didn't react to her walking forward either. We moved to follow and I immediately flicked my wand. Orbs of white light shot out and traveled along the corridor, sticking to the walls as they hit. Once they did we were greeted to the sight of a singular room with a large bed in the middle of it. Furniture you would normally see around bedroom was spread about and knocked over. Not another one. Bill groaned from behind me. We stumbled upon a bedroom, and judging by the stains, a bedroom with one purpose, sex. This is normal? I asked him, taking in the sight of the room relieved that Voldemort wasn't going to pop out of the shadows somewhere. Unfortunately. He answered and Fleur laughed at her place beside the bed. I walked over to the closet in the corner wondering what I would find. I got closer and immediately felt the change in atmosphere. It wasn't a temperature change, it was just a warning not to do what I was about to do. Guys. I said to get the attention to both of them and my wand flicked towards the door of the drawers. Its doors opened and out spill a black mass of swirling darkness. It started coalescing and soon I was met with the sight of a small girl. She had blonde hair and extremely light blue eyes. Freckles spotted her face, not too much, just the right amount to be looked like what might someday be mine and Fla's child. And she was dead, by the looks of the blue in her lips and the blood staining her dress. I froze, terrified at the image. The effect lasted for all of 2 seconds before my brain kicked into gear and realized what it was that I was looking at. A boggart. A white-hot rage washed over me as my wand rose. I did not cast ridiculous as Lupin taught me a few years back. A blue flame shot out of my wand, no smoke accompanied it and it made no noise. It blazed a path to the boggart whose eyes widened before it consumed it. No noise was made in response to the blue flame engulfing it in the closet. I just watched as the little girl was reduced back into a black mist that became so fine it floated past me and out of the cave. The blue flame roared in front of me, waiting for its next command. I stood there for an eternity, staring into the flame as it danced to my will. My mind raced, tracing its origins and where I learned it from. It stemmed from the Protego Diabolica spell, except much more offensive in nature. The Blacks of old loved the spell before the more powerful fiend fire became popular. For the second time that day, vanilla filled my nose as someone embraced my front. Fleur. I noted as I melted into her embrace. The blue flame died out with my anger as I reeled in my emotions. On. Are you okay? She asked me from her place on my chest. I shook my head, trying not to think about the little girl and what she symbolizes. No. I croaked out in response. Come on. Let's go. Fleur told me. She let me go and turned to Bill. I'm taking him. She said simply, and all Bill could do was nod as he turned around and walked out of the cave. Focus on our magic. This is how you break wards, brute force. I did as she asked and my mind drew inside to the force rolling underneath my skin, her own magic intertwining with mine. Then the world shattered before twisting around me. We landed in an apartment and once again my nose smells that familiar vanilla that I had come to love so much. She just ripped right through the wards, Fleur's apartment. I thought, taking in the decor of the room. I closed my eyes as I shook my head and once again focused on my Occlumency lessons. Slowly the world started to make sense again as my emotions finally obeyed my will and settled down. I opened my eyes to find that I was on a bed with a warm mass connected to one side. Fleur's arm rubbed circles up and down my torso trying to console me. I took a second to digest the scene and appreciate the moment. Eventually I shifted and tried my best to melt into her body. She looked up in response to me moving. It's about time you pay attention to me. I laughed before responding. Sorry, it took me off guard. Her eyes softened. Wanna talk about it? I've never been one to hold things like that, so I did what she asked. Do you know what that was? I asked her. The boggart, or what form it took? The form it took. I answered her. It was a girl that could pass for our daughter. She answered without adding that the little girl was dead, lifeless. I guess I'm most afraid of not having a future, not being able to make it to that point. I summed up, looking behind what the boggart symbolized. Even though Fleur was the one supposed to be consoling me and helping me through the situation, I could tell that the boggart affected her just as much as it did me. She looked so fragile as she spoke next. Is that the future you want? She whispered the question. I can't think of anything else I want more. I answered truthfully. Fleur broke eye contact with me when I said that and buried her head into my chest and clung onto my side tighter than before. I love you. She mumbled. I didn't hesitate to answer. I love you too. Her left leg swung over my waist and soon enough she straddled me. Her hands flew to the bottom of her shirt and pulled it off, revealing her bare breasts to me. Good, now prove it. She said as her mouth descended and claimed mine. Our tongues danced as my hands worshipped her body. Fleur ground her hips into mine in response. My hand found her throat as I flipped us over expertly. Gladly. Chapter 16, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 7. Hello everyone. We just passed 900 follows and I am shook. Never thought this FIC would get this much interest tbh. Just wanted to say thank you to everyone out there who has given it a chance, even if it wasn't for you. I've learned a lot writing this and there is still so much more to go. I am up to the challenge. Enough rambling, on to the chapter. As always there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The third floor corridor is exactly as I remember it. I thought to myself as I looked around the same room that held Fluffy, the Cerberus, for a time during first year. It does seem a lot bigger. The floor still held a wooden door with a handle on it in the middle. My mind wondered what this room could have possibly been used for. Who needs a trapdoor that leads to at least 3 other random rooms? I thought about descending into the trapdoor for old time's sake and to also check it out, but I realized I didn't have time, everyone would arrive soon. I pulled out 2 pieces of paper from the inside of my robes. One was a simple note with elegant writing. Third floor corridor, Sunday 11 a.m. The note found its way into nearly every student 3rd year and above pocket. At least that was the directions the twins received last week after the whole Umbridge fiasco. The note wasn't the true message. The true message was spread with the tried and true classic method of word of mouth. The second note I pulled out of my robes was an official-looking document that gave us permission to create a study group, and at the bottom was a signature and a wax seal, courtesy of Dumbledore. I hope people show up. I thought to myself as I cast a quick tempest. 10:15 it read. I guess I am a bit early. My wand found its way into my hand and I worked my will onto the world. A simple wooden table with thick legs appeared and I set the paper on it, so that everyone would be able to see it. Footsteps rang in the corridor outside. And I'm not the only one? Harry soon came into view, with Hermione tagging along closely behind him. And we thought we were early, mate. Harry said, nodding to Hermione as he noticed I was already there. Yes, well, I wanted to check up on our meeting location beforehand. I returned. Don't trust me. Harry joked as he walked around the room to look at it. What are you two rambling about? Hermione asked, confused. I answered her before Harry could. I asked Harry to check out the room the other night, while he was on his prefect duties. Hermione gave Harry a look that screamed her disappointment at him using his position for such a task. And that, Hermione, is why I didn't ask you. I said, pointing at the look on her face. Harry laughed while she replied. Well, I am just happy that I was invited. She responded with a glare towards me. And that you two did this on your own. I thought I was going to have to do all the work. I gave her a look that urged her to continue. She noticed. Well, what I mean to say is that I was going to do it all very hush-hush. Your way is better, no doubt. I still can't believe Dumbledore gave us his backing. Hermione elaborated. I wasn't surprised that she had begun to think about it. It was her idea in the books after all. Dumbledore has a soft spot for Harry. I've been hearing that a lot lately. I thought as the words came out of my mouth. Do you two even have a plan for what we will actually do? Hermione asked, changing the subject. Harry answered this time. I told you, Hermione. He said, approaching the desk. We will learn magic, more specifically defensive magic. That is the main focus. We will also help each other in other subjects. His wand rose after that and cast a decent charm, designed to keep the conversation secret. My own magic reached out in curiosity to feel the charm. Makes them hear whispering, and induces fear, encourages them to leave? I thought as I tried to work out the effects of the spell that was obviously from the Black Library. What? Hermione said aloud and brought me back to the conversation. Harry shot me a quick look, his eyes fell to my wand and then back to my eyes again before a smile lit his face in realization. He felt me touching the ward? I thought as I realized that it was a very high-class spell if it had detection properties mixed in. Harry turned back to Hermione and answered her. We will also be helping everyone to promote unity, especially the ones we think are at the most risk of being in contact with Tom. Why? Wouldn't that give away all our strengths to him? It's too dangerous. She answered in almost a whisper as her mind whirled. I cut in then. He has too many eyes in the school. Either way he will know of what goes on, but this way we can try to influence the next generation. I doubt we will convert anyone from our year and up but the younger years. I asked, raising an eyebrow before continuing. They are easily, well, there is no easy way to say this, manipulated. I finished with a shrug. Manipulated? Hermione hissed out. Surprisingly I didn't have to answer because Harry already cut it, his own anger apparent. Quit being naive. Harry hissed out much more fluidly because of his parcel tongue, and Hermione flinched and lowered her head. He closed the distance between them and his hand went to her chin and lifted it up, so that her eyes met his. He tapped her chin as if to say that is better, like a great leader might. I watched all of this with a straight face but inside I was flipping out. Who the fuck is this? I asked myself as I took in Harry. He stood with his shoulders back and chest out, pristine robes that Malfoy would love to wear. His hair pulled back tightly in a ponytail, with his scar displayed proudly. He didn't wear glasses and this was a new development, as in the past 48 hours new. His emerald green eyes were so focused. His face was sharper than in the previous years, much like my own. All of this was observed in a few seconds before Harry continued. There is a war coming, Hermione. He spoke with a much softer tone and I couldn't help but notice the masterful display of manipulation. I cut in. We aren't asking you to do any of this, Hermione. We'll handle the dirty work. I spoke to her but my eyes were locked with Harry's, an unspoken look of that's enough to him. He got the message and his wand whipped and the charm dropped, signifying the end of the conversation. I moved over to the desk and leaned against it as more footsteps echoed out in the corridor. I cast a quick tempest again. 10:48. In walked 3 Gryffindor boys in our own age group, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan. Following them was Ginny and another girl from a lower year that I didn't recognize. Seamus whistled as he walked in. Good turnout, eh? He joked to the boys and girls behind him and they laughed. I knew he didn't believe Harry's claim that Voldemort was back and it was showing. We are a bit early. Neville answered him meekly. No chairs? Seamus asked with a condescending tone. You unable to stand, Finnegan? I asked with an equal tone. More footsteps and platinum blonde hair strutted in before Seamus could answer and interrupted. Doubtful he can do anything besides blow himself up. Draco Malfoy commented as him and his 2 goons entered. Behind them another 3 people entered, also wearing the Slytherin robes of our school. A dark-skinned boy of obvious Italian descent. An attractive girl with blonde hair and striking blue eyes. And another cute girl with brown hair and brown eyes. Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis walked in silently and claimed a corner of the room for themselves, speaking to each other. Sod off, Malfoy. Seamus answered in response to the new arrivals. He turned back towards Harry before continuing. Friends with the snakes now, Potter. Harry answered in a calm tone. Everyone takes the same core classes, Finnegan, no matter what house you are in. That includes defense against the dark arts. Everyone will need help. Seamus turned around to face his group. What do you say we ditch this and go flying, boys? I won't be here with the snakes. It was Dean Thomas that answered him this time. Shut up, mate. Harry's right. That shut down the argument as Seamus went red-faced and did as he was told. They all shuffled to a wall as more people started pouring in. The twins, Angelina, and her group walked in next and they seemed to bring everyone. The next thing I knew, 50 students or more were all crowded around all sides of the desk in the middle of the room. There seemed to be just enough room to fit everyone in the room comfortably. I noticed that the room was divided amongst the houses with only a few people in groups that didn't involve their house. I thought about moving the desk farther back to keep everyone in front of us, but Harry didn't look like he wanted to move from the middle of the room. Once everyone got settled, the noise increased in the room as they waited for Harry to start. I half stood, half sat on the desk behind Harry with one foot swinging in the air and the other planted on the floor. Harry stood still as a statue as his eyes flicked around the room and the faces in front of him. This is way more people than in the books. I thought as I noticed everyone. The twins are really good at what they do. Harry's hands clapped together and it echoed through the room, catching everyone's attention. I couldn't help but wonder if it was a spell, with how loud and captivating it was. Now then, I bet you're all wondering why you received this note. He started before being interrupted. Obviously, Potter. Malfoy spat from his group of friends with a smirk. Harry just shot him a look before continuing. None of us will learn anything in defense as long as Umbridge is here. By now everyone would have had a class with her and understand what I mean. He stopped waiting on any more interruptions, none came. It's simple really, we're going to teach ourselves. He said simply. I smiled. Well, that's one way to do it. Simple. So this is another class? Someone said from behind us. No. Harry answered. Think of it more like a study group, an extremely practically focused study group. When we meet, we will practice magic. If you want to help each other with homework, or ask an older student for help, then go ahead. Another pause before he continued. There will be focuses of each meeting, a certain spell that we need to pass our owls or newts, and we will cast until we have it down perfectly. If you think you have that spell down, then you can work on homework, help others get their own spells down, or you can leave. This is just designed for us to help each other throughout the year, with a focus on defense. There was a murmur throughout the crowd. Is that why you invited us older students? To play teacher for you? An older Slytherin that I swore I had never seen said. No, I will teach everyone. Harry answered. A laugh ran through the older crowd. What could you teach us? Harry's wand whipped through the air and he quietly spoke. Expecto Patronum. Light burst from the tip of the wand, far more than he normally produces on his patroness. I expected for the light to coalesce into a stag, like his father. Instead, when the light formed together, a whole new animal emerged. A thestral ran around the room and the cheer it emanated could be felt by Al. It finally flew back over to its master and crashed into his body, dissipating as it did. The white light spread throughout the room and I tried not to be impressed at his showmanship. His face showed now surprise at the change in his patroness and images of the mind-enhancing ritual flashed through my mind. Images of his scar, of the red light prevailing, and I couldn't help but wonder how many more changes it would bring. It makes sense that it would change. I thought to myself. But an animal so close to death? Intriguing. I spoke up since no one else wanted to. That would get you the highest marks on your newts, easily. Welcome to the Defense Association. I spoke to the crowd while internally cackling like a madman. Dumbledore's army. A flood of questions rang out in the room, questions about when we would meet and if he could teach them that. Harry patiently answered each question and eventually he dismissed everyone, saying that they would meet after dinner on Monday for the first time. For now the schedule was every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after dinner, with the room being open on weekends for anyone that wanted more practice, but Harry would not be teaching anything specific and might not even be there. I know I wouldn't be on the weekends. Harry and I were the last two to leave the meeting and I departed with an excuse. I went straight to the headmaster's office. I caught the headmaster in the halls, heading in the direction of his office. Headmaster. I said as I approached him. Mr. Weasley, a good day? No. He answered as I caught up to him and walked with him. Not sure yet, sir. I answered truthfully. He gave me look. I thought you would be happy. Did the meeting not go as planned? Dumbledore asked me. The portraits need to learn to keep their mouths shut. I told him in response to him already knowing of the meeting when it just happened. That's not very nice. They are just eager to speak at all. I'm sure it's very boring just sitting there all day. We finally made it to the gargoyle that guards his office. Licorice. I stepped on the stairs behind him and we rose into the famous office. Fawkes was perched on his stand, looking fairly young. Dumbledore walked around and sat down in his chair before turning back to me. "What can I do for you, Mr. Weasley?" he asked me, giving me his full attention. I caught Umbridge trying to torture Harry with a blood quill. I spoke and the twinkling in his eyes disappeared. "Caught?" he asked, his brilliant mind jumping ahead in the conversation. I reached into my robes and produced the picture I was using as leverage over the pink toad. He took it and looked it over quickly, seeing the quill and the line on Harry's hand, signaling the proof of the blood quill. "Is this the original?" "No, the original is in safe hands," I answered. "Ms. Delacour?" Dumbledore asked without looking up. "Yes," I answered. I told Umbridge that she could continue on teaching, but that any detention she assigned would go to another professor, or Filch. He didn't seem surprised at that. He set the photo down. "The devil you know." Dumbledore spoke, summarizing my thoughts on the matter. "Mind if I keep this copy?" "Of course, I have plenty," I said with a wink. I knew that now would be the time to turn around and leave normally. "You have yet to leave, Mr. Weasley. Is it safe to assume you have more you wish to speak about?" Dumbledore said, eyeing me. "More of a confession," I answered. "I completed a ritual last year." I started and Dumbledore leaned back in his chair with his hands clasped together. A frown appeared on his face, but he did not speak, so I continued. "It's designed to improve the foundations of the mind. Increased speeds in thought, increased learning speed and capacity, makes it easier and faster to access knowledge and memory, and an unforeseen improvement in hand-eye coordination." I told him and paused for a moment, unsure if I should tell him this next bit. "I know of something similar," Dumbledore said, locking eyes with me. "An old friend spoke of a similar ritual he underwent." "Grindelwald?" I thought to myself before moving on. Well, it went so good that I might have convinced Harry to perform it. I spoke again. Gone was the grandfatherly aura that normally exuded from the famous wizard. He was suddenly replaced with the scariest person I had ever met. He stood up and leaned over the desk. "Go on." I felt a probe on my occlumency shields as we met eyes. "I don't appreciate that, Headmaster," I told him as I cleared my mind and repelled his attack. "You have improved well," Dumbledore said. "Now go on." "During Harry's ritual, something happened with his scar," I said, and Dumbledore began to pace around the room. There were two lights that emanated from his scar and fought, red and black. Eventually, the red prevailed and enveloped the black before settling back into his scar. I finished. He had his back turned to me when I finished. He was softly petting Fox, who preened under his touch. Oh, the benefits of a phoenix, I thought, watching the two interact. The headmaster seemed to draw courage the longer he pet the famous bird. He did not answer, so I continued. "In my case, I didn't have such a huge personality change. Harry seems to be a completely different person. He used to shy away from attention, and hide his scar under his hair. Now he displays it like a badge and relishes in praise. Not to mention his increasing magical skill. He will rival me soon, if not pass me completely," I said, telling him of my thoughts on the matter. There was another long pause as he continued to give Fox attention and think. Eventually he spoke. "That is not good news, Mr. Weasley. Surely you have heard me mention Harry and Tom's connection to one another?" Dumbledore asked me. "Yes, sir," I answered patiently. "Well, I wasn't talking about a hypothetical connection. I have long thought that the scar is a physical representation of this connection. Whatever happened that night resulted in a scar and a real magical connection between the two." Dumbledore finished. The way he said real made it hold a whole different kind of implications. My mind raced at the implications. If it is magical in nature, then that would explain the extreme effects on the ritual. It says that there must not be any outside influence. But if this is true, then Harry could be influenced by his and Voldy's connection. Fucking hell. I spoke and I didn't get a reprimand like I expected. "I concur, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore said as if he was making a decision and I was worried about what would come of this development. "I have a plan," I bit out hurriedly before he could do something rash to my best friend. "Harry and I need to improve upon our occlumency, and to do that, I think I need a deeper understanding of its opposite, legilimency." I continued, scared. "I can convince him to let me in his mind. He trusts me, explicitly. There I can investigate what's going on." I finished. Dumbledore looked at me then. There was no twinkle, there was no hint of an old man. He was still projecting the aura of an apex predator. In my mind there was no one more powerful in that moment. "Do it. Bring me good news, Mr. Weasley," he ordered. "If not," he sagged as he spoke those last words, "I fear we will have to take drastic measures." I could read between the lines. I could see what he was thinking. He thought that Voldemort was in control somehow. He thought that it wasn't Harry at all in there anymore. And he seemed so sure. I thought as I took in the sight of the withered legend. There is something I am missing, something he isn't telling me. Was the connection really that bad? The red light won out after all, right? Surely the red was his own magic, his own mind, right? I sat there for a long time as my mind raced. I started to look back at the past few weeks since he completed the ritual. The ease he casted magic, not unusual. His physical appearance, and his willingness to embrace the stairs, unusual. His interactions with Umbridge, all the manipulations he did in their conversations to make it go his way, unusual. The way he touched Hermione, the tone and pitch in his voice as he told her she was naive, unusual. The change in his patroness, a thestral, something that goes unseen unless you understand death. All of these things individually only spoke of a young man coming into his own. All of these changes together spoke of something completely different. Something more sinister. I got up to leave the room. Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore spoke behind me. I turned back around and looked at him. Could you do it? If I asked you. I heard the real question, could you fight him? Kill him? If you had to. I left the room without an answer. Chapter 17, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 8. Hello everyone. Pretty much every day I log on and check the reviews and see if anyone's fav/followed the story that day. Every day I expect the views to stop and the favorites/follows to stay the same as yesterday, but for some reason you all keep coming back and showing love. Can't thank you enough. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I walked into the third corridor, late to the first real meeting of the now named day. It was not intentionally, in fact, I made it a point to always be on time, which for me usually meant 15 minutes early. My rising anxiety for Harry made for a terrible time finishing homework. While the finished product took up a lot of my time, and didn't meet my usual standard, it was more than good enough for a good mark. I stepped into the same room that housed Fluffy in my first year to see much fewer people than I expected. All of them were in my year and a few from the year above us. I even spied Blaise listening attentively, although he was without his normal companions. It makes sense that not all of them would make it to the first meeting. The word will spread and then more will come. I thought, looking around the room. One face peeked out of the crowd and noticed my arrival. His had obviously been expecting me. I couldn't remember if he was in the first meeting or not. Theodore Knott has a forgettable face. Harry had already taken charge and was holding a shield spell in the air in front of him. Let me say it again, intent. Practice the wand movements and pronunciation all you want, but what really matters is that you want to protect yourself, or your target. His eyes flicked to mine as he continued. Split up into pairs, one attacking, one defending. Everyone starting pairing up like he asked, but most were spending time talking and not casting. Lack of motivation. I remarked to myself, watching the scene passively. Need a partner, Weasley? I heard someone ask to my right and I berated myself at being caught off guard. I've already mastered the spell, I'm mainly here to help. I retorted, looking at Theodore as he stood apart from me. Good, you can help me then. He bit back quickly. I gave him a smirk and nodded my head in acceptance. I want to see how it's done first. He spoke, but instantly I knew the purpose of this switch in roles. He's going to test me? To see if I really can protect him. My mind told me as I saw through the lame excuse. I nodded my head once again in acceptance. Of course. My wand found its way into my hand and I tried to remember the last time that I consciously completed the act. It's become like breathing, I don't even think about it anymore. My wand spun in my hand as I manipulated it with my fingers, deciding to show off. His wand rose and my magic reacted. A bright silver flooded the room as my shield materialized, all while I kept my wand twirling in my hand. There were two reasons why I did this. 1. To show off. 2. To make a point. Intent is everything. A red light impacted my shield and dissipated against it weakly. I let the shield drop, thinking he was done and would want to swap roles. I was wrong. His wand moved again and I vaguely recognized the beginning wand movement as something that could mean a broken bone or boiling blood. 2 students behind me. I recognized as my brain went into overdrive and quickly discarded, dodging the spell. The spell approached and my wand rose accordingly as I batted the spell into the ceiling and retaliated. A spell chain rattled off of the end of my wand and for the first time in my short dueling career, my opponent didn't drop. Instead his own shield rose up and rang with 3 consecutive gongs that could be heard throughout the room. I quit casting, expecting the duel to be over, in arrogance. Knott had a wicked smile on his face as he began his own spell chain. Every spell was just as dangerous as the one that started this little impromptu duel. My shield sprang up once again as I moved to my right and closer to him, to close the distance and increase the pace of the duel. His first 2 spells impacted and were once again absorbed. I decided enough was enough and my shield dropped as the third spell came. In a display of skill, I deflected the spell back towards his direction. To his credit, he cancelled it before it could get close to him, but it did distract him enough to give me time to go on the offensive. A spell that's sole purpose was to burst the eardrums leapt from my wand. There was no light to indicate its trajectory, instead it was a burst of localized sound, directed by the caster. Next I sent a wave of pure force, meant to knock the person over or throw them across the room, depending on the intent. I quickly closed the remaining distance between us knowing it would connect. He was blown back and landed with a hard thud. He lifted his head up and froze. His smile was gone, mainly because his neck had an ethereal knife extending from the tip of my wand resting on it. No one moved and I realized without looking that there was no other noise in the room. Everyone had been watching the duel, no doubt. Had enough? I asked and immediately realized my mistake. He smiled the same smile in response and pointed to his ears, where blood leaked down them and onto his neck. I didn't know what to do, my method of communication thrown out the door. Luckily he decided that we were done with our little demonstration. His hands rose in the universal sign of surrender. My eyes narrowed and went to his wand. His smile got even wider as he sheathed it in the now visible wand holster on his right hand. I responded in kind and my wand dropped, cancelling my spell as it did. My eyes never left his as he stood up and brushed himself off. He didn't bother saying anything, instead he just turned around and walked out into the hall, on the way to Madame Pomfrey. What the fuck? I wondered as I watched him leave. Well then, a great example of the shield charm. I heard Harry quip behind me. And an even better duel. I turned to the rest of the room and was met with looks of mainly awe and respect, with a little confusion mixed in. I still didn't know what to say, still a little shaken at the spells he threw around in a classroom full of children. He's lucky I didn't kill him. I thought going back through the duel and realizing a few things. He cast silently, he mastered the shield spell, and it was all a test. His shield spell was a little under my own mastery but it did the job. Right, get back to practicing. Harry rang out to the room and walked over to me. You alright mate? He asked nonchalantly. Yeah, just a bit shaken up. I responded. Did you see the spells he threw around? I asked back to him. No, to tell the truth I missed all but the back half of it. Looked like you had it under control. He shrugged his shoulders as he answered. That makes sense I guess. I looked down and my hands were shaking as the adrenaline left my system. Still on for tomorrow? I asked him as I clenched my fist. Yeah, my place or yours? He asked wondering if we would meet in the Roar or the Chamber of Secrets. Mine. I sat behind the desk that normally occupied my study room in the room of requirement, reading the 7th year transfiguration material. More like my eyes were glued to the surface of the pages but my mind was elsewhere. I am patiently waiting for Harry to get finished with his homework so that we could finally start legilimency on each other. A part of me is excited to clear his name in my head, to stop thinking of him as possessed by Voldemort. The other part is terrified that I am right and the same thing that happened to Ginny 3 years ago is happening to him. It was the only thing that I pondered since my conversation with Dumbledore 2 days ago, and it is driving me insane. I need answers. I convinced myself. Luckily I didn't have to wait anymore as I heard a knock on the door that I was intentionally keeping materialized at the front of the room. It opened at my command as I stood up from behind the desk and walked to meet him in the center of the room. Finish? I asked him. Yeah, wasn't that hard. Thanks for letting me see yours. Harry answered as he strutted in and met me in the middle of the room. Dramatically the room shifted to a new room that I have been using to practice the more advanced spells. The walls and ceiling are covered with massive windows with very thin frames. It shows the world how it would if the room sat at the very top of Hogwarts, which wasn't inaccurate considering its location on the 7th floor. Currently the sun had just finished setting but still cast rays of light over the sky. The grounds showed still pastures leading up to the Black Lake. The Quidditch pitch stood proudly off to one side and the Forbidden Forest was just as looming from up here as it was from the ground. Harry whistled appreciatively. All this for me? He asked. I've become a bit dramatic recently. I joked back to him. 2 chairs appeared across from each other, both looked sturdy and comfortable and felt the same way as I sat down. Who wants to go first? I asked. I think I will, I am not as good as I want to be for Occlumency. I think this might give me a better understanding of it if I know how it's opposite. He reasoned to me. A fair idea, and one I thought also. I agreed internally. I nodded to him and prepared myself by clearing my mind and using the techniques in Gellert Grindelwald book. It came to me quickly from months of practice. Harry wasted no time and drew his wand. We both agreed to understand the basics of the spell before we arrived to save time. I had yet to cast the spell but I am confident in my abilities, as is Harry. Legilimens. Harry intoned as his wand flicked. Flashes of our first year appeared on the forefront of my mind but I didn't bite the bait, knowing that he dangled that particular memory in front of me to get a reaction out of me. He had obviously been thinking about how to succeed at the spell. I felt the probe disappear. Yes I have. Harry answered. He succeeded in reading my mind. I berated myself realizing I let my thoughts go at the end of the attack. It's the most common way of getting people to think about what you want, throw in a memory to trigger their own. Harry explained as if I didn't know. Yet, you got me. Again. And so we tried over and over again until I started to get a headache from the mental exhaustion. Eventually the chairs had changed into much more comfortable chairs in response to our desires. Harry never looked for any personal information, which I was happy about. If he really tried he could have found the memory of his mind ritual and that would have opened up a whole other can of worms. Nor did he dig past the person he knew me as. If he would have been able to get to the knowledge of my merge and past personality, well that wouldn't be good. I quickly caught onto the feelings and state of mind required to completely repel him. We went for a while where I had a string of victories in defending myself from him. Then Harry started to show an extreme talent in the offensive side of the mind arts and he stopped casting with words and then eventually he stopped flicking his wand. It hung by his side as he cast and I knew that he was still channeling magic through it even if it wasn't pointed at me. But still, it's impressive. I told myself as my own wand leapt into my hand. I instantly became nervous. What if it's some twisted version of Voldemort? I thought as I looked into the emerald green eyes of my best friend. My mind tortured itself with anxiety for a moment before I reeled in my emotions with the advancements I had made in Occlumency tonight. I steeled myself for my task. I didn't bother with pronunciation and my wand flicked as I made my will known to the world. It was a very weird experience being in someone else's head, experiencing their feelings and seeing what they see. It wasn't like reading at all, as it is commonly described. I broke the connection after I successfully got him to think about Hermione. That also brought feelings that I doubted were purely sibling-like in nature, if the embarrassment and lust were to be believed. That was cruel. Harry said and I could feel the embarrassment rolling out of him. I never poked around about Fleur. His tone turned sharper and I immediately felt bad for disrespecting his privacy. Won't be the last time. I told myself as I planned for the best way to check for any abnormalities. How would you even do such a thing? The answer came to me and I cast the spell again, his mind was blank and nothing came through. This time sending him pictures of himself to see if he had a reaction to his old scrawny appearance. Emotion poked through but it wasn't shame or dislike. Instead it was pride at what he has become, and a bit of pity at his old weakness, before, me? I broke the connection again and tried to process what just happened. He idolizes me? I wondered confusedly to myself. I looked to where he sat on his chair. Not pulling any punches are you? He spoke up once he got his bearing back. You need this more than I do. I told him and I knew I was right. This might stop the nightmares. I continued. He made to speak again before deciding against it and nodded. I latched onto it and flicked my wand at him again without any warning. His mind was once again blank and I could feel it was more stable than the last 2 times. In fact, he's catching on rapidly. I told myself. I sent him images of himself at night, rolling around in the dorms covered in sweat in a nightmare. That got a huge reaction out of him. Disgust welled up in him and suddenly a single picture of a woman, dressed like a muggle appeared. She had red hair pulled up into a ponytail and her face was beautiful. She was also naked, chain spread eagle on a table. Blood marred her most private places and bruises covered her body. Her eyes were lifeless and looked towards the ceiling. Suddenly a haunting laugh echoed through our minds and the connection broke. I pointed my wand at him immediately and I expected him to do the same. Instead I found him with his head in his hands as he clutched his hair. Bloody hell, mate! Harry whispered from the chair. You just had to dig that up, did you? What the fuck, Harry? What the fuck was that? I yelled out, a spell to end him at the front of my mind. It's true. My mind screamed at me and I thought about casting before he could react. Yeah, that was my reaction too. He stated lamely. My brain shut down, confused by the response. What? I heard myself ask. That was the last nightmare he sent me. Harry responded and looked up to me, finally seeing the wand pointed his way maliciously. His hands rose in surrender and his face processed the situation. You think I did that? Harry demanded. Prove it wasn't you. I cried out. Prove it. I whispered, not knowing how he could prove it in my delirious state. In the back of my head I heard myself and realized I was losing control of my emotions. I steeled my mind once more, using my new experiences in the night and my months of practice to bring myself back in control with Occlumency. I prove I did not rape and kill that woman, so mote it be. Harry answered me as his wand moved in the air in front of us. I felt the magic settle on the room, the telltale sign of a promise on magic itself. Nothing happened and Harry's wand dropped as he looked at me again. Believe me now. My wand dropped realizing that it truly was a vision Voldemort sent to him. Relief at realizing it truly was my best friend sitting across from flooded through my body as I relaxed. Holy shit, Harry. I spat out. Yeah, I know. He answered. I didn't know he was sending you visions. I told him honestly as I thought Voldy didn't become aware of the connection between them until much later in the school year. Ever since the ritual. Harry told me while also relaxing in his seat. I've been playing with it, it's like a window. He expanded. I looked up sharply and locked eyes with him, giving him a look that meant go on. He obeyed. After the ritual, the nightmares weren't flashes of a few bad deeds, no, they got much worse. I was suddenly there, everything was crystal clear, like I was looking through the eyes of Voldemort. He paused and I didn't say anything, knowing that I was getting an explanation for his personality change. The night of the ritual, Voldemort knew, he felt it, it was the weirdest thing I have ever experienced. Harry told me. I figured out a way to shut him out that night, but at night when I'm not consciously blocking him, he sends me presents like that one you saw. Red hair, beautiful. He's torturing with women who look like your mother. I spoke aloud without even thinking about it. I know. That particular memory haunts me. Why haven't you said anything? I told him. A raised eyebrow was all I got. You. He said as if it was the most obvious reason in the world. Me. I wondered and I remembered the admiration for me I felt in his mind earlier. Yet. You taught me a lot of lessons last year, most importantly, deal with your problems yourself. He answered. How in the bloody hell did you learn that lesson from me? I asked with a small laugh. He looked confused for a moment. Don't think I didn't notice the change, mate. Everyone did, we just haven't said anything. It was the night my name came out of the cup, yet. Panic enclosed me before I realized there was no way he knew about the merge. He is just talking about the changes in behavior. I nodded towards him. Yet, but that still doesn't explain how I taught you that. He shook his head before responding. You started studying, started bettering yourself, and I watched while trying to survive the tournament. At first it was pride that I refused yours and Hermione's help, I wanted to do it on my own. The whole school was mocking us, you, me, and Hermione. You just shrugged your shoulders at them and focused on yourself, I followed your lead again. A couple months go by and suddenly you are a top student and on top of that you go to the Yule Ball with bloody Fleur Delacour, mate, 3 years younger than her. He laughed at the end of that. Then you dueled Cedric in the Black Lake and won, someone who is, also, 3 years older. I started to get better grades, and I was leading in the tournament. All of a sudden, I didn't have to rely on anyone else, just myself. All because of you. Harry stopped then. Then the last task happened and Cedric died, but you gave me Sirius. It set me back a little seeing Cedric get killed, but you and Sirius helped. I nodded, motioning for him to continue. We started studying, but it was still focused on each of us studying what we wanted, individually. I think that matters because I started to love magic, like I never have before. I interrupted him then. It's addicting, the power, well, all of it really. Exactly. He agreed. Where was I? Oh yeah, then the ritual happened and now I realize all of this. The magic I have learned in the past few months has opened my mind. I couldn't agree more. I love my friends and family, but I realize that I don't need them to fight for me. I just need them to be themselves, I'll handle the rest. He finished with his tale and then got a weird look. There was a much longer pause in our conversation then. Did any of that make sense? He said with a laugh. I laughed with him. Barely, mate, barely. He didn't answer, so I decided to continue. The bird doesn't worry about the tree branch breaking under him, because his faith isn't in the tree branch. It's in his own wings. Denzel Washington is a saint. I thought, paraphrasing the quote. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Harry quipped and we were both laughing again. I sobered up when we finished laughing and remembered that Voldemort and him literally have a connection between their minds. Then I remembered another thing he said. Did you say you can block him out? I asked curiously. Yeah, Occlumency has really helped too. There is no way he is getting through now. Harry said. At least, when I'm conscious. Does he ever look around in your head? I asked the million-dollar question then. He tried, but it doesn't work like that. I think it's much easier for me to look into his than it is for him to look into mine, it's easier to throw him out than it is you. Harry answered. That's why he just sends me memories to torment me. We'll have to come up with a way to protect you at night. Maybe an enchantment on jewelry. I thought aloud before I sobered up again and continued. I have something to confess. I said before I could convince myself not to. What is that, mate? Harry asked. I thought you were being possessed, something like Ginny in second year. I told him truthfully. He gave me a funny look then and then it turned to recognition. Umbridge? He asked. Yeah, you acted like what I imagined Tom might have in school. I told him. I can see that. Harry replied. I did enjoy that too much, but no, that was all me. Well, I can't blame you there. Then I went to Dumbledore, and he made my suspicions worse. That's why I moved our session up to tonight. That's why I was digging around in there so much. I lowered my head in shame, shame that I didn't trust my friend. Wow. I've been manipulated. Harry said aloud. But I get it. I understand, no hard feelings mate. Thanks, I'll make it up to you. So. Hermione hey. Chapter 18, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 9. Hello everyone. Another chapter on the way. We passed 1000 follows and are well on our way to 1100. I am mind blown at that fact. I don't know what I'll do if this continues. Anyway, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. That is good news, my boy. Very good news. Looking upon the old wizard now I couldn't help but think. He's tired, of everything. I just finished accounting my tale of my latest trainings with Harry. Of how Harry was not at risk of being possessed and that the recent developments were his own skill, nothing more. I should have told you sooner, you've been worrying. I said aloud without even thinking. It has been almost a week, after all. You'll learn, sooner rather than later, that life is full of worries. Dumbledore responded from his slouched position in his worn chair in his office. This was but another. I nodded, knowing that same fact from my previous life, even if I never saw a quarter of the age of the man I saw in front of me. I turned to leave, convinced that our conversation was cut short. I am not sure that Harry has given us the full truth, or perhaps, that he himself does not know the full truth. I turned around and for the first time since we started the meeting our eyes met. Immediately I felt the probe on my mind. I calmly deflected the probe and it slid off of my shields as if we were two magnets forcing themselves away from one another. I didn't respond, instead I waited for him to continue like I knew he wanted to, nor did I make a big deal of his probe. Your defenses have improved. He commented. With the connection deepened, I would say, it is very possible that his is being influenced by Tom, without either of them knowing. Dumbledore continued. My observations make me believe that it is subtle things, like Tom's talents becoming Harry's talents. Observations? I questioned. First, it is his ease with manipulation. That, I would say, is the greatest indicator of my theory. Second, his magic use in the first meeting of your new group. He is obviously using spells found in the Black Library. And finally, you tell me he's skilled with legilimency. Dumbledore laid all of the evidence out for me. I thought about it for a moment, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. I don't really see it. I thought to myself. Is there anything we can do about that if you're right? I asked. Not much, I'm afraid. Dumbledore answered. Occlumency must become a priority, to limit it. Then all that we can do is guidance. I agreed with him but didn't tell him what I was thinking. I didn't tell him that I didn't see the problem with having the same talents of one of the most dangerous wizards to ever live. I didn't tell him that him and I, also shared talents. I didn't tell him that it was our decisions that made us who we are, not our talents. But when I went to walk out without saying anything else, I'm sure my silence told him everything he needed to know about my thoughts. Are you going to do anything about our newly appointed High Inquisitor? Dumbledore called out. She hasn't done anything that I truly care about, to be honest with you, Headmaster. I responded truthfully as I turned around once again. He nodded in acceptance and I continued. I will pay her a visit to see what her next move is. It's obvious that she is only moving pieces on her board, gauging the waters. Good. Dumbledore said quickly. I was afraid you would act rashly and play your cards too early. As long as the Da is kept alive, I do not care what she does to the school. I will teach them everything they need to know. I told him. He raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Enlighten me, Mr. Weasley. What can you teach them, that the school can't? A grin broke out across my face. How to learn? I just can't get it. I heard Neville cry out from behind me. I turned back to the fourth-year girl I was helping. You've got it down. Just keep practicing and you'll have it mastered soon, someone else needs my help. I told her as I turned around to deal with Neville. He had just sat down in a chair on the side of the room after his outburst, and his anger was deflating from him as he exhaled. I sat next to him in one of the chairs we pilfered from some unused classroom on another floor. What's the problem, mate? I asked. I've cast it before, I know I have, perfectly. I just can't get it to be consistent. Neville answered. That is normally a lack of focus or... My eyes fell to his wand and I kicked myself. His wand. How the fuck did I forget about that? Let me see your wand. I told him. He handed it over and I was met with a wave of coldness, wrongness. My own wand hummed in my left hand in response to the intruder. I handed it back to Neville. You've taken good care of it since you bought it from Ollivanders, yet? I asked, trying to get him to tell me it was his father's wand. I couldn't think of an excuse for my knowledge since I wasn't sure of him mentioning it in conversations around me before. I have taken good care of it. But I didn't buy it from Ollivanders. It was my father's wand. He answered. I acted surprised. And it's compatible with you? I once again asked. Compatible? Neville gave me a look of confusion. Let me expand. When my wand touches my skin, my magic rolls into it without conscious thought. It feels like a part of my own body has returned home. And it purrs. Do you have a similar experience when you touch that wand? No, it feels a bit cold and warm at the same time. It doesn't feel like that at all. He answered. I clapped my hands together, acting happy with myself. Well then that settles it, you are not compatible. He got angry. I am compatible. He exclaimed and I forgot about his attachment to it. I held my hands out in surrender. Okay, okay. He calmed down then and I used that opportunity to expand. I am not my father, Neville. My father is a good man. He provides for his family and he loves what he does, he's happy. I paused because he was now looking at me. There are aspects of him that I strive to have in myself. But I dislike many things about him, and honestly, I don't want to be like him. And that's natural. We were born in different times, have different interests, and different experiences. I realized I was going all over the place and should have articulated this better. What I'm trying to say is that it's okay not to be your father. We all have to walk in our own shoes, mate. That wand is hindering your magical performance. I finished pointing at the wand in question. He gave me a look that told me he understood what I was trying to say. It's the only thing I have left of him, besides a vegetable. Neville said, showing his anger still brimming under the surface. I understand, but I'm sure if he could, he'd tell you to be your own person and then he'd tell your grandmother to stop trying to make you a clone of him. Parents want their children to be better than them, after all. I finished and I stood up noticing another student having problems. Now, tomorrow is Saturday. Go to McGonagall and fool your grandmother to take you to get a new wand. Don't ask, tell her, and if she gives you lip, tell her you are not your father. I told him and walked away. The group has almost doubled in size and it's only been 3 meetings. I thought to myself as I watched everyone walk out. They're getting better. I commented to the one person still left in the room. Nothing like us. Harry shot back from his seat. That's not fair, they don't expect to fight in a war soon. I answered quickly. The motivation isn't there. Hermione knows, and while she is doing better, she still doesn't have the drive to do anything besides memorize textbooks. Harry responded, revealing that he might have been trying to get her to train with him. Her faith has always been in authority, she doesn't see the need to learn anything more than they teach her. I told him what I have always thought about her studying tendencies. How hasn't that faith been broken yet? After all the teachers and the lies from those with authority. Harry asked, using his fingers to quote authority. It just might be after this year. I answered him. Might be too late then. I sheathed myself fully into her depths and felt her legs shake. I withdrew myself fully and repeated the action each time her walls tightened around me to draw out her orgasm. Fluids gushed around my member as her walls simultaneously tried to push me out and pull me in at the same time. Her left hand clenched into a fist next to where I held her arm behind her back, using it for leverage with my thrusts. Moans escaped out of the pillow I had her face buried in and bounced off of the walls of her apartment. 3. I thought to myself, keeping up with her orgasms. My thrusts became more forceful with purpose as I finally seeked my own release, content with her pleasure. Her right hand reached out to the headboard to stabilize herself as I pounded into her. She continued to mumble in French and with a squeal, she came again, finally sending me over the edge. Our hips met with force once more and I released into the deepest part of her with a grunt. She milked me for all that I was worth, and when it ended I dropped like a puppet with his strings cut. We laid there beside each other, breathing heavy for a moment and regaining our bearings. You are a beast. Fleur mumbled, looking at me. I turned and found her lips swollen because of my treatment of them. I smiled at her for the compliment. It's not fair. Fleur continued. I am a Vila, and older. I am supposed to be more skilled than you. I laughed louder then. It's a man's job to please his woman. I told her as if it explained everything. She shuffled around in the bed and laid her head on my chest as she legs swung over to snuggle me. My left arm pulled her close and I momentarily noted how perfectly her body fit next to mine. She moaned. You definitely do that. I kissed her, hard, which resulted with another moan. Her left hand trailed down to my lower body and grasped my growing member. I love being younger again. I thought to myself, and my body responded to her touches even after just releasing. She broke off the kiss and her lips and tongue traveled down my torso, bringing me to full mast even before she wrapped her perfect lips around my cock. She swirled her tongue over the tip before engulfing my girthy, above-average member with her lips. She worked me over like a professional, using her hands to stroke when she slid it out of her mouth. Dear God! I thought as I did my best not to come right then and there. I have done a lot of thinking on just how she got her significant skills and still had yet to find an explanation. She withdrew with a long lick from base to tip and stood up on her knees, looking down at me with a smile. My turn, she said as she moved to straddle me. I slipped in without resistance, wondering if it was my seed or her womanly juices. I decided it was a combination of both. Her walls tightened around me and I once again wondered if it was voluntary for her or if it was an influence from her heritage. I'm ruined for other women, I thought as she worked me over without even moving yet. And I am ruined for other men, love. Did I say that out loud? She nodded in response and I realized I really was talking out loud. She laughed and dropped down to kiss me. I responded passionately. I refused to go down without a fight, I told myself as my hands started moving. I put pressure down with my nails right under her left shoulder blade and dragged them slowly down to her hip, a spot I discovered would unravel her our first night together. Her hips ground into mine and she squeezed me subconsciously with a moan. I smiled as my other hand grabbed a fistful of hair and pulled slightly to tilt her head. I pulled out as much as I can from underneath her and started slow purposeful thrusts. With her head tilted, my teeth found her neck and bit lightly enough not to leave a mark but hard enough to produce the desired effect. She moaned even louder then and her hips moved to meet my thrusts. I continued to bite around her neck as we met our hips over and over again. I felt her about to unravel around me. No, she exclaimed, determined in not losing. She sat up so that she could get away from my mouth, thinking she was safe from my manipulations of her body and put her hands on my torso as she increased her thrusts. She was wrong as one of my hands reached up, wrapped around her throat and applied pressure to the sides to decrease the blood flow but not air flow. The other hand pinched her perfect nipple as she continued to grind against me. I did all of this while matching each of her thrusts in sync. Knowing she lost the battle, she came with another squeal and drenched my lap in her juices. She continued to grind against me to draw out the orgasm and my hands continued their treatment of her. She finally came down and started to ride me with more purpose as she ripped my hand off of her throat and pinned it down. I grunted without thinking because of my upcoming orgasm. Fleur heard it and acted, jumping off of my lap suddenly. Her head dropped as her mouth wrapped around me and continued her actions from earlier. I stood no chance and had one of the best orgasms of either of my lives. I was lost to pleasure as she drained me dry with her mouth and hands. Only when I started to soften in her mouth did she stop her actions and I realized that both of my hands were on either side of me gripping the sheets and mattress beneath me. Holy shit, I finally found my match, I thought to myself. It only took me traveling into another universe/dimension. Wow, I said aloud. Fleur laughed as she crawled up my body and laid in the same position she was in earlier. She's a swallower, I realized absent-mindedly. And a freak. My mind continued. I reached down to grasp her jaw and kissed her once again, not caring of our shared juices in her mouth. I love you, I told her as we separated. Jetame Aussie, she mumbled as she laid her head down on my chest. You have made me ruin the sheets, again, she told me. Perfect way to start the day, I told her noticing the rays of light streaming in through her window. She moaned in agreement. I'm going to be sore all day. We lay there for another good 10 minutes without moving and just as I was about to get up and start the day, there was a banging on the door. I got up quickly and found my wand on the bedside table as I prepared myself for anything. I walked out of the room and towards the door without any clothes on, deeming them unnecessary for now. Fleur, a woman's voice called from outside. I met Fleur's eyes and couldn't help but take an appreciative look at the perfect nude body in front of me. I snapped myself out of it and sent her a questioning glance. She gave me a smirk and replied. Hold on, ma man. I am not dressed. My heart dropped and my eyes widened in fear as I heard Fleur address her mother. Then I schooled my features so that Fleur didn't think I was scared to meet her family. My body started moving back to the bedroom to get dressed and I heard Fleur's mother say something else in French. I swiftly got dressed and then felt a wave of magic wash over me. I recognized it as a hominem revelio. Fleur threw on a baggy shirt that looked a lot like mine, and then some underwear before. There goes any hope for escape, I thought to myself as I walked back into the living room as Fleur opened the door. In stepped a woman that looked to be in her mid-30s, dressed fashionably. In fact, her outfit screamed wealth. She had an otherworldly beauty that matched her daughter's. She locked eyes with me immediately, knowing that I was here because of the spell. I gave her a small smile and nod as hello. Her face gave nothing away as her eyes roamed over my form, judging me. She turned back to her daughter. It reeks of sex in here. I held back a snort but Fleur didn't. Well, you did come unannounced, Fleur answered, not fazed in the slightest. They are sexual creatures after all. My mind supplied and I immediately berated myself for the word creature. I knew I didn't view her that way but my pure blood upbringing showed itself. I take it you forgot about our shopping date, then, Fleur's mother said. Fleur's face dropped as she realized she did indeed forget. I am Ron Weasley, I said as I walked up to them, trying to take the heat off of Fleur. Apollon Delacour, She responded holding my gaze. Why don't you go get dressed? I didn't take that international portkaya to this country for nothing, dear. She said breaking off eye contact and facing Fleur. Fleur did as she asked and winked at me as she passed by. I smiled in response. What is your intentions with my daughter? Apolline asked once Fleur left the room. My wand found its way into my hand. I cast a subtle charm that would make sure Fleur would only hear whispering if she tried to listen in. Apolline's eyes moved around our form as if she could see the magic working. I will marry her, one day. I answered truthfully as possible. With you and your husband's permission, of course. I added at the end to be respectful. Ah, so you two have been at it for a while. Apolline said, and I realized she didn't know as much as I thought she did. Something like that. I answered evasively. She looked at me once again and her eyes focused. You are the boy she took to the Yule Ball? And the boy who helped her during the second task of the tournament? She said this with a smile. Yes, ma'am. I answered, my past life influencing my speech as I tried to show her respect while not bristling at being called boy, even if it was true. She was about to speak again when Fleur entered the room again, dressed in robes that were more expensive than the ones she normally wore. I dropped the charm so that she could speak. Ready, ma man? Fleur asked. Of course. Apolline said as she walked to the door to give us space to say goodbye. I grabbed Fleur and gave her a kiss to remember me by. I'll see you soon. I love you. I spoke softly to her. Jetame Aussie. She stated loud enough for her mother to hear. I winked and operat with a pop. A door materialized in front of me, melting out of the wall. I walked door as soon as it was done. I walked into my normal study room, determined to get something to do. I sat down and finished all of the homework that I had due within the hour. I knew I would turn in something that would result in outstandings across the board. Once I was done, I found myself with a rare moment of free time. So I did the only thing I could think of. A book dropped onto the table in front of me and I recognized it as one that I had yet to open, but the room always wanted to provide. Fuck it. I thought as I picked it up and looked at the cover. E.T. Elementals. Untitled, of course. My mind supplied as I eyed the cover and realized I couldn't translate it. I opened the book and realized that there was no introductory paragraph or text that usually accompanied old tomes. Instead, the first page read basic. I turned the page and found Incendio on the first page. There was a paragraph of writing that appeared as Latin at first, and before my eyes the writing unraveled and translated into English. It was of course the most basic of fire conjuration spells. The text below it also gave multiple situations that the spell would be appropriate for. Never seen a book with a built-in translation spell. I realized, and immediately I treated the book with more respect. The second page had the spell Occlumency, the most basic water conjuration spell. The paragraph also showed the most appropriate situations it should be used in. It was very insightful. I decided to flip through the pages and I saw multiple spells to conjure fire for different purposes. There was a spell to control existing water sources, a spell to raise a wall of earth, a gust of wind, and more. I started flipping more and found the advanced section towards the back of the book. The first spell was Protego Diabolica, the same spell that Grindelwald famously used in France. I turned the page once more, finally realizing the book was worth its weight in gold, possibly more. The next spell read Foolman, and it was described the incantation and wand motion to summon a bolt of lightning that one could direct towards an opponent. At the bottom of the paragraph there was a small excerpt. Fastest known traveling spell. My jaw dropped and my eyes widened at the gold mine in my hands. I felt a slight modicum of fear and excitement as I realized there was one more page. My curiosity got the best of me and immediately I was assaulted by a drawing of a dragon made of fire. Underneath it read the name of the spell. Fiend Fire. Chapter 19, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 10. Hello everyone. Update is a day late, I know, and I apologize. The holidays are an insanely busy time for me. I would read the author's note at the bottom today before reviewing. On to the chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. Umbridge's eyes caught mine as she finished reading off the Educational Decree number 24. She had a tight smile plastered on her face that slowly faded once she saw my broad grin, not surprised at her actions at all. She will approve the day. My mind supplied as the students around me filled the great hall with noise at her proclamation. What just happened? Hermione asked from my side. The Ministry is afraid Dumbledore is raising an army. Harry spoke up in response to her question. They might be onto something. I whispered to them with a smile. She'll approve the day. And if she doesn't? Harry asked. I met his emerald green eyes with my own. Then Hogwarts will have a scandal. I answered with a wink. Come in. Umbridge called out from inside her office. I obliged her and entered the pink nightmare she called her office. My hand tensed, ready to draw my wand in case of some type of ambush. I looked around the room and saw nobody else inside. That doesn't mean anything. I thought as I tried to find the signs of a disillusionment charm, I found nothing. Mr. Weasley, how can I help you? She stated after looking up from her desk. You will approve the Defense Association. I stated simply, thinking of no reason to be nice about the situation. She folded her hands and a false smile spread across her face. Will I? She asked me as she opened a drawer on her desk. I saw the photo before she laid it before me. It was the same photo I took of her torturing Harry in detention. The same photo that kept her in check. And she thinks she has the original. I thought to myself. I started laughing and her smile faded from her face. What is so funny, Mr. Weasley? I have your blackmail material. Umbridge bit out at me, trying to keep her cool. I chuckled again. Oh, do you? I asked but said nothing else. How will she play this? Yes. You can't trick me, Ronald. I know men like you, I've dealt with them my whole life. I knew you couldn't keep it on your person the entire time, so I had it taken. She paused for a moment before continuing. You think this is the first time I have been blackmailed before? You have no idea the games that are played in the ministry. I laughed again at her arrogance, and her stupidity. You really are an idiot, aren't you? I asked. Her eyebrows furrowed in anger and she was about to speak again but I beat her to it. Shut up and listen for a moment. I told her as I reached into my robes. She tensed as if expecting me to draw and I saw her eyes flicker to her own wand that was sitting on her desk, within arm's reach. Don't worry, I will not attack you, Professor. I told her as I paused, so that she wouldn't do anything stupid. I slowly withdrew my arm from my robe and showed her another copy of the same photo sitting on the desk. You think I would be so stupid to leave the original copy in my trunk? I asked rhetorically. No doubt, Percy had a hand in this. He never did think too highly of me. I continued. But to be honest, neither of these are the original copies, that is in a very safe place. I finally noticed the potion sitting on her desk, hidden behind a book. Go ahead, I'll prove it. Use the potion. I told her pointing to the ink-colored liquid. Her eyes narrowed and then flickered to the potion. She said nothing as she did as I told her and uncorked the bottle. Umbridge wasted no time in pouring a few drops on the photo, and watching the ink-colored liquid go to work. The picture soon filled up to become pure black, ruined. I continued to hold up my copy of the photo, unbothered. I continued to watch it, waiting for her to understand that I wasn't lying. The photo didn't change. Do you understand now, Professor? I asked her with another broad grin. I quickly deposited the photo into one of the many pockets of my robe. She didn't answer me, her face showed anger and fear as she looked back down to the ruined photo on the desk before glancing at her wand. Oh, please do, Toad. Please reach for that wand, give me an excuse. I told her as I watched her think of a way out. She did nothing but frown and think for the next few minutes. Finally she straightened up and plastered her fake smile back on her face. This is not over, Mr. Weasley. Umbridge told me. I hope not. I responded. Now, the reason I came here. She clenched her jaw, hard enough for me to notice it, and then she picked up a pen and paper and started writing. Finally. I thought to myself as I looked at the runic chalk in the shape of a triangle. At the point of triangle was a set of 3 ingredients, each set was dedicated to a specific change that I wanted to make. Ready, mate? Harry asked beside me. Yeah, let's go over it one more time. I told him. We've been over it 4 times already, it's ready. He responded. It won't be like my ritual. He then pointed to one tip of the triangle. 1 point to focus on improving the strength of the wizard's magic and body. With the wizard's magic being the main focus and the body last, as it should be. Harry was only half right. Common ingredients found in the strengthening solution and the strength potion sat at 1 point of the triangle. There would be no effects on the body or magic immediately, instead it helped build a foundation. The more you exercised the magic and body, the faster it would improve. This one is to focus on magical endurance, with the side focus on the body as well. Harry continued as he walked around the triangle. The next point that his finger pointed at held ingredients found in the invigoration draft, the Vitamix potion, and the girding potion. This would focus on building a foundation for improving the energy and endurance of the body and magic of the wizard performing the ritual. It was purely for stamina improvement. And lastly, recovery. Harry finished simply. The last point of the triangle was dedicated to recovery, just like Harry stated. Ingredients from the Pepper Up potion and also, funnily enough, a common hangover potion lay next to each other ready to go. Now strip and get into the ritual. Harry said, still pointing. I did as I was told and began to peel off layer after layer. Couldn't each aspect of this triangle have its own ritual? It seems incredibly complex, you could get better results. Harry asked while his eyes read over the ritual book again. I rolled my eyes because he must not have read the description fully. If you read the whole thing then it would tell you that it is not as you described it earlier. His eyes darted back down to the page and turned it to read. I finally got down to my underwear and paused for a moment. Fuck it. I thought as I stripped down to my birthday suit. Oh, this just builds a foundation, it doesn't actually do anything to you right now. What's the point of it then? Harry asked me, closing the book. Well, it was designed by Godric Gryffindor, so there is that. I read over that thing. I said, pointing towards the ritual book. Many times, and I couldn't find a body-altering ritual that didn't risk something mental. I am not willing to pay that price, so this is the next best thing. I told him. This will speed up the rate in which my magic and body improve, drastically. Do you even realize how much we have been casting the past few months? I asked him seriously. We have classes, and then we have the day, and then we have our extracurricular learning. This is gold for you and me. I paused once again. This will lessen the gap between us and the giants of this world like Voldemort and Dumbledore. Harry just sat there thinking for a while, and I realized that I had been standing there naked for the whole explanation of the ritual. I tried my best to not blush as I walked into the ritual triangle. Harry said nothing as I sat down crisscross applesauce. Ready? He asked me. Just don't interfere. I told him, and I got a nod of approval. Without warning I poured my magic into the ritual and focused my mind on what I wanted to accomplish. I wasn't sure what I expected to happen, but the slow tingling that ran up my foot wasn't it. It started at my toes and slowly ran its way up my legs, to my torso, and finally my head. It finished with a shiver, and I looked around the ritual to see if it was done. I realized just as my magic lurched that that was only the stamina portion of the ritual. The strength portion of the ritual started, and it felt like there was a wall around my magic, squeezing and condensing it before letting it go. Distantly, I realized that my muscles were flexing subconsciously. The ritual continued the actions on my body and magic about 5 more times before it stopped. Luckily the recovery portion of the ritual only gave me a mild sense of vertigo for a few seconds before it passed and the ritual chalk turned completely black, to signal the end of the ritual. I stood up and stumbled a bit before getting my footing. Well, that wasn't so bad. Apparently, the roar had seen fit to give Harry a chair to sit in and watch me. He looked up from the ritual book in his hands. He wasn't even watching me? I asked myself. I have such caring friends. Apparently the betrayal showed on my face. Relax, I watched the important parts. Harry responded, seeing my reaction. I just shook my head as I got dressed again. Is it my turn yet? Harry asked. I looked at him like he grew a second head. Did he forget we agreed no more rituals until we figure out what happened with the last one? Absolutely not. The days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into a few months. Yule approached, and with it my early OWL examination. During the week I went to class, I helped teach the day, and made time for everything else Harry and I were working on in our spare time. The day continued to grow, little by little. Eventually, even Luna Lovegood joined. That was the most peculiar interaction I had ever had with someone. Neville started improving and gaining in confidence with his new wand. He always expresses his gratitude to me. Saturdays were spent with Fleur. We would go on dates around London, it was mostly Muggle dates, which she seemed to love. Saturday night we would be wrapped around each other, expressing our love through our bodies. Some Sundays I would be back at the castle by noon because she had plans, sometimes we would spend the day together lazing about. Our relationship deepened even further, and now I couldn't help but wonder if it was too early to propose. I still don't have an answer. Hagrid returned from his trip to the Giants, injured and unsuccessful, just like in the books. I suspect a meeting with his half-brother will happen soon. Umbridge continued to play her games but has yet to try anything against me. And oddly enough, I haven't seen Theodore not since that day we dueled. I was sure I would get him to believe me, and I would have an inside man in Voldemort's ranks. Alas, it was not meant to be. I thought that I had my back covered, I thought that I had accounted for everything in the books and I was ready. But when Harry woke up one night screaming, something he never does anymore, I suddenly remembered that I was wrong. No, don't. I woke up with my wand in hand and quickly threw a magical light to the top of the room so that I could see. I hopped out of bed when I realized it was Harry that screamed. He was sitting up and looking around frantically. I was beside him quickly, grabbing his neck and forcing him to look at me. I sent a small mental probe, thinking Voldemort was in his head. He threw me out with extreme force. Harry! Pull it together, mate! What happened? I asked. His eyes focused and then turned to horror. Your dad! My heart dropped and I realized that my father had just been attacked by Nagini at the ministry. I turned and ran out of the rooms. I leapt down the stairs and felt my ankles and knees groan in protest, but I kept running. Suddenly the wall that held the common room door was blown open and I realized that it was my doing. Fuck, get it together. I told myself as I reined in my emotions and magic with Occlumency while still running. I knew that, in the books, Arthur was fine and we get to him in time, but in my panicked state it didn't register. I have changed a lot after all. I realized that I had been running on autopilot as I approached Dumbledore's office. I rounded the corner and was shocked to see Dumbledore already outside his office with his wand in hand. When I appeared around the corner unexpectedly, the Elder Wand pointed my direction but didn't cast. Mr. Weasley? He asked confused. Headmaster, my father has been attacked by Tom's snake. I rushed out of my mouth. His eyes hardened. Was that you that blew a hole in the castle? Then I realized why he was outside of his office at this time of the night. He thought we were under attack. Yes, sorry. I'll explain later, my father doesn't have a lot of time. I responded. He nodded and the Elder Wand rose again. Expecto Patronum. He cast in our poured an ethereal phoenix. He began whispering to it and when he was finished it flew off into the night, faster than I had ever seen a patroness move. I could hear footsteps behind me and I turned to see Professor McGonagall walking down the hall with Harry beside her. Headmaster! Headmaster! She cried, trying to get his attention. I know, Minerva. Mr. Weasley has already told me of the situation. Dumbledore cut her off. There is a hole leading into my common room A&D. She continued. I know, Minerva. Dumbledore said with a bit more steel in his voice. She shut her mouth then. Would you be so kind to retrieve the other Weasleys and bring them to my office, Minerva? The password is licorice. Dumbledore asked and told her at the same time. She just nodded her head and walked away, leaving me and Harry to stand there. You two need to get dressed. Meet back here, I suspect we will find Arthur any second now. I turned to do as he asked but apparently Harry had a different idea. Creaker! Harry barked out. The house elf in question appeared before us with a pop. Filthy half! Enough! Harry interrupted him and I swear his eyes glowed green for a moment. Does Ron still have robes at home? He asked the house elf. Creaker nodded. Yes, master. Good, fetch both of us some robes, it will be a long night. Harry commanded and Creaker nodded and disappeared with another pop. Or that. Dumbledore commented from beside us. 2 sets of robes appeared floating before us. Thanks, Harry. I hate this place. I decided as I looked around the waiting area of St. Mungo's. Fred and George sat beside me, oddly tame and quiet. Molly sat separate us, knitting something in her hands while Ginny paced around the room. Harry leaned against a wall with his back to all of us, facing Hermione who leaned against the same wall. They held a whispered conversation. I currently had my notebook out, writing to Fleur to let her know what was going on. I didn't expect her to respond, but I needed something to help focus my thoughts. Creaker grumbled about retrieving it for me but he did it all the same. A door opened on one side of the room just as I finished writing and shoved the notebook back into my robes and we all turned to see a healer step out. Weasley? He asked us. Molly leapt up. Yes. Is he? The healer interrupted her. Yes, he is fine. I have prescribed blood replenishers at regular intervals. He should be able to leave in a few days. I like him. I thought to myself as he answered all of our questions without even hearing them. The room collectively sighed in relief. You can see him if you would like. The healer continued when no one spoke up. We all stood up at once and moved towards the door he came out of. That's what I thought you would say. He said as he turned around to lead us. We passed through many different wards of the hospital, including the mental ward I knew Neville's parents and Gilderoy Lockhart stayed at. Harry and I brought up the rear of the group so I leaned in and pointed to the mental ward. Neville's parents, Gilderoy. Was all that I told him and he looked curiously at the door. Soon enough we walked into a room that housed 3 people. One was a woman and she was missing a significant portion of her leg, her chart read unknown bite at the top. The other was a man whose arm had bite marks that looked really similar to a werewolf's bite shown in the Dada books. Arthur lay there, with his eyes closed, until he heard our approach. When they opened, he smiled big. Molly arrived first and her hands traced his head, going over his forehead and jaw over and over while trying to hold it together. I'm fine, Molly. Arthur spoke and patted the seat next to him. Satisfied, Molly straightened herself up and found the lone seat next to the bed. Harry and Hermione fell back as we all went forward and hugged him and got our own time with him. The whole time the healer stood by and watched us while checking up on the other patients in the room. I knew he was looking for a good opportunity to send us away so Arthur could rest. The door opened and in walked Bill and Percy. Bill I expected, but Percy? I thought to myself as I nodded to both of them. Percy's eyes lingered on mine for far too long, almost like he knew something about me. Is he mean mugging me? Bill went first and hugged Arthur, whispering in his ear. Arthur just nodded at him as he patted his hand. Percy was next. I am glad you are okay, father. He forced out of his throat. My anger rose, as I suspected what was about to happen. Thank you. I am glad to see you, son. Arthur responded. Percy didn't say anything, and his face twisted into anger. He turned to the rest of us. You see what this farce has caused us? What Dumbledore has caused? My anger rose even higher and I tried to force it back down. Percy! Molly squealed. That's enough! Bill roared. All the while Percy talked over them. There is no reason he should have been there. Dumbledore has filled your heads with lies. This proves he is searching down there, you buffoon. Bill screamed at him. I brought you to show you this, not so you could try and lecture us. It proves nothing. Percy answered. My anger rose another level and I reached out to my wand in comfort. That was the wrong thing to do. It sang to me, telling me to let my will be known. The next thing I knew, my hand was on Percy's throat. Percy was flush against the wall next to Arthur's bed, held there by magic. The wall had cracks in it that were spreading slowly. My hand was yanked from his throat but my magic held him on the wall as someone pried me off of him and dragged me backwards. Percy's face was red and his mouth was open as if he couldn't breathe. Suddenly Fleur's face was in front of me and her hands gripped my cheeks. Her mouth moved but I couldn't hear her. What is going on? I thought and my brain finally processed what was happening. I clamped down on my emotions and my magic. Percy fell from the wall and finally I could hear again. There were multiple crashes around me and I looked around to see tables, charts, chairs, and other things bouncing on the ground as if they had just fell. Ron! Fleur whispered as she turned my head back around to her. Calm down, love. I'm sorry, I've got it. I told her as I shook my head and started blinking while taking stock of my body. My wand and magic vibrated in pleasure and I could actually feel a difference in the density of my magic. It is nearly impossible to describe. The first signs of the ritual working. I thought to myself. And it couldn't have been a worse time to do it. I looked around the room and discovered that it was Harry that forced me off of Percy, who was lying on the ground sucking in air and coughing. Harry's wand was in his hand and I realized he must have had to fight off my own magic to even get close. Only Bill was advanced enough or strong enough to get his wand in his hand and even then he was on the ground like everyone else. Now that I looked, Fleur also had her wand in hand and my heart dropped at the thought that I might have hurt her. Everyone looked at me warily and I heard shuffling behind me to find Dumbledore and Kingsley Shacklebolt walking down the hallway. Fuck. I summed up in my mind as I noticed how bad I fucked up. I'm sorry, Fleur. I didn't hurt you, did I? I asked, turning back to her and looking her over again. She didn't get a chance to answer because Dumbledore made his presence known. What happened? I lost control again, like at the castle. I told him quickly. He looked around the room at the destruction and I could tell his mind was racing. He turned back to Kingsley and whispered in his ear. Absolutely, look at the damage. Kingsley shot back. Fuck, I'm in trouble. My mind supplied knowing that there would be repercussions to this. What about accidental magic? Dumbledore asked. Kingsley frowned and looked back to him. How could you prove that? My mind connected the dots and I spoke up. Check my wand. I didn't cast anything. My wrist made a complicated motion, one that I knew Kingsley would recognize but hoped he wouldn't say anything. My first wand, the same wand that I replaced after the merge, shot out of my wrist into my hand. I twirled it and presented the aura with it hilt first. He gave me a knowing look but didn't say anything as he snatched it out of my hand. His own wand ran over it and he muttered an incantation. He stared at it for a while longer. It's clean, no spells. He spoke loudly for everyone to hear. Good. Dumbledore said as his wand whipped through the air. He did not speak but everyone saw the Elder Wand sing as the room repaired itself. Stone melted back together, chairs and tables righted themselves, and charts found their way back to the beds. One of the healers spoke up afterwards. That's tampering with evidence. Dumbledore faced them. Oh? The nice aura here deemed it a simple case of accidental magic. I thought I might fix the damage for you. He said, acting like a kind old man again, without his normal eye twinkle. I almost laughed out loud but decided against it, considering the circumstances. Fleur's hand found my own and squeezed it. It's good being a favorite of Dumbledore's. Chapter 20, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 11. Hello everyone. So things have been a little hectic for me these past 2 weeks, nothing major, just work and the holidays. It's really cut into my writing time and that's why I was late for this story last week and I missed 2 weeks in a row on my other story Strong Hammer. I am sorry, just bear with me and we'll get back on track. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I awoke to the most beautiful sight on the planet. Fleur cuddled up to me with her head on my chest, and her leg curled around mine. I used to hate this, in my past life. I thought to myself about the situation. It was good for nothing but a dead arm and an uncomfortably erect penis. But now. Fleur moaned as she woke up and noticed me staring. She stretched herself like a cat, while simultaneously rubbing her perfect naked body against mine. She hissed in pain once she moved a certain way. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing at all, just sore." Fleur answered with a sultry smile. I answered with a smile full of pride. "You've gotten bigger." She told me for what felt like the 30th time since the ritual. "Well, I am a growing boy, it shouldn't be because of the ritual." I answered for, also, the 30th time knowing where the conversation was going. "A man, growing man." She corrected me before continuing. "I can tell these things, Vila are more in touch with their bodies. And if it was normal growth, I wouldn't be able to tell, since we see each other often, and our bodies are, used to each other." She added the last part with a smile. "Don't you always say intent is the most important in a ritual just like other aspects of magic?" Well, she got me there. I thought to myself as she used my own words against me. "Yes, but..." "No but." Fleur interrupted me. "What were you intending when it was happening?" "I was envisioning the changes I wanted made, both to my magic and my body." I answered her truthfully without going into detail. "And did these changes include you becoming wider at the shoulders, a more toned body with thicker thighs, an amazing ass, higher cheekbones, sharper facial features, a little stronger jaw, more attractive nose, and a bigger law bit?" Fleur asked me with a broad smile at the ending. "Does law bit mean dick?" I asked her curiously, not remembering her ever saying the phrase. "In French it means many things, dick, cock, etc." She answered me. "Now answer my question." "I don't think so." I thought to myself as I reviewed my thought process. "I don't think I did." I told her. "I wanted an edge over my opponents, wizards have long neglected their bodies in favor of their magic." She just looked at me. That told me to continue talking and tell her everything that I was thinking. She was very good at getting me to blabber on about myself. Not the first time she's used this look. "Well, I have been thinking about it," I began, knowing I would tell her eventually. "It is possible that subconsciously, I made these changes. After all, people view themselves as more attractive than what they usually are, right? And insecurities are so hard to get rid of because it is a reflection of what we think of ourselves. So I suppose it isn't that far-fetched to say that I subconsciously made these changes, without meaning to." I finished telling her of my current theory. She laid her head back down on my chest and wrapped her arms around me again, then proceeded to squeeze me closer to her before sitting back up. "You're so smart," she told me. I just rolled my eyes at her. "Oh please, you've known this the whole time. It's why you kept bringing it up. You were just waiting on me to realize it," I told her, knowing her mind games. She just laughed and smiled at me before schooling her features into a confused look. "I don't know what you're talking about. I am not that smart. If I were anyone else, I would have fallen for it, but I knew her well and once again rolled my eyes at her antics." We fell into a comfortable silence then, and she eventually laid next to me. Our peace was interrupted by her turning away from me and jutting her rear end against my thigh. Her hand reached back blindly and pulled me against her into the big spoon position. My body reacted immediately. "You're lucky I am Vila, or I might not be able to handle all of it," Fleur told me, feeling my excitement against her. "Wait, what?" I thought in response to her question. "What do you mean, love?" I asked, confused. She stiffened against me. Obviously she didn't mean to say that, it was a slip-up. She didn't say anything for a moment and I thought she wouldn't expand on her comment, but eventually she made a decision. "Well, I wasn't going to tell you this so early, but there is a reason some people think of us as not completely human," Fleur began. "And they're not completely wrong, just ignorant of the truth." She took a deep breath and fell further into my chest where it was warm. "Our bodies excel at almost everything sexual. Physically, most would only think it is in our appearance, not to mention the allure. But also our bodies will adjust to our partners during sex. I am sure there are some that can be too big, but it would have to be very, very large. And I am sure that you have noticed that it responds to your wants and desires. Yes. That's the understatement of the century," I thought as I mumbled in agreement to her. "Well, that is also another thing that our bodies do. For example, if our partner doesn't like it extremely wet, then our body will respond. If they want it dripping, our body will respond. We envelope our partners to their wants and needs to increase the pleasure," she finished. Wow, I hit the fucking jackpot. I couldn't help but think at her explanation. I hugged her closer to me as we fell into silence again, and the whole time her body was still tense and tight, rigid. "Are you worried that I would care about that?" I asked her to get her to talk more to me. "Do you?" she whispered. Wow, I have to answer this perfectly without hurting her feelings. I realized. Honestly, I love it. I said I realized that just telling the truth is the best route. I love that aspect of you. It's part of the woman I fell in love with and I love it. But I also think that it doesn't matter to me. I didn't fall in love with you because of the amazing sex, I fell in love with your mind, your personality, your drive, your talents, everything, even your failures. Slowly but surely, as I talked to her, her body relaxed. I just peppered her back and shoulders with kisses, the kind that show support, not the kind that ruins the mood. Even if they are so few. I added at the end, talking about her failures. She laughed at that, surprised at the joke. Once her laughter died down, she rolled over to face me and kissed me, hard. Her legs swung over my body mid-kiss and she straddled me. A short grinding session and I was properly lubricated and at full mast. I slipped inside her, to be lost in pleasure. Ron Weasley. I saw and heard the woman who called my name out. I stood up to follow her without a word. She led me through a set of doors that were surprisingly modernized, at least for the wizarding world. 2 hallways and close to 30 rooms passed before I was led inside. In here. She told me as she opened the door. There were 2 desks in the room, behind one sat a plump woman who looked to be in her 30s, but could be closer to 50, one never really knows with wizards and witches. Hello, I will be your examiner for you ordinary wizarding levels today. Are you Ronald Bilious Weasley? The plump examiner asked. Yes ma'am. I answered her. Excellent. First we will go over how the day will work, and then we'll begin. She told me and waited for me to respond or ask a question. I did neither. Yes, well first will be the written exam for charms, followed immediately by the practical. Understood? She asked. Yes. I answered her. Now it says here that you will take your transfiguration owl immediately afterwards. She asked confused while reading the paper. Someone didn't read the paper before she got here. I thought to myself as I watched her incompetence unfold in front of me. Yes, to save time. I answered her. She looked at me again. Are you sure? It will be mentally exhausting. I snorted thinking about the mind ritual and how I really didn't get mentally exhausted that much anymore. Yes, I am sure. Want me to really surprise you? I asked her to tease a little bit. I'm taking 3 tomorrow. I said and watched her expression. Her frown deepened and I tried not to laugh at the face she was making. She looked like she wanted to comment but instead she just shook her head. Okay. Where was I? Oh right, the written portion of the charms examination will consist of multiple choice with some open-ended questions mixed in. Don't worry too much about. I interrupted her, not needing to hear the normal spiel. Do you mind if we just start? I don't need a confidence booster and my anxiety isn't raised right now. Can we just start? I asked her as nicely as I could. She seemed shocked again and I couldn't help but get annoyed at this woman. Eventually she answered me. Of course, here is your examination in a quill. You have 3 hours to complete it. Thank you. I told her as I accepted the paper and went to work. Too easy. My mind supplied as I handed in the charms written exam. Done already? The examiner who still had yet to supply her name asked me. I looked at the clock and realized only an hour had passed, way faster than the time allotted for. Yes ma'am. I answered respectfully, hoping to speed the conversation and tests up. Are you ready to start the practical? I asked her. She really should be used to this by now. She seemed shocked that I wanted to start so early. Of course, we still have a while until we break for lunch. She reached behind her to the ground behind the desk and pulled out an egg cup and placed it on the desk before her. Then she stood up and walked to the side of the desk, to get out of the way in case a spell goes bad. Now can you make the cup do cartwheels, using charms of course? She asked. So the same as in the books? As per my usual performance, my wand whipped into my hand and a quick motion from it had the cup in the air in front of us, where I had it hover at eye level. Next I spun it around and had it do cartwheels like she asked. I decided to show off and get a little extra credit, so I expanded the egg cup until it was about the same size as we were and had it orbit us while spinning. That should do the trick. I thought to myself as I had the egg cup shrink back down and land on the desk where she had it earlier. How was that? I asked as I looked at her. She stood there wide-eyed and had yet to even start writing down on her grading pad. It can't be that impressive. I thought, reviewing how easy it seemed. Well, I am taking it a bit early, I suppose. But still, oh, it was silent, wasn't it? The examiner cleared her throat. How old are you? She asked. Because here it says you are 15 but... That's right. I turned 16 in March. I answered. She seemed flustered at her outbreak once I interrupted her, but she soon recovered. She gave up on the conversation and just returned to her desk and started scribbling on her grading sheet. Well then, we have 2 choices. We do the transfiguration test now or meet back after lunch to finish. She said once she regained her bearings and finished writing. I'll probably finish that one faster. I told her truthfully. She just rolled her eyes. You took your owls. Molly shrieked from her place cooking in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. The whole family has been staying there since Arthur's snake bite. And we thought it would be great to have Christmas with Sirius, Harry, and the other order members staying at the house. I just got done showing her the results for my owls. She didn't even look at the grades, she's too mad I didn't tell her about taking them early. Yes. I answered simply, seeing no reason to elaborate. And you didn't tell us, or ask us for permission? She asked me momentarily, taking her eyes off of the 40 things she was doing. I didn't know I had to be honest, Mum. I told her. We are your parents. She responded, looking to Arthur for support. You are still a child, Ron Weasley. She said, pointed her wand my direction, and I fought the urge to draw my own. Do you want to know why most teenagers are angry and disobedient, Mother? I asked her. She just sputtered, not knowing why I asked her. I spoke before she could. Because their parents expect them to act like adults when they treat them like children. Silence. The only thing that could be heard was the dishes washing and the food cooking behind her. Ginny was staring at me finally, instead of ignoring the conversation like she normally does. PFFFFF, haha. I heard from my left and turned to see that it was my dad Arthur that started laughing. He's got us there, doesn't he, Molly? The twins walked in the room at that exact moment. What did we miss, Gred? I think Ron is up to something again, George. As always, they had something to say. Your brother went and took his owls without our permission. Molly shrieked again to answer their question. Ronnykins did what we never could, dear brother. Fred told his twin in response of Molly. Indeed, how did you do, baby brother? George asked. I just nodded towards where the letter sat on the table for all to see. They walked towards it, eager to see if it was good or bad. Boys. What is that supposed to mean? He did what you never could. Molly said, abnormally quiet. Well, we looked into it actually. Fred spoke. Are you sure these are your results? George asked. I nodded in response. Turns out, all you have to have is signatures of all of the professors of the subjects you want to take, or the headmasters. Fred continued. George cut in again. I bet 20 galleons that was the headmaster, dear brother of mine. What do you take me for, ugly twin? An idiot. Fred responded. You said it, not me. George joked. Dumbledore. Molly shrieked once again. I winced, both for my ears and out of pity for the old headmaster who approved of my tests. I didn't answer. Arthur was over at the table looking at the paper now, curious of the twins' reactions. Mum, did you even look at the grades? I asked curiously. It doesn't matter. Molly was about to answer when Arthur cut in. Molly. Dad began. Look again, love. Ah, that's where I get that term of endearment. I thought hearing the word love. Read it, for everyone. I told Arthur so that Ginny could know also. I sat there with a smug smile as he began. Charms, outstanding. My smile widened as Molly looked at him and then back to me, her mouth open. Transfiguration, outstanding. Her brows frowned. Herbology, exceeds expectations. This time she dropped what she was doing and walked over to the paper in disbelief. They expected me to get one outstanding, maybe a few exceeds expectations. They're in for a rude awakening. Arthur continued to read with Molly over his shoulder. Defense against the dark arts, outstanding. Potions, outstanding. Care of magical creatures, outstanding. Astronomy, exceeds expectations. Divination, outstanding. History of magic, exceeds expectations. Silence, once again. I thought as everyone reacted to the news. What were those grades for? I turned to see Hermione and Harry standing in the doorway to the kitchen. I winked at Harry, laughed at the situation he walked in on. That, Hermione, are Ron's owl results. Harry said almost as smugly as I feel. He had to have cheated. I heard Ginny's voice say from her place at the table. That was ugly, sweet sister. I said, reacting to her comment. Sirius, Bill, and Tonks took that moment to walk in the kitchen also, wanting to see what all the racket is about. My smile returned as the paper was passed around the room for everyone to see and stare at in disbelief. You qualify for all of the nude courses you want. Hermione commented after she saw the grades. We haven't even had our meetings with McGonagall yet. She muttered to the room. Setting yourself up for an unspeakable. Tonks asked. She had pink hair and pink irises to match it. You can always get runes and arithmancy done later. If anyone can compete with Fleur in attractiveness, it's her. My male mind supplied as I responded. Maybe in the future, but I have bigger ambitions than that. I answered her. Oh yeah? Don't leave a girl waiting. Tonks jabbed back at me. Headmaster, Minister, Head of the DMLE, Supreme Mugwump, any of those will do. I answered her question with a grin. Wait, why did I just announce my dreams? Bigger ambitions indeed. Sirius commented. Luckily not everyone heard my answer, as they were having their own conversations. Dinner is ready. Molly yelled to get everyone's attention, and I was happy that I was in the clear for now. We'll talk about this later, Ronald. Molly told me, shooting down my thoughts. Fug. Mr. Weasley. Your N.E.W.T.S have been successfully scheduled for August 19 to 23 of 1996. Please report to the Department of Magical Education on the scheduled dates for examination. Griselda Marchbanks. P.S. I look forward to your examination. My employee sings high praise for your wand work. My dad, Arthur, read aloud for him, and my mother, Molly, to hear. Both of them sat shocked for the second time that day. After dinner was over and I let them calm down for the bomb I dropped on them earlier, I asked for them to meet me in the study so that we could talk alone and I could give them the letter. It took them a while to respond. Why are you doing this, Ron? Arthur asked me. I am wasting time in school, just getting a head start. I said, only telling him half of the truth. You don't understand the times that you'll have, the friends you can make while at Hogwarts. You won't get to experience any of that. You know that, right? He continued. You won't go to Hogwarts after this school year, if you succeed. And I'm willing to bet you'll pass with flying colors. I have a plan to stay at Hogwarts, but I don't want him to know it. I know, Dad. No, you don't. How can you? He retorted, and I felt my anger spike. I clamped down on my emotions, unwilling to have a repeat of the incident with Percy. I know what I am giving up, but this is what I want. I'm going to use the extra time to get a head start on life. Think about it. If everything goes right, and I get an apprenticeship right after I pass, I can work on a mastery and finish when most my age are just now graduating. I told him, laying a smart plan that would make sense to most parents. Molly took the news with wide eyes as she read the letter over and over again. 18 or 19 years old with a mastery, one of the youngest in history. I told them, trying to appeal to their sense of wonder and accomplishment. I still don't think it's worth it, Ron. Dad told me. You'll regret it. No, I won't. There is a war coming and I want my education done before shit hits the fan, not after. I thought to myself. At least you're telling us about it this time. Chapter 21, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 12. Hello everyone. Not gonna lie, barely got this chapter done. But we're back on schedule, baby. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Treacle tarts. I hopped on the gargoyle that spun upwards in the direction of Dumbledore's office. Harry followed and stepped up behind me. We didn't say anything after that, we really didn't have to. Both of us knew what the other was thinking. I knew that Harry would be pondering the password, which also happens to be his favorite treat. He is wondering if that means the meeting is about him or if he is just overthinking it. Harry also knew that I would be thinking that the meeting is about that night in the healing ward of St. Mungo's, and how I caused property damage to two of Magical Britain's most important buildings. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, how were your holidays? The headmaster started the conversation off. Underwhelming. I answered sarcastically, thinking about the eventful few weeks. I sat down in one of the seats directly in front of his desk. Comfortable. My mind supplied. Harry snorted as he sat beside me before he answered. Fantastic, headmaster. Good, good. I find myself in possession of a new hand-knit sweater, and I couldn't be happier. Dumbledore told us with his eyes somewhere on his ceiling. You've got to have at least 30 of those, headmaster. I told him with a laugh because I knew he was talking about my mother. Harry barked out a laugh beside me. And everyone is special to me. Dumbledore answered with a chuckle. We didn't speak for a moment because we knew he would continue. I didn't expect such a happy holiday, I'll admit. Dumbledore started and we both listened intently. With the events of last summer, I'm sure you understand. Do you mean Voldemort's resurrection? I snarked to myself. Where is Fawkes? We're lucky that. Harry looked to me when he paused. Well, we're lucky. Dumbledore hummed in agreement. I would argue that it is not luck. You two have been hard at work. He finally looked down at us, and for the first time in a while, he had a twinkle in his eyes. I never thought the twinkle could convey emotion, but I could have sworn it sung of pride. I am afraid that without you two, I wouldn't have been able to juggle all of our enemies this year. The headmaster commented, still looking at us. My mind caught. That is a good sign. That is simply not true, headmaster. Harry said beside me. I didn't say anything because I knew Dumbledore was right. If not for us, he would have lost his base of power, and he still might. I thought to myself, considering all the variables that are still at play. And we are not in the clear yet. I commented. Fudge will not be happy with the little progress Umbridge has made, they'll make a move soon. Dumbledore's twinkling didn't subside, instead it got brighter. You're absolutely correct, Mr. Weasley. My agent close to the minister, agree with you. Wait, agent close to the minister. I thought to myself, connecting the dots. My face twisted into something relating to anger and accusing. Agents, you can't possibly mean. Yes, young Percy has been in contact with me for some time now. I don't mean to offend, but how else do you think he got his position? The twinkle in his eyes disappeared immediately. The real Dumbledore stood before me and I couldn't help but wonder if Harry had ever seen this side of the old man yet. I clamped down on my Occlumency shields before my anger could get out of hand. My face returned to its passive state. You shouldn't have told me that. I calmly told him. Harry was ignored by his eyes, instead the old man's blue eyes bored into mine. I met his gaze without flinching or wavering. Your actions the night of your father's attack has secured his position by the minister's side. You knowing, won't change that fact. Dumbledore answered me quickly. He broke eye contact with me then, and sat down. Tension left his body as he sagged into his seat. When he looked back up to us, his eyes were softer. I made a vow never to trust him by his eyes again. The real reason I tell you all of this, is because if you continue the path you walk, these are the things that you will discover. Plots within plots, people you knew you could trust betraying you, death, it does not get better. He told us with a hand running down his face. This is the price for the power you two are seeking. That disarmed me a little. I calmed down, understanding his reasonings for sending Percy into the snake pit. I even agreed with him a little. My respect for my brother rose unimaginably. We know already. Surprisingly, it was Harry that answered. That is why we aren't angry about Percy. Neither of us are unfamiliar with the dirty work headmaster. That brought out a real reaction from the headmaster and his face fell into his hands. The things that will come to light about me, about the adults around you, the things we have done, it will break you. Dumbledore said, composing himself and sitting back up, his face stony. What the fuck was that about? I said to myself. Why such a reaction to Harry? We are set on this path. Harry answered, serious. Dumbledore just looked at us, his eyes searching our faces over and over again. It continued for at least a few minutes before he spoke again. Good. The minister will kick me out of the school. Before I would have fought this with all my power. But with you two. He said, nodding to us. I can leave the school in your hands. Let Umbridge have a little more freedom, Ron, she'll need it to build a case against me. I nodded, wondering why the fuck he wanted out of the school. Where are you going, headmaster? I asked, getting to the point. The freedom will let me oppose Voldemort, more directly. Truly, I have too many responsibilities. Out of necessity, more than anything, but with you two here, to protect the children. I can get real work done. He answered me and I couldn't help but believe him. Maybe his manipulations really are for good deeds, even if his methods can get a bit dark in nature. I am the same. I realized when he answered me. Okay, I'll meet with her soon. I answered. Harry spoke next. We are set on this path. He looked right at Harry then, and nodded. Then you two must perfect the mind arts, Legilimency without a wand, only eye contact. Both of you are proficient enough with Occlumency to pass the book's requirements, it's Legilimency that you need, and the ritual will be available. My mind melted, finally getting confirmation that it was the missing piece of the puzzle. And we're close to being able to do it wandlessly. But Harry can't any more rituals, headmaster. It's too dangerous. I responded, trying to get more answers out of him. I have done a lot of thinking on the topic, truly I would have never discovered the answer without you, Mr. Weasley. I am convinced that the ritual is the key to Harry's problem. His connection to Voldemort? I thought with a shock. The ritual is about the mind after all, does he think we can break the connection? I have told you too much about it already, that is all I'll say on the ritual. Dumbledore told us, he was standing now in excitement. One question, headmaster? I asked. An answer for a request. He spoke again to both of us. Of course. Harry answered him. I gave him a nod of agreement before speaking. Have you done the mind ritual? I asked. He looked right at me and didn't hesitate before answering. No. If I may be so bold, I never needed it. He answered. My mouth dropped. He's this fucking brilliant, without the ritual. How? My mouth opened. Dumbledore spoke again. I had a very close friend who performed the ritual, and the book shows me its contents freely, but the benefits it speaks of and the ones that I have witnessed firsthand, I have been capable of since I was 16. Now, I have answered your question, time for my request. We both nodded to him, dumbfounded. When everything comes to light, and I am convinced it will, I do not ask for forgiveness, but understanding. I walked alone, to the one place in the castle that I would rather burn down than visit again, Umbridge's office. I knew the path well enough and my feet traveled it. My mind was still shocked over the revelations in the meeting with Dumbledore. No fucking ritual, he's literally the genius among genius. I came to the conclusion over and over again. That means he defeated a ritually altered Grindelwald, who was said to already be overly talented with magic, who also happened to have the Elder Wand, in single combat. Fucking overpowered old men. I thought as I knocked on the door of the Pink Toad. Come in. An overly sweet voice said from inside. I did as I was told and entered to find her alone, hunched over a piece of paper. Ah, Mr. Weasley. Hello, Professor. I started as I approached her desk. How can I help you? She forced out of her mouth, her hatred palpable. I will be direct. I realized over the break that my brother is right. Dumbledore is up to something. I told her with a straightforward look on my face. And I don't want any part of it. She'll never believe that I am a vulnerable student. I thought as I pondered how best to approach the conversation. She seemed shocked at first but caught herself quickly. Yes, he is. But don't you worry about it, the minister is aware. We have plans for the headmaster. Of course you do, you saw it before anyone else. I told her, feeding into her ego. I also realize that with the photo that I have stopped you from trying to do the right thing. I kept my straight serious face on. So I want to say that I will not hold you back anymore. But I still don't want you administering detentions with students, what you did was just wrong. I added with a bit of steel in my voice. It was a lapse of judgment on my part, it won't happen again. She lied to me with a smile on her face. I know it won't, you fucking idiot. And the Defense Association will continue. I told her without room for argument. Of course, I have already discovered that the group has no ties to Dumbledore. Umbridge lied to me once again. Good, then so long as you don't torture students, or break up my association, you can do what you want. I turned around and walked out. I laughed as I read the latest copy of the Daily Prophet, and the article that Rita Skeeter wrote that painted Harry in a better light. Hermione outdid herself with this one. My mind supplied as I schemed the article. I honestly forgot about the animagus. I thought to myself about Rita Skeeter and the secret to her fantastically dramatic articles. I was on my way up to the 7th floor to get some more legilimency training done with Harry. I dropped the newspaper and cast a disillusionment charm at the same time as I turned a corner on the 6th floor, then I doubled back and got back on the staircase that would lead me up and on the final floor. Every day I took a new route. I didn't bother walking slowly, since my disillusionment was perfected by now and barely left any distortions at all. It would fail if I sprinted, but anything short of that would hold. I approached the blank wall and a door materialized out of thin air without me having to walk back and forth 3 times. I approached it and something fluttered on the edge of my consciousness. I stopped. I turned to my right and raised a shield. A red light splashed against it as a body appeared out of thin air further down the hallway. Not. I recognized as his wand cut a path in the air in the same pattern that rested on Harry's forehead. My own wand whipped up as I moved to my right. A silver shield appeared before he spoke the incantation. Avada Kedavra. Theodore Nott intoned and a green jet of light raced down the hallway. His wand was already moving after the killing curse left his wand, moving into another spell that would undoubtedly break through the silver shield. He's picked up on my tricks. I realized as the killing curse landed on my shield with a loud gong. I was already moving and a blue jet of light folded my shield of pure silver and went through it, passing over my left shoulder to crashed into the wall behind me. I retaliated with a basic chain of spells to distract him. His shield rose and absorbed the spells as I cast an elemental spell at his feet. A hand of stone reached up and grabbed his leg. He tried to move out of the way but he had to deflect another spell that would have hit him if he moved away. His left leg got caught in the vice grip of the hand of stone. His face showed panic as more hands rose and grabbed his body all over. I kept sending him basic chains that would also incapacitate him if he took his focus off of me for a moment. It took another 30 seconds for his wand arm to be grabbed by a hand of stone and force him to his knees with his wand behind his back. I closed the distance between us quickly, with my wand up and ready to defend, or attack. I reached down and took the wand out of his hand as he kneed there looking up at me. The stone arm slowly melted into an outer shell all around his body, leaving his head and neck free to move about, but cutting off any other movement. Kill me. Nott said, his eyes were pleading. Why won't you kill me? Just kill me. That took me by surprise, and it showed on my face. What does Voldemort demand of you? I asked curiously. As if I could tell you. Theodore exclaimed. You're smarter than that. Magical oath. I deduced. My wand moved once again and his body raised into the air. I turned and walked into the doorway leading into the room of requirement. What the hell, mate? Harry said after he saw my extra passenger. Attacked me outside in the hallway. Even used the killing curse. I explained to him. Instantly his eyes turned murderous and his wand leapt into his hand. Is that right? Harry answered me but looked right at him. He's under oath by Voldemort, to complete a task. Only problem is that we don't know what task it is. I spoke aloud, condensing my thoughts. I turned to Nott, who hadn't said a word, instead he just looked around the room, fascinated by the bookshelves and the dueling area. Not. I cried out to get his attention. His eyes snapped to mine, focusing. The oath says you cannot tell us, right? He didn't speak but neither did he say no, which gave me my answer. Good, I will take the information. I need you to fight me the whole way, or the oath will kick in, you understand? This time he did nod. I didn't waste any time raising my wand and pointing it directly between his eyes. I cast Occlumency without the incantation or wand movements. He had surprisingly good shields, nowhere near my own, or Harry's, mastery, but good. I sent him probing images to draw out the correct memory. I focused on that day in the train to see if it would be easy. The memory came easily and I latched onto it, watching the altercation. It told me nothing. I dove deeper, focusing on the sound of Voldemort's voice, from my memory in the graveyard. No images were projected, but the Dark Lord's voice did come through our connection. Test his competency, and report it to me. If you succeed, then I will allow you in my ranks and you will have a far greater task. Voldemort's voice said. I broke the connection. That doesn't make sense, why would you try to kill me if all he wanted was to test me? Not said nothing again, but I noticed he was sweating and more visibly tired than earlier. That was only the first task he was given. You completed that task already, didn't you? That day you asked me for help with the shielding charm. I pieced together. What was the other task? He didn't answer and my wand rose again. I used brute force to get him to talk this time. Companionship, or death? You choose. Voldemort's voice rang through our minds again. Kill me, or befriend me, so that he can spy on me. I realized. No more, not again, please. Not whimpered with his head down. Just kill me. Bloody hell, Ron. I heard Harry say beside me. I will not kill you. Not today. I told him and I thought it would reassure him, instead his head hung lower. I gave you a way out already, I told you to come to me, I can protect you. I yelled, not understanding why he wouldn't take the easy way out. No you can't. No one can. He's already marked me. Not yelled back. His left arm shot forward, in conjunction with my will and my spell. The stone fell off of it up to the elbow, to reveal his robes. I pushed his robe back with my hand and sure enough, Voldemort's dark mark was tattooed to his skin, wriggling over it. You would never trust me, never befriend me. Not expanded. You were forced, Theodore. I said using his first name for the first time. I wouldn't hold that against anyone. Then I thought a little. We could work out a mutually beneficial friendship. I told him, throwing him the bait. Why do you think I approached you that day on the train? He looked at me then his eyes flickered to Harry's and back. You're serious? You want me to spy on the Dark Lord? Just kill me right now. I would never jeopardize your cover, and we could train your Occlumency up, good enough to resist him. I retorted. Resist. Resist. You're bloody mad, there is no resisting. Not screamed. I wanted to tell him about Snape, tell him that he wouldn't be the only one, but then I would put Snape in danger. We'll give you all the protections you need. Harry spoke up from beside me then. You underestimate us and our resources. Portkeys to get you out of any situation, enchantments to boost your Occlumency, dragon hide, extra wands, training. And, whether we lose or win, you win. If Voldemort succeeds, you'll be a high-ranking Death Eater. If we win, you don't go to Azkaban. I looked at Harry and realized that he was right, about all of it. Not just sat there and listened. What's the worst that can happen? You get tortured and die? You just survived some of the worst torture, and if you don't take this deal, then you will die. Harry continued and ended with a threat. Wow, great motivation Harry. I thought to myself. Or Azkaban for casting an unforgivable in a school full of children. I told him knowing that he would prefer death. We're literally giving you a way out, not. I finished. He looked back and forth to us like he just now seeing us for the first time. Then he looked around the room. You two have been training. He realized. With the full library of Hogwarts, the Black Library, and Albus Dumbledore at our fingertips. We are real players in the game, Theodore. I answered him. So that's why he wanted information on you. Not pieced together. Who do you think captured Peter Pettigrew right out from under his nose? I asked him. Theodore reacted instantly. Bullshit. I shook my head. It's true, and Barty Crouch Jr. I added. That's the real reason why, he sees our potential. What the bloody fuck? It all makes sense. Not spoke to himself. So? What do you say? I asked. Fuck it. Chapter 22, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 13. Hello everyone. So what can I say? I did not realize just how busy I would be during the holidays. I only had a few days off here and there for the past month, and then I went to Colorado for a week on vacation. It's been a long time since I have had time to sit down and write. I am actually sick writing this chapter, but I love writing, so I will endure. Basically what I am trying to say is, I apologize for the lack of updates. As always, there will be an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Be careful, my love. Things are happening very fast. I read the line over and over again. Fleur's neat handwriting looked up at me from the journal in my hands. I will, of course. I love you. I wrote back to her. It took every ounce of my will to close my notebook and focus my full attention to my surroundings. Hagrid and Hermione were arguing in front of me as Harry leaned against a tree off to the side, staring past the arguing duo. What was I supposed to do? Leave him there? He's the only family I got left. Hagrid retorted to Hermione. That doesn't mean you should have brought him here. Hermione raged back at him. You are jeopardizing students. We had been led out into the Forbidden Forest, per Hagrid's request, to meet his brother Grop, a giant, or half-giant. I wasn't paying attention and I don't remember from the books. The Hagrid asked us to take care of him in the event of his departure from Hogwarts. He probably reminds Hermione of the troll in first year. I realized as I watched the argument with little interest. Enough. Harry's voice cut through their bickering, his eyes on Hermione's. Hagrid has asked us as friends. That little sentence shut Hermione up and she turned red-faced as she realized that Harry was right. Hagrid would do anything for us, it's time we return the favor. I thought to myself. Sorry Hagrid. Of course we'll help. Hermione forced out through her teeth. Thanks, you guys. You have no idea how much that means to me. Hagrid bellowed as he engulfed Hermione in a bear hug. I swore I could hear her bones creak under his strength. Anything for you, Hagrid. I cut in, trying to save Hermione from being crushed to death. Are you planning on leaving now, or when Umbridge kicks you out? I asked curiously. He sobered up for a second. Well, without Dumbledore here, I don't rightly think it will matter. But I can do a little good, even if it is only for a few more days or weeks. I'll stay until that ugly toad makes her move. I was actually happy to hear that because I didn't feel like dealing with Grop, I was immediately sobered up by the beginning of his sentence. I wonder what Dumbledore is doing right now. I thought as I remembered the old headmaster fleeing the castle when Fudge came to arrest him on phony charges. The castle feels different without the old coot. Or maybe it's the weight on my shoulders that makes it feel different. My mind supplied as I pondered the situation. Good. Harry replied to Hagrid, happy that he was staying for a little bit longer. Now let's get back, Gryffindor is winning the championship as we speak. I turned to walk away, back in the direction of the castle as Hagrid said goodbye to his brother. Harry and Hermione joined me as we walked through the forest. Are you all right, Ron? Hermione asked me. You seem a bit out of it. He's worrying about everything that has happened lately. Dumbledore, the twins leaving, Trelawney, and now this. Harry answered for me. He wasn't wrong, but he was only halfway right. As the days ticked on, the end of the year approached, and that meant our inevitable fight with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The worst part is that I couldn't think of a reason not to go to the Ministry. Harry needs to learn the prophecy. I could just tell him the words, but then that doesn't take into the fact that the Order will fight Voldemort whether we intervene or not. Plus we are already some of the more powerful people on the plane, and not going could get someone that we care about hurt, or killed. The decision is an easy one. Doesn't mean I don't get anxious, or that the events of the past few months can't affect me. I thought to myself. There is still so much to do. The beating of what sounded like hooves broke me out of my thoughts. My head whipped up to the direction of the sound and my wand found its way into my hand. Sure enough, a group of centaurs burst into view and started circling us, howling and hollering the whole time. It honestly felt a little stereotypical, how the scene played out. My wand stayed by my side, so as to not aggravate them. It would take me less than a second to cast anyway, more than fast enough to handle the situation if it went badly. You should not be here. Calm, too smooth, a voice called out from the lead centaur. You have pushed our friendship to the limits, Hagrid. The centaur had a certain beauty to his rough features. His hair flowed past his shoulder blades, almost coming to rest on his horseback. In his hand, he held a bow, like the others around him, quivers rested on his side, easily accessible. The oddest thing I noticed were his ears. I don't remember them having pointed ears in the books. I pondered as Hagrid prepared to respond. The forest is home to many races, Bane. Hagrid replied. You've no right to deny my. It is ours. Bane replied almost dismissively, as if he believed every word. I have every right. Now listen here. Hagrid began but was once again interrupted by Bane. You are no longer welcome in our forest, Hagrid. The friendship we awarded is now forfeit. Bane told him, and before Hagrid could respond, he started galloping out of the clearing, back to wherever it was that he came from. I called out to him as he left. My people awarded this forest to many different races. If you act against that pact, I will deal with it personally. I was bluffing, naturally. Firenze had come to grow on me the few times I saw him in the hallways. I wouldn't harm his kind, if I could help it. But I would defend Hagrid and his brother, as I agreed to. Bane stopped right before he disappeared and his ear twitched, letting me know he heard every word. I expected him to respond, but apparently his mind was made up. He rode off into the forest and disappeared soon after. Well, that complicates things. Harry snarked. How will he do it? I asked my spy. I don't know yet. Not answered me. I think Snape will be involved, but I haven't been told. Who does he want? Harry would leap at the chance to save any number of people. He could choose anyone who has been to the meetings. He could choose a professor. He can't use anyone in the order, they're too protected. I wondered to myself out loud. Not met my eyes then. It could be you. Almost completely different than in the books. I pondered as I digested the information. I have changed too much. Maybe, but how will he get to me? I replied, when the answer came to me. There aren't a lot of people who know my normal schedule. You and Harry are the only two. Not didn't have an answer for me. Pop. I turned quickly and trained my wand on the source of the sound and magical disturbance. Dobby stood before me looking down the tip of my wand. He squeaked before I lowered my wand. Hello Dobby. Are they here? I asked him. His head bobbed up and down. Oh yes, Harry Potter's good friend. The Aurors are here, just as Mr. Weasley said they would be. I ignored the name, knowing that Dobby didn't mean it disrespectfully. Good, now can you do one more thing for me? I asked him. Oh yes, oh yes. Anything for the great Harry Potter's bestest of friends. Anything at all. Dobby replied in his super cute, slightly annoying, style of speech. Can you make sure they don't get there before me? Nothing harmful, just inconvenient. Dobby's response was a snap of his fingers. Pop. I'll take that as a yes. I thought as my wand rose, and with it, my shirt and robes hovered before me. Good luck. I heard to my left. I nodded back to Theodore Knott. Keep practicing. I quickly donned my outfit and threw the hood over my head. I couldn't see the effects, but I knew the enchantment worked. It took me a while to get it right, without interfering with the other enchantments already placed on the robes. My face would be shadowed to anyone looking at me. It would break at almost any magical contact, but I didn't plan on letting that happen. I looked to the other occupant of the room, waiting for his opinion. It's working. Knott said. It was all the confirmation I needed. Once I finished dressing, I ran out of the room of requirement, casting a variant of the Notice Me Not and then a disillusionment charm. I moved at a fast pace, one that I knew would cause distortions in the air. If anyone saw it, the other charm on me would make them think they were just seeing things. I was on the trail to Hagrid's hut in less than 3 minutes, but I still didn't have very long to act. Soon enough I was knocking on Hagrid's door. Who is it? His voice boomed from inside. Ron. We don't have any time, Hagrid. They have come for you. I yelled out to him. I could hear noises coming from behind me, shouts. The door opened and he peeked out at me. Ron? I can't see a bloody thing in that hood of yours. I know, that's not important. Gather your things, Aurors are on their way. I told him. He nodded and closed the door. Hey, stop. Someone called out behind me. Fuck. I cast a quick spell to distort my voice, and then turned around. They were jogging down the road now, and it was nobody that I knew. That told me that Umbridge has gotten smart and either knows who is loyal to Dumbledore, or has suspicions at the very least. 4 people approached, one of them had a pointy hat, 2 of them wore the traditional robes of Aurors, and the last was the pink toad, Umbridge. They continued my direction until I decided that they were close enough. That's close enough. I heard a gruff voice say. It took me the slightest amount of time to realize that was the voice-altering spell working. The 2 Aurors didn't stop, as I predicted. The third fell back, and Umbridge followed the 2 Aurors. A brown jet of light shot out of my wand and hit the ground a yard ahead of them. Shield charms lit the air. Their reactionary shield would have been too late if I had aimed at their persons. But since I didn't, they were useless. Their momentum continued them forward, into my spell. Hands rose out of the earth and grabbed onto their feet, holding them in place, but not spreading like it had done against Knott when he ambushed me. Stop this at once. I heard a Scottish accent say from behind the Aurors. Professor McGonagall. I realized as I heard the voice and identified the person in the pointy hat. The Aurors didn't listen, and each sent a spell at their feet. The earth crumbled back down to where it came from. Then one of them took the earthen hands off of Umbridge's legs, as she couldn't do it herself. Then they trained their wands at me. We're here for the groundskeeper. You are interfering with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A crime punishable with time spent in Azkaban. Step aside now and we'll forget you ever cast that spell. The lead Auror said as he stepped forward. That is when the door behind me opened, and Hagrid stepped out. I turned slightly to look at him and also keep my eyes on the Aurors. It was a good thing too, because a red light shot out from the second Auror. I batted it into the night sky. Is it protocol to attack a target before he even knows why you are arresting him? I asked angrily. I would also like to know DHA. McGonagall started behind the Aurors. Enough. The lead Auror began before Umbridge interrupted him. This half-breed was given notice to vacate the premises, and he hasn't complied. Umbridge stated waving a piece of paper in the air. Well, this is news to me. Hagrid called out. I held my hand up to stop him from speaking, knowing it was useless. His bag is packed, and he is complying now. I spoke out to them, hoping to de-escalate the situation. It's too late for that. The lead Auror responded fairly quickly. Hagrid, it's time to go now. I spoke to him quietly while pointing behind us. I can't leave you alone. Once again we were interrupted with spells heading our way. They splashed against my shield, which I kept up while moving to my left. I can handle these too. I yelled to him, as 2 more spells hit my shield. My shield dropped and I sent another spell into the ground in front of me. A wall of earth, 10 feet tall and wide, sprang up in front of us. I turned to Hagrid while moving to the edge of the wall again, so as to not stay in the same spot they last saw me in. You have to get out of here. We will take care of Grop. Once everything is fine, we'll come find you. I told him. He looked at me and back to the wall of earth that appeared before us, and then nodded. I turned around and didn't have to look back to know that he was running the other way. I felt the magic coming before I saw its effects. I moved out from behind the wall as it was blasted apart from 2 spells. Okay, so the kid's gloves are off. I realized as debris flew beside me but not touching me. Too late. The first thing I saw when stepping out from behind the wall was the second Auror turning to Professor McGonagall, who also had her wand out, but pointed towards the 2 men. This is excessive force. She yelled at the 2 men and toed in front of her. Nothing is excessive when we are resisting. I thought to myself at her accusation. My arm shot out and a whip of fire shot out of my wand at the second Auror before he could cast at my favorite professor. His partner had his back and sent the whip off course. I let the fire dissipate in the air as I moved into my next spell. The second Auror decided I was the bigger threat and turned back towards me when my second spell raced between the 2 of them. They didn't raise shields, just as I predicted. Instead they moved in opposite directions of each other as my spell hit the ground behind them, raising yet another wall of earth between them and Professor McGonagall. Umbridge followed the lead Auror, staying behind him with her wand clenched in her hand. Her face showed surprise at the escalation of the situation. People never learn. I thought as they fell into my trap, 2 spells traveled my way, a cutting charm and a stunner. I rolled out of the way of the cutting charm and lazily batted the stunner away. They were mid-cast when my retaliation leapt from my wand towards the second Auror. He abandoned his spell in favor of a shield charm. A loud gong could be heard as the bombarda shattered his shield and blasted him backwards. Incompetent. My mind supplied as he went to the ground. The lead Auror kept his concentration and decided enough was enough now that I had possibly injured his partner. 3 spells shot from his wand, all of them damaging in some way, no stunners. I batted the first 2 away and dodged the third as I walked forward, closing the distance. He kept his momentum of being on the offense, but made a critical mistake. He called out the name of his next spell. Incendio. He intoned as his next spell leapt from his wand. I reacted, knowing what was coming, before the spell even appeared in the space between us. My wand pointed between us and a jet of water shot out of my wand and overpowered the fire, before it could move 10 feet in front of him. The water moved through the fire to hit him and knock him off balance. I sent a stunner that connected and he fell to the ground, limp. Umbridge stood behind him, shocked. Her eyes followed his body and her clothes were wet from the jet of water. Ropes leapt from my wand and wrapped around her body, forcing her to her knees. Her hands were moved behind her back by the ropes. I turned to face the second Auror, to make sure he was still out of the fight but could see McGonagall standing over him with her wand pointed towards him. He had yet to wake up. I walked past all of them and waved my wand in the air. The earth walls all crumbled and settled into the earth exactly as it was before the fight began. Bit by bit, the scene returned to look as if nothing ever happened. The only evidence of a fight was the 2 unconscious bodies and a tied-up Umbridge. As I approached McGonagall, her wand pointed towards me. I stopped and sheathed my wand while holding my hands in the air. I am not your enemy. I spoke to her, trying to get out of the situation before the Aurors woke up. Hagrid will be long gone by the time they wake up. She struggled with herself, much in the same way Hagrid did earlier. She didn't say anything as she thought through it. Eventually, her wand just lowered to the ground. I took that as my cue to leave and turned around to walk away from the school, so that she wouldn't think that I was a student. As I passed Hagrid's hut, I reapplied the disillusionment and notice me not charms before circling around and heading to Hogsmeade, where I would use Ariana's portrait to get back to the room of requirement. Now to prepare for the ministry, I thought as I walked off. I leaned against the stone walls Hogwarts was so famous for, disillusioned. The hallways were very sparse on this level of the castle, which was to be expected considering the owl examinations that were going on. Pretty soon, Harry will receive a vision. I thought to myself, remembering that it was during his History of Magic exam that Voldemort made his move. It was a long wait, easily long enough for Harry to finish his exam. In fact, I'm sure he is finished by now. I thought, but realized that since it was a written exam, they might make him wait on his classmates. My assumption was proven right when the bell sounded off, followed by the sounds of a group of people moving in a classroom. Harry was the first person out of the room, and he burst out with purpose. Hermione was hot on his heels trying to keep her voice down. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked, jogging to keep up with his long strides. I followed them, having a hard time keeping the pace and my disillusionment charm up without distortions in the air. "I need to talk to Ron," Harry answered her while heading to the stairs. "He's heading to the room of requirement," I deduced, noticing his path. I was 2 seconds away from dropping the disillusionment charm when Harry's head turned left. He stopped right before the stairs and I followed his line of sight. The pink toad was walking away from him. "Why? Harry, why?" Hermione asked him as she caught up to him. He didn't answer, instead he started towards Umbridge. His wand shot into his hand. I followed, curious as to his intentions, and wondering why she would spark his ire even more so than usual. His wand whipped and I felt the urge to look away and find something more interesting to look at. I shook my head and focused my will. The spell flowed past me, letting me in. "Expecto Patronum," I heard as I looked back up to Harry. His thestral flew around the hallway before approaching him. He leaned in and began whispering to it. I immediately knew that the patroness was meant for me. I leapt into the nearest open door, trying to stay hidden, which just happened to be an abandoned classroom. I lucked out. I realized as the patroness ran into the room. "Ron, follow my patroness. It will lead you to me, it's about you know what." It spoke. "Okay, this is different, it's obviously not Sirius who is in trouble," I told myself as I realized he wasn't heading to Umbridge's office to use her Fleur to check on Sirius. Therefore I won't have to save him from Umbridge. I dropped my disillusionment charm and followed the patroness as it flew out of the room and down the hallway. I didn't have to run very long before the patroness banked and flew into another room that I knew would also be abandoned. The door opened for me automatically and with it came the sounds inside the room. I walked in to see a shaking Hermione on the ground, hugging her knees to her chest with tears streaming down her face. The door slammed shut behind me, startling us both. "Where?" I heard Harry's voice say, and I looked over to see Umbridge tied to a chair with Harry standing in front of her with his wand on her throat. I turned away from the scene, not deeming it important right now, and leaned down in front of Hermione. "What happened?" I asked her softly while touching her arms. She shied away from the contact and looked up at me, finally realizing who it was. "Ron!" she cried out and tackled me into a hug. I could feel her shaking body as she clung to me like a lifeline. "Cruciatus curse!" Harry called out from behind me. It took me a moment to realize that Umbridge had put my friend under the effects of the torture curse. It took all of my will to keep my cool as my head whipped and I caught Umbridge's eyes. My magic reacted and suddenly I was inside her mind, watching the part that I missed while listening to the patroness. I saw how Umbridge heard Harry approach her and the fear she felt knowing that he was approaching her with purpose. Umbridge ducked into the nearest classroom and prepared to cast the first spell that crossed her mind. A spell she would use against that robed man from the other night if she ever got the chance. Harry walked into the room and she didn't hesitate. "Cruciatus," she intoned, and the red light leapt from her wand. Unfortunately, Harry dodged the spell. Hermione wasn't nearly as skilled. Umbridge only had her under for a few seconds before Harry had her disarmed and tied up, just like the man from the other night. I broke the connection of our minds with a shake of my head. The anger that I shook away from earlier came back in full force. "Ron," Harry said, getting my attention. "They have Percy." Chapter 23, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 14. Hey everyone! I wanted to say thank you for being honest in the reviews. I think the general consensus is that you all liked the chapters, but it felt a bit rushed. Which is more than fair. And I agree with you, they were a bit rushed, and I don't like that. So I am going to try and slow down and take more time on the chapters. More attention to detail. I think my lack of updates had become frustrating, mainly because I really enjoy writing these stories, and also because I made a promise to you all and myself to stick to my schedule. So when I don't do that, it makes me angry at myself. With all of that being said, I think I'll start spending more of my free time writing, every day after work. When I first started this journey, that is how I wrote. Now I sit down on my days off, Saturday and Sunday, and write a chapter a day for each of my stories. I haven't been ahead of schedule in a long time, I'd like to get back to that. Now, enjoy the latest chapter, and remember there is an author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. They have Percy. Of all of the people for Harry to say, I didn't expect it to be my estranged brother that turned out not to be estranged, just a spy for Dumbledore. Sirius, Bill, Arthur, Molly, hell even Fleur would have been more expected. I thought as I processed the information. How? I asked while turning my eyes to the person tied in the chair in front of me. Harry just stared at me with a look that was impossible to discern. Umbridge fidgeted, her body writhing under my stare. Her arms moved behind her back, no doubt trying to wiggle out of the robes binding her. Her eyes looked around the room, anywhere besides my eyes. She must have some competence. I thought as I noticed she wouldn't meet my eyes after I just got done forcing my way into her mind. She didn't answer my question. My mind became clear as she continued her silence. I drew my wand slowly, slow enough for her eyes to lock onto the motion. With clear deliberate strokes in the air, I cast the most powerful privacy charm I knew. There weren't very many clues that the spell worked. But I felt my magic click into place as the spell ran its course. I turned back to look at the only door in the room. Sure enough, it wasn't there anymore. Instead, it looked like a blank stone wall spanned the length of the room. I turned back with a smile on my face. Harry looked at the door with appreciation, Umbridge looked at it with horror. Hermione watched the interaction with a trembling lip. The illusion will hold until I say otherwise. I spoke to the other people in the room. Which is good. I continued as an ethereal blade extended from the end of my wand. Because we might be here for a while. Umbridge's eyes widened as she saw the spell. You wouldn't. She mumbled, her eyes followed the blade as I let it fall to my side. I ignored her. Tell me, what's worse? I asked with a raised eyebrow as I approached her. The torture curse? Or feeling your arm get flayed right in front of your eyes? She didn't answer, she was too busy processing what I asked, while watching me reach for her arm. I grabbed it roughly, with enough force to make her yelp in pain. Answer me. I screamed at her as soon as I made contact. Letter. A letter. She screamed back at me hysterically, obviously believing that I would flay her alive. Do I have it in me? My mind asked itself as I replied to her. What? A letter, what letter? I asked more calmly, ignoring my mind. We found a letter he was planning to send to Dumbledore. She said, still screaming. A letter? I wondered, confused. Why would he be so reckless? Never leave a paper trail. I said as if he was in front of me. So? Why didn't you just fire him? It was Harry that cut in this time, asking questions about the rest of the puzzle that I already pieced together. Because Fudge knows. I answered for him, looking back towards Umbridge for confirmation. He knows that Voldemort is still alive. She said nothing, a smile splitting across her face. Of course we have known. It doesn't matter, the Dark Lord has promised us. Cornelius will be allowed to keep his post now that Dumbledore is away from the school. Rage. A white-hot rage slowly started to spread from my core. A chair to my right caught flame and burned up faster than anything I had ever seen burn. Hermione yelped behind me. You're telling me that the Minister of Magic is in contact with a man that has terrorized, raped, killed, and God knows what else to the very people he represents. My voice matched how I felt inside, angry didn't even begin to describe it. I just couldn't comprehend what I heard, it was outside the realm of possibility. Don't be so naive, boy. Umbridge answered me. My body moved without me telling it to. I felt the crunch of the bones under my fist, before I registered what had happened. I drew my hand back to see her nose, flattened against her face, pouring blood. Her shriek was the most satisfying part of the whole scenario. I felt a hand on my shoulder before I could repeat my actions. I traced its source to find Harry's brilliant green eyes staring at mine. You might hurt Hermione. I frowned at his remark, and the rage inside me subsided to a smolder, ready to be ignited into a roaring flame again. I looked around the room as I processed his words. It was on fire. Hermione cowered behind Harry, who had been busy protecting the two of them as my magic wreaked havoc around the classroom. Luckily the fire produced by my magic hadn't caused any smoke and we could still breathe. Another shriek split the air. You won't get away with this. Umbridge screamed at the top of her lungs, angry. I smiled at the scene, finding it a little amusing to see blood dry up around her mouth and chin. She looked exactly as she deserved to. The scene gave me an idea. I turned back to Hermione again. It's your turn, Hermione. I told her, thinking she might want to get back at the woman who had tortured her. Hermione's face turned from fear at me, to confusion, to recognition. It wasn't that much of a shock when she stepped forward with her wand in her hand. I moved to the side, to let her have some space as she got her revenge. She raised her wand and looked Umbridge dead in the eye. Umbridge looked down the wand, fearfully, knowing just what it was that she did to the girl in front of her. Merlin helped the man who casts the torture curse on me, and doesn't kill me. My mind supplied as I took in the scene. I expected Hermione to cast something, anything. Instead she stood there for a few moments, her wand started shaking. Eventually it dawned on me that she didn't have it in her to hurt the woman in front of her, no matter how much she hated her. She's still naive. Harry acted before I could and moved behind her. His hand reached out and grabbed her wand arm, turning her around and hugging her in one motion. She melted into him as he walked her backwards, out of the way. I stepped up, in front of Umbridge. "Where is my brother?" I asked calmly. She wants to lie. I realized as I sent a probe into her mind when her eyes met mine. We gave him to Lucius, that is the last I know of it. Truth. I told myself as I sensed no lies in her mind. The rage that sat in my stomach started to stir as I heard the words. "Whatever happens to him, will be nothing compared to what I will do to the rest of your family when I get out of here." A thin line of red appeared on her neck. "What?" I asked as I noticed my wand arm was outstretched. Time slowed as a single drop of blood dripped from the end of the ethereal blade extended from my wand. My eyes were drawn back to Umbridge. Her eyes were unfocused as her head slid to the side. I noticed every detail. The red line wasn't just on the front of her throat, it ran around the entire surface of her neck. I couldn't see the back of her neck but I knew that the line would be present there also. Time sped back up into real time as her head detached from her body and rolled down her torso, to her lap, and finally the floor. Thud. My mind registered the sound as her head impacted the floor. The fire inside my body turned to ice as I realized what had just happened. The world came back into clarity, sounds reached my ear. "Fucking hell, Ron!" Harry exclaimed behind me as he held onto Hermione. "Fuck." I turned around to see that he hadn't let Hermione see what just happened. He had his hand on the back of her head, pushing her into his neck. "I know." I answered him as my eyes locked onto a seat next to me that hadn't been touched by my fire. I sat down. My head fell into my hands immediately. "I know." "What happened?" I heard Hermione mumble into his neck. "Nothing. Do not look up," Harry said in a stern but soft voice. I looked to the duo to find Harry staring right at me. I shook my head as I tried to find words. They never came. Because I have nothing to say, nor do I wish I could take it back. My brain kicked back into gear at the realization. "Get her out of here, I'll handle this," I told him. "Do you have the cloak?" "I always have the cloak," Harry responded quickly. I nodded to him. "Good. Meet me at Hagrid's when you're done, we have shit to do." He didn't verbally respond, instead his body melted into thin air as he draped the cloak over their heads. Blood ran in a line towards my shoe from the head sitting on the ground not 5 feet away. The door closed and the illusion slid back into place. The back of my mind realized that I never dropped the ward, and Harry had just walked straight through it when he shouldn't have remembered the entrance location. The cloak. I realized. I steeled myself for what came next. My wand rose into the air and I concentrated on the effects I wanted to instill in the world. A flick of the wrist, combined with the will to make it happen, and a green flame appeared in the world. It latched onto Umbridge's body, head, and pooling blood on the floor. It didn't take long, as the book said it wouldn't. I stood there silently as green light reflected off of my skin. Soon enough I was left with a pile of ashes. Another flick of my wand and the chair nearest to me split, with one end turning into an urn, and the other into a cap for the urn. I considered gathering the ashes with my hands, as a type of atonement for the murder, but instead I decided to do it magically. Soon enough I was left with an urn full of ashes, and a room missing some chairs. My hand rose again and all of the furniture in the room repaired and rearranged itself to how it would have been before all of the shenanigans of the night. I took a deep breath before walking out the door. "What did he show you?" I asked Harry almost as soon as he walked into Hagrid's hut. He seemed taken aback by the question, no doubt he wanted to ask his own questions about Umbridge. "Percy, hovering in the air, spread eagle, screaming," Harry summed up shortly. "Then an image of the Department of Mysteries sign." I panicked. What if it was a fake image and I just killed Umbridge for no reason? No, she admitted to giving him to Lucius. It was real, wasn't it? I deduced. Yeah, I can tell what is and isn't real now, and he knows that. He knows that I wouldn't take the bait unless it was. Harry answered me. My response was to let my head fall into my hands. Fuck. We've got to let the Order know. Why there? Why does he want me there? Harry asked out loud, not to anyone in particular. I didn't say anything at first, battling with myself on whether or not to tell him. I made the decision. Fuck it, his occlumency is good enough. My mind told itself. It has been for a long time. It's time he knows the truth. There is a prophecy. I answered him. Held in the Hall of Prophecies. It has 2 names on it, want to guess whose names those are? His head snapped to mine when I answered him, then his eyes grew colder as I continued talking. Mine and Tom's. He stated in the air. It's why Dad was attacked down there. The order is trying to stop Tom from hearing the whole prophecy. He frowned then. Why not destroy it? I shrugged, not knowing the answer. Only thing I can think of is that they want Tom to reveal himself to the public. Only those whose names are on the prophecy can hear it, no one else. Although I know for a fact that Dumbledore knows the entire thing. Harry's eyes spoke of understanding, but I could tell he had a million questions going through his head. He thinks that you will charge after your brother, and I that I will follow? So when Umbridge handed Percy over, she gave him the perfect bait. Harry realized. I nodded, already coming to the conclusion. Yeah, and he's right. We're just gonna have about a dozen trained wizards at our back. Hopefully Dumbledore too. Sirius doesn't know where he is, hasn't seen him in a while. Harry shot that down pretty quick. How will you contact him? I smiled, happy I got to use my favorite line. Magic. I laughed as Harry rolled his eyes. Once this is all done, we're going to have a talk. And you'll finally tell me everything. Harry told me, staring at me. I met his eyes and nodded. Of course. Now let's go. Crack. The world came into focus with a twist as I folded space according to my will. Harry stumbled and let go of my arm. He shook his head. Always unpleasant. He commented as he walked forward and opened the door to 12 Grimmauld Place. I followed him and felt the wards shift around my presence, it purred as it rubbed against my own skin and magic. I almost missed a step as I felt the wards. Well, that was odd. I pondered and filed it away in the back of my memory. My magic sensing is getting better. Sirius. Harry called out in the house as he moved to the family room and shot straight towards a cabinet I knew would hold all sorts of alcohol. He opened it and found 3 glasses which he set on the table in front of me. I could hear Sirius' heavy footfalls on the stairs as Harry finished pouring the last glass. Someone else is coming from the kitchen. Are you old enough for that? Tonk's voice called out from the door that would lead to the kitchen. I know for a fact that they aren't. Remus answered her as he stepped into the room. And they should be in school right about now, worrying about owls. Well, one of them should be. I ignored them and grabbed the glass, swirled it once, and downed the entire thing. It hit me immediately. It sure does earn its name. I thought to myself in response to the feeling spreading through my body. Yes, it does. Watch your boys. Tonks greeted. Said that out loud, did I? I asked the room. Yes, you did. I should have never shown you two my stash. Sirius called out from the stairs. Now what are you two doing here? We have had an eventful night. Harry began. I raised my hand to him, before he could reveal anything that may or may not have happened. Let's leave that part out yet. Of course I was going to. Now they'll just be suspicious. Harry replied with a tone that would make someone think that I was a child. Just making sure. I said, reassured that he wouldn't say anything. Oh yeah, I'm going to get whatever that was out of you. Sirius said as he plopped down beside me on the couch. Not tonight, you're not. I responded. They have Percy. Silence. The type that only happens when you find out that your spy has been found out and captured. Bloody hell. Tonks was the first to speak. He's in the Department of Mysteries. I dropped the next bomb on them. Of course he is. Sirius groaned at the information. How did you come across this information? Remus asked me from his place at the doorway. Harry stood up from his chair before he responded. Tom sent me a vision, a real one. The last part Harry said to Sirius directly, leading me to believe he had been confiding in Sirius about his nightmares and the link. Wait, what? Tonks asked, walking over to sit down next to me. Hair a brilliant shade of red. Harry and Voldy have a connection. Left over from the night he earned his name as the boy who lived. I answered her. He's been torturing me with images, memories, nightmares since his resurrection the night of the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry picked up and finished. I've become fairly skilled at Occlumency since then, and have learned to block out anything unless he really wants me to see something. I've also learned how to differentiate between real and fake images. And he sent you one of Percy? Tonks asked. Could you be wrong about it being real? No, we have confirmation. I answered her again. How? It was Remus that asked this time. Neither Harry or I answered. Both of us just stared at Remus, unflinching and unanswering. What did you two do? Sirius asked from his place beside me. Once again, we were silent. Except this time, Harry's eyes swirled around to land on me. I met his gaze the same way I met everyone else's, unflinching. Somehow, everyone else in the room took that as a sign of guilt, for me only. Remus walked closer to me and kneeled in front of me, in response to our little stare-off. I didn't look at him, preoccupied with Harry. Why don't you just tell them then, you traitor? I thought to myself about Harry. That's not fair, he just witnessed me cut a woman's head off. Worst part is that I involved him and Hermione. Now they are both accessories to murder. Ron. Remus said while putting his hand on my shoulder, still I kept Harry's gaze. What happened? How do you know? I stood up and finally broke the eye contact. I walked over to the fireplace and leaned against the mantel, facing away from everyone else. My brother is captured. Best case, dead. Worst case, crucio. I responded, letting everyone know that the other part of the conversation was done and they wouldn't get anything out of me. It said a lot about the torture curse that I put it as the worst case, and him being dead as the best case. No one corrected me either, we all agree about that little fact. We all know it's the worst case. I continued. So I intend to retrieve him tonight. I'm here to ask for help, not for myself but for Harry. Because whether any of us like it or not, he's coming with me. I finally revealed why we were there at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry just grunted a little mmmhmmm as confirmation. As angry as he was at me for killing Umbridge, he wouldn't leave me by myself. No. Remus spoke up after we dropped the bomb. That rage inside me popped up again. I grabbed a hold of it with both hands and clamped down on it with my occlumency. Don't let your rage control you. Use it as fuel, direct it to the right places. I reminded myself. No. I asked, knowing everyone must have looked at him crazy when he said that. Or maybe they think I am the crazy one. Yes, no. Percy knew what he was risking when he approached us with the idea. Remus answered me. We won't risk you two over him. Part of my ego swelled when he said you two. They think they know my worth. I'm sorry. I responded by turning back to the room and drawing my wand. I wasn't asking you if I could go, I was asking if you would like to use the opportunity to eliminate some of Tom's Death Eaters. Everyone's eyes dropped to the wand in my hand. Tonks' eyes shifted and immediately I could tell that she was in aura mode. I prepared myself for her to move. Enough. Harry spoke up before the room could erupt into spell fire. His wand slipped into his hand as he chose sides. We are going, Tom won't stop until he gets the prophecy, we have no choice but to spring the trap. The room stopped and my eyes moved from Tonks to Remus. The wolf is strong in this one. I thought to myself at the primal look in his eyes. They have seen war. I realized as I took in my opponents, 3 veterans of magical warfare. Luckily the situation defused when Sirius decided to cut in. At least give us enough time to call the others. Chapter 24, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 15. Hello everyone. So it was a pretty consistent thing in the reviews that Tonks really isn't a veteran of war because she was so young when the first war concluded, which is a fair point. I just used the wrong word, to be honest. She is a fully trained Auror, and a talented one at that. She is a powerful witch, that much I think we can all agree. I was trying to portray that all 3 of them had flipped a switch in their minds and were now being serious. I then tried to establish their credentials with the veteran comment. My bad, we'll use a better choice of words next time. Now with that out of the way. We are still getting a lot of love in the reviews, in the fav/follow category. So I wanted to once again say thank you to everyone. On to the chapter. As always, there is an author's note at the bottom. Edit, rest in peace Kobe Bryant. I saw an interview with him one time and he preached about demanding excellence from yourself. He was a huge inspiration on my life, and one of the reasons that I decided to start writing. His daughter was also on the helicopter and confirmed dead. A sad day in the world, hold on to those you love. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I am coming. Fleur's elegant handwriting peeked out from my journal. Absolutely not. Was the first thing that popped in my head. Who am I to refuse her? Was my mind's own rebuttal. Can I convince you to stay home? I wrote to her. Green assaulted my vision as the Fleur flared up again in front of me. Bill stepped through, he was the second person to arrive after Kingsley. I nodded just as my journal vibrated, alerting me of another message from Fleur. No. Fleur answered me. I sat back on the couch and my hands instinctively found my face as I rubbed it, stressed at the new development. The Fleur flared up again and I didn't even bother looking up, assuming that it was someone else in the order. Not the warm welcome I was expecting. My head snapped to the speaker and I shot to my feet once I confirmed it was in fact my girlfriend. The next thing I knew, I had her in a crushing embrace. Vanilla. I confirmed with her head in my chest. I missed you. I began. I missed you too. She mumbled in my chest. Wait, how did she get here? I thought to myself. The Fidelius. I thought I said only in an emergency. Bill called out from behind me. Fleur responded fast, expecting the comment. This is an emergency. She replied, taking her head off my chest. I sent her a questioning look that she deciphered immediately. He gave me a note one day and told me that if ever I was in danger because of our relationship, to open it and go to the location. It was a guess that you were here. She answered my unasked question. A good one. I couldn't help but cup her cheeks and bring her in for a deep kiss. I have something to tell you. I told her as we broke apart, thinking about my actions earlier in the night with Umbridge. Her eyes kept darting from my lips to my eyes. I smiled knowing what was going through her mind. Why did you do that? She whispered to me with a seductive look. Sorry, love. I couldn't resist. I answered with a smirk. What did you need to tell me? She asked as we broke apart again. That will have to wait, we need to go. Kingsley said as he walked past us, the rest of the order right behind him. I nodded to him and turned back to Fleur. Are you ready? We're going to war. I asked her truthfully. She met my gaze without wavering, and my pride swelled. Your brother needs us, let's go. She answered me. I nodded to her and saw that everyone was looking at us. In another life, I would have been slightly embarrassed, but now I was focused. There is no room for embarrassment. Good. Kingsley began, taking the lead for the operation. We'll go by Fleur, soon as you get through, shields up. They could be waiting. Harry spoke up. The Fleur is active this late. He asked. Good point, one would think that such an important building would be locked up tighter than a tick's ass. I thought in response to his question. For Aurors it is. Kingsley explained quickly and left no room for another question. Don't bother with saying the location, newbies, you won't need it. Tonks, with me. Everyone else wait for us to clear it. Regardless, shields up, understood. He barked out the orders. Everyone murmured an affirmative. I thought about the robes I was wearing and realized that I didn't have any dragonhide or basilisk skin on besides my wand holster. I did have the same pair of robes on that I wore to protect Hagrid the night the Aurors came to arrest him. It would protect my identity, but we're way past that point with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. I thought to myself. Plus, Kingsley and Tonks would recognize the look and know it was me that interfered with the other night. No, it's best I just leave it, too restrictive anyway. I took off my outer layer of robes just as Kingsley threw powder into the flue. Ministry of Magic. He enunciated clearly and tapped the fireplace with his wand. That's how they do it, with wand registration. His superiors will know who lets us in. I realized. Where is Dumbledore? I turned and asked Bill behind me. Kingsley and Tonks stepped through the flue, ignoring my question. We don't know. Bill answered me. How did you try to contact him? Patroness. I asked him. He looked at as if I just discovered gold. We've been busy, lad. He might not answer us anyway. Remus commented beside us. Clear. Kingsley and Tonks called through the flue. Mad-Eye, Sirius, Remus. I rolled my eyes and looked at them walk through the fire without trying my idea. Fuck this. I thought to myself as I looked at Fleur and brought up the appropriate emotion for my next spell. My wand whipped into my hand. Expecto Patronum. I stated to the world. Blue mist coalesced into a nundu and made a motion of roaring, but it was unheard. It searched the room for an enemy and turned to me when it found none. Headmaster, the order is about to be in a battle at the Department of Ministries. Harry and I are joining. As soon as I finished, the nundu shot off through the window. The happiness and safe feeling that accompanied it left also. A hand grabbed mine. Stop showing off. We're next. Fleur told me as she pulled me forward. I took a deep breath and released it, focusing myself. Everyone else, come on. Kingsley called out. My parents walked through before us, both eerily quiet. They hadn't said much since I told them the news earlier in the night. I couldn't blame them, their son is in the hands of a madman. I grabbed Harry and pulled him close to me. This is it. I told him. He didn't respond, instead he decided to draw his wand in a slow exaggerated motion. I took that time to grab Fleur's hand. Then without a spoken command we crossed the threshold from 12 Grimmauld Place and stepped into the ministry atrium. My shield sprang up. Grunts sounded out around us and Sirius spoke up. Merlin. Trying to blind us. He exclaimed as he saw the size of my shield, which was easily 5 times the size of a normal one. It was mostly for Fleur. I thought as I let the shield fall. Focus up. Kingsley called to the group. We need to find Percy, and get out. Everything else is low priority. Mad respect. I thought as I saw Kingsley take control of the order and lead it. They'll be in the Hall of Prophecies. I called out. Shit. I heard Tonks mutter. No one questioned where the information came from, because everyone here was informed on what it was that Voldemort really wanted, the prophecy. Where else to find that but the Hall of Prophecies? Let's go. Wands out, stay alert. Then we were moving in a straight shot to the elevators. Time seemed to speed up and slow down at the same time. Every moment was spent hyper-alert while time seemed to fly by as we paced down the atrium. My magic swept out across the room. Nothing besides us. I observed as my Hominum Revelio spell revealed nothing. If the others noticed the magic, they said nothing. I couldn't tell if they looked at me either, because I brought up the rear, and I refused for someone to sneak up on us, so my eyes roamed the darkness behind us. Fla's hand on my back told me that we made it to the elevators and to stop moving. Another noise behind me let me know that they had pushed the button and were calling the elevator. 2 elevators. I recognized. All right, split up between the 2. It's level 9. Kingsley called out to our group. We did as he bid, and I noticed that both my parents stuck to the elevator that both Bill and I were on, to watch over their other 2 children, no doubt. Level 9. Arthur interrupted the voice, asking what floor. The elevator fell silent then as we all thought about the upcoming confrontation. I want everyone on this elevator to know that I love them. The words slipped out as I noticed the faces inside. Fleur, Harry, Bill, and both my parents looked back at me. Don't worry, son. We're all going to make it out of here. My father responded as the elevator started down. No risks, everyone. Let the seasoned members take the lead, you 3 support. Not a chance in hell. Harry and I are 2 of the best duelists here. I thought to myself but didn't speak up. Harry caught my eye and I could tell he was thinking the same thing. The floors ticked as we traveled lower and lower. I counted the sounds as I stared at Fleur, wondering why the fuck I let her come with us. She will see a different side of me today. I thought as the 8th floor rang out. There will be no mercy, not for family. Ding. The doors opened and I was the first out of the elevator, wand in hand. The other group was already out and waiting on us, having already secured the room. I relaxed my arm as Kingsley spoke to the group again. All right, Remus, you're on point. Get us to the Hall of Prophecies, we have no choice but to spring the trap. Kingsley barked out. Remus moved forward down the chamber that would lead to the entrance room to the Department of Mysteries. We all began moving behind him and the older members of the group moved to the front and the sides, protecting the ones behind them, Harry, Fleur, and I. The chemistry was admirable, but the effects were annoying to the 3 of us. We entered into the entrance room of the Department of Mysteries and it was just as the books described. As soon as the door shut behind us, the 12 doors started moving around the room, recognizing that we didn't have access. After the door settled again, Remus' wand was in motion as he cast a variety of spells that I could tell were meant to reveal information to the caster. His head snapped to the side and found the door he was looking for. Time chamber, do not touch or cast anything in this room, understood? Remus called out to us. At our affirmative, we moved forward to the door and into the time chamber. Once again it was accurate to how the books portrayed it. Clocks of all shapes and sizes were littered across the room. Green lights flittered throughout the room, originating from the furthest wall where a bell jar stood. Remus wasted no time in ushering us through the room to another door that he opened quickly. We poured into the Hall of Prophecies and I was immediately in awe of the room. The room had to be 30 to 40 feet in height, filled with rows upon rows of shelves filled with glowing orbs. This many prophecies? I couldn't help but ask myself. Tonks broke me out of my wonder by pushing past me to join the other Aurors in the front. Stop. Harry spoke loud enough for everyone to hear and low enough for it not to carry across the room. Ron and I must spring the trap. They're only expecting us to, once they reveal themselves, then you all can join us. Absolutely not. Molly answered him. Agreed. Remus chimed in. He's right. Kingsley cut in before we could dissolve into arguing amongst ourselves. We won't be far behind. Everyone know the disillusionment. The last question was aimed at Fleur, and everyone knew it. She met his eyes and brought her wand to the top of her head. As soon as it touched her flawless silver hair, she disappeared from view. Wandless. Atta girl. I thought as she answered everyone's question with style. Good. You 2 get going, we're right behind you. Walk slow so we don't break the charm. Kingsley ordered us. We obeyed immediately and I sent a quick prayer to whatever entity out there to protect Fleur from harm. I joined Harry as we walked down the hall to the PS, where his prophecy would sit. Are you ready? Harry asked me. Absolutely. I answered him confidently. It was true, there was a cold focus in my gut. We walked slowly, as we were told. Time once again slowed down, every step, every breath felt like an eternity. I sent out another Hominum Revelio to the room and once again got nothing. Must be out of the range, or behind too many structures. Not too long now. I realized as we passed the LS and moved into the MS. Once again I sent out another hominum revelio. Once again I found no one. I repeated the action once we passed the NS, then the Os, and finally once again once we got to the PS. Each cast was rewarded with nothing. I had begun to believe that they truly weren't here when we approached the wall that Percy should be suspended in the air before. He wasn't, there was nothing there. I turned to look at Harry. You're sure it was real? I asked him. He didn't even look back to me, instead his eyes were on the label below, a prophecy that swirled faster than the others around it. SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord End. Harry J. Potter, it read. Harry's arm reached out and snatched the orb from its spot on the shelf. Oh, it was real. I reacted immediately to the new voice and turned around with my wand raised, a spell at the front of my mind. Lucius Malfoy stood before me, his wand not even drawn yet. The Dark Lord was wondering how to get you here, Potter. This. He made a motion with his hand, and Percy floated around a corner and into full view. Nuisance provided the perfect opportunity. My eyes locked onto my brother. His eyes were closed, and his head hung limply. His body was positioned in the position of a cross. The Dark Lord knows of your father's love for muggles. He thought young Percy here being in this position quite symbolic. Lucius continued. There were cuts all over my brother's face, and dried blood covered most of its surface. His hands were swollen and missing fingernails. And from under his shirt I could see the burn marks that traveled all across his torso, no doubt. You tortured my brother. I stated calmly. A part of my mind wondered why that white-hot rage wasn't spreading across my body right now. Instead it was the icy realization that what I was about to do, would not be out of anger, but because I wanted to. You will die for it. Lucius paused visibly, not expecting me to say that, no doubt expecting a scared child. He regained his composure and confidence as more bodies appeared out of the shadows behind him and around us. I looked around and saw the familiar face of Peter Pettigrew amongst the crowd. Amongst those that escaped Azkaban earlier in the year. I remembered and moved to the other faces that I knew also escaped the famous prison. My eyes landed on a dark-haired woman that would have been drop-dead gorgeous at one point in her life. Azkaban hadn't been nice to Bellatrix Lestrange. You know what we want. Hand the prophecy over, and we'll let you take young Percy here without a fight. Lucius let the words fall out of his mouth, sounding like a true psychotic laugh echoed through the room and sounded every bit like the villain she was. It was haunting. That doesn't sound like something that Tom would let you do. Harry answered him, his hand gripping the prophecy like his life depended on it. Are you lying, Lucius? Once again, Lucius was taken aback by the two men in front of him. Instead of scared, little boys, he got confident, capable young men. He didn't get a lot of time to contemplate it before Bellatrix interrupted the two. Don't you dare say his name! She shrieked at Harry. You are not worthy. I'm not worthy of saying a fellow half-blood's name. Harry asked her. Why would that be? Her wand rose and mine did with it, ready to answer her attack with my own. Lucius' hand split the air and interrupted the duel before it could begin. Enough, you could damage the orb. Lucius exclaimed, losing his composure once again. Don't forget why we're here. Uh-oh. I interrupted them before it could go further. Someone got beat with the crazy stick as a child, didn't she? I antagonized with a smirk on my face. That actually made all the wrong people laugh. The Death Eaters and even Bellatrix laughed at my joke, her cackling making the hair on the back of my neck stand. Now let's get this straight. I said while taking my time in counting the Death Eaters and marking their locations in my mind. 13. You will give me my brother. Or I will start killing people, and then I'll take him. How does that sound? Lucius' eyes narrowed. You're in no place to make demands of us, boy. Give us the prophecy before we stop using words, and we start using wands. I nodded and hummed in response. I turned to Harry and gave him a look that we both knew said on your mark. His head tilted and a smirk split his face. Our wands rose at the same time that our companions dropped their disillusionment charms. Always hit first. My first spell hit the ground in front of Harry and I, nothing happened immediately. My second spell fired off just as everyone else did. Voice rose into the air and shields were conjured to absorb the spell of the attacker. My spell was simple, a summoning charm towards my brother. As I thought, my spell met resistance. Someone had spells on him to prevent such a thing from happening. I used the experience from my ward-breaking lesson to grab onto the magic with my own. His body started moving. Harry's shield erupted in front of me to absorb a spell from, you guessed it, Bellatrix Lestrange. He immediately sent spells to another target to our left. Bingo! I thought as she took my bait. I let go of Percy and turned my attention to the witch who cast the wards preventing him from leaving his position in the air. 3 spells leapt from my wand, a piercing charm, a bone breaker, and a severing charm. All of them sent to positions that would mean lethal wounds. Bellatrix's shield absorbed the first two and she batted the third away while moving into her own spell. Avada Kedavra. Her spell was almost easy to predict. Earth rose up in front of me in accordance with my will, a result from the spell I sent into the ground before the duel started. At the same time, Harry and I stepped out from either sides of the wall and sent spells her way. She didn't even bother throwing up another shield or trying to bat every spell away. Instead she backed behind a pillar. I took that time to break for my brother who was still hanging in the air. Harry continued throwing spells that I didn't recognize by color, but recognized by wand motion and intent. He wasn't playing nice. All around us, spells were being thrown around by different groups engaging each other. There were 3 bodies on the ground that I recognized as Death Eaters. Must have gone down in the initial assault. I deduced. I reached Percy and my hand grabbed his foot. I immediately felt the spells on top of him, holding him suspended in the air. I ripped them apart. His eyes flew open when the spells in his body dropped. I moved my head to avoid the kick he sent my way in panic. Get away! He screamed as he backed away from me in shock. Fuck, I should have known better. I thought as he took off in the opposite direction of me. In the direction of Bellatrix. I saw what would happen before anyone acted. Harry approached the pillar in the opposite direction as me, and was pushing Bellatrix out into the open, directly in Percy's path. She rounded the corner, and her eyes locked onto my brother. I moved to position myself in a way that I could defend him without hurting him. He moved the same direction once he saw Bellatrix. Her wand whipped up and cut the air in the same pattern that was carved into Harry's scar. No. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 25, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 16. Hello everyone. We pick up right where we left off in the previous chapter. Got a bunch of stuff going on in my life right now, good but distracting and time-consuming stuff. I will keep everyone informed of its progress and regardless, I will finish my stories. Now on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. No. I prepared to cast a spell to protect my brother from the killing curse about to leap from her wand. It was not meant to be. My magic senses have been going haywire since the battle began, with all of the spells being thrown about. But my mind picked out an anomaly in the fighting. There was a spell coming my way. Natural instinct to stay alive kicked in and without thinking, I ducked and rolled, taking my attention away from my brother. Avada Kedavra. My eyes snapped up to the green jet of light and watched, helpless as it impacted its target. Red hair, an exact match to my own, bounced off of the floor of the Hall of Prophecies. Once his body settled, his eyes stared out lifelessly in my direction. Percy. I was once again interrupted by a spell heading my direction. It was, once again, a green fast-moving spell that could only be the killing curse. Enough. I sidestepped the spell and kept my eyes on it as it passed me. My arm was already moving in the air. Ozone filled the air around me as I looked towards the caster. A shield spell leapt up in front of the body who cast the killing curse at me, not letting me see who it was. I was intent on showing whoever it was that there are more effective spells in the right hands. Boom. A bright white light filled the room, the walls shook, and the other people in the room felt the breath leave their bodies as the spell manifested in the world. Once my retinas adjusted to the darkness of the room again, I saw the effects of the spell I cast at my opponent. Peter Pettigrew stood without a shield in front of him, and with a hole in the middle of his chest. His limbs were stiff as he fell backwards, dead. Ron. I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked to see Harry looking at me. He pointed down to where I knew our companions were fighting. I traced his finger to find out what he wanted to see. Fleur. I realized and took in the situation she was in. Her hair whipped around her, apparently it fell out of its ponytail sometime in the battle, as she deflected 2 spells and sent back one of her own. I expected her to be backing up, but at her feet was a body that I could tell she was trying to protect. Let's go. I said, grabbing Harry and running her direction. Her attackers were slowly wearing her down and walking towards her, hugging a wall. My wand whipped up and I sent a brown spell their direction. It hit the wall right behind her attackers. I slowed my running to concentrate on the spell. A giant hand formed out of the tiled walls and smacked the 2 attackers away, sending them flying and breaking a few bones no doubt. 2 spells the color of the piercing spell flew from Harry's wand beside me and hit them mid-air. The 2 hit the ground and I didn't look to see if they were down for the count, instead choosing to link back up with Fleur as soon as possible. I sprinted her way and realized we were heading back in the direction of the time room and the entrance to the Department of Mysteries. It took me longer than I wanted to reach her. On the way there I noticed that we were the only people left in the Hall of Prophecies, if you didn't count the 3 bodies on the ground. In the back of my mind I could feel magic still being cast, but it was far away. How could I miss the fighting move around? I wondered but realized that war was chaotic. Fleur. I yelled, getting her attention. She turned my way with her wand raised at me, a reaction that I could understand considering the situation. Her clothes were a little ruffled and her hair flowed down the sides of her head, but other than that, she looked flawless, untouched. Relief spread throughout my body at the sight that she was fine and untouched. Ron. She replied just as relieved. We met with a quick hug before she released me quickly and pointed at the ground to the body laying there. I quickly identified Tonk's red vibrant hair. Blood pooled in a long gash from her abdomen. Harry kneeled down at the same time as we looked, and I saw his wand wave over her in what I deduced to be some kind of diagnostic spell. The oddest part was the hissing sounds coming from his mouth as he cast. He waited a moment to analyze what his magic was telling him and then nodded to himself. Fleur and I just stood there and watched him work, taking a moment to breathe and get control of ourselves. My heart clenched as I tore my eyes from Harry and they found the pale lifeless body of my brother lying on the floor. My wand whipped and Percy's body flew towards me, at a much slower pace than what a summoning charm normally did. I cast 2 more spells to catch him and levitate his body into a peaceful state, with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes are still open. I realized as my hand reached out without thinking and closed them, completing his peaceful look. His body was abnormally cold, freezing to the touch. I looked back towards the ground, unable to stand the sight anymore. Harry had Tonk's shirt hiked up enough to see the wound but not enough to risk her dignity. The gash was a nasty piece of dark magic that I knew wouldn't be easy to heal and would take her a while to get over. She took it for me. Fleur said, squeezing my hand. We have been fighting together, but I was blinded by your spell, and one of them cast at me. She was busy deflecting the others at the same time and just moved in front of it. Fleur finished quietly. Everything I do is met with consequences. I thought, realizing that I was inadvertently responsible for Tonk's state. Harry started casting and once again all I heard was the distinct sound of Parseltongue as his wand hovered above the wound. What I didn't expect was the skin to start to knit itself back together, almost immediately. It took another 20 seconds for him to finish up and I stood there gaping as her nasty oozing wound was replaced with a thin line stretching across her ABS, her very toned ABS. Wow! I commented as he finished. Harry ignored me and stood up while waving his wand at the same time. Tonks sat up quickly, her wand in hand. She recognized us quickly and dropped her wand back down. Tonks' other hand immediately went to her wound and she groaned in pain from sitting up so fast. She hiked her shirt up quickly to inspect the wound. Don't move too fast, Harry said incredulously. It's not as strong as it was. He dropped back down to help her. She gaped, just as I had, at the perfect, thin line that should have been extremely worse. How? Tonks croaked. I'll explain later, Harry answered. Can you stand? His right hand grabbed under her arm, and his left supported her back as he hauled her up without warning. Tonks hissed in pain and looked at him like she was going to murder him. Merlin, Harry. She got out between gritted teeth. We've got to go, I stated, interrupting everyone. We need to regroup, they're most likely outnumbered. I didn't wait for an answer, instead I turned to the direction I knew the door was at and pulled Fleur along with me. She followed without protest. I tried not to think about how Percy's body also floated along behind us. Don't move in a way that will strain it, Harry ordered Tonks behind us. Easy for you to say. We're in the middle of a battle. Tonks bit back, obviously in a bad mood but keeping her sassy attitude. I ignored their banter as I reached the door that would lead back into the time room. I opened the door and threw up a shield immediately. A spell bounced off of it and all 4 of us retaliated in the direction of the caster. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for my need of revenge, Tonks' stunning spell and Fla's banishing spell hit him while Harry and I's more lethal spells missed. I didn't recognize the man as I moved further into the room. Ropes sprang from Tonks' wand and wrapped around him. Too bad she's here, I thought as I realized it would be a bad idea to torture and kill him in front of her. She's still an Auror. I ignored the body as I passed him without taking in the features of the man. Instead a thought hit me. Harry, where's the prophecy? I asked him as I stopped before the next door. He patted the pocket on the side of his pants, a pocket that must have been enchanted to carry more than it looked. Destroy it, I commanded, realizing that we didn't need it and to keep it was to risk Voldemort getting it. Harry gave me a confused look. I need to hear it, he said, not obeying me. I'll tell you what it says later, I promise, I said genuinely. He wanted to protest more, I could tell, but he knew my reasoning. He sighed and reached into his pocket. When he pulled his hand out, the glowing orb came with it. He wasted no time in rearing back and tossing it onto the ground, shattering it. Thanks, mate, I told him as I turned back to the door, worried for the rest of my family and the order. I burst through the door and threw my shield up again. No spell hit it this time and I let it drop before casting a Hominum Revelio. Nothing. Where is everyone? Tonks asked. Have any spells that can tell us? I asked, looking at all the doors around us, confused as which one to take. Yes. Fleur stepped up and started casting. It was the exact same spell that Remus cast in the room the first time we were in it. I made a mental note to ask her about it. This way, Fleur said, heading towards a door on our right. I burst through the door, not wasting any time, and conjured a silver shield instead of a normal protego, knowing there was fighting going on. Once again, nothing hit my shield, but a lot of magic hit my senses. The entrance room had cut me off from feeling the fighting, but now that I was through the door I realized that everyone had moved into this room. My silver shield disappeared as I vanished and I was met with the room I was trying to avoid, the death chamber. It started as a narrow chamber and then opened up after about 10 feet, the ceiling reached church levels and the floor looked like a cave, leading to a raised platform that held the veil. It had 2 identical pillars reaching up from the ground and connecting with a beam on the top of it. Inside of the unnatural stone, white wisps fluttered about randomly. A mad cackling that I knew was Bellatrix Lestrange, broke me out of my wonder. That's when I noticed Sirius, inching closer to the veil, in a duel with Bellatrix. All around them, spells flew as Death Eaters and Order members continued to fight. Kingsley was outclassing 2 opponents in his duel. Lucius was currently dueling both of my parents at once, and doing fairly well. Bill stood beside Moody as they dueled 3 more Death Eaters. I locked onto my brother's murderer, and my wand moved in the same pattern as it did when I tore a hole through Peter Pettigrew's shield and chest. A hand grabbed my wand arm and stopped me from casting. Not with everyone around. Tonks hissed to me. I didn't look back to her, but I nodded in acceptance, knowing she was right and that particular spell could affect the battle overall. I turned back to Fleur as Tonks ran off. "Watch him, would you love?" I asked, pointing towards where my brother's body sat floating in the air. At her nod I sent another spell into the ground. A giant hand, much like the one who knocked Fleur's attackers out earlier, appeared and opened to allow his body to rest on it. The hand stilled and locked in place, as if it was cradling him, according to my will. It was a bit theatrical, but my brother deserved nothing less. I looked back to see that Tonks and Harry had already joined the battle, but had split to help different parts. Tonks going to help members of the Order and Harry going to duel Bellatrix with his godfather. Sirius was now way too close to the veil, which would kill anyone who touched it immediately. Harry appeared in my vision as he deflected a spell and grabbed Sirius, pulling him away from the veil. How he knew to do it was beyond me, but I was relieved regardless. Suddenly I realized that there might have been an alternative to fighting and possibly losing more Order members, or worse, family members. My wand traveled to my neck and I cast the sonorous charm. The prophecy is destroyed, it is over. No one listened, the fighting continued. Enough. The prophecy is destroyed, Voldemort will never hear it. I called out again. Avada Kedavra. I dove in front of where I was standing and felt the spell hit behind me, spraying debris onto my clothes but not hurting me. I rose to my feet and deflected another orange spell almost casually. I sidestepped his next spell and sent a wave of fire not meant to harm but obstruct his sight. Then I started my next chain of 3 spells, Bombarda, Piercing, and an overpowered severing charm sent towards his leg. He didn't fall for the fire, his shield rose. I wasn't surprised to find my opponent's shield shatter under my Bombarda. I was surprised when he recovered by deflecting my second spell and stepping over my third. That's when I knew I wasn't dealing with a grunt. My opponent didn't retaliate immediately, instead his head cocked to the side, as if he was truly seeing me. Well, a Weasley with some skills, a rare thing in the world. He spoke, I still didn't know who he was. "Can I have the name of my next victim?" I asked condescendingly. He smirked, apparently appreciating the banter. "Rodolphus Lestrange, your death." Lestrange answered with wide arms, proud of himself. He cast another chain of spells and I wondered if he would continue to be so predictable. I deflected each one of them with a bat of my arm. A whip of fire shot from my wand, heading towards his neck. He also batted the spell away. I twisted my wand and the fire he deflected reformed into a bird that attacked his arm. He didn't block it and his wand arm went up in flame. I expected it to spread throughout his body, but he kept his cool and cast a spell that dissipated the fire. Impressive. I admitted, watching him cast while the same arm was on fire. I also noticed that patches of his robe had melted onto his arm and skin was peeking through. "The fire I use is not nice," I admitted, knowing the pain would lead to his downfall. I sent a spell into the ground, it didn't escape his notice. Another one of my giant hands reached up from the ground right before his feet to grab him. He retaliated with a spell that detonated against the earth hand, sending debris my way. His first attack in a while, and it was impressive. A sweep of my wand and the debris twisted around my body before I sent it back his direction with a wave of transfigurations that sharpened them and turned them into mini bullets. It was one of the most mentally straining combinations that I had ever cast. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster Dumbledore was. Lestrange's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the prospect of hundreds of small spikes heading his way. He panicked and turned around while diving to the side. His upper body escaped unscathed, his legs were not so lucky and were punctured by no less than 30 of the spikes. I sent a disarming charm that left him helpless as he screamed at the pain and clawed at his legs. I snapped his wand as soon as it hit my hand. I cast a levitation spell that shot him into the air upside down, with his legs and arm on full view. Then I banished him in the direction of his wife. Bellatrix didn't see his body coming, she was too busy breaking serious defenses and hitting him with a nasty curse that I knew would need to be treated immediately. Luckily, my timing was such that Harry could administer the treatment. Her husband's body fell to her feet with a crunch, he stopped moving. I felt a touch of disappointment when I saw his chest still rising, telling me he was breathing and not dead. Bellatrix's head snapped to her disappointment of a husband, and took in his injuries. Then her eyes traced his trajectory and landed on me. A giant smile split her once beautiful face. You should have killed him. Bellatrix called out as I approached her and fell into dueling range. I would do it myself, but the Dark Lord has use of him. Oh, I will, eventually. I answered her, not surprised at her willingness to kill her own husband. Her madness was only outweighed by her loyalty of Voldemort. The orb is destroyed, Voldemort. She hissed at his name. We'll never hear the prophecy. You have failed. She looked at me, and I could tell she was trying to see if I was lying. You're lying. Called it. Its broken fragments lie in the time room, beyond that door back there. I said, pointing to the side of me to where I knew the door was. Bellatrix didn't answer me then, instead of her wand raised to cast a spell. She didn't get very far as a hush fell across the room and her eyes looked behind me. I didn't bother falling for the trick. Turns out it wasn't a trick and she took off running, at a surprising speed in the opposite direction. I wondered where she was going and noticed a door that I don't remember being there. I decided to finally turn around and saw the reason of her fear. Dumbledore had arrived. It was not the same old man I considered an ally and mentor. No, this was a wizard capable of dueling every single one of us in this chamber and decimating us. Every line on his face screamed domination for any opponent. The Elder Wand was grasped firmly in his grip, broadcasting his intent. Fox cry lifted the spirits of all the Order members, while spreading fear through our opponents. Some Death Eaters also paused long enough to be subdued. Lucius and two other followed Bellatrix through the door that I realized would lead to the Ministry Atrium. Tom's here. I heard Harry tell me from where he approached with Dumbledore. I can feel his disappointment. I traced Dumbledore's eyes and found the reason of his staring. Fleur approached us now that there was a lull in the fighting, Percy levitating behind her. Yes, look at what we have done, Dumbledore. I thought as he took in the sight of my brother's dead body. A cry cut through the air, opposite of the one Fox had just let out. It was the cry of a mother, who just realized one of her sons is dead. Bellatrix's cackling, Voldemort's laughter, there would never be another sound that would haunt me as much as the sound that came out of my mother's mouth. I hung my head and focused on my occlumency to rein in my emotions that threatened to spill out. When I lifted my head again I saw Kingsley and Remus holding Sirius up and helping him walk. Tonks was being held up by Fleur. Bill and both of my parents were hunched over Percy's body, trying to pull Molly off of him. Harry was nowhere to be found. Harry? I asked just as the door that Bellatrix ran into closed. Fuck. I thought as I realized he went after he just like in the books. I took off in a sprint, towards the door. I reached it in what felt like no time, but I realized was enough time for him to be killed by Voldemort. Idiot. Wait. Someone called out behind me. I burst through the door, and skidded to a stop when I almost ran into Harry's back. He hadn't moved 3 steps since he crossed the threshold. I could see why. Ah, Ronald Weasley. His voice was slippery smooth, the representation of a snake in human form. Well, more like a basilisk in human form. His robes flowed around him, like they were lucky to grace his frame. His pale skin made his red eyes pop. He hadn't even drawn his wand yet. Harry's body relaxed and I realized I had interrupted a mental duel between the two of them. Your occlumency has improved, Harry. Bravo. Voldemort praised and his Death Eaters laughed behind him. Hello, Tom. I answered him just as Dumbledore walked into the room behind us. Voldemort's eyes narrowed at me when he realized what I called him. Dumbledore, must you interrupt my fun? You should not have come here tonight, Tom. Dumbledore answered him as he stepped up in front of both Harry and I. I expected more banter but Voldemort's wand leapt into his hand at least 3 times as fast as I myself could manage. A killing curse leapt from his wand and I didn't even hear the incantation in my shock. My magical senses went beyond out of control as the 2 titans of the wizarding world brought their magic to the front of their skin. It was nothing I had ever felt before, their very magical presence influenced the world around them. The statues in front of us leapt forward and absorbed the blow before it could even get halfway to our position. Next thing I knew, Dumbledore wasn't beside us anymore, as he apparat to the other end of the atrium and animated the rest of the statues in the middle of the chamber. One of them tried to pin Bellatrix but she sent a spell that shattered the statue. The other statues disappeared into the flue, something I didn't think could happen as they weren't alive. Bellatrix turned her gaze on Harry and I as the 2 titans dueled further into the atrium, their magic dominating the room. She overcame her fear of her master and Dumbledore and sent a stunner towards Harry that I expected him to block. I was wrong, his body dropped unconscious, leaving me alone to duel Bellatrix. I broke out of my stupor and focused on my Occlumency shields. My wand moved and a wall of earth sprang up in front of Harry to protect him from the duel. Then Bellatrix pulled off the kid's gloves. My wand rose and deflected 3 spells, that seemed too close to be possible. I started moving to the side, not making myself an easy target. At the same time I cast 2 spells designed to distract her. My third spell was a bombarda that hit the ground beneath her, sending debris all over the place. I had to abandon my transfiguration to conjure a silver shield to absorb her killing curse. 2 simultaneous gongs rang out through the room. I glanced to the side to see that Voldemort had conjured a similar shield to absorb Dumbledore's spell. Voldemort and I mirrored each other. Then I realized that I had moved enough not to catch Dumbledore in any crossfire and waited for my opportunity. Bellatrix was all offense, flowing from one spell chain to another. I blocked all of her attacks, waiting for my chance. In the end, I decided to create my opportunity. One deflect, sidestep, another deflection, another sidestep, and I sent a spell at the ground. Bellatrix knew my strategy at this point, but I was counting on that. Her eyes went to the floor beneath her and ignored the smell of ozone that penetrated the room. At the same time, a snake made of fire rushed towards Dumbledore. My wand whipped and the same spell that killed Peter Pettigrew leapt from my wand, moving faster than any killing curse. I watched as she realized her mistake and looking down, giving me enough time to complete the long wand motion that the lightning bolt required. I whispered the name of the spell, reveling in my victory over her. I knew it would hit. Foolman. The lightning bolt traveled over the distance to hit its target. Except a brown metal pole, that I would later learn was copper, covered in runes, pierced the ground close enough to attract all of the lightning and leave Bellatrix unharmed. My eyes found the reason she was alive, Voldemort standing right behind her, having apparat to save her. My shock at being foiled prevented me from realizing that a green light was traveling my direction. What? My life didn't flash before my eyes, I didn't have any time to think of anything but shock as the killing curse traveled my direction. A flash of fire appeared in front of me. Fawkes' beak opened up and he swallowed the spell that would have taken my life. I did nothing as water cascaded from the pool to wrap around Voldemort and hold him inside it. He floated for a moment before realizing he couldn't get out. Without a crack, or a pop to notify his absence, he reappeared beside the water. With a flick of his wrist, the water disappeared. Bellatrix just stared at me. That's when I noticed the copper pole covered in runes was actually glowing. I clamped down on my shock and awe of my opponents with my Occlumency and willed myself to act. Dumbledore appeared next to me just as wall of pure stone appeared in front of us, a result of my earlier spell that distracted Bellatrix. The Elder Wand rose and shield appeared in front of us. The wall in front of us shattered as it absorbed the impact from whatever the copper pole did. The stone wall did absorb most of the impact, but Dumbledore's shield deflected the debris that shot out in response. I banished the rest of the wall in front of us so that we could see our opponent. He was nowhere to be found. I heard shuffling behind us and we both turned to see Harry wriggling around on the ground. I expected his eyes to turn red, and signal that Voldemort had possessed him, just like in the books. I was relieved to see green when Harry's eyes opened. "Get out, Tom!" Harry stated to the air around us. A scream of anger sounded out in the direction of Bellatrix and we both turned to see that Voldemort hadn't moved, only turned himself invisible to try and possess Harry, a dumb move apparently. That's when the flames lit up with green flames as Aurors and other ministry officials poured into the atrium. Voldemort turned and sneered at the newcomers before grabbing Bellatrix and disapparating. I finally relaxed as his magical presence faded and Dumbledore reigned in his own magic. Fudge was sputtering something about Voldemort being back, acting like he didn't already know. I could have slapped Dumbledore with his next sentence. Still got it. Chapter 26, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 17. Hello everyone. I'm glad that you all thought the duels were done right. I tried to paint a knowledgeable and powerful Ron, but an inexperienced Ron at the same time. Ron has a long way to go to compete at a level with Dumbledore and Voldy, at least in dueling, a lifetime to go in other aspects of magic. I also wanted to change the duel between Dumbles and Voldy completely but decided against it. Thanks for the feedback on that, I really appreciate it. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. I did not cry. I could not cry. Funerals had never meant much to me in my past life. Why should it now? I thought to myself. Working at a funeral home at a young age, and being exposed to so much death made me numb to it all. My brother's soul passed on 3 days ago, what does his vessel mean to me? It's your brother, you fucking hairless piece of shit. The casket being lowered into the ground broke me out of the thoughts tormenting my mind. I locked down on them with my Occlumency, having let my shield slip trying to draw out some emotion for the vessel of my brother's soul. None came. Truth is, I have never been close to any of my siblings. The past 2 years have only driven an even further wedge between us. I started to think about why it was that I had allowed some relationships in my life to wither and die. I avoided Hermione because I didn't want to love her because I was supposed to. If it was to happen, then it would, naturally. Turns out, distancing myself just let me see the differences in maturity level between us. I concluded as I analyzed my actions directly after the merge. My siblings, well, Ron's resentment and my past life wasn't a good combination. A loving family with just as many siblings, it felt like replacing my old life with this new one. That repulsed me, so once again, I distanced myself. I knew all of this a long time ago. But it was the first time the consequences of my actions were laid out in front of me so, directly. Fleur's warm hand in mine made me realize that my occlumency was slipping again. I took a deep breath and exhaled before turning to her. She looks as elegant in black as she does with anything else. I concluded as I drank in her form. But I don't ever want to see her in it again. Her puffy blue eyes told me that she cried more than I did at my own brother's funeral. Are you ready? I asked while looking around. We were the last people at the gravesite, lasting even longer than my parents. Only the funeral workers remained, and they had already covered the hole with dirt and were leaving. Fleur nodded in confirmation. I thought she wouldn't speak at first. I was wrong. Are you okay, love? I stopped, not expecting the question. I looked at her again, and this time her eyes held the strength I had grown accustomed to. I gave her a small smile that I knew didn't reach my eyes. I will be. Pop. Pop. Our feet caught the floor, without stumbling, at 12 Grimmauld Place in the bedroom I designated as my own close to a year ago. Has it been that long since the end of the Goblet of Fire? I wondered as I realized that in a couple of weeks it would be a year to the day. I put the thought away in the back of my mind as Fleur's hands shrugged my black peacoat off of my shoulders. I barely reacted fast enough to catch her lips on mine. Her hands dropped the coat to the floor and found the tie on my neck almost immediately. Once that was deposited, she broke off the kiss. You are thinking too much. She told me as her hands reached to her own clothes and I realized that she was down to her last layer. Her breasts spilled into the air. I couldn't help but agree with her. Funerals really do make women horny. I thought as we descended the stairs, looking immaculate after our round of love-making. The others will wonder where we have been. I whispered in Fleur's ear, taking her hand as we continued our descent. It would have been quicker if you didn't ruin my hair and makeup. Fleur whispered back in my ear with a smile. I felt a slight twinge of guilt at my better mood, knowing that what we did could have waited and was inappropriate for the situation. Another part of my mind thanked her for the distraction and resetting my brain after the emotional morning. Thank you, love. I told her just as we reached the second floor. The noises of everyone mingling reached my ears around the same time. We walked into the sitting room to see the whole of the order besides Snape in attendance, along with some of my family and Hermione. Even Dumbledore was present chatting to my parents, wearing a somber smile. Bill chatted with Kingsley in a corner. Harry and Sirius were sitting close to one another having a hushed conversation, one that had both of them smiling and giggling. No doubt about women. Tonks and Moody. McGonagall and Ginny. The twins looked like they were talking to Remus about some potion mixture that would, inevitably, turn into a prank. At least that was what they were doing before we walked into the room. The eyes of the order turned to us, although I noted that the stares were directed at me, and not my beloved. I noticed that nearly everyone had signs of the battle on their person somewhere. Scratches from debris on their faces, favoring a leg or arm, or some other ailment. In fact, the only ones who seemed untouched were me and Dumbledore. Are they resentful of the fact? I wondered as I squared my shoulders and met their gazes confidently. I knew Fleur was doing the same as we walked forward towards the drink table. That was when I noticed the Daily Prophet sitting on the coffee table, with the front page for all to see. Ministry official, assigned to Hogwarts, missing. My mind ran a mile a minute and I forced myself not to look away. I changed our trajectory to the table in front of the couch. Fleur moved gracefully beside me to the new destination. I snatched up the paper and forced myself to act shocked as my eyes scanned the page without actually reading the article. I decided that it was enough acting after a few moments, and put a smirk on my face as I put the page down. Hopefully my performance would convince everyone that I had nothing to do with it. My open happiness was to because no one in their right mind who thought they could be guilty would act happy. Everything was faked. My eyes rose to the room again and noted who was still watching my actions closely. Kingsley, Moody, Dumbledore, and McGonagall? I thought, taken back by the last one. Go find a place, love. I'll grab us a drink. I spoke to Fleur as I met her eyes. Normally she would protest, saying that she was a big girl and didn't need a man to do these things for her. The look in my eye stopped her. She just nodded her head, doing as I asked. Who will it be first? I thought as I made it to the drink table and started to pour a cup of punch for each of us. It was Harry that appeared beside me first, and I was caught off guard for a second. Hey mate, how are you holding up? Harry asked, seeming like a good friend. His eyes spoke a different story. As to be expected. It has been hard. I responded, the hair on the back of my neck standing up. Well, I have something to take your mind off of it. I've been interested in wand lore recently and I wanted to ask you about your wand. It is willow and unicorn hair, right? Harry asked. I froze, figuring it all out, but managing to nod at Harry. Harry knew about my new wand, he had known for a long time now. My willow and unicorn hair wand sat in the second slot of my wand holster on my arm, cold to my skin. It was only used as a backup and to escape notice from the law. Switch your wand. Harry was saying. It is normally prone to melancholy, so I want you to watch out for that in this hard time. Harry told me with a hand on my shoulder before moving back towards the couch with Sirius. I wasted no time in picking up the drinks in my hand and finding Fleur talking with Tonks in a corner, with her back to a wall. Good. They saw my approach and both smiled at me. I handed the drink in my hand to Fleur and leaned over to kiss her cheek. My right hand moved to her lower back, a normally affectionate thing to do when kissing your woman. What everyone didn't see was my wand flicking into my hand and being shoved down into her waistband. Orrs, am I right? I said, jabbing my elbow towards Tonks while giving her another look. I will be arrested soon. Orrs may be on their way. I said to myself, knowing that she got the hint. Tonks laughed at my jab. Fleur gave me a look that told me not to tease her so hard. She never even flinched at the wand between her cheeks. God, I love her. I was just telling Fleur thank you. It could have been much worse for me if she hadn't stood by my side. It would have been easier to just run and leave me. Tonks said to both of us. I was only doing what's right. Fleur answered, seemingly embarrassed at the praise. Plus, I think Harry wants your thanks more than I do. I know he was impressed with what he saw. I groaned at Fleur's proclamation, knowing Harry would now be teased endlessly by Tonks. Tonks' eyes lit up and a smile split her face. Oh? Do you think so? She said while looking his direction. What made it even worse was that Harry was actually staring at her ass at the same time. Harry didn't even bother looking away from her, just meeting her eyes and smiling. Attaboy. I thought, never prouder of my friend. Never look away after being caught. Who knows what he may have done to you with that tongue magic of his? I said innocently with a shrug. Tonks laughed at the comment and her eyes narrowed at Harry. Well, I wonder. I nearly spit out the liquid in my mouth, from just taking a drink. When was Teddy born again? I couldn't help but think. Her and Remus should be getting together soon. I'm gonna go tease him. Tonks grinned while walking in his direction. I silently sent a prayer for my friend. My parents are going to be pissed if they hear you get arrested. Fleur whispered so that only us two could hear. Fuck. I thought, not even thinking about them. I'll have to meet them properly to make up for it. I realized out loud. She looked sharply at me. You mean it? She asked. I gave her a confused look. Of course. Why wouldn't I? I asked. Fleur just smiled. You never brought it up after you met Mom Ann. Yet, I had kind of forgotten about that, to be honest. I would love to. I answered her. But first. I nodded towards the two Aurors walking in my direction, Moody and Kingsley. I smiled at them as they approached, acting as if I was just greeting them. Ron. Kingsley began. Can we have a word somewhere private? He asked, and Mad Eye just glared at me with his mad eye. Of course. I agreed and pecked Fleur on the lips as I followed them. I'll be right back. They led me past the rooms I would have expected and we reached the front door to the house. I really am getting arrested. I realized as I noticed Harry and Hermione were nowhere to be found also. At my brother's funeral, someone is catching an ass whooping at the end of all of this. We walked outside and the summer air hit my skin. What's going on, guys? I asked as any scared teenager would. You can drop the act, Weasley. It was Moody that spoke. You know why we brought you out here. Deny till you die. No sir, I do not. I told him. We're bringing you in. Kingsley filled in the blanks. For a few questions about the disappearance of Dolores Umbridge. You have the right. I tuned him out then as they grabbed my arm and slapped a set of cuffs, glowing with runes, on my wrists. I felt the magic that normally circulates through my whole body, get muffled around my hands. It felt like when they fall asleep, static. Idiots. That missed my wand holster. If I wanted I could still cast from my wand. Even I can use an unlocking charm, although that may not work. I thought as I analyzed the situation. I didn't make any movement, not wanting to seem guilty. You don't seem surprised. Mad Eye said with his eyes narrowing. I just stared at him. It was shocking, the parallels that Aurors had with Muggle police. I was portkeyed directly into an interrogation cell, and then they left me alone to stew in my thoughts for a moment. I sat in the chair, barely moving, looking calm as ever, waiting for them to get over the mind games. It took them an hour. I didn't recognize the aura that sat down in front of me. He put a file on the table that looked a little too new, the papers inside it didn't look as if they had anything on it. $10 says he doesn't open it. Then he set my backup wand and a butterbear down in front of himself. Hello. I don't care. I said, interrupting him, taking control of the situation. He stopped with his routine and looked in my eyes. I used the opportunity to use a well-practiced skill of mine, Legilimency. It was not a practiced probe, any decent Occlumency user could detect and deflect it easily. The aura was not a decent Occlumency user. This kid hasn't moved. They said it would be easy to get something from him. The aura was thinking hard on what to do now. He broke eye contact and looked down to the file, a meaty finger coming to point at it. Do you know what this is? The unnamed aura asked me. I know what you want me to think it is. I answered. You want me to think that brand new Mania folder is full of evidence that can put me away. I was done with the games, he met my eyes once again and I was in his mind faster than ever. I know that you waited approximately an hour to come in to try and psych me out. I know that the butterbear is because you think I will ask for a drink and subconsciously rely on you to provide me for one. I know you laid my wand there to show you have power over my magic. I also know that you are so green you can't shit without asking someone for permission first. I was on a roll, and my anger was building. His mind immediately produced a number when thinking about how long he had been an auror. 3 months. The door burst open then, and I smiled, finally getting someone productive. A blonde woman walked in with an air of authority and confidence. Kingsley trailed behind her. I told you. Kingsley said to the woman before anything could happen. Get out. The blonde woman said while looking at the rookie auror. She was livid. And practice your Merlin damned Occlumency. My niece could see he was in your mind. The rookie auror practically sprinted out the door. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. Amelia Bones. The woman said before she turned back to my direction and addressed me. Ron Weasley. I answered her. And I am royally pissed off. I would suggest you release me, we both know you don't have any evidence. If you did, I would be in Azkaban and not sitting in your smelly fucking room while you fish for me to incriminate myself. The woman stood there, unflinching during my tirade. And fuck you for doing this on the day of my brother's funeral. After I saved one of your aurors not 3 days ago. Ron. Kingsley interrupted me. It was all a formality, we know you didn't do it. That's what you think. I couldn't help but think to myself. We were put under political pressure. I got a flow call from people I never get a flow call from. Bones said, without flinching at my rant. You and your friends have been attracting all the wrong attention. Then she sat down in front of me. I sat back in the chair and the angry look on my face dropped, contained by my Occlumency. I really am a good actor, aren't I? Maybe I'm a sociopath. I pondered for a moment. Not much of a choice when you're Harry Potter's friend. I retorted. So do you actually have any leads for that cunt Umbridge? I asked, letting my opinion of her bleed through my thoughts. Oh yes, you, Harry, and Hermione are our leads. But there are facts that don't add up. Student witnesses put you as the last people to see her. We checked your wand for spells from the past month, and it doesn't make sense, nothing conclusive. But then again, there is no record of spells we know you used during the battle a few days ago either, in self-defense of course. So that tells me you were tipped you would be snatched up in this wand. She said pointing to the wand. Is your backup? Then she turned around and looked at Kingsley. Check your shit. I didn't tip him, boss. Kingsley answered her immediately. He didn't. I admitted. And that isn't my backup. Umbridge has been torturing kids for the last year, I have proof. Maybe one of their parents got wind, and didn't appreciate it. Regardless, you're looking in the wrong direction. I misled her. Her eyes narrowed as I revealed the information. Why didn't you let anyone know then? I could have had a reason to lock that toad up. The devil you know. I answered her quickly. She looked at me for a few moments then, processing the information. She finally reached down and touched the cuffs at a specific spot and they fell off of me. Then she grabbed my wand and handed it to me. Do me a favor. She asked me. Lay low for a bit. You've made powerful enemies. And get me that proof of Umbridge. Yes ma'am. I answered, taking the wand from her and holstering it immediately. Kingsley. She barked as she sat back down, obviously thinking. Come on Ron. Kingsley said, with a bit of anger in his voice. What the fuck is he angry at? I thought. I'm the one who should be angry. I followed Kingsley out of the door and into the hallway where my parents and Fleur waited on me. Arthur had a tired look on his face, as if he hadn't slept in a week, which was probably the case. Molly was barely keeping it together. I expected a warm welcome, I expected them to be angry at the situation. I was wrong. Only Fleur approached me and welcomed me with a hug. She was warm to the touch, something that only happened if she got angry. Sorry about that. I told her, unhappy that she had to see me like this. We'll talk about it later. Fleur mumbled in my shoulder. We broke apart and I looked towards my parents. Mum, Dad. I greeted them. Meet us at the burrow, Ron. Alone. Arthur answered me. We have a lot to talk about. Why alone? I challenged him, not in the mood. Don't talk back, just obey. Arthur grit out. I took a deep breath knowing that they had both just buried one son and had to pick the other up from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We will meet you there. I told him as I walked out of the building. As soon as we broke through the ward lines, Fleur grabbed my arm and nodded to me. I twisted and we were gone. Pop. Fleur and I arrived in the field behind the burrow, the field I used to play Quidditch with my siblings on before the merge. Now I can't remember the last time I had even been to a match. Here, love. Fleur said immediately out of the apparition. She held out my blackthorn and phoenix feather wand out towards me. I grabbed the wand and immediately felt a rush of power run through my body. I took a deep breath of air. I thought about turning around and heading inside, where my parents would be waiting, but instead I looked towards Fleur. I did it. I told her. Her face scrunched up. Did what? I killed Umbridge. The night of the battle, it's what I wanted to tell you just before we left for the Hall of Prophecies. I decapitated her out of anger, she hit Hermione with the torture curse, and then she admitted to handing Percy over to Voldemort. Then her head was rolling on the floor. I told her, the words practically vomiting out of my mouth. I forced myself to look at her, to see how she would react to knowing her boyfriend and lover is a murderer. I had no idea what I would see. I didn't expect her features to soften. You are worried I will leave you? She asked me as her hands reached up to my cheeks. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. She meant too much to me to lose. I am not going anywhere, Ron Weasley. She was planning on torturing students. I would have done it myself if I had to. Fleur answered me and relief flooded through my body. I wrapped my arms around her and brought her into a kiss. I was terrified you would think me monster. I admitted after we broke away. In bed maybe. She replied, wiggling her eyebrows. I laughed at her inability to not make a sex joke. Now that doesn't mean you can murder who you want. But some people deserve it. Fleur continued. And I saw you kill that rat man, remember? Yep, but that's different, that was in self-defense. I reasoned. Officially. Unofficially, I would have done it anyway. Ron. I heard someone call out from the house. We'll continue this later, okay? You're staying with me. Fleur told me as we turned and walked towards the house. Yes, ma'am. I agreed with no complaint about staying with her. We didn't speak again and continued walking towards the house, hand in hand. It didn't take long until we walked past the threshold. Arthur and Molly were sitting at the kitchen table, not speaking. Obviously they knew what they were going to say. Have a seat, son. Arthur stated. I pulled out a seat for Fleur and then sat beside her, facing my parents. After you take your newts this week, you are no longer welcome in my house. Arthur said to begin the conversation. I didn't react, genuinely taken back by the proclamation. I didn't get mad, I didn't get sad, I didn't shout, but I couldn't just sit back and take it. I haven't been welcome in this house, for a long time. I said, standing up, ready to leave. And I haven't needed this house for a long time. I looked at my mother, she couldn't even look at me. I'm ashamed I have raised a murderer. Arthur commented, not willing to leave it unsaid. I stopped in my tracks on the way out. I should have kept going, I just couldn't. And I'm ashamed of the Weasley name. A name synonymous with weakness, and cowardry. I'm ashamed to have been raised by a pussy. I couldn't hold the words back, the events of the day catching up to me. Ronald. Molly roared in response, before I interrupted her. And who did I murder? Her father? Who? I said, turning around and approaching him. Pettigrew, and although I can't prove it, I know Umbridge is on that list too, I can feel it. I wouldn't be surprised if Percy is dead because of you. Arthur shouted, the words coming fast as if he had thought about it for a long time. That's when I realized that this was a combination of his emotions at losing a son, and my independent streak. No doubt he had a conversation with the Aurors about reining me in, controlling me. He was done with me, it seems. Percy died for us. He died because he got sloppy. He got sloppy and he got caught. A written note to Dumbledore, not even written in code. Written proof of his betrayal of the Minister of Fucking Magic. You know what Fudge did? He handed Percy over on a silver platter. I told him, revealing a truth that only a handful of people in the world knew. Fudge knew Voldemort has been back, he's known this whole time. He hasn't cared. Arthur stood there, shocked at the information. Did he even know that Percy was a spy? I wondered. How out of touch with your children are you? And if I did kill Umbridge? Why would I do that? If I did, it would be because she confessed all of this to me. It would be because she tortured Hermione, it would be because she was going to torture many more students. And you know what? If I did do it, I would have enjoyed it as her head rolled at my feet. I told him, making sure that I didn't incriminate myself while telling him the truth. Get out. Arthur sputtered out. With pleasure. Chapter 27, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 18. Hello everyone. Thanks for all the reviews letting me know what y'all thought about Arthur and Molly's actions. It's nice to know that this thing you've been building up for has been executed correctly and it's not out of place. Now, we're approaching the Half-Blood Prince, but I think I'll keep this summer in the Order of the Phoenix title. What do y'all think? Anyway, on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Hogsmeade hasn't changed. I walked along the buildings of the famous magical settlement on the way to my destination. No one could see me, or the small weeping willow floating behind me in its pot. I walked quickly through the town and onto the path that lead to Hogwarts. A place I might not even be able to visit for a while after my N.E.W.Ts. I realized as I approached the front gate. Soon enough I was standing at my destination, the Black Lake. More specifically, I was standing about 50 yards off of the main path that leads from Hogwarts to the Black Lake. The path that most students take when roaming the grounds. I looked around for a better spot around the Black Lake. Eventually I decided that I didn't want my tribute to be ignored. It'll be a memorial for me, and a big fuck you to the toad. I thought to myself. I didn't move for a while, deciding to memorize the view. I must have sat there for close to 15 minutes before finally standing up and drawing my wand. All of the disillusionments fell from my form, showing me and the tree beside me to the world. No point in delaying. I thought to myself as my wand rose. I made a circle motion in the air and willed my magic to affect the ground in front of me. A light green spell connected with the ground in front of me. A perfect circle cut into the ground, making it look like a very skilled person with a shovel had been digging. I whipped my wand up. A portion of the earth rose up and revealed a perfect hole for planting a new tree. I set the earth to the side and it held there without breaking apart. Another flick of my wand and the weeping willow tree separated from the top soil it was sitting in completely. I moved it to the newly made hole in the ground in front of me. It hovered in the hole, its roots not quite touching the ground yet. I dropped my wand and nothing moved, the tree stood still, floating in optimal position for growth. Seeing a tree's roots completely uncovered with no soil around it is weird. I couldn't help but think as I reached into my robes and grabbed the object I was looking for. Dolores Umbridge's urn. My mind supplied as I looked at the object. Cast this fire upon an enemy killed in cold blood. If it takes, this death will lead to ashes for life, thus making use out of a terrible act. I remembered from the elemental book I had pored over in the past few months. I didn't dwell on it too long. My hand opened the urn and reached inside for the ashes. I grabbed them and walked around the hole in the ground, spreading the ashes out inside of it evenly on the soil beneath the tree that was still hovering there. When I was done spreading all of the ashes out, my wand cut the air again and the ground that I removed earlier broke apart and mixed itself into topsoil before filling the hole, surrounding the tree and its roots. I lowered my wand and inspected the ground. Perfect. I deduced. A tiny, ethereal blade appeared on the end of my wand, maybe an inch outwards. I steeled myself and brought it to the tip of my finger on my left hand, pricking it and drawing blood. 7 drops, 7 wands to be carved before its magic will disappear. I recited from the book. 7 drops fell from my finger as I walked around the soil and spread it out around the tree. Upon the last drop, I put my finger in my mouth, sucking on the blood before using my wand to close the wound. My sight was drawn to the ground, where my blood fell, as a flame that didn't harm the ground around it appeared on the first drop of blood, then the second, then the third, and on. When the 7th drop of blood caught fire, the ground rumbled beneath me. My body moved with the ground underneath it and the hill that I was standing on became flatter and flatter in a perfect circle extending from the tree at its exact center. The willow itself started to grow at an astronomical rate, reaching into the air and growing more branches before stopping at the height of a 20-year-old tree. I knew it would continue to grow at an unheard of rate for the next few months before finally reaching its peak, undying unless by fire or until 7 wand woods it would present to those worthy. At the 7th wood given, it would catch fire, fire that wouldn't harm anything but the tree itself, and burn away in a blue flame that would leave no ashes. It would just disappear. Still not done. I said aloud to myself and reached into my pocket, pulling out a tiny sign. I enlarged the sign, made out of the wood of another weeping willow. Runes covered it, in preparation for this moment. It stood about 5 feet tall and only had a single post that led to its message. I turned to the direction of the path from Hogwarts, 50 yards away. Both of my arms gripped the sign and with a grunt I stabbed it into the ground. It sunk further than it should have, aided by magic and the runes on it. I drew my wand again and tapped it, activated the rest of the magic on the sign. The runes glowed with a white light and, although I couldn't see it, I could feel the ground lock onto the sign, not allowing it to move. I walked to the front of the sign, judging if it looked good aesthetically in front of the tree. Don't mourn the dead. I didn't react, feeling his presence a long time ago. Headmaster. I greeted him as I turned around. Biblical. Dumbledore asked me without his normal twinkle in his eyes. At my nod he continued. Before today, I could rarely find a good defense for blood magic and rituals. Dumbledore continued as he walked up to the tree from behind me. Umbridge? He asked, still looking at the tree. Yes. I admitted, knowing lying would get me nowhere. Poetic, is it not? The old man asked me, still admiring the tree. I thought the same. My final goodbye to Percy. I answered him. It seems you have learned a lesson many men never do. It does not do well to dwell on what might have been or the dead. I told Harry something similar your first year here. Dumbledore continued. I didn't answer him and he took it as an opportunity to continue talking. How big will it get? It will be one of the biggest and healthiest in the world until it serves its purpose. I answered him. We were interrupted by a flash of fire and the cry of a phoenix. It instantly put me in a better mood. Fox flew around the tree inspecting it curiously. Both born by fire and ash. Both will die by fire. Only one will be born again. I thought to myself. Now that is curious. Dumbledore mumbled to the air as his brow furrowed into his face. Fox finally stopped circling the tree and he settled on a sturdy-looking branch and got comfortable. I have a feeling he will visit here often. Dumbledore commented again. We haven't properly talked in a long time. I told him, ignoring Fox. Yes, my vacation was very insightful. You have done well in my absence. Dumbledore answered me. I frowned at him. You're not angry? Disappointed? I asked him. You have grown very powerful, and while I do think you could have made better decisions, the world is a better place because of them. I am more apologetic than anything. Dumbledore stated. Why? I asked. I fear I have not properly prepared you for the consequences of chasing power. I did not tell you how your relationships with the people around you would change. He elaborated. It's natural. I cut him off. I will find like-minded people and although I won't have as many relationships, the ones I do have will be deeper and more secure. I just hate that my family relationship was a shallow one. You have done a lot of thinking about this already. Dumbledore responded. It is one of the things we have in common. We do have a lot in common. I agreed. Good. Steel yourself, Ron. We still have a ways to go. Sirius is looking for you. I looked up from the book on the table I was reading to see Harry walking into the Black Library. What for? I asked in response. Didn't say. Harry said as he sat down in the seat next to mine. But I'm willing to bet that he's going to try and convince you to take his offer on making you a black. I smiled. He's too nice to me. I commented. He sees himself in you. His parents kicked him out around the same age, if it hadn't been for my grandparents taking him in, who knows how he would have ended up. Wants to repay the debt or something like that. Harry explained. I reached into my robes and drew out a letter before tossing it to Harry. What is this? Harry asked. Read it. His head dipped and his eyes scanned the contents. It didn't take him long to get through the letter. It was only an invitation for lunch anyway, with my Aunt Muriel. Pruitt? That's your mother's maiden name, right? Yab. And your great-aunt Muriel wants to meet with you? Randomly. Harry asked with a look in his eyes. She wants to make you heir. He deduced. We all thought Bill or Charlie would get it eventually. I agreed with him, coming to the same conclusion. Never thought I would be considered. Well, you are the obvious option, magically. Can she just skip over the line of succession like that? Harry asked, thinking about the possibility. It would ruffle some feathers, but yes. I answered. She never liked Dad anyway. Is she the head? Harry asked. Yes, ever since my grandparents went missing after Gideon and Fabian got killed. We all know they're not really missing. I answered him, telling him a fact that almost everyone knew but no one discussed. Mom doesn't talk about it. Don't you have an uncle too? Harry asked. Married to Sirius' aunt. Yes, but she's unable to reproduce, and uncle is a bit of an idiot to be honest. I told him, spilling juicy family details. He was never considered. Harry handed the letter back to me. Well, are you going to meet with her? He asked. Next week. I confirmed. Harry got up to leave, he liked to study at night anyway. I called out to him before he could go. Harry. He turned around before he reached the door. We need to kick it up a notch. I told him, knowing that he knew I was talking about our training. I've been meaning to talk to you about that. I just wanted to give you some more time. Harry answered before sighing heavily. We've already come so far. I saw the opportunity to echo Dumbledore and took it. We still have a ways to go. Can you test my occlumency? Fleur asked, walking into the living room and sitting down opposite of me. I looked up at her. She was wearing a very thin shirt. She must be cold. You sure you want to do it before we leave? I asked. Yes, I just want to be prepared for tomorrow. She answered me. I closed the book in my hand and sat up to get in a better position. I didn't draw my wand, although my magic did reach out to it instinctively as I prepared myself. I looked into her eyes and sent a mental probe. I was immediately shaken off by her shields. Same result as last time. I thought as I admired her occlumency shields, which rivaled my own. Told you. I commented while grabbing her hands. Look, you've got this. You've studied and trained for years for this opportunity. You're going to get the job. She smiled at the reassurance and grabbed my hands. You're right, you're right. I just want to be prepared. I returned her smile. Good, now are you going to get prepared for tonight? Or just tomorrow? Her eyes narrowed at me before looking to the clock on the wall and seeing the time. Her eyes widened when she realized how late it was. We're going to be late, she said as she hopped up. Why didn't you tell me? I just rolled my eyes. 30 minutes later she was ready and holding a spoon in front of me. This is the portkey. I asked her. People always use the weirdest objects for portkeys. I realized as I thought about all of the portkeys I had taken in life. Fleur didn't bother answering me. 5 seconds. She warned. I counted in my head and reached out to grab the spoon. The world whirled around me as the portkey bent space to deposit me off at our destination. Both of our feet hit the ground elegantly, like we are used to magical transportation. The sun met my eyes like only the summer in France could. I squinted and looked around trying to figure out where I was. Welcome to my chateau, Fleur said in a bragging tone of voice. And she had every right to brag. We were standing on a walkway that leads straight to a 3-story chateau. Windows everywhere, 2 towers, and a fucking amazing landscape design. Wow. I managed to croak out. Fleur laughed and grabbed my hand, leading me towards the front door. She didn't get the opportunity to knock, as if she would have in the first place, because the front door swung open. Our hands disconnected so that she could catch the blonde missile heading her direction. It impacted her torso with a thud. Fleur. The torpedo cried out. Gabrielle, I have missed you too. Fleur told her little sister. I felt really awkward and out of place watching them embrace. Why don't you introduce us to our guest, Fleur? A familiar voice called out from the front door. Apollon. I recognized the gorgeous blonde half-vila. I guess she didn't tell her husband that we have already met? Ron Weasley, a pleasure to meet you, I said to her as she approached. Apollon Delacour. She answered and I couldn't help but admire her near-perfect English. Come on you two, let's go inside. Dinner is almost ready. Yes, ma man. Gabrielle answered her as she let go of her older sister and moved my direction. I'm Gabrielle, she said, wrapping her arms around my waist. I wrapped my own arms around her instinctively. Hello, I'm Ron. Do you hug everyone? She couldn't respond because Fleur was busy peeling her off of me. Get off. He's mine. I decided to ignore the young Delacours and follow their mother into the house. It was even more impressive on the inside. The floors were made of marble and the walls had beautiful paintings. Muggle paintings, or at least not portraits. I observed. What do you think? Fleur said in my ear. It's beautiful. You grew up here? I asked her, already knowing the answer. Yes. It's been in our family for a very long time. Gabrielle answered for her. It took longer than I expected to get to our destination, the family room. Apparently dinner wouldn't be served for a while. Has my daughter finally arrived? I heard a male voice say from the room just as we walked in. Papa. Fleur greeted him while walking up to him and hugging him. I looked the man over. He had a black beard that came to a point on his chin. He wasn't a very tall man, nor was he a thin man. How did Fleur come out of that? I thought to myself, disappointed in his appearance. I expected a man's man. Fleur pulled away from her father after a moment and turned to me. Papa, this is Ron Weasley. I offered him my hand. Monsieur Delacour, pleasure to meet you. I greeted him with a smile. Mr. Weasley, finally I get to meet the boy who stole my daughter away from me. He answered me. Boy? I thought to myself about the use of the word. Be nice, dear. Apollon cut in. And maybe he'll bring her back to us a little more often. I smiled at her, both in appreciation for the jab and for bailing me out. I can't help it, I'm very possessive of her. That got a chuckle out of the room, and I forgot about the jab at me from Fleur's father. Let's sit and talk while we wait on dinner to get finished. Fleur's father said, sitting in an armchair. I took the initiative to sit in the armchair next to his. We were separated by a small table. Ron, tell us about yourself. Apollon said as she went to a wine cabinet in the corner, no doubt to make herself a glass. And so it begins. I thought to myself as I caught Fleur's eye and winked at her. Well, I grew up in magical Britain, father works for the ministry, mother took care of us. I am the sixth child and the youngest boy in the family. I have a sister younger than me. I am 16, and my education is, well, it's up in the air right now. I said, trying to summarize my life without going into too much detail. In the air? What do you mean? Fleur's father locked on to the perceived weakness in my story. Surely your education is important to you. Of course, what I meant is that I am a little ahead of my peers. I began, and when no one asked I elaborated. I took my O.W.Ls a little early and I have my N.E.W.Ts in August. I revealed. That got me a few stares. Apparently Fleur didn't tell them about that. That is, impressive. I assume you performed well on your O.W.Ls. Apollon asked as she sat down next to her daughters on the couch with 2 glasses of wine in her hand, one of which she handed to Fleur. Yes ma'am, I did fairly well. I answered. How many? Fleur's father asked. 9. I answered quickly. 6 of which I got the highest grade possible, the other 3 I got the grade right below that. That got me a raised eyebrow from Fleur's parents. Well, at least we don't have to worry about intelligence. Fleur's father commented. Papa. Fleur hissed out scandalously. What? I'm allowed to be picky for my daughters. He defended himself. Fleur just grabbed her forehead in one hand and shook her head. And what about after your N.E.W.Ts? Apollon continued the line of questioning. I hope to get an apprenticeship at Hogwarts for a mastery in defense against the dark arts, and learn a little about teaching at the same time. I answered. It also gives me some time to be around my friends some more before we go out into the real world. Smart. Apollon said back approvingly. What about you, monsieur? What is it that you do? I asked him as politely as possible. He turned to me and smiled, not bothered by the question. In my youth, I dueled professionally, but those days are long gone. Now, Apollon and I manage the family estate. Apollon does most of the work, admittedly. I like to play in the French political sphere, and that takes up most of my time. My husband is being too humble. He has the ear of the French Minister of Magic. Apollon corrected him. I deal with the estate's day-to-day operations. You didn't have an opportunity to see the grounds, but we have a significant amount of real estate around the chateau. We have a few herds of magical creatures and fields of magical plants. We supply most of the potion ingredients for Southern Europe, in fact. Apollon summarized. I focused on keeping my face impassive. Holy shit, they're fucking loaded. I realized as she finished her explanation. And Fleur's father is like the Malfoy of France. My mind supplied, and I tried not to have any biases against him for the fact. Well, that is quite impressive. I managed to get out. Apollon smiled at me in response. It wasn't a normal smile, it was predatory, primal. I didn't flinch at all, meeting her eyes with my own. Her head tilted when she realized that I wasn't bothered by her. The Weasley family is part of the sacred. Oh, how many is it in Britain, dear? Mr. Delacour asked his wife. I cut in before she could answer. 28. Yes, the sacred 28. That must allow you some amount of prestige in Britain. He continued. If they know about the sacred 28, then they know that my family has been known as blood traitors. What is their game here? I thought to myself. My family has a disagreement with the beliefs of the sacred 28. They call us blood traitors because of our lack of belief in the pure blood agenda. I answered him. So no, I am awarded no prestige for this fact. Mr. Delacour smiled, a real smile for the first time since I had met him. Good. Then you don't fall into their idiocy. I snorted. No sir, I have been known to oppose them because of it actually. His smile dropped then, and I knew something was coming. And what do you think about the return of the blood purists champion, Lord Voldemort? He asked me. I took a deep breath then, and my hand instinctively reached to my neck. Well, where to start about him? Magically, he is one of the most powerful people to ever live, on par with the likes of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. His knowledge of magic goes deeper than even Albus Dumbledore on certain subjects. You sound like you admire him. Fleur's father cut me off. No sir, I respect his power. I replied quickly. But he is a psychopath. His fear of death led him to delve into magic that warped his brilliant mind into something resembling a monster. I finished. You know a lot about him. He announced, almost accusatory. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded my head in response. He was about to say something else when a bell rang, soft enough to not be an annoyance but loud enough to be heard. Dinner is ready. Apollon announced hearing the bell. Saved by the bell. I stood on the patio of the third story of Fleur's childhood home, alone. Everyone had already gone to bed. I got my pick of any of the rooms on the third floor, 2 floors away from Fleur's room on the first floor. The door opened behind me and my wand was in my hand and pointed at the intruder before they could react. Held at wand point in my own house. Mr. Delacour said with a raised eyebrow. Sorry, bad habit. I said, making a lousy excuse. I understand, you have had an eventful few weeks recently. He said, walking up to me and handing me a cigar and a glass of fire whiskey. I took both with a smile. I was going to ask him if he was sure, but he shut me up with a wink. I put the cigar to my lips and whipped my wand out again. A small flame appeared on the end of my wand and I took a few puffs to get the cigar started. You seem experienced at that. Fleur's father joked, watching me. He brought his own cigar to his mouth and with a snap of his finger it was lit and burning well. Party trick. He explained after a few puffs. I didn't say anything, instead I decided to enjoy the gifts he brought. This may be the first time we have met in person, but I know you, Ron Weasley. He said out of nowhere. I looked in his direction and raised my eyebrow, waiting on him to elaborate. My position allows me information, the kind only power, not money, can buy. I know the first time you stayed in Fleur's apartment, I knew the results of your O.W.Ls before you told us, and I know everything that happened in the Department of Mysteries. Well, that is a little impressive actually. I thought. I know that if I offered you sanctuary here in France, away from the looming war on the horizon, that you would deny me and say that you can't abandon your friends and family. I respect you for it, truly I do. Given enough time, you can rival Dumbledore himself. He praised me. Where is he going with all of this? I asked myself. But I just wish that my daughter didn't love you. I didn't react to the statement because I could see where he was coming from and a part of me agreed with him. Then she would be back here, safe and away from that madman. Now I fear it's too late, both of you have opposed him directly. There is no running from him. Even if there was, we both know that Fleur won't. He continued. You are well informed. I commented, agreeing with his assessment. You need to become more powerful, Ron. Not for your own sake, but for Fleur's. He stated finally. You will get no help from the other countries. You have to do it on your own. Are you up to the challenge? I downed the last of the fire whiskey in my glass and put out my cigar on the railing. Absolutely. Chapter 28, The Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 19. Hello everyone. I saw some reviews that asked what the point of the ritual with the tree was. It was mainly closure, although he is not over it, with Percy's death and his murder of Umbridge. As much as everyone loves to see her die, it's not so easy for anyone to kill another human being in cold blood. Anyway, thanks everyone for the reviews and let's get on with the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. And either must die at the hands of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry sat in a chair in front of me, reciting the lines to the prophecy as if he had been listening to them in his head over and over again since Dumbledore finally came clean. I just looked at him, already knowing the words, not reacting. You know, a part of me thought that I could disappear. I don't care if half of magical Britain dies or gets enslaved or whatever the hell Tom plans, what has it ever brought me? You, Sirius, and the Order are the only good it's produced. Harry continued, head in his hands. We were in Grimmauld Place, my home away from Fleur's flat, in the room Harry and I had turned into a study/dueling room. A place we met every day to study and duel since the summer started, and not like the dueling we had done previously, the type of dueling that could get both of us hurt, badly. Luckily Parcel Magic has ridiculous healing powers, which Harry has been studying religiously. You still don't owe us anything. I agreed with him. No. But Voldemort won't leave me alone. Harry answered me. So now I have no option. I run, he will hunt me. I stay, he will hunt me. What option do I have? So he will stay for selfish reasons? Good. I thought to myself. He can't do it for anyone but himself, or he'll get taken advantage of his entire life. Not much of one, you're right. I answered him with a small chuckle. Harry's head snapped up from his hands. I met his emerald green eyes. Funny. I covered my mouth trying to stop before addressing the issue. Does this really even change anything though? I asked him. Before the prophecy, we fought Voldemort at least once a year, consistently. We have always planned on opposing him. I saw something I hadn't seen on his face in a long time, fear. Did you see how they dueled? He asked me with a whisper. How can we compete with that? Ah, that makes sense. How do you think they got to where they are? I rebutted. His mouth opened to answer but I didn't let him. They practiced and they learned. Voldemort has warped his body, and probably magic, so much with rituals that he doesn't even look human. Dumbledore just happens to be the second coming of Merlin. Harry just looked at me as if I was crazy. Actually it was a "how can you be so optimistic" look. Look, have you ever heard the term iron sharpens iron? I asked him. Dumbledore had Grindelwald to sharpen himself against. Voldemort grew up at the height of Grindelwald and Dumbledore's power. Then he delved into rituals and magic for 50 years before making his play for power. I explained. We don't have that much time. Harry exclaimed, standing up. And we both know we can't rely on Dumbledore to kill him. He's hung up on the prophecy. I know, mate. It seems like we have two choices. I said with my arms out. Die, or get more powerful. He looked at me and his hands found his hips while his eyes turned to the ceiling. I don't know how you can make it so simple. I mentally put my wisdom hat on, something I had been working on. I need you to realize something. I told him and he looked down to meet my eyes again. Life is chaos. We are defined by how we navigate that chaos. I began. Everyone experiences it, and we all combat it by taking responsibility for ourselves. The more responsibility we bear, the more chaos we encounter. Am I making any sense? I finished with a question. Harry started pacing. Yet I follow. Good, you, more than anyone, should know how life can challenge us. You never even had a chance to choose the responsibility like the rest of us, it was thrust upon you. Now you can either fold under the weight of it, or square your shoulders and lift that bloody thing up. I said the last part standing up and walking towards him. But how? He bit back at me. We're already doing it, every day we get a little bit better. If every day you get 0.5% better than the day before, in a year you'll be 183% better than you were last year. And we have no idea how long this war will last. I lied to him. He nodded his head, looking like he agreed with what I was telling him. No reason to tell him that we really only have about a year before the shit really hits the fan. I kept the information to myself. And we're worried about school and our future on top of it. We'll get there, mate. I finished up, and waited for him to respond. He didn't say anything for a moment, then he stood up abruptly, squared his shoulders and flicked his wrist. His wand shot into his hand and he got a look on his face that I knew meant we were in duel mode. My own wand shot into my hand and I circled around into the dueling arena. Another round. I sat down at the table, not tired in the slightest, not like after the Hall of Prophecies. My magic ran underneath my skin, prepared to go another hour or so. My wand had moved to a purr to a full-on roar whenever I gripped it. I took a deep breath and reached for a book in the pile that I had collected from the Black Library. Battle Runes, The Art of Offense by Phineas Nigellus Black. I picked this little treasure out of the library because of my curiosity at Voldemort's use of runes with the copper metal pole he conjured to counter my lightning bolt that would have killed his right-hand woman. I opened the book and skipped past the content page until I found the introduction. Runes, a set of lines written on the fabric of the universe that when fed with the magic inside of us, can overrule the natural order of things. The most common use is found in warding, the specificity they can provide is invaluable in the field. Wards are not so hard to cast, but they are difficult to keep up for an extended period of time and require upkeep, unless runes are involved. It is not unexpected then that very best curse breakers are simultaneously the most knowledgeable in the art. Even then, they use it defensively. There is, of course, offensive capabilities that only a handful of people in history have utilized. Rowena Ravenclaw would be the most famous example. While Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor are the most famous duelers to ever live, there is evidence to suggest that Ravenclaw could not only compete, but defeat the duelers on even grounds. Their recorded duels in the Headmaster's Log of Hogwarts are the stuff of legends. It is too bad that we, headmasters, are unable to reveal the secrets of the log. Only the quickest thinkers are capable of properly using runes, something Ravenclaw was notorious for. While I have not achieved the proficiency described to me in the log, I have gained enough ability to propel me to the top of the magical education system in the world, such is the power of runes. This book contains the basic principles of the art, master them. The runes themselves will be easy to memorize and learn, as the offensive runes are limited in number. The important details are how they work in tandem together, that is where you will find your glory. I turned the page, interested immediately. The author threw me off for a moment because of his reputation as the worst headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. Now he caught my attention. What you need to remember is that runic clusters can only be in the magically significant numbers, for example 3 or 7. Offensively these are the only clusters that you will focus on, any more than that would be too taxing and take too long to apply in battle. Only one rune will work, but is easily countered by your opponent if they have even a small knowledge of the language. After that, it is fairly simple to know that runes work best with transfiguration, as this is the easiest, and most effective, way to apply the runes in the heat of battle. A conjured arrow or sword can have a cluster of runes designed to either pierce through physical objects with greater ease or to explode upon impact to send shrapnel flying through the air. The following pages contain the runes I found most appropriate for offense, and past that are my own spells that I frequently used during my duels. Enjoy, Son of Black. Tjers per. I turned the pages and found that the list of relevant offensive runes only consisted of about 50 runes. My mind was already running through the possibility that runes would provide. Like Voldemort, I could use it for defense, while also turning it into a trap and distraction that would lead into my more elemental offense. Sure, it was only a supplementary aspect of dueling, but the implications were huge. Is it possible to put runes on a protego or a deflecting spell, so that it can influence physical attacks? If so, then you could create a nearly impenetrable defense that took less effort and didn't obstruct your field of view. I thought to myself about one of the flaws of constantly using the earth and the elements to protect myself. Then I could use the elements where they shined, offense. My excitement rose at the book's contents. Oh hell yes! Pruitt. The world warped around me with the activation of the portkaya that doubled as a note from my great-aunt Muriel. Fleur and I landed gracefully on the ground as the world righted itself. I felt her arm grab the crook of my arm and step closer to me. I looked in her direction. She was dressed in beautiful silver robes, a little too formal for the occasion in my opinion. I would never tell her that. I thought to myself. I enjoy the view. She caught my eye and smiled, reading my mind no doubt, before leaning in to whisper in my ear. You look ravishing too. She told me. She was right, of course. I was also dressed in a very well-tailored black peacoat, something I had taken to wearing all the time, over my high-class robes with red accents in them. My hair was held perfectly by magic, there wasn't a strand out of place. And I had a new addition to appearance, a well-trimmed, 2-week-old, beard that faded perfectly into my haircut. I finally looked past her appearance to where we landed. We landed on a path facing the direction of an estate. The landscape around us was well maintained and there was a wall that ran around about 3 acres of the land. Wales, most likely. I thought, looking around at the terrain around the house. I started walking forwards towards the direction of the front door. We had to pass around a fountain, with the sculpture of an undu in the middle of it, the water running out of its roaring mouth. Coincidence? I thought to myself about the fountain and my patroness. Or intentional? But how would she know? The front door opened as we approached, and on the other side stood a house elf dressed in an imitation of a butler. It was actually hilarious to look at. Hello sir and madam, mistress is waiting this way, said the house elf as he turned and began walking at a little quicker pace than I would expect. Thank you, I told the elf as I followed. Oh no sirs, it is my pleasure. There is the house elf speech I was looking for. My mind supplied at the response. What is your name? Fleur asked as we walked through the house. Marble floors. I thought to myself as I realized that I had never been to what was obviously the ancestral home of the Pruitts. It's gorgeous. Wobbly Bee's my name. The now named Wobbly replied. It's just down this hall. We followed the elf obediently and stepped into what looked to be a sitting room. There was a table which had a couple glasses on it, and a clear container of what had to be fire whiskey. The chairs were of a fine quality and the rug on the floor was a bear at some point in its life. And there was my great-aunt Muriel sitting down in a chair that screamed I'm important. Ronald. Hello, how long has it been? She said as she stood up surprisingly fast for a woman of her age. I'm fine Aunt Muriel, this is Fleur Delacour, my better half. I answered her and introduced my date. Hello. Muriel Pruitt. Muriel said as Fleur smiled at her. Well sit down, sit down. Wobbly, some tea please. Would you two like anything to eat before lunch? No thank you. We'll wait for lunch. Fleur answered for both of us. Okay then we can get down to business then. You two have had a very eventful 2 years wouldn't you say? Muriel asked. So she keeps tabs on us. I deduced. Fleur and I both chuckled at this and I chose to answer this time. Just trying to keep up with the times. I said vaguely. Muriel smiled at our reactions. Oh yes, and dark times they are. But that is the way of things, there are always dark times. Now tell me, are you involved in all of this mess because you believe in the cause or because of your loyalty to the boy who lived in your family? Wow, we really are getting right down to it. There isn't a lot of dancing around in the wizarding world, is there? Both. I answered her immediately. I would never abandon my family and friends to that monster, and I could never sit back and watch as that madman killed good people. Which was true, considering how backwards the wizarding world was on cultural issues, and my past life. Our beliefs did not line up. And you darling? Muriel asked Fleur. Fleur didn't answer immediately and I felt a spike of worry. Have I forced her into this? For something she doesn't believe in. Had I stayed in France, I would have likely never taken up my wand against him. That is because we never believed him to be a true threat. It wasn't until I started working at Gringotts that I realized how dangerous he is. Even now my main reason to fight is Ron, but I also realize that I fight for survival, as he despises my heritage. Fleur had started leaning forward and adopted a thinking pose as she rested her chin on her head. Aunt Muriel just sat there smiling the whole time. Good, you're both honest at least. I remember Gideon and Fabian had a very similar answer when I asked them. You're willing to stand up for what you believe in, a very Pruitt thing to do. I nodded to her as she confirmed why I was actually here. I expected her to be a better player of the game, honestly. I thought as she basically revealed all of her cards as the conversation went on. What is the point of all this, Aunt Muriel? I asked her. You've never had an interest in me or any of my siblings. Why now? The smile slowly faded from her face. Well, to be honest with you, I've always thought your mother was a bitch. My jaw dropped and my eyebrows frowned. I heard a snort to my right and turned to see Fleur doing a terrible job at hiding her smile and giggles. Soon enough she gave up and it turned into a full-on laugh. And don't get me started on Arthur. Muriel added. Fleur's laughter intensified and it became contagious. I couldn't help but laugh with her. I also secretly agreed with my great-aunt on all accounts. You've effectively been disowned as a Weasley, making you my only real candidate for the position of heir of the ancient and noble house of Pruitt. She told me and Fleur's laughs came to a halt. When I heard the news, well, I couldn't help but do a little digging about you, Ronald. And what did I find? Gone was the boy in the shadows of his older brothers. Instead, a young man who has done nothing but cast his own shadow, not only on his brothers, but the boy who lived as well. Good enough owls to get an apprenticeship in all subjects, and taking his newts 2 years early. I am impressed, Ronald. Muriel had nothing but praise apparently. That is flattering. I admitted. Admittedly, I had heard rumors of you from my good friend Giselda Marshbanks. You know she runs the exams for the ministry, you know. Anyway, the thing that really did it for me was a picture I saw of you standing next to Albus in the aftermath of the whole fiasco with that jumped-up half-blood. She knows Voldemort is a half-blood. Wait, you know that Tom is a half-blood? I asked her curiously. Oh sure, dear. It was revealed during his first little war. She answered me. It's common knowledge. I managed to get out. She nodded in confirmation. Then why do the purebloods follow him? I sputtered out confused. Magic is might. Her simple response came quickly. What the fuck? I couldn't help but think to myself. That means that the old families just what, didn't care? What the fuck? Which is why you've brought me here. You see how young and powerful I am. I deduced out loud. Magic is might. Fleur echoed beside me. Yes, of course. Muriel answered quickly. I looked to Fleur, a confused look on my face. This whole conversation had been so simple. The whole thing felt a little off. I appreciate her honesty, but what am I missing? So where do we go from here? I asked, thinking of springing the trap she laid. Does that mean you accept? Muriel asked me. I don't even know what I'm accepting yet. I answered truthfully. You renounce the Weasley name, completely, and you accept the heirship and all it entitles. Muriel was once again being vague. It's as simple as signing paperwork, and some other, confidential family magic. I looked to Fleur and back to her. Can I have my lawyer's look at the paperwork? You don't have any lawyer's love. Fleur told me just as we walked into her flat. I snorted and chuckled as I threw the paperwork down. I walked towards her and brought my hands to her cheeks like I normally do when I kiss her. That's why I have a beautiful, smart, independent. Fine, I will look into it. Fleur said as she pecked me on the lips. But I require payment. She added with a sultry grin on her face. I put a look of revulsion on my face. Ew. Take your clothes off. Fleur said, crossing her arms. I would have continued my teasing of her, but for some reason a wave of something hit me. I have something to tell you. I heard myself say. Fleur noticed my mood and demeanor change immediately. Her face morphed, becoming more angular, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. Who is she? She asked me, jumping to conclusions. My brain short-circuited, confused that she would immediately think that. What? No. No. Nothing like that. I exclaimed in protest. I would never ever cheat on you. You absolutely never have to worry about that. I told her. Her face, once again, morphed back into the normal stunningly beautiful woman that it normally was. Sorry. She said as her face and ears burned red in embarrassment. I know you would never do that. Why would you start a conversation like that? Oh shit. I thought in response. We're getting off topic. I really have something to tell you. I told her, getting back on topic and getting myself out of trouble. I grabbed her and pulled her into the air, her legs wrapped around me immediately. But not here. I told her as I moved her into the bedroom and threw her on the bed. Rougher please, Mr. Pruitt. Fleur said as she lifted her ass into the air and wiggled it around. Are you going to take me now? I looked at the most perfect sight I had ever seen and it took all of my willpower to give in to her request. Instead I jumped onto the bed beside her, she swung a leg over and positioned herself on top of me. Oh, so I will take you tonight? Fleur kept the teasing up. Can she be serious for 1 second? I thought, getting a little aggravated. I'm not from this universe. That actually made her pause. A frown appeared on her face. Hey. She mumbled intelligently. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I told her. She slowly started to slide off of me and rested onto her side. What do you mean you're not from this universe? She asked. That was a bad way to say that, that's not entirely true. Let me start from the beginning. I began. You remember that day in the Great Hall, when we locked eyes and I walked up to you? Yes, you told me that the first task was dragons. It was the first time I found out. She answered me. Yeah, well, a few days before that, something happened to me right before Harry's name flew out of the Goblet of Fire. I told her. She didn't answer any questions, so I just kept going. Before Harry's name flew out of the goblet, I was just Ron Weasley, but as soon as it flew out, I became the Ron Weasley you know now. I am not following, love. Fleur said with a cute, perfect look on her face. I received the memories of a 24-year-old man from another universe in the span of a second. I said, dropping the bomb. At this point she had pulled her legs underneath her and sat on them, just looking at me. I knew she heard me because I could see her face scrunch up as she tried to process the information. Her mouth moved to speak but then shut again as she looked around the room and explored the possibilities. I always expected to be panicking when I told her. I thought to myself as I observed her. But it happened before her, and I'm the only me she's ever known. It doesn't really change anything. Well, that makes sense. Fleur said, staring off into space. What makes sense? Talk to me, love. I asked, trying to give my anxiety a break. That makes sense why you are so much more mature. Fleur answered. Wait, so do you still have the old Ron Weasley's memories? Yes, the best way I can describe it is that we merged together. I can remember both childhoods, both sets of parents, siblings, and I can remember going to university in the United States in that other life. I answered her, deciding to be completely honest. Then she frowned. Well, that's interesting. You're not mad? I asked and immediately felt stupid. She smiled at me as she realized how I thought she would react. No, silly. I'm not mad, a little disappointed you didn't tell me earlier, but it doesn't really matter in the end. Of course she's not mad. She knows us, she doesn't care about the past, only our future. She's fucking perfect. I grabbed her and pulled her into a deep kiss, which got even deeper when she reacted and got involved. I pulled back. Here's the really interesting part. She gave me a look that screamed, really, there is more. We're all book characters. Chapter 29, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 1. Hello everyone. So we are going to a new schedule at work starting tomorrow, so Stronghammer won't be updated/finished. I am a little disappointed I won't be able to finish it, but it also gives me more time to work on it and perfect the epilogue. This new schedule should allow me more time to write, something I am very excited about. Soon, Voleur will become my only story and my main focus, so it's possible the updates speed up to around twice a week. Do not hold me to that, because I will also be spending a lot of time working on my original fantasy series. I am so excited to start the plotting and world building for it. It will be an enormous task, but one I am up to. Still working on a magic system that I like, but I have a good idea of what it will be. Not sure if I will start a new story on this site, and if I do, it will only be one at a time. I've figured out this is something I am super passionate about, and love, so I am going to pursue it. I know I have a long way to go to perfect my writing, but I am going to start on my own series regardless. Anyway, that is an update on where I am at in my life, and now we can get onto the chapter. The Half-Blood Prince officially starts now. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Never gets old. I stood at the front gate of Hogwarts, looking at the massive castle that had taught me so much over the past 5 years. Its beauty was a testament to its construction. My mind pondered on how many runic stones must be at its core to hold all of the wards and intricacies the castle offered. Runes are the only way they would have survived the test of time, especially over 1,000 years. You need runes to absorb the natural magic from the ley lines, and then you need runes to direct where the power will go, and then what it will do. It must have taken Rowena her whole life to complete them. I thought to myself, my magical horizons opening because of my basic knowledge of runes. The complexity of the runic clusters must be astounding. I'm not sure if the Room of Requirement, or the castle itself, is her most impressive achievement. I continued to ponder on the idea for a moment before footsteps brought me back to the present. Dumbledore walked slowly down the path, his eyes everywhere but on me. They darted to the birds in the air, who were enjoying the last few weeks of summer. September would arrive soon, the start of a new school year and closer to fall. He wore surprisingly simple robes, compared to his normal style. The only oddity was the glove on his hand, a new addition. Something in the back of my mind itched, as if I should know what the glove symbolized. I frowned at it for a moment before making a note to ask him about it. The gate did not swing open, when I knew it could with a thought from the old man walking towards me. Dumbledore loves to be dramatic. As soon as I finished the thought, the gate finally decided to allow me access. I entered without complaint. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Weasley, I insisted on being the one to come despite Phileas' offer. It is just too good of a day to pass up, Dumbledore said as he turned back the direction he came. I caught up quickly, coming shoulder to shoulder with him before responding. I was actually a little bit taller than him now, which would put me at greater height than I achieved in the books. Rituals, I deduced. It's no problem, Headmaster. I was just observing the castle, memorizing its features, I replied. Worried that this will be the last time you get a good look? Dumbledore asked me, finally gracing me with a look. I imagine it's a common thing students do when their time here is up, I told him. He nodded at my comment. Yes, but normally they are about 2 years older, and a great deal less wise than you. I smiled at the compliment. I don't feel wise, but at the same time I feel old. Our walk brought us to the courtyard right before the front door of Hogwarts. Dumbledore chuckled at me before responding. Another thing we have in common. That calmed me, as being compared to him always did. At one point it would have terrified me, but that would be my biases from my past life. Seeing him as his now, as he really is, it just makes me proud. Any idea what he'll say? I asked, sensing the conversation dying and getting to the real reason I was here. I have no doubt it will take some convincing, but I don't see him denying you. You did get a meeting after all, Dumbledore responded. We fell into a comfortable silence, walking towards our destination. The ghosts of the castle floated around us, in conversation. The paintings seemed surprisingly spry and happy, with more full than normal. Why the glove, Headmaster? I asked him as we reached the stairs and went down. Dumbledore tensed for a moment but didn't interrupt his pace. I made another mental note at the reaction. That is a conversation for another time. His simple reply came. The twinkle in his eyes gone. I frowned but didn't press the issue. Have you found your replacement? I continued the conversation. Slughorn thinks he is clever, but I have known where he is for a while now. Harry and I will make a trip to visit him soon. Dumbledore responded truthfully, still planning on using Harry to lure the old potion master back to teaching. He'll come back, I offered reassurance. He has no choice, Dumbledore said with a bit of steel in his voice. I chuckled, knowing that he was absolutely correct. You don't deny Albus Dumbledore too many times. Dumbledore stopped at a door and faced me. We were well into the dungeons of the castle now. You must be here, Ron. Convince him, Albus said, putting his hand on my shoulder, looking deep into my eyes. I almost faltered at his gaze, but didn't and held it. My mind worked, thinking back to the clues of the day. The glove, the dismissal of it, Slughorn coming back, it made me nervous. I nodded to him regardless, agreeing with the statement. Dumbledore grinned for a moment and then removed his hand from my shoulder and started back in the direction we came from, not saying another word. I breathed in deep as I raised my hand to the door and knocked 3 times. Come in, Severus Snape's voice called out quickly from the other side of the door. I obliged and entered the room. His office, I realized. Hello, Professor, I said, seeing the frown on his face. Might I have a moment of your time? His eyes met mine and I felt a small Legilimen's probe that I repelled without too much thought or effort. His frown changed and his eyebrows rose in surprise. He leaned back in his chair, signaling that I had his attention. Impressive, Mr. Weasley, Snape said, and I couldn't help but hear a bit of respect in his voice. Your occlumency is far more advanced than most wizards 3 times your age, some might call you a master. I smiled at the compliment, it also threw me off a bit, realizing that I really did have his respect. I got a little bold and sent my own probe at him. I was immediately rebuffed, strongly. If the skill level between the two of us could be compared, I would be a castle like Hogwarts and he would be a literal mountain, impenetrable. Not nearly as prodigious as your own, I offered. A new level of respect for the man rose within me. I quashed it immediately. Have you already agreed? Have you taken the unbreakable vow, Severus? He actually grinned, before it disappeared quickly. And a full Legilimen's too. The Dark Lord was right about you. I try not to disappoint, Professor, I responded before we fell into a silence and I thought about how to bring up the real reason I had come to visit him. Snape beat me to it. So you are here for an apprenticeship then? Snape deduced quickly. I tried not to let my surprise at him figuring it out so soon show. I was successful. Yes, Professor. I agreed, not seeing a reason to lie to him. He hummed for a moment and leaned forward. His elbows came to rest on the desk in front of him as his hands clasped together in front of him. He's actually considering it. I thought to myself, a little surprised. I will take a lot of the load off of you, Professor. It will give you more time for extracurricular activities. I offered him. We both knew what I was talking about. And I jumpstart your career. Snape continued. The youngest potions master in history, training the youngest defense against the dark arts apprentice and most likely master in history. I smiled at him, nodding in agreement. He had no idea that I hadn't even considered the possibility. It wasn't my motivation. My motivation revolved around one thing, keeping Albus Dumbledore alive and away from the end of Snape's wand. I don't care if the old man wants Snape to be the one to kill him, although I still don't know why he would want that. I thought to myself, and my mind went to the glove on Dumbledore's hand. I tried to pull the memory out from the depths of my mind. I failed. And I get to stay in the castle, with my friends, and learn from the vast knowledge it offers to those willing. I told him, going a little deeper into my reasons. Snape just stared at me for a long time. The silence between us lasted longer than I wanted. In a swift movement he leaned back again and nodded. I can't believe I am doing this, but you are right, it will free up a lot of my time. Severus said. I smiled, letting my joy be known at his agreement. Mentally I was doing jumping jacks in happiness. While I would be keeping an eye on Snape, I was also doing as he said and jump-starting my career. Not only would I work towards my master in Dada but also my teaching certification. Something I didn't know about until I had actually looked at the paperwork the other day. But Snape interrupted my thinking and celebration. First you must get an outstanding on your defense against the dark arts, Newt. Assuming you do that, then I will agree to the apprenticeship. That won't be a problem. I assured him. Do not think that this will be easy, you don't know my expectations yet. I nodded and moved forward to his desk to sit at the seat in front of it. Of course. I offered. You will attend every class, as I must. I will even have you teach some of the younger years later on in the year, earlier if I think you're ready, understood? Snape started. I nodded again. I can do that. You will grade every single paper. And you will grade it to my own standards. Oh shit, every paper? And at his standard? The student body is going to collectively hate me. I realized. He smiled as my dread spread throughout my face. And you will take my shifts monitoring the castle at night. Snape finished and I waited for him to continue. He didn't. That's it. I kind of expected more. Wait, I'll be doing everything. I thought to myself. And we will duel, once a week, to make sure that you are actually worthy of a mastery in defense against the dark arts. Severus actually smiled, like a real smile at that. I mirrored him and a broad grin split my face, finally hearing something I liked. His eyebrow rose seeing my reaction. I took it as a question. A chance to duel the most talented duelist in the world? Sounds fantastic. I answered him truthfully. You aren't worried I will spill your secrets to the Dark Lord? Severus asked. Of course I am. I answered. I just plan on getting so good it doesn't matter. I did something that I don't think anyone on the planet had ever done. Severus Snape smiled for the third time since our conversation began. Flick, flick, swish. A copper metal pole appeared and stabbed into the floor in front of me. I frowned as I walked in a circle around it, inspected it. 2 runes smudged, the other 5 are perfect. I deduced and vanished the conjuration with a negligible swipe of my wand. You did it perfectly earlier. I heard Harry's voice say from down farther along the dueling chamber in 12 Grimmauld Place. What happened? He was right, of course, I had already perfected this piece of magic. At least I perfected it with the 7 wand motions it normally requires. I compressed the 7 wand motions into 3. I answered him. Messed up 2 runes on it. His jaw dropped. And you actually managed to conjure it and get the other 5 runes correct, on your 5th try. Harry said, looking at me as if it was something impressive. Actually, I guess that is pretty good. I realized and my mood increased immediately. Not as good as this one. Flick. Flick. Swish. This time the copper gleamed menacingly and I knew that I had gotten it right without even inspecting it. I walked around it to make sure, not that confident. Perfect. I said and walked away from the conjuration a good 15 feet. I felt the magic rising. The smell of ozone filled the room. Foolman. Harry's lightning bolt raced through the air. He aimed it a fair distance away from the copper metal pole. Just as it was about to pass it and impact the wall behind it, the lightning bolt arced in a 90-degree angle and hit the pole. Awareness ran through my mind immediately. It was a very basic awareness. I counted the seconds as the metal pole started vibrating. Or was it only vibrating in my mind? I flipped the mental switch. Now. Instead of the lightning racing back towards Harry, it shot towards me. It was intentional. Time slowed and my wand moved instinctively. It would have been nearly impossible for anyone but the most talented of wizards to that I hadn't made any wand motions. A small ethereal shield appeared on the end of my wand. It was about the same size as a deflective shield, although far brighter in appearance. There was a cluster of 3 runes, assembled in a triangle on the shield. The lightning raced my direction and I swatted it up into the ceiling. There were 2 audible cracks that shook the room we were in. The first was when the bolt of lightning hit my shield, the second was when it hit the ceiling. Dust and debris filled the room and it took me a moment to cast the reparo to fix whatever damage I had just done to the house. I looked up to the ceiling to see a fairly decent-sized crater in the stone above us being filled back in by magic. "Bloody hell, mate!" Harry yelled out. "What were you thinking?" He was mad, like really mad. I wanted to try something. I shrugged in response. He looked at me like I was crazy. His arm rose and pointed at me as if he was going to tell me off. Then he composed himself and I could tell he was using Occlumency to do it. "How did you even deflect that? The book says you're not supposed to be able to," Harry said as he approached me. "Another spell I've been working on," I answered. "It's a modified Protogo, deflecting spell. Then I added a runic cluster on top of it, tailor-made to lightning." "That sounds ridiculously specific," Harry said. "Yeah, but it worked, and now I know that a Protogo can be influenced with runes to deflect physical objects and not just spells," I revealed, telling him the real reason I was so reckless. Harry once again looked at me like I was crazy. "Then why didn't you have me throw a stick at you, instead of a bloody lightning bolt?" He actually has a good point, I realized. I was interrupted by the door to the room blowing open and Sirius running inside. "What the bloody hell was that?" "Ronald Weasley." I raised my hand to signal that I knew she was calling me. I closed my notebook after making a few notes on the runic cluster I was working on, my most ambitious yet. I stood up and looked around the room, wondering if anyone had come in after I did. There was a witch in the corner filling out a paper that looked like the proof of education request form. I turned my attention back to the woman who called my name. She had olive skin and deep brown hair. As I got closer I saw her violet eyes roaming my form. "I'm taken, sorry," I thought as she made a motion to follow her. We walked through a couple of hallways until we found our destination. I couldn't help but think of how it mirrored the non-magical world in blandness. The power to remake almost any architecture work, and we come up with something this bland? Why? I thought to myself. We could go miles underground without risking the integrity of the earth. If done right, with the skill of the right rune masters and expansion charms we could make a city the size of London and not take up a quarter of the actual real estate. I stopped my rambling of the inadequacies of the wizarding world as we entered examination room number 3. Inside was a woman sitting at one of the 2 desks in the room. I entered and the violet-eyed girl left immediately and shut the door. "Ronald Weasley," the old woman said. "Griselda Marchbanks," I guessed, and my tone reflected it. She nodded her head. "So you aren't entirely stupid." I was taken aback by the statement. Can't say most people my age aren't stupid. "Let's get on with it then. Written exam first," she continued, not even letting me reply. "Do I get the pleasure of having you as an examiner for all of my newts?" I asked sarcastically. I sat down at the only other desk in the room, directly in front of her. My exam paper was already laying on the too small desk. "Transfiguration. May I begin?" I asked as I picked up the quill from the desk and dipped it in the provided ink. I didn't get an answer, instead she just stared at me. Well, she is a joy to be around, I thought. I flipped open the front page to find instructions on how to take the test. Once again I was reminded by how the test mirrored the non-magical world in format. Are they really just seeing how muggles do it and putting their own spin on it? I wondered as I kept flipping through the pages. Finally I reached the first question, and it was a doozy. Name all of Gop's law of elemental transfiguration, state them, and give examples of each. I rolled my wrist to warm it up and started writing. I stood up from my desk quietly and walked over to where Madame Marchbanks sat, dead asleep. I had noticed her lack of movement about halfway through the test and ignored it. Unfortunately I would have to wake her up to continue and something bothered me about the idea. I smiled a bit, thinking of a great way to do it. I moved behind her and drew my wand. I sent a simple transfiguration at the desk I was sitting at. It transformed into a type of wood golem. Its head was human-shaped and had a too smooth face that showed no emotion at all. There was a wooden crown sitting on its head. The rest of its body had decorative armor with engravings and detail that anyone would be proud of. It gripped a beautiful wooden sword with even more detail. It took a long time for me to finish this beauty. It was a project of mine to practice my transfiguration back in 4th year, when I first began inhabiting this body. Truly it would have been enough for an outstanding on this test on the sheer detail involved alone. No doubt she would want more than just this. Another wave of my wand and I animated the statue to come grab the paper from my hand. It slammed the exam on the desk in front of her and leaned in like she was being interrogated. As it did this, I couldn't help but think I might not have thought this through. She might have a heart attack. I was wrong. She opened her eyes tiredly, completely ignoring the wooden king in front of her. She blinked a few times before finally noticing it. That all you can do? Griselda asked once she understood what was going on. Well, that was anticlimactic. I said, disappointed at her reaction. You've got to do better than that. I've been at this for longer than your grandparents have been alive. She said. And have you been falling asleep during exams the whole time? I couldn't help but ask. Of course I have. What would you do if you watched incompetent children take hours to stumble over 20 basic questions for 100 years? Griselda asked. I would hire someone else to do it. I replied immediately knowing the answer. Delegate. No fun in that. She said. Now is that your practical or would you like to do something else? I smirked and vanished the wooden king. Next, I conjured a familiar copper metal pole with a single wand motion, complete with a different set of runes. Her eyes widened and looked at the piece of magic. Impressive, less wand motions than required and silently. I interrupted her by flicking my wand out in a complex pattern and casting another spell that I had perfected since the last time anyone saw me do it. A lightning bolt erupted from my wand in a flash of white, impacting the copper metal pole. Where previously the pole would build up absorbed the lightning bolt and send it back, this time it melted into a puddle on the floor. I heard a sharp intake of breath beside me but I ignored it. I pointed my wand at the molten copper on the ground and it lifted into the air as one. Another flick of the wrist and it slowly started forming into the proper shape I wanted. It took a few moments until a shape could be seen, a human head. It kept forming until I found it accurate. With a dramatic flick of my wrist it cooled rapidly and hardened. I grabbed it out of mid-air and presented it to my examiner. A bronze sculpture of my smiling face. She blinked a couple of times before finally responding. Merlin. Chapter 30, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 2. Hello everyone. So I kind of changed my mind on the one-story thing. Long story short, I have started a new one, go check it out. With this new schedule I'm on, I just have a lot more time to write. Naturally, instead of buckling down on this story and my original piece of work, I added on to the pile, naturally. Anyway, go check out the new story, tell me what you think about it. The sadness of Stronghammer being gone has been replaced with excitement for the future for my new stories. Anyway, let's get on to the chapter. Author's note at the bottom. Disclaimer, I own nothing. The estate looked just as it did the last time I was here. Immaculate. This time I did not have the luxury of enjoying the sights, because of the pace my significant other was walking. She looked elegant outward, but her swirling magic and aggravated pace told a different story. She was pissed. I did my best to hide a smirk and stayed close on her heels. The front doors to the Pruitt estate opened for us just as it did the first time we visited. Fleur didn't even pause to look at the small house elf that was about to greet us. I felt bad for the little thing, it had a look of hurt on its face, as if it had failed. It popped away, no doubt to go warn its master. Fleur maneuvered through the halls of the house as if she had walked them her whole life. It took us no time to arrive in the same room as before. Once again Muriel sat there drinking tea, alone and waiting on us. The house elf was nowhere to be found. It's fast. Fleur moved to the table in front of Muriel, her right hand brought the papers she was holding in the air down on the table with a slam. Marriage clause? Must be British-born. Muriel didn't even flinch under her gaze and anger. The room started to heat up, as Fleur's affinity with fire made itself known. Fleur automatically switched over to French and unleashed a tirade that I had no hope in deciphering, she was talking so fast. I let her get it out of her system and stood right behind her. It was a good 2 minutes before I decided that enough was enough and I rested my hand on her shoulder. She didn't pay attention to me, she just kept going. I gave her a little squeeze, trying to get her to calm down so we could talk it out. Her mouth clamped closed and took a deep breath of air before turning around and sitting back down. Now, I'm glad we got that out of the way. I started. I was interrupted by Muriel. It was obviously a test, darling. Muriel said. Her face was as still as a stone, completely unfazed by Fleur. This fact solidified my decision even more. She likes to play games with the ones closest to her. Yes, we realized this, but even still. Had I signed the paper, it would have been legally, and magically, binding. Simply put, I can't trust you. I responded quickly. I didn't see a need to draw the conversation out. I met with you initially because I thought it would be a good way to get back at my parents. A middle finger pointed at them. I wanted to be unique, a name thought dead to the wizarding world, brought back to life by a wizard that will go down in history as one of the most powerful to ever live. That was all vanity. I told her, posturing a bit. I realized that I don't need the Pruitt name to do that. Do you know where I have been living this whole time? I asked curiously. Her eyes flickered to Fleur, and back to me. It was a fair guess, and most of my nights have been spent in her bed. But all of my possessions still resided at 12 Grimmauld Place. Most of my time was spent there, while Fleur went to work. No. I answered her unanswered guess. Sirius Black decided to take me in, giving Harry and I everything he had to offer. Just as the Potters did for him in his youth. He was actually the first person to offer me a place within his house, and I denied him. He must have seen it as a spit in the face, now that I think about it. Well, I rectified that this morning. Once the proper paperwork is filed in the ministry, I will be known as Ronald Bilious Black. I paused for a moment and drank in the sight of her shocked face. It made me extremely happy to be able to crack that stony exterior. Ron Black doesn't really roll off of the tongue, does it? Oh well, I'll get used to it. I turned around back towards the direction of the front door. Fleur linked her arm into mine as I passed her and we walked leisurely. I couldn't help but leave her with a little comment on the way out. Same comment she mentioned about my mother. I always thought you were a bitch. Doug. Move left. Deflect. Deflect the last spell back at him so he has to defend for a moment. Offense time. I sent 3 spells, each with nasty effects that would leave anyone incapacitated or dead towards my opponent quickly. Flick. Flick. Keep the fireball contained until it reaches its destination. Boom. The room brightened up significantly because of the contained explosion. Flame shot out from the point of Harry's shield, but I knew he would be okay. My wand whipped up and a silver spear formed in the air by my head. Another flick and it shot towards Harry through the flames. I mentally commanded it to stop in the air. The flames dissipated and revealed Harry standing there with his hands over his eyes. The silver spear I conjured sat in the air perfectly still, 2 feet away from Harry's chest. A killing blow. I win. I commented. Harry's hands fell from his eyes and he blinked away the white spots in his vision. His eyes eventually fell on the silver spear hovering right in front of him. A smile split his face. Another surprise, another loss. Harry said when he noticed the spear. You've chosen fire then. Harry's eyes still blinked quickly, trying to adjust to the room now that the fire was gone. I nodded and vanished the silver spear. With runes, I don't need the defense of the earth, except for the killing curse of course. It gives me the ability to truly be offensive. Why not lightning then? You were making good progress with it. Harry asked. I moved over to the desk in our dueling room and grabbed the glass of water waiting on me. Too uncontrollable, and easily countered. Water can be devastating, but is too slow. Fire is perfect, there is a reason Voldemort and Dumbledore both use it offensively. I answered him. It took me quite a while to give up my dreams of controlling lightning like Thor. The truth is that there is no controlling it, you just fire in a direction and hope it hits the target you want. Water needs a nearby source of water, and while I have perfected some really useful spells, it just isn't reliable enough. Earth could be the most devastating out of all, but it requires the caster's attention the whole time, leaving them vulnerable to attacks. Fire allowed for a quick and devastating offense. Its defensive capabilities are non-existent, but with runes I could make up for that particular weakness. Dumbledore's specialty was transfiguration for just about anything. But he also wielded some very esoteric magic that can only be learned from experience and access to the headmaster's personal library. His defense was nearly impenetrable, and his offense came from multiple directions at once to overwhelm opponents. He truly was one of the best duelists of all time, if not the definitive best. It must have been beautiful watching him duel in his prime. I pondered. Fiend fire? Harry asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. I haven't decided yet. I told him truthfully. He nodded his head up and down. Neither of us knew if it was worth it. It was practically suicide if you let it get out of hand. What about the mind arts? Harry said. He's really curious today, isn't he? I thought to myself. He's just trying to better himself, prepare for what is to come. I knew that I couldn't take all of the responsibility for his changes of the past few years, but I did know that I had a huge impact. The fact that he has become more prepared, and wants to go further sent a jolt of pride and happiness through my body. I've tried calling it. I answered, looking around the room we were in. The walls around us switched around and big windows appeared where stone used to be. I got up and walked over to it. Hogwarts grounds peered up at me from my vantage point. My eyes naturally found the weeping willow tree standing by itself. I couldn't tell from this high up, but I knew that it had grown more. I could make out a set of benches and seats huddled underneath the tree. There was now a path that led to the tree from the main path that led from Hogwarts to the Black Lake. Dumbledore has been busy this summer. I thought. First the book, now this. Dumbledore must have either taken it out of Hogwarts, or found a way to hide it from the room. I told Harry. Harry's face scrunched. Why would he do that? I knew the answer and didn't see the harm in telling him. He's probably doing it trying to protect us. He doesn't think we're ready for it most likely. Harry grunted. Well, that will set us back. I know for a fact it would show us the ritual. Harry was right, we were ready. Both of us had mastered Occlumency and Legilimency to the point where no wand was needed. In fact, both of us planned on using the ritual as soon as we got back to the school. If it would truly allow me to cast 2 spells at once, that alone made it worth any risk. We'll be able to ask him tonight, I said. You think the feast is done? Harry asked, being impatient. Let's go find out. The feast was actually over and most of the students were already in their dorms. It was perfect timing. It's good not to be stopped in the halls this late, Harry commented as we walked towards the headmaster's office. Prefect and an apprentice, I confirmed. Plus you're the boy who lived. Harry rolled his eyes at me. He hates that title. Youngest wizard to graduate from Hogwarts in 40 years. 6 newts and could test for the runes newt and ace it. Harry shot back at me with a grin. Now I was the one who was uncomfortable. I knew all of these things, but hearing someone praise me for it was odd. Harry's mention of runes reminded me of something. I reached into my robes, found the expanded pocket I was looking for, and pulled out a journal. I offered it to him. What is this? Harry asked. I've created something that could make me very, very rich in the future, I told him nonchalantly. We're already very, very rich. I'm a Potter and you're a Black, Harry corrected, but opened the journal anyway. Or did you forget about the trust fund you now have access to? I grimaced mentally as he reminded me of Sirius' latest present. Don't remind me, I feel like a Malfoy just thinking about it. I really didn't, it actually left me with a huge weight off of my shoulders. Now that I didn't have to worry about money, like ever, I could focus on things that made me happy, like teaching the next generation and inventing things that could propel magical society into the proper century. I glanced at Harry and saw the reason he hadn't responded. He was currently reading the introduction to my new journal, and my revolutionary new invention. Mate, did you figure out a way to link multiple journals together? Harry asked. A little bit more impressive than that, I added on to his question. Each page represents a contact, or a person, that you can add to the journal. There are only about 500 pages, but I figure that would be enough for the average witch or wizard. How? Treacle tart, I said as we approached the gargoyle leading to Dumbledore's office. That will have to wait, I told him as I hopped on the magical equivalent of an escalator. Fine. But we are talking about this later, Harry replied as he stuffed the journal into his robes. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter. Of course Dumbledore would mention my new name first. My mind supplied as we walked into his office. Dumbledore was standing up close to his pensieve. That meant it was time for our lessons, and he was planning on using memories. Hello, Headmaster, I greeted, walking forward in his office. Fox gave us a little trill as from his perch. Harry didn't bother greeting him like I did, I think he was still shocked over the journal. I missed you both at the feast, Dumbledore said, still not looking at us. The glove on his hand caught my eye and I frowned at the reminder of him keeping things from us again. We visited the room instead, Creaker brought us food. Harry answered him, finally joining the conversation. Ah yes. May I say that you made the right decision, Ron. Sirius was very happy at your decision, Dumbledore said as he brought his twinkling eyes to our own. I shouldn't have taken so long, I responded how I really felt about the situation. And yet, he doesn't seem to care, Dumbledore said. I didn't bother correcting him or adding to that part of the discussion, he was just trying to congratulate me. Now that is not why I called you here. I asked you two to join me so that we could begin learning about our enemy, we know as Voldemort, Dumbledore began. I think it is very important to learn how he came to be the man he is today. Monster, Harry interrupted. The monster he is today. Dumbledore's eyes locked onto his and nodded. As you say. You remember this from the tournament, don't you? I had to rack my brain to remember that Harry had used the pensieve once before during the tournament. I think it showed him Karkaroff's trial. Yes, sir, Harry responded. Dumbledore's eyes found mine and he didn't even have to ask the question. Yes, I know how it works, I told him. Good, then that will save us some time, Dumbledore said, nodding to us and turning back to the pensieve. I have a memory I want you two to see. I collected it from an old colleague, Bob Ogden, a former head of the Department of Law Enforcement Patrol. He motioned for us to come towards the pensieve. We approached and paused, waiting for him to give us the go-ahead. When he didn't say anything, Harry reached a hand out and touched the water in the pensieve. His body clenched up and didn't move, signifying he was in the memory. My hand reached out and touched the liquid in the pensieve also. I stepped into a smoky memory. I tried to look around, but whoever Bob Ogden was wasn't a very good Occlumens. The only parts of the memory that I could make out was in front of me, almost none of the surroundings were available. No, father. Not Tom. I turned to see a relatively attractive young woman with black hair and blue eyes. Mara P. Gaunt, Voldemort's mother. Another man that resembled her turned her direction at her words. The Muggle? You filthy. The man jumped at her. Suddenly I was back in Dumbledore's office. I frowned for a moment before I remembered that Harry had probably already watched most of the memory by the time I had joined. Morphin served 3 years in Azkaban. Marvolo, 6 months. Dumbledore commented as we gained our bearings. Tom? Harry asked. Senior. That's right, Mara P. Gaunt is Voldemort's mother. Tom was named after his father. I believe she fed Tom Riddle Sr. a love potion, leading to the conception of our enemy. He eventually left her when she was pregnant and about to give birth. I suspect she stopped giving him the potion, or simply couldn't afford it anymore. The result is the same, Riddle Sr. held no love for her or the child and he left. Dumbledore explained. The Gaunts are Voldemort's connection to Slytherin, aren't they? I spoke up, acting as if I didn't already know the information. Yes. Very good, Ron. The Gaunts can trace their family tree back to Slytherin himself. Good deduction. Dumbledore confirmed. They were proud of their Parseltongue abilities, leading them to partake in interbreeding for many generations. They were notoriously unhinged. Dumbledore continued to explain. You would think the purebloods would learn the same thing that Nomags figured out hundreds of years ago. Inbreeding leads to instability, and madness, not including the deformities it can cause. I commented out loud. Have they really? Dumbledore asked. They, non-magicals. He carefully avoided the word muggles. Why? Does he think it'll offend me? I wondered. I just prefer the American slang. Yes, in fact it is illegal in the more advanced countries around the world. For sure in the States. I confirmed. Fascinating. Dumbledore said. Anyway, we have gotten off track. Why did I show you this? I didn't answer, although I thought I had a pretty good answer. I turned to Harry to see if he knew for sure. He shook his head no. His motivation for despising muggles. I answered, biting Muggle out. All because his father left his mother at a young age. In part. But I admit you are working on half of the information. You see, sometime when Tom was in school he discovered his connection to the Gaunts. Tom, an orphan at the time, discovered that he had a family. I can only imagine what hope he must have discovered that day. He started asking around about them and learned of their values. Tom became proud of his Parseltongue ability, and his bloodline. He began to imitate them, becoming a proper Slytherin. Dumbledore told us, saving us from having to answer the question. Harry and I both waited for him to continue, he didn't. In fact, his hand reached out to grab the desk beside him, stopping his stumble. I moved forward quickly, grabbing under his arm and holding him up. I shuffled him around to sit down in his seat, worried the whole time. Oh shit. I couldn't help but think about the situation. Are you all right, headmaster? I asked concerned. He waved a hand at me. Of course, my boy, just old age. I'm afraid we must cut the lesson short, I need more rest than I used to. I frowned, taking a good look at the headmaster. He looked thinner than normal, and the lines around his face looked more pronounced. My mind flashed back to him holding his wand against Voldemort and going toe-to-toe with him, eventually defeating him. This is not the same man. Fear shot through my spine at the realization. My eyes dropped to the glove covering his hand. Old age my ass, there has to be something else. I deduced. Are you dying? The words just slipped out, without thought. I immediately regretted them. We are all dying, son. Dumbledore bullshit me. I met his eyes and somehow he had the nerve to summon a twinkle to torture me with. My face told him that I was not satisfied with that answer. I will not die tonight, Ron. I cannot say whether or not I will survive this war. But I will not die tonight, we have too much to do before I can be afforded that luxury. Dumbledore elaborated for me. The fear clenching my heart eased up a bit at his words and I slowly backed away. We kept our eyes locked and eventually the twinkle in his left. It was replaced by the look of a man on a mission. Suddenly I was looking at Dumbledore the Bat-Lemage, the Conqueror. I needed no more reassurance than that and I turned around to walk out the door. Harry caught up to me in the hall. What was that all about? Harry asked. I'm not sure, but I have a sneaking suspicion it has to do with the hand he keeps covered up. I answered Harry as I stalked back to the roar to sleep. Apprentices are given quarters of their own within the castle but I had denied mine, preferring the wonders of the room. It was amazing sleeping under the stars, even if I wasn't really outside. Bloody hell. Harry said stressfully. I turned to him. What? We can't lose Dumbledore. Harry admitted. Fear's hand clenched my heart once again. Yeah I know mate, I know. We fell into a comfortable silence as we walked up the stairs. It didn't last very long because Harry remembered the journal in his robes. He pulled it back out. "So tell me about this." Harry told me. I grabbed it from him and opened it. The front page was just a quick introduction that I wrote to explain the concept. I flipped the page once again and was brought to an instruction manual. I handed the journal back to Harry. "Here's what you need to know. This journal is a runic masterpiece, no use in being humble about it." I started. "Turn to a blank page." Harry obeyed and flipped the page. We both stopped as a set of stairs started to move around in front of us. I took a quick look to see where we needed to go. "Now you see that diamond shape right there in the middle of the page?" I asked him. At his nod I snatched the journal from him again. I closed it and turned it sideways so that he could see the spine of the journal. Towards the top of the spine sat the same diamond symbol that was on the page earlier. "This," I said, pointing at it, "is what I call the marker. I know it's a work in progress. If I had 2 of these journals, I could open one to a blank page and then I would press the symbol on the spine to the page. Am I making any sense?" Harry's eyebrows were scrunched together but he nodded. "So when you press the mark to the page, it activates the runes in the journals and links them together. Then you can name that page, and it will appear in the table of contents over here with the page number." I continued. "Now what page does my name say?" I asked him while reaching into my robes and pulling out my own journal. 1. Harry said. "That's because I'm number 1. I joked as I opened my journal to Harry's page. Harry just stared at me and turned to the first page. "Now if I were to write on this page, it would immediately show up on your page also, do you understand now?" Harry stopped in his tracks, realizing the implications of the journal, once again. He slowly turned to me. "Do you know how many owls you just put out of business?" Chapter 31, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 3. Hello everyone. I'm glad there weren't too many people who disagreed with Ron becoming a black. Originally, I was not planning on that happening, I was rolling with the Pruitts, but alas, the story decided otherwise. A part of me is glad it happened this way. We're getting into the Half-Blood Prince properly this chapter. I always felt like most of the events of this book happened in the latter half tbh. Believe it or not, I can see the end in sight for this fic. Things will speed up soon, not like this chapter soon, but soon. I have made an Instagram for my writing. It'll have posts about all of my fanfic stories, and also little updates on my original fantasy novel. I might also do some book reviews on there, about some fantasy novels that I love, and some that I didn't. Might even do some about the fanfics that I have found on the site over the years. So give me a follow if you want, that'd be cool. The handle is @donaldauthor. Anyway, enough rambling. On to the chapter. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Class dismissed. Snape's condescending drawl caused a shuffle of everyone in the room. That sentence concluded the first week of my apprenticeship. I watched as the 5th-year class of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students gathered their things to leave and enjoy the weekend. I didn't move, determined to finish the week's grading before I went to enjoy my own weekend. Of course, that meant a weekend full of learning and dueling, not gossiping in Hogsmeade as most people my age did. Soon, Snape sauntered over to where I sat and picked up a few papers out of my already graded stack. I ignored him as I focused on a particularly thorough paper over defensive charms by a Ravenclaw girl whose name I never bothered to learn. I really should take more time to interact with my students, I thought, feeling a bit ashamed. "You are surprisingly harsh, Black," Snape said as he set the papers back down on the table. "Not to the extent I am, but more than I expected. I think an outstanding should be earned, Professor. Good work will be and exceeds expectations, but if they really want the best grade, they better impress." I confirmed. We had already been over Snape's grading standards, and he was right. He graded harsher, and I was certainly no slouch. The difference were the notes of insight that I left either beside their paragraphs or at the end of the assignment. I explained my reasoning behind the grade, hoping they would adapt in the future. "Good. I feared you would be too soft," Snape said. "Sunday, find me in my office." I looked up and caught his eyes. I nodded, confirming that it was okay. "Yes, sir." Dueling. I thought to myself before I remembered a very important thing. "Sir," I began. Snape paused in his steps on the way to the door. "Yes," he responded. "I haven't seen Theodore not anywhere in the castle this year." I once again looked up from the paper under my hands. Snape blinked, not expecting me to ask about him. Nobody knew of our agreement after all. Not and I had agreed for absolutely zero contact after the fiasco at the ministry. We were supposed to meet back up at the beginning of the school year, in secret. He never showed. Theodore's father had an accident. Snape said slowly with intent. I caught the meaning, he was dead. And felt it necessary to start homeschooling. Snape finished. So he's still alive, and deep in the ranks of the Death Eaters. I deduced, slightly worried for my informant. Thank you, sir. He owed me some money for a lost bet. I returned while smiling. My eyes told Snape everything. We did nothing but stare at each other and I could see the wheels turning in his mind. His face showed nothing, neither did mine. But I could see in his eyes that he saw me differently than he did before. No doubt, Nott had been doing his job well and rising through the ranks. He probably looked and talked like the perfect Death Eater. Did none of them wonder where his skill came from? The book gives a new perspective on casting. That combined with the motivation of a goal, can be dangerous. I pondered as I remembered not poring over a beginner's guide to casting for the learned and damn near memorizing its contents. Someone with enough determination could take that information and become a deadly duelist, even with a small spell arsenal. With quick eyes, you could determine the nature of a spell by the opening sequence of the wand motions and prepare your counters accordingly. I quickly realized that, while great against normal wizards and witches, it would do next to nothing against the likes of Dumbledore or Voldemort. Snape continued to stare at me for a moment, and the corner of his mouth turned up into a smirk. He whirled around quickly, and his robes billowed around him in the unseen wind. With him gone, my eyes softened. The knowledge that Nott was safe and most likely making a name for himself meant that he was killing, or at least maiming innocents. That was on me. A certain phrase from my mentor rang in my mind. I don't ask for forgiveness, only understanding. Harry's wand swirled in the air and a bright white light shot from his wand. Shit, the siege spell. I realized. My wand whipped and I focused my concentration. A silver protego appeared in front of me, covered in a 7-count runic cluster and absorbed the spell. The world around me shook from the power of the spell. I fell to a knee and was about to retaliate when I felt a magical construct hovering behind me. I turned to see a silver spear pointed at my back, right where it would pierce my heart. I smirked at the ending of the duel. Stop copying me. I whined. My head whipped to the entrance of the room as a mental knock sounded in my head. I heard Harry laugh and say something but I wasn't focused on him. The room responded to my desires and the walls near the door became transparent. There was someone standing on the other side of the wall, pacing and looking at it. Someone with blonde hair. What is Malfoy doing here? Harry asked curiously. A memory of him standing in front of the vanishing cabinet popped up in his mind. Then multiple Death Eaters poured out. Dumbledore falling to a killing curse from Snape. Then I snapped out of it and my eyes narrowed. Let's find out. I proposed, knowing I couldn't just blurt out my knowledge of why Malfoy was here. Disillusionment, silenced, you know the drill. I commanded. Harry obeyed and light bent around us as we became invisible. I mentally gave the command for the room to obey Malfoy but to let me have absolute control over it just in case. Everything in our own room disappeared and suddenly we were surrounded by mountains of useless junk. Some of it stacked to the ceiling. The door leading into the room opened. About bloody time. Malfoy muttered as he entered the room. Dark bags hung underneath his eyes and his clothes fell around his skinny form. He looked like he hadn't eaten or slept in days. The worst part was his eyes, they looked dead, even as they flitted about the room searching for enemies in the shadows. His feet moved with purpose through the makeshift alleys in the maze of cluttered junk. I followed at an appropriate distance, I could only assume Harry did the same. I extended my magical senses, just in case Malfoy decided to start throwing spells at random. I shut it off quickly as I felt a disturbing presence in the room. It felt like a magical black hole, like it wasn't supposed to exist. I put it in the back of my mind, to investigate later before focusing on the task at hand. Malfoy finally reached his destination. There was a tall structure in front of him, covered by a linen cloth. He reached up and pulled it off, carefully. It looked just as it had in the movies, although this one was severely damaged. Didn't Peeves drop it a few years back? I wondered, trying to remember the object. Finally. Malfoy muttered as he observed the vanishing cabinet. Malfoy flicked his wrist and his wand shot into the open hand. It was fairly fast for a Hogwarts student, but had nothing on my own, or Harry's, draw. Harmonia Nectara Passus. Malfoy said while waving his wand in a pattern that resembled the Reparo charm. Nothing happened. I fought back a snicker at Malfoy's weak attempt. I already knew his problem. He had absolutely no idea what was required to repair the object. He had no clue what the original enchantment tried to achieve, and he had no idea how to get the mindset necessary to effect it. Amateur. I thought, disappointed at my former classmate. Your best option is to run, I'll never allow you to accomplish your mission. You and Snape will both die before it happens. Fuck. Malfoy muttered and repeated the incantation. He repeated the action several times before giving up and turning around and heading for the door, a failure. His face looked even worse now that he had failed. A shame for Narcissus looks to be wasted so. I couldn't help but remark. It didn't take Malfoy long to leave the room, at which point I turned it back into our normal dueling room, but added windows to look out over the Hogwarts grounds. What was that about? Harry asked as we cancelled our spells. I didn't feel the need to hide the information, instead I called the object to the center of the room in front of me. It appeared with a flourish, still broken. This is a vanishing cabinet, I commented. It was used in wars past to hide the owners while there was an attack. It has a twin somewhere in the world, and when repaired, can be used to transport between the two instantaneously. An attack would come, and they would simply walk into it, and wait for the attack to end. I finished my explanation and waited for the implication to hit Harry. So it can bypass Hogwarts wards? Harry asked nervously. Precisely. I confirmed. Harry's wand whipped out and I agreed with the sentiment wholeheartedly. Then I had an idea and changed my mind. Wait. I said. He stopped and looked at me with a confused look on his face. Why? It's too dangerous to be left alone. What if Malfoy gets lucky and fixes it? I stared into his eyes. I'm counting on it, I revealed. Realization dawned on his face. You want to set a trap? Harry asked. I nodded. Think about it, it's his trump card right now and we know about it. He's planning an attack on the school soon. What if we take this option away? He'll find some other way to get people in. I explained. This way we can set a trap, catch them off guard and maybe even take Voldemort himself out. We can end the war before it begins. I ended, excitement running through me. Harry lowered his wand and sat down. A chair appeared out of nowhere and caught him before he hit the ground. I was secretly impressed. There are so many kids in the school, Ron. Can we take the risk? Harry asked. I had thought about the same thing, of course, but to me the benefits outweighed the risk. We have to. I responded. I'll begin working on the runic cluster required to trap them. I could tell that Harry still wasn't convinced, he had a frown on his face. I sat there, waiting for him to decide. The longer it went on, the more I wanted to destroy the cabinet myself and remove the risk. I held myself back, knowing how valuable this trap could be for us. Fortune favors the bold, I thought, and with it came a burst of motivation. This is the right move. Finally Harry stood up. The devil you know, he quoted before turning and addressing me. We'll check on it every single day. We can't allow him to repair it before you have the cluster ready. If he finishes before you do, we destroy it. I completely agree. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to. I shook my head as I stepped out of the memory. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his head in his hands. He looked much more lively than he had in the previous session. His face regained the color it had before the glove appeared. His eyes didn't twinkle tonight because of the subject of our meeting, but outside the office you couldn't tell anything was wrong with the old wizard. How could you not have known? Harry accused once we regained our wits. He's becoming more outspoken, confident, I observed. He was a child, Harry. I scolded almost immediately. A monster, Harry retorted. I was about to respond when Dumbledore interrupted. Could you condemn a child, Harry? A child who just reached his 11th birthday? Truly. I stared at Harry, agreeing with Dumbledore. Harry met both of our eyes. Oh come on, this is Voldemort we're talking about. Harry defended himself. No. I replied icily, the subject was not even thinkable for me. This was Tom Riddle, Jr. An orphan. I emphasized the word orphan. Harry recoiled as if struck. With the correct guidance, Tom Riddle could have ushered in a new age of magic. Dumbledore said confidently. His mind operated like no one else's. I suspect that if he had been put in Gryffindor, or maybe Ravenclaw, then he would have truly been good, great. Neither Harry or I responded to that. I knew that we weren't sure if we agreed with him. Personally, I think the result could have been the same. But even the slimmest chance that I was wrong and Dumbledore could be right, was enough for me to believe in a child. Children are off limits. I have mentioned your similarities often, Harry. Although I believe that you two differ just as much as you are alike. Dumbledore explained. I nodded along, agreeing with Dumbledore. I have been doing that more and more lately. In fact, it is not you that I worry about anymore. Dumbledore and we were both thrown off by that comment. Dumbledore was staring at me, through me even. Me? I wondered. Ron reminds me so much of an old friend I once knew. Dumbledore said. Magically gifted, but with the drive to squeeze every ounce of talent out himself. Grindelwald. I commented, answering Harry's unasked question. Yes. Dumbledore confirmed. I admit that I was not the same man, back then, as I am today. I knew this story already, but I knew Harry had to hear it, so I stayed quiet. In my youth, I reveled in my magical ability. I knew I was more talented than those around me, but there was one other who could give me a challenge. He was handsome, charismatic, and insanely driven. I was drawn in immediately. Dumbledore explained. He stirred something within me, made me want more. We began searching for power, and we found it. By the time we were in our 20s, I suspect we were already the most powerful wizards on the planet, save a select few. Our 30s, we outstripped everyone. In the beginning, I started teaching here, not because of my love for it, but rather instead the resources Hogwarts offered. The foremost location for magical knowledge. I stood enraptured as Dumbledore went into more detail than the books did, actually revealing his motivation and experiences firsthand. Gellert found it tiresome and mundane. Who wants to teach a bunch of entitled sniveling brats, he would say. However, he knew why I was here, and secretly he approved. He found another method. He abused his charismatic abilities to form connections with people in high places, learning of magics and techniques of casting long thought dead. Neither Harry or I interrupted the legendary wizard. And then, I saw through it all. I learned of terrible deeds he committed in the name of the greater good. As it turns out, some families didn't want to part with their secrets. He massacred them. When I confronted him about it, my brother Aberforth and sister Ariana were there, and pleaded with us to stop. It all happened so fast. Dumbledore slumped in his seat. A sole tear trailed down his face. I was the one who cast the first spell, intent on stopping him. I dominated the duel from the beginning. He didn't stand a chance, honestly. Dumbledore said. Only, my spells couldn't hurt him. I got frustrated while he stood there and laughed. Then he produced a small vial of blood, on a chain. A blood pact, formed when we were younger. Immediately, I knew I couldn't be the one to stop him. Dumbledore continued. I looked over to Harry and saw that he was concentrating on the wizard intently. I couldn't tell if he was judging the old man, or not. Then Ariana was on the ground, staring off into space, dead. Gellert fled once it was revealed. Aberforth never forgave me. She was standing closest to me, and I was using spells that can cause collateral damage. Initially, I denied that it was me who caused her death. Gellert didn't have the spine to tell me either way. Even now, I can only suspect that it was my spell that killed her. That was the day I changed Harry, for the better, if I do say so myself. Now I understood the point of him telling us this intimate story. It was also revealing his motivation behind letting people see the error of their own ways, and giving them a second chance. It was because he could have been the worst of all the Dark Lords, instead of the best of us all. Harry hung his head, learning the lesson. The story was moving, but it didn't change how I approached my enemies. I would show mercy to those I believed deserved it, and I would give the others my wrath. Yes, you see now, Harry, right? Dumbledore told him. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. Now look at Ron. Dumbledore instructed. Harry obeyed him and I kept my face passive, not changing. Even now, after my past. Ron is not moved, not convinced. That is why I do not worry you, Harry. No, you will always be a force for good. Ronald here, everything he does is for the ones he loves, not because of his moral obligations. I clamped down on my occlumency as he continued his explanation. That's not entirely true. I disagreed. Although there is no deed in this world I could not see myself committing for Fleur, Harry, Sirius, or even Dumbledore. Maybe he is right. I concluded. Is that why you have hidden the book from us, headmaster? I asked, deciding it was as good a time as any. Dumbledore nodded. It's not that I don't trust you, Ron. I just need to see more. More? What more should I give? I raged before getting a hold of my emotions. My control has improved, I promise. I tried to reassure him. Occlumency is a tricky thing. Dumbledore said. It can trick us into believing we are right, that we are in control and a force for good. Yet it will also allow us to kill in cold blood, or to ruin a family in the name of the greater good. Both were deeds that either Grindelwald, or I had done. The comment was for me. Finally, my actions were catching up to me. I'll need it. We both know you are dying, headmaster. I pleaded, trying to convince. And my last deed, will be to make sure you are ready. Dumbledore answered, unwavering in his decision. I won't let Malfoy or Snape kill you. I told him, not caring if he knew of the information. Dumbledore didn't even act surprised that I knew the information as I thought. Nor would he ask how I received the information, as I thought he would. Would you be so cruel, Ron? Dumbledore asked, pleading back towards me. Would you deny me the death I choose? That startled me, and shut me up at once. My mouth opened to retort, and the words died in my throat. I may be old, but I will not be remembered as someone who ran from death. I am not afraid of him, and I will meet him proud of the legacy I have left behind and eager for my next adventure. The last part he said pointing at us. Once again the words died but I forced them out. I need you. We need you. No, my boy. Dumbledore answered knowingly. You may not be as ready as we want. But when my time comes, you will be. Dumbledore stood up from his seat and moved with grace and purpose around the desk, stopping in front of us. I tried another tactic, unwilling to concede. You still owe us a favor. Remember? From the basilisk. Dumbledore actually chuckled, and his eyes twinkled with mirth. I have paid that debt more than once already. I stormed down the hallways. Once, not so long ago, my emotions would have been destroying the castle around me. Now I moved a calm storm, contained. I heard footsteps following behind me and I knew it would be Harry. I need a release. I thought as I felt my magic swirling beneath my skin, it demanded to do my bidding to the world. I made a quick turn and raced down the hallways to outside Hogwarts. The Black Lake will feel my wrath. I decided, knowing that no one would get hurt there. No one but they. I already prepared the spells I knew would cause destruction. My feet hit dirt and I picked up the pace. It took me seconds and I drew my wand from my holster. I turned a corner to where I knew I could see the lake. I stopped, dead in my tracks. I was not standing at the base of the Black Lake. Instead, one of the biggest trees I had ever seen loomed over me. It stood, branches like arms, reaching out to the night sky, touching the heavens. Long leaves drooped from it, like the river's tears carved down our face. It was the weeping willow I planted not too long ago. Tiny lights were hung on the bottommost branches to give light to the seats and benches underneath it. Percy. I realized. A memory flashed in my mind. A night from when Arthur was hospitalized. The next thing I knew, my hand was on Percy's throat. Percy was flush against the wall next to Arthur's bed, held there by magic. The wall had cracks in it that were spreading slowly. My hand was yanked from his throat but my magic held him on the wall as someone pried me off of him and dragged me backwards. Percy's face was red and his mouth was open as if he couldn't breathe. When I opened my eyes, I was on my knees. The leaves on the weeping willow blew in the wind. A hand touched my shoulder and I turned to see that it was Dumbledore, not Harry, who followed me. He seemed a bit out of breath. I hate that you're right. I thought about the old man and what he told me earlier. His next sentence made me come to terms with his impending death, made me accept it. Don't you see? There is beauty in death. Chapter 32, The Half-Blood Prince, Chapter 4. Hello everyone. We just passed 2,100 followers and 1,700 favorites on this story and I am mind blown. Never would I have thought it would have gotten this popular. Even Stronghammer is still growing even though it's completed. And don't get me started on Courage. That is growing faster than both of my other stories did in the beginning. Thank you to everyone who supports me, it means the world, seriously. Anyway, on to the story, author's note at the bottom. Follow me on Instagram at @donaldauthor. Disclaimer, I own nothing. Snape's black robes billowed out behind him. His right arm extended towards me, wand in hand. His black eyes were locked onto mine, with zero wavering in them. My eyes returned his intense look, both of us waiting for a signal to start but unwilling to say anything. My own stance was much more relaxed to the naked eye, but if you were to look closer, you would see it was an illusion. Snape's wand flicked without warning or giving away the type of spell he casted. The color, consistency, and my magical senses told me that it was a variant of the cutting curse. I deflected it nonchalantly and returned with a spell of my own, an overpowered bombarda. I fell into a rhythm and sent two more dangerous but easily countered spells. He didn't bother moving, instead he sent the bombarda to his right. In a rare display of pure skill, he deflected my second spell into the third, heading his way, causing them both to cancel each other out. Then he moved into offense, sending 4 spells in quick order. Then our duel started in earnest. We both used spells that would be deadly to normal opponents, but the monsters of our world would counter easily. This was a duel of pure skill, not power. Severus Snape was supremely skilled, and it just so happened that so was I. I limited myself to not using my more powerful elemental and runic spells, eliminating my greatest strengths. The purpose was to develop a more solid and sound foundation of dueling skilled opponents. I also didn't want to show my trump cards, in case Snape decided to snitch to Voldemort or his Death Eaters. Something I suspected was the reason he even accepted my apprenticeship. He was loyal to himself, through and through. I respected him more for it. We traded offense and defensive spells for close to 6 different engagements, standing still and not moving. My personal style lent itself to distractions and finding different angles to overwhelm my opponent. Even still, I did not waver against his onslaught of quick and painful spells. I gave just as much as I got. Then out of nowhere, Snape increased the severity of his spells. His wand whipped in the pattern of a lightning bolt and I knew the spell before he cast it. Avada Kedavra. A silver shield appeared in front of me according to my will and my mind switched to battle mode. A controlled anger settled in my mind. How dare he? I stayed still, behind the cover of the shield. Before the killing curse even connected the shield, I sent one of my more powerful fire spells. A loud gong rang out as the killing curse was absorbed. My fire spell connected with the back of my silver shield and shot towards Snape. It was a clever use of a physical and elemental attack. Snape would have to conjure something to block the spell, and it couldn't be small or the fire would overpower it. An explosion rang out in front of his form as I let the fire expand. I moved left to avoid a counter spell that came through the fire just as I let a flame whip head his direction. The flames from earlier parted as the whip neared him. I could see he was mid-cast of another spell and his eyes widened at the whip. He expected me to still be defending from his earlier spell and couldn't raise a defense. Normally I would have stopped the spell as we both knew that I won, but he cast the killing curse at me, in a duel. Something I wouldn't let go unpunished. The whip of flame slashed him from left collarbone to right hip, cutting a thin line across his torso and cauterizing it at the same time. But I wasn't done, and the silver shield that had melted on the floor earlier from my first elemental spell sprang up as a spike and pierced him on his left thigh, deep enough to need attention immediately. He fell to the ground with only a grunt of pain. Then he had the audacity to send another spell my way, which I calmly deflected as I walked forward. His arm dropped, seeing that I wasn't actually trying to kill him, although perhaps I should have. Then his eyes went to his chest and leg, taking in the damage. His mouth whispered and he ran his eyes over his chest and leg. Diagnostic spell. Similar to Harry's wand movements when he heals. I observed. Then he acted quickly and closed the wound on his leg. First the bleeding stopped and the muscles tied themselves back together before the skin sealed shut finally. He was left with only a small scar, much smaller than the actual wound. My eyes widened at the powerful healing he displayed, much more potent and effective than any healer I had ever seen, besides Harry of course. My respect for him rose even as my anger for him simmered because of the killing curse. Next his wand ran over his pale chest, sealing the burn and healing the skin. This scar was much bigger and puffier, a result of the fire, instead of the clean cut from his leg. When he was done, he looked up at me and met my eyes. He must have seen something in my eyes he liked because his mouth turned up slightly. I turned around to walk out of the room, satisfied he wasn't going to bleed out and die. Before I exited, I left him with something to think about. Never, cast the killing curse at me. I tried my best to avoid Snape for a while. It turned out to be impossible considering we had classes the next day and I was required to sit in. Luckily, Snape didn't deem it very important and we picked up right where we left off before the battle. The week passed by quickly, my days fell into a familiar routine. Wake up, breakfast, classes pretty much all day, dinner, and then either a duel with Harry, working on runic clusters for the Vanishing Cabinet, or perfecting my notebooks. The more I studied runes, the more I realized that it was a broken piece of magic that almost nobody was taking advantage of. It integrated into all aspects of magic, even the more frowned upon, esoteric, blood and ritual magics. It was Friday when Snape finally decided to bring up the previous duel. It is time we stop avoiding the manticore in the room. I looked up from the stack of papers underneath me and met his eyes, something I had been doing more and more with people I knew were Legilimens. I was just that confident in my occlumency. I haven't thought about it too much. I lied. Snape caught the lie easily. Do not lie to me. Snape replied. I probably shouldn't have cast that curse at you, although I knew you would counter it. I had to see it for myself. Bellatrix has always been one to embellish. I guess we're really doing this then. I admit that I was a little heavy-handed in my reaction. I haven't decided if I regret scarring you. I said truthfully. It was something I had been worrying with myself about. I kept drawing conclusions to people who also teach lessons through power. Namely, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Dumbledore's accusations seemed realistic after the duel. As was his claim that occlumency can reinforce viewpoints, making one close-minded. It was a double-edged sword. I can remove them if I want. Snape replied nonchalantly. But some scars I have decided to keep. Then he lifted his left arm and peeled back the sleeve to reveal the dark mark. His symbol of loyalty to Voldemort. What would it take? I asked curiously. The claim to be able to remove the mark was extremely intriguing. Not many had the knowledge or power to be able to. I knew I would start with runes and rituals to achieve it, but what about the Poti-Oner? There is a reason I pursued potions so adamantly in my youth. Severus drawled out. There are esoteric purifying potions I could adapt to my purposes. Just as I thought then. I could give it a go with runes, I think. Probably wouldn't even need a 7 count. I blurted, thinking out loud. Yes, it is not so difficult for those with the motivation. Snape said. I was reminded that he was, quite possibly, the most powerful Death Eater and wizard in the country beside Dumbledore and Voldemort. Well, if the duel the other day was any indication, myself and possibly Harry. He just doesn't have the resources we do. But his mind is probably on par with my ritually enhanced mind, strictly off of his prodigious skill in occlumency. I thought, taking in all that the man knew. It's ridiculously impressive actually. Is that how you got into healing? I asked curiously. In my mind, that would be another route one could take to remove the dark mark. Partially. My curiosity first came about when learning of the dark arts, and the defense against them. I wanted to know how to heal myself, and others, from them, should the time come, and the time came quickly. Snape offered but didn't elaborate. He was content with only sharing that amount. You could give Pomfrey a run for her money. I commented, wanting to draw more out of him. He scoffed. All she does is feed her the potions I brew, no true healing. The Ministry has wrapped them in so many regulations that they can only use magic to directly affect the body in rare circumstances. They rely on potions. Snape said. I hummed in response. Harry is fairly good also. I said. Snape smiled. Oh yes, Nymphadora can't stop ranting about it. She follows him around like a lost puppy now. I visibly reacted, something I normally wouldn't do. My eyes widened and it took all I had to not open my mouth and let it drop. What? I asked intelligently. His eyebrow rose, unimpressed. You should pay more attention to your friend's extracurricular activities, Black. Snape said mockingly. Oh shit, I don't really remember when Teddy was conceived, or born. Did I fuck that up? I wondered for a moment. It took me a second to toss the idea out the window, there was nothing I could do about it. That is a surprise, Professor. I commented, and he didn't answer. Instead we fell into a comfortable silence. Eventually I pulled out my notebook and turned to a page that was covered head to toe in a runic cluster that could only be called a masterpiece. It was the cluster that powered and operated my notebooks. At the smallest level, there were 7 clusters, made up of 7 clusters of 3 runes. It is almost impossible to accurately describe. Snape took one look and his tongue clicked. Another talent you have hidden. Snape said. It was as close to awe as he would let himself reveal. Yes, but this one will make me rich, that's all. I said, misdirecting him from the truth that it was my ultimate trump card. My use of it in duels was getting so good that Harry was rarely ever won, even with the raw power he threw around. It's what will cement my legacy in the history books. Snape's face told me that he bought the lie, but he was also a master spy. I never know whether to trust him or not, so I erred on the side of caution. Another reason I pursued potions first. Snape added. My eyebrows rose. I didn't know it was so lucrative. I commented. Snape's lip curled up again, and didn't comment. I knew that was all I was getting out of him. You should pursue mastery, after I grant you this one. Snape said. I nodded to him. You can test for others, instead of the apprenticeship when you get your first mastery right. I asked, trying to confirm what I already knew. Yes, I tested for defense a few months after receiving my potions mastery. Snape confirmed. I just might have to do that then. I said. Snape nodded at me and stood up from the desk he had been half sitting half leaning on. He asked me a quick question before leaving, one that didn't need an answer. Good. Sunday again. Harry stepped forward, into the runic cluster on the ground. His right leg locked, unable to move. At first glance I thought I had achieved what we needed for the vanishing cabinet. Then he started moving the rest of his body. I groaned and flicked my wand at the ground, dispersing the runic cluster. That was much better than last time. Harry commented. You're getting there. A part of me loved his optimism, the other part wanted to strangle him for it. No, optimism in this world is good. I reprimanded myself. Yeah, you're right. I'll keep working on it. I think we've got time. Malfoy is ridiculously incompetent. I said, ripping the page up and throwing it away. I needed to distract myself, and I knew the best way to do such a thing. So, you and Tonks Hui. I approached it in the same way that I approached him and Hermione. And Harry reacted the same way he did so long ago. He turned beet red and groaned. I immediately started laughing, and spoke again when he didn't respond. Hermione, not good enough, mate. Can you stop? Harry asked. I can, but we never talk about this stuff. I said, a grin permanently plastered on my face. We are still teenagers, you know. We don't act like it. Harry responded quickly. And the world won't let us. That kind of sobered me up. Mainly because of the influence I had on him, essentially taking his childhood away with training and studying. No one outworked me, but Harry came close. He actually spent more time learning new magic than I did. Yeah, I'll take the blame for that one. I told him. No, no. It's the world's fault, you just taught me how to properly deal with it. Harry said. I knew where he was trying to take the conversation. You can't misdirect me with flattery, mate. Tonks, let's talk about it. I told him. Harry actually smiled then, knowing he had been caught. Okay, if it gets you to shut up about it. Harry responded. So when did it start? And when did Hermione and you stop? I asked simply. After the battle in the Ministry, sometime in the summer when her and Remus called it quits. I just kind of outgrew Hermione, you know? That hasn't been an option for a long time. It was good for a little bit but it just didn't work in the end. Harry answered, struggling to find the right words. I nodded about the Hermione situation, understanding. I didn't even know they were together. I told him honestly. Harry snorted. I know, all you care about is magic and Fleur. I took offense to that and let it show on my face. That's not true. I denied it. You don't even care about money, Ron. Something that drives literally everyone else around us. Harry said, trying to prove his point. That's because I know money doesn't lead to happiness. Do what you love to such a level that the money will come. I answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. That's the point. Nobody else thinks like that. Harry said. Well, they're dumb, but we're off topic again. Who confessed to who? I asked curiously. Well, it just kind of happened. You would go to Fliz when she got off so you never got to see us flirt, which she did mercilessly. It lasted for so long before I acted on it. One day I was in the library, she came in and plopped down beside me, claiming that I needed to unwind. I really don't know what came over me, I just kind of grabbed her. Harry trailed off, blushing. I waited while he replayed the scene over in his mind. In the end I had to remind him to continue. And then? Harry looked at me with a huge grin on his face. Guess. And then you shagged all over the library? I asked, throwing the most ridiculous thing I could think of out there. I never expected it to be true. If it was possible. Harry's face became even more red and a dopey smile crossed his face. My brain short-circuited. My mate lost his virginity in a library. He's a fucking legend. I thought about the situation. My shock showed on my face, before a proud smile split over it. Yeah, apparently she's very submissive, so when I grabbed her it drove her wild. Harry said. What a fucking legend. It's beautiful. I smiled at the comment, one that is mirrored by most people who see the glorious willow tree. During the day, I was hard-pressed to find the small lights that appear on its branches when the sun sets. I turned to my beautiful blonde companion. Fliz' head was tilted up, and had a look of concentration on her face. She must be trying to figure out the height. I thought. And only a few months old. I said. Fliz' eyes met mine and her smile dropped, as if I caught her in something. I frowned and tilted my head in a silent question. She ignored the question and her eyes looked past me to the benches and seats underneath the tree. Where is everyone? Fleur asked as she moved past me to the tree. I ignored the question for a moment and took a good look at her, trying to gauge what it was that she was hiding from me. Has she found someone else? Is that why she was so adamant in coming to see me? To come clean. My mind raced, panicked even. A hand gripped my heart, as my mind raced. I clamped down on my emotions with occlumency and the pain in my chest eased slightly. Just enough for me to be functional, but not enough to stop my mouth from blurting out the first thing I could think of. At the Quidditch match. Who is it? I asked, my voice wavering halfway through. Fleur turned to me, a frown on her face. She looked confused, which made the hand that was squeezing my heart fade, although the panic and fear was still there. Who is what? Fleur asked. I moved slowly over to her, before sitting down right next to where she was standing. Her eyes followed me the whole time and I could tell she knew what I was asking but wanted me to clarify before answering. Just a second ago, you looked like I had caught you. You looked panicked and then you avoided the question completely, you never do that. You never hide things from me. Who is it? The words flew out of my mouth like vomit, almost too quick to catch. Obviously Occlumency wasn't helping me too much. Her hand inched towards herself for a half second, towards her abdomen. Then it redirected itself to my head, in my hair. Her face split in a smile as she moved to respond, hopefully to reassure me. I didn't focus on anything, all I could see was her hand almost touch her lower abdomen. Then the words I said to panic her earlier rang in my mind. And only a few months old. My mind supplied. Everything clicked into place. She wasn't cheating on me, something my now calm mind told me she would never do. No, this was something much more important, something world-changing. There is no one else, silly man. Fleur teased with a wide smile on her face. She stepped closer to pull my head into her chest in a reassuring hug. My eyes stared at one spot on her, her ABS. Then my hand instinctively reached out and I placed my palm against it. My magic reacted to my will and it went as a wave through her body. It's impossible to describe what my magic told me with that single act of truly wandless magic. All I know is that I got confirmation. It's true. I realized as I felt the reason she had insisted on meeting with me under this tree. You're pregnant. The words fell out of my mouth. My head snapped up to hers, meeting her eyes. She had what had to be the biggest smile on her face I'd ever seen. I felt my own face light up, mirroring her own. She nodded. I could tell that she didn't trust her mouth to speak, she was on the verge of breaking down into tears. When I stood up, my arms wrapped around her and lifted her off of the ground slightly. Then she started absolutely bawling into my shoulder. I actually got worried for a moment, thinking I had done something wrong. Those are tears of happiness, right? I was unable to keep the joy out of my voice. She was in no condition to speak, so instead she just nodded into my shoulder. I stood there for a good while, letting her get it all out onto my shoulders. The dampness from her tears didn't bother me at all. Instead, my mind was racing a million miles a minute as the implications hit me. She'll become a target, as will our child. There is so much to do. I thought to myself while planning our next steps in the near future. A few obvious precautions entered my mind. She would need to move into 12 Grimmauld Place for the ridiculous protections the house offered. I am still tied to the wards, and Sirius will be there to look after her when I can't. Then, I will order Creaker to absolutely pamper her, daily. And then. You are not upset. Fleur's voice broke me out of my thoughts. Now her panicked expression from earlier made sense. She was worried I would be mad at this outcome. Of course not, love. I tried to placate her. A child is a blessing. Her lip quivered again and I knew the waterworks were about to begin. So I did my best to distract her, by claiming her lips with my own. The kiss lasted a long time, we didn't wrestle for dominance like normal. Instead, we caressed each other, pouring our emotions into it and finding support with one another. I was worried for nothing. Fleur said when we broke apart. I kept overthinking it. How long have you known? I asked curiously. About a week. Fleur said. I couldn't bear to wait any longer, my mind kept torturing me. I smiled a bit about that. I would have done the same. My mouth opened to bring up a topic that I knew was on both of our minds. We'll need to get married, to make it legitimate. Fleur said out of the blue. My eyes narrowed, as I knew what game she was playing. No, I'm the one who is supposed to propose. I said. She graced me with another huge smile. Nope, too late, I already did it. I'll be able to tell everyone that I was the one who proposed to you. But I'm going to get teased mercilessly for the rest of my life if you do that. I exclaimed. Deal with it. Fleur teased me. This is such a Fleur thing to do. I thought, accepting the lifelong teasing I will receive. I kissed her one more time, to seal the deal. Worth it.